Chapter 1574. At the entrance of the cave, Fang Yun was the first to enter the formation. There were a total of 3 formations in the restriction. 1 was a bewildering formation, and 2 were killing formations. When used together, the threat was extremely great. But since Fang Yun dared to come in, he obviously had a plan. The moment they stepped into the formation, the scene before them immediately changed. A white mist enveloped Fang Yun's group of 4. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the fog, interfering with one's senses. Fang Yun looked around and said, "This maze isn't too powerful. Give me some time and I can break it. Everyone, don't panic. Just deal with it calmly." No matter how strong the formation was, the people who laid it were just Luo Nan and Fei Er. It would not be overly strong. With their outstanding individual strength, Fang Yun, Lu Mu, and Tuoba Mu were more than enough to deal with them. As for Lotus Sect Temple's Fang Yun, he was at the very back, so he didn't need to do much. "Junior sister, let's activate 2 killing arrays at the same time and scatter their formation." "Yes." Fei Er nodded lightly and formed hand seals with a serious expression. "Kacha." Amidst the white fog, in front of Fang Yun's group of 4, a monstrous wave suddenly appeared. The wave was monstrous and terrifying. It was as if it wanted to devour everything. Insignificant skill. The flying snow palace's Lu Mu did not show any fear in the face of danger. He smiled coldly and threw a palm strike just as the towering waves were about to reach him. Hoo hoo hoo. This palm strike stirred up a boundless cold wind, and within the wind were pieces of flying snow. Every piece of flying snow was sparkling and translucent, flickering with flowing light. When the thousands of snowflakes entered the tsunami, the surging waves slowed down. As if in slow motion, it completely froze and was sealed in ice. Bang! Tuoba Yun charged forward ferociously and kicked out. Ka-ca. Ka-ca. The frozen sea immediately shattered into thousands of pieces. However, he didn't give them time to celebrate. At the same time the ice shattered, strong winds blew in from all directions, howling and moving astonishingly fast. The few of them hurriedly dodged, but when they looked back, they found that their formation had already been messed up. "Don't panic. Protect yourself. I'll break the maze immediately." Just as Tuoba Yun and the other 2 panicked, Fang Yun's calm voice rang out in their ears. "Who?" A cool breeze blew, and a node of the maze was removed by Fang Yun. The dense fog instantly dispersed, and the few people who were separated immediately calmed down. "We cannot let Fang Yun break the bewildering formation." Luo Nan felt very anxious. Unexpectedly, Fang Yun was so strong. If this went on and no one interfered, it wouldn't be long before the maze was broken. Once the bewildering array was broken, the 2-layered killing array wouldn't last long against Fang Chang's trio. At that time, the 2 of them would be crushed to death. Tuoba Yun and Lu Mu had already given them a hard time. With the addition of Fang Yun, there was no suspense at all. Luo Nan gave Fei Er a look. Fei Er nodded gently and slowly formed hand seals. In the maze, a murderous aura pierced through the thick fog, piercing towards Fang Yun who was concentrating on breaking the array. Dang! Fang Yun raised his hand and slapped the killing intent away, only to discover that it was just a feint. "Fang Yun, you've been tricked." Luo Nan rejoiced in his heart. His true body appeared behind Fang Yun and stabbed out at lightning speed. Who knew? Something strange happened. When Luo Nan's sword pierced through Fang Yun, it was just an illusion. Just as Luo Nan retreated, Fang Yun suddenly appeared on the left and landed a palm strike on Luo Nan's shoulder, causing him to vomit blood. "Trying to trick me? The 2 of you are still too inexperienced." As Fang Yun watched Luo Nan's figure disappear into the thick clouds, he smiled faintly and did not give chase. Outside the cave, the 3 ferocious beasts rushed over. When they saw the heavy restrictions in the fog, they cautiously chose to stop. At this level, these ferocious beasts were no longer brainless wild beasts. There are sounds of fighting. It looks like there is more than one group of people. I wonder which group Lord Jiao's snake wants us to kill. The black demonic ape sent a voice projection, since he did not say, then just kill them all. However, there is no rush. These sect disciples are rather strong. When they are almost done killing each other, we will attack. Right. After making up their minds, the ferocious beasts decided to watch from the sidelines, playing the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They were very smart. Oh no. Fei and Luo Nan will not be able to hold on for much longer. Xiao Chen, who was currently fighting the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy ferocious spirit, felt startled when he sensed the situation in the restriction. Unexpectedly, the situation had turned so bad. The bewildering formation had already been broken, and the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. The bewildering formation had already been broken. Under the attacks of the three, the two-layered killing formation showed signs of crumbling at any moment. However, Little Yellow Feather's sudden attack caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, the situation would have been even more unsightly. At this moment, Little Yellow Feather was very busy and could not afford to be distracted. The ferocious spirit rampaged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, and the baleful Yin energy rampaged in his body, troubling him on both sides. If Xiao Chen ignored the baleful Yin energy, he could use his strong soul energy to kill this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy remnant soul easily. However, he still had to worry about refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It would be hard to avoid giving the ferocious spirit a chance to wreak havoc in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, Xiao Chen had two choices. He could give up on refining the baleful Yin energy and let it out of his body. He could focus on dealing with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and help Luo Nan and Fei Er. Or he could gamble, using his life as the stake, taking the risk and forcefully refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. When he advanced to the Yin essence stage, he could conveniently kill the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy's remnant soul. The former was stable and could preserve his life. However, he would lose the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. The latter was radical. Once he failed, the three would lose their lives here. Gambling or not gambling? Gamble. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made up his mind. He had never been an indecisive person, someone who could not make up his mind when he should. After coming to the Great Thousand Realms, he wanted to stand out and not be satisfied with being mediocre. He wanted to fight with heaven, to fight with others, to fight with himself. With this thought, Xiao Chen endured the torment of the ferocious spirit in his sea of consciousness. He focused on refining the baleful Yin energy, continuously circulating the veritable essence energy in his body. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer circulated wildly at an unprecedented speed. Boom! 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 Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to its limits, his skin turned purple. Sparks flickered all over his body. Crackle! Crackle! The sparks crackled endlessly. Xiao Chen's delicate face kept changing, looking ferocious and scary. That was the baleful Yin energy's remnant soul surging in his sea of consciousness, trying to occupy Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness and body. In Xiao Chen's meridians, the baleful Yin energy was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, obediently submitting. As the baleful Yin energy was continuously refined, the pure baleful Yin energy continued to be refined. Xiao Chen felt that his bottleneck was already teetering on the verge of breaking through at any moment. The Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy turned into was like a berserk flood accumulating. As for Xiao Chen's bottleneck, it was like a firm dam. Xiao Chen endured the increasingly ferocious flood again and again. It looked like he was about to collapse, but he did not. The situation at the cave entrance in front no longer allowed any delay. One of the two layers of killing formations had already shattered, leaving only one layer. At this moment, Xiao Chen wished that his accumulations were not so deep. Otherwise, the bottleneck would not be so hard to break through. Regular people could break through the bottleneck of the veritable essence stage with just essence stones. Xiao Chen's bottleneck was somewhat exaggerated. Only one layer of killing formations remains. Luo Nan, the two of you just surrender, and I can spare your lives. Fang Yun did not rush, slowly grinding away at the two. Now that victory was in his grasp, there was nothing to fear. As for Yi Bai, he should be absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. There was no need to rush this. Even if he had 3 days, Fang Yun did not believe that the other party could refine much of the 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Damn it. Junior sister, you should go. I'll take care of it. I'll repay what we owe Yi Bai alone. At this moment, Luo Nan's clothes were tattered, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His complexion was pale, and the situation did not look good. It's too late. Now, none of you can leave. Wind. Suddenly, a strong wind burst out from Fang Yun's body. Then, he threw a palm strike and detonated this boundless strong wind. Amid the intense explosion, the final layer of killing formations crumbled. Fei and Luo Nan both vomited blood and went flying back. However, the instant the killing formations broke, the smiles on the four's faces froze at the same time like they had seen a ghost. Without the concealment of the killing formations, the scene of Xiao Chen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful energy was completely exposed to the four. Berserk purple lightning, strong winds, a ferocious face, and a horrifying aura all came from Xiao Chen's body. The four squinted, not daring to look directly at Xiao Chen. That aura forced them to retreat continuously. This is... He is refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy alone. Fang Yun and the other three all exclaimed. The Yi Bai before them was actually refining the 10,000-year-old baleful energy alone, trying to use it to make a breakthrough. Kill. Quickly kill him. Otherwise, we will all die. Fang Yun revealed a horrified expression as he roared and led the other three to charge at Xiao Chen. Enduring the huge pressure, the four soared into the air and slowly approached Xiao Chen. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! An explosive shock wave surged out from Xiao Chen's body. The four, who were just one step away from reaching Xiao Chen, were all knocked back. Aside from Fang Yun, the other three fell to the ground in sorry states, revealing pained expressions. Chapter 1575. Xiao Chen slowly stood up, and the strong essence energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The cave was suddenly filled with a chilly air. Mixed within this cold energy was Xiao Chen's original thunder true essence power. Ice and thunder true essence fused together. A visible purple cold qi, carrying with it an irresistible pressure, pressed towards them. The veritable essence energy lake in Xiao Chen's Dantian essence had already merged with the essence energy. The primordial energy refined from the 10,000-year-old baleful energy completely covered the quintessential energy. The cold energy filled Xiao Chen's entire body. Since he had just entered the essence stage, the two had yet to completely fuse. Xiao Chen would have to spend a lot of time to consume the primordial energy of this 10,000-year-old qi. 10,000-year-old baleful energy. As expected of a 10,000-year-old baleful energy. Right now, Xiao Chen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the essence stage. 10,000-year baleful energy, you actually refined it all. Fang Yun had a look of extreme disbelief on his face. He already expected Yi Bai to be very strong, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be this strong. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over Fang Yun, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The next moment, his body appeared in front of Fang Yun, his fingers clenched into a fist. Kacha, 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 the sound of ice shattering rang out in the space, accompanied by the crackling of lightning. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes trembled as he threw a simple punch. It was like a true dragon of thunder and lightning, with a body full of cold air, cold, cold, and violent. Bang! This punch was very destructive. It shattered the martial technique that Fang Yun sent out with his full power, leaving him unable to resist at all. The huge advantage brought by the powerful Yin energy allowed Xiao Chen to crush his opponent. He did not even need to use any martial skills. Just a light punch. Xiao Chen had a pensive look on his face. After absorbing this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, his combat power had at least doubled. More importantly, the bottleneck had been broken, and his potential had increased by countless times. In the following days, the berserk Yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's body was slowly digested and refined. His strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Fang Yun's right hand was sent flying, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Run! The group did not dare to stay any longer. They got up, turned around, and ran. What 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy? What fortuitous encounter! Fear spread throughout his body. Escaping was the most important thing. All of them ran for their lives at the same time. Xiao Chen couldn't chase after them one by one, but there was one person he had to catch. Sure of the Lotus sect, Feng Yun. Xiao Chen pushed his feet off the ground and tried out some of the footwork that he learned from the Ink Flame Tiger while executing his movement technique. When Xiao Chen's body shot out, a faint layer of flame appeared on the surface of his body. It was because his speed was too fast, and the friction between his protective Jinyuan and the air caused it to burn. At this moment, he finally understood why the Ink Flame Tiger's body was always burning with a black flame. It was just a slight attempt, but Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it was impossible to see with the naked eye. When he reached Feng Yun's side, the latter was only halfway through getting up from the ground. Pu Si. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, grabbed Feng Yun's neck, and lifted him up. Only now did the others get up and flee. They were so frightened that they stumbled and nearly fell again. Right now, Xiao Chen focused all his attention on Feng Yun, not caring about the others. He urgently needed information about the Black Lotus Church. Speak. Do you know my identity? Xiao Chen looked at Feng Yun coldly, his gaze icy like that of a grim reaper. An intense feeling of suffocation accompanied by fear completely shattered Feng Yun's mental defenses. He spilled everything he knew without missing a beat. After hearing that, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The Black Lotus Church still did not know where he was. It seemed like the Black Lotus Church did not want to rely on an outsider to deal with him. No matter what the deeper meaning was, this was good news for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen needed time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on the Black Lotus Church sooner or later. I already told you everything. Can you let me live? Feng Yun begged. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, you are shameless. When you instigated Wei He's group to kill me, you already knew that this would happen. Naturally, Xiao Chen could not let off such a person. Berserk veritable essence energy mixed with Yin essence energy and poured into Feng Yun's meridians. Instantly, it shattered all of Feng Yun's meridians and internal organs, extinguishing his life force. When Xiao Chen let go, Feng Yun silently fell to the ground, dead. Big brother Xiao Chen, Luo Nan and Fei Er walked over in fear and shock. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes revealed some fear. After interacting with him for so long, this was the first time they saw Xiao Chen's cold side. I owe you two a favor. There is no need to say anything else. This place is not safe. Let's go first. Xiao Chen had always been cautious. He did not become arrogant just because he entered the Yin essence stage and absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There were still many unanswered questions in this place. Furthermore, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt like someone was watching him from the moment he entered this place. His intuition told him that this place was not safe. Ah! Just as the three were about to leave, startled screams suddenly rang out in front. Those were the horrified voices of Feng Yun and the other two. What's going on? Luo Nan and Fei Er felt confused. In the next moment, Feng Yun and the other two, who had already fled, retreated in a fluster. Before Lu Mu and Tuoba Yun could stand firmly, two ferocious beasts bit them into their mouths and started chewing on them. The clear feather sex Feng Yun fell to the ground in fright, retreating continuously. The black demonic ape, the two-headed ferocious dog, and the blue lion appeared, radiating strong auras as they looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Ferocious beasts that just advanced to the primal core realm. Fei Er's and Luo Nan's expressions changed drastically. No wonder Fang Yun and the other two looked like they had seen ghosts. To think that there were 3 such horrifying ferocious beasts guarding this place. It looks like you are the person that Lord Jiao's snake instructed us to deal with. The black demonic ape did not even look at Fang Yun, staring straight at Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the 3 ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down. If the strongest existences here were just early-stage primal core realm ferocious beasts, then there would be nothing to fear. At the very least, leaving would not be a problem. As Xiao Chen stood in front of Luo Nan and Fei Er, he looked at the 3 ferocious beasts without fear. Then, he slowly unleashed his aura, which contained Dao Might. Facing 3 ferocious beasts alone, he did not retreat at all. At this moment, Xiao Chen was confident of facing these 3 ferocious beasts. No matter how strong the black demonic ape was, it was just an early-stage primal core realm ferocious beast. Compared to a middle-stage minor primal core expert like the blue-clad old man, the black demonic ape was far from comparable. As for that 2-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion, they were merely on the same level as the ink flame tiger. When Xiao Chen was in the veritable essence stage, he did not fear the ink flame tiger, much less now. Wielding his saber, Xiao Chen stood upright with his head held high, not fearing a fight. Before Xiao Chen's sharpness, the 2-headed ferocious dog and the blue lion trembled and took a step back. Only the black demonic ape did not retreat. However, when facing such sharpness, its originally relaxed heart tensed up. Simply put, the black demonic ape was afraid. Ferocious beasts that could survive until now and reach such a cultivation were extremely precious, so they were not willing to take the risk. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire underground suddenly shook intensely. No matter who it was, they all felt an irresistible chill. Trash. All of you are trash. What is the point of keeping you around? A strange, deep, hoarse voice rang out in everyone's ears. The 3 ferocious beasts were immediately frightened into kneeling on the ground, trembling continuously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong suction came from the entrance of the cave. This was an irresistible suction. No one, not even Xiao Chen, could block it. Fear stiffened their bodies, and they flew forward uncontrollably. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The 3 ferocious beasts and Fang Yun flew out of the cave and were instantly swept away. When the suction vanished, Xiao Chen's group of 3 stopped at the same time. A swallowing sound rang out, and a gargantuan snake head suddenly landed on the ground, blocking the 3. The snake head had scarlet eyes as it looked down at the 3 from above, making them tremble involuntarily. Xiao Chen was immediately struck by lightning. So, this is the little snake that little yellow feather mentioned. How small, 2 half-step primal core ferocious beasts, an early-stage primal core demonic ape, and a little snack. Without waiting for a breather, the 3 directly swallowed them, not even leaving scraps behind. Chapter 1576. Xiao Chen's group of 3 stuck close to the cave entrance and looked at the gargantuan Jiao snake's head. They did not dare to move, not even daring to breathe loudly. The Jiao snake's head was like a small mountain blocking the cave entrance. Its scarlet eyes looked down at Xiao Chen from above. The Jiao snake brought with it an extremely strong pressure, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen was still fine. However, Luo Nan and Fei are already flushed red, feeling the pressure on their qi and blood. If they continued like this, it would be hard to say whether they would explode in blood and die. At this moment, Xiao Chen even felt like eating little yellow feather. If Xiao Chen had known that the one guarding this 10,000-year-old baleful energy would be such a Jiao snake, he would not have taken such a risk. The Jiao snake before Xiao Chen could give off such strong pressure was not because of its huge size. Instead, it was because it was too strong. Xiao Chen estimated that this Jiao snake was already a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Its cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, and its strength was extremely horrifying. Cloud Sea Realm experts could calmly cultivate their soul energy. Wherever they went, they would be considered experts. In the nearby Great Realms, Cloud Sea Realm experts were the peak experts. A great realm would not have more than 3 Cloud Sea Realm experts. Even in the entire Purple Sun region, there would not be many Cloud Sea Realm experts. However, this Jiao snake before Shao Chen was in existence equal to a Cloud Sea Realm expert. It went without saying how strong he was. Not to mention Shao Chen, even the middle stage minor primal core blue-clad old man would be like an ant before it, easily crushed. An opponent on a completely different level would not be able to resist at all. However, to everyone's surprise, the Jiao snake seemed to have some reservations and did not immediately make a move to kill Shao Chen's group. The Jiao snake glanced at Little Yellow Feather, and rage immediately blazed in its heart. It was this little bird. The Golden Crow Holy Beast. The Jiao snake in Profound Een Mountain had been the spirit pet of a major character long ago. That major character had moved unhindered in the starry heavens, a character who could leave his name in the history books of the entire martial epoch. As the spirit pet of such a major character, the Jiao snake's eyes naturally would not be bad. When Little Yellow Feather came over, it immediately recognized the identity of the Golden Crow mythological beast, which was an extinct mythological beast. Even the Golden Crow race, which was the strongest of the Great Desolate 100 races, did not have a pure-blooded Golden Crow. The Jiao snake immediately turned small and chatted with it. When it learned that the Jiao snake would not consume 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, it relaxed. He wanted to build a relationship with her. Back then, they had agreed on a good deal. Who knew that he would change his mind in the blink of an eye and bring a group of people over? This was terrible. Snakes were of the Een attribute, and 10,000-year-old Een baleful energy was a rare tonic for Jiao snakes. The Jiao snake guarded this place because it wanted to wait another 1,000 years. When the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy matured, it could directly consume it and advance to the Cloud Sea realm. Who knew that the people brought by Little Yellow Feather were even more difficult to deal with? It had great eyesight and could tell that Shao Chen's bloodline was extraordinary at first glance. It vaguely felt that Shao Chen must have the bloodline of the primitive 100 races. However, after observing for a long time, the Jiao snake could not figure out which Great Desolate Een bloodline it was. This was because the Blue Dragon bloodline had been removed from the dragon race for too long. Furthermore, Shao Chen wore the Buddhist jade pendant, which suppressed the aura of his bloodline. Hence, the Jiao snake could not make an accurate judgment. However, no matter what, Shao Chen's bloodline would not be weaker than that of the Great Desolate 100 races. Such a character would definitely be backed by a powerful figure and a powerful force, no matter where he fell. No matter where he fell, the seniors behind him would quickly find out. At that time, the Jiao snake would not be able to escape responsibility and would definitely die. In its early years, the Jiao snake had seen many things and was very clear on the means of those major characters. They were not things that it could contend with. Fearing Little Yellow Feathers and Shao Chen's identities, the Jiao snake could only watch as Shao Chen entered this place. Originally, the Jiao snake wanted to find some scapegoats to get the ferocious beasts of Profound Een Mountain to come over. Who could have imagined that this group of ferocious beasts would not come even after so long? By the time the Jiao snake arrived, Shao Chen had already completely refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Een energy, not even leaving a speck of it. What was the use of it? What was even more frustrating was that even though it was 3 against 1, the Jiao snake still cowered and did not dare to step forward. The Jiao snake raged but had nowhere to vent it, so it could only target these 3 ferocious beasts. At this moment, the Jiao snake stared at Shao Chen's group and Little Yellow Feather, who was hiding at the back. The Jiao snake's scarlet eyes flickered with a faint light. A sinister killing chi spread out, numbing everyone's legs and deterring them from doing anything overboard. The Jiao snake hesitated, wondering if it should go all out and directly swallow up this group of people and that Golden Crow holy beast. However, when the Jiao snake thought about the terrifying consequences, it trembled in fear. Scram! In the end, between life and rage, the Jiao snake chose the former and roared. A berserk roar rang out in the minds of Xiao Chen's group of 3. The shock caused them to vomit a mouthful of blood, and their bodies flew back uncontrollably. A strong wind howled by their ears, and rocks fell continuously from the sky above. Xiao Chen was the first to land. He stabilized himself and caught Luo Nan and Fei before taking another step back. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen asked. After the two landed, they panted continuously. After resting for a long time, their complexions slowly recovered to normal. Luo Nan said with lingering fear in his heart, "What a terrifying Jiao snake. It is much stronger than our sect master. Why did it appear here?" Fei whispered, "Let's leave quickly. Who knows when that Jiao snake will go back on its word." That Jiao snake frightened the two too much. Now that they had a new lease on life, their bodies were still trembling slightly. Xiao Chen looked around. There were many top-quality Yin essence stones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Yin essence stones were also divided into different grades. The ones near the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy were clearly the best. It would be too much of a pity to waste so many top-quality Yin essence stones. "You guys go first. I'll catch up soon." "Big brother Xiao Chen, you should leave with us," Fei said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. He vaguely felt that the Jiao snake did not dare to fight the 3 of them. It seemed like it had some reservations. If it had attacked, it would not have survived until now. Now that he understood, Xiao Chen's worried heart calmed down. The two could not go around Xiao Chen. In the end, they left first and waited for Xiao Chen to regroup. Without any delay, Xiao Chen stayed behind and quickly mined the nearby Yin essence stones. Soon, Xiao Chen finished mining more than 10,000 Yin essence stones. The cold qi in the cave vanished, and the air became much drier. The value of Yin essence stones was rather special. Cultivators with higher cultivations would not even bother to look at them. However, sects would purchase treasures like Yin essence stones in large quantities all year round to nurture their disciples. Some alchemists and blacksmiths also had special needs for Yin essence stones. Xiao Chen had such a large number of top-notch Yin essence stones in his hands, so he did not have to worry about not being able to sell them. When everything was packed and Xiao Chen stepped out of the cave, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. Could it be that the Jiao snake hasn't left yet? Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He was in no hurry to move forward. "Young man, you are really greedy." The Jiao snake suddenly appeared from the river, revealing half of its body as it looked down at Xiao Chen. Just half of the Jiao snake's body was already several hundred meters tall, like a mountain. Xiao Chen did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior. If we are fated to meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Xiao Chen's ability to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and obtain such a fortuitous encounter was entirely due to the help of the Jiao snake. There was no falsehood at all. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that I followed Lord Pan Huang in my early years and my fierceness had diminished greatly, I would have been killed by him. It really won't care about the great desolate Yin bloodline in your body. You're on your own. Not every ferocious beast has my good temper. Clearly, the Jiao snake was still in a bad mood. Even though Xiao Chen's words were polite, it did not give Xiao Chen much face. Lord Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. As he looked at the other party, he revealed a suspicious expression. "The Pan Huang you speak of, is he a bladesman who uses a saber?" "The Spring Snow Bladesman and the Kunlun Realm's Pan Huang. Could there be a second Pan Huang in the Great Thousand Realms?" Chapter 1577. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. He only reacted after a long time. This was too much of a coincidence. To think that he could run into Pan Huang's former spirit pet here. "What's wrong? You have not heard of my master's name before?" That should not be the case. Few people in the boundless Great Thousand Realms, even in the core Central Great Realm, do not know about the Spring Snow Bladesman. Spring Snow Bladesman? Good name. Xiao Chen immediately understood the meaning of these words. When Xiao Chen first met Pan Huang in Pan Huang Hall, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Pan Huang's smile. Spring snow probably meant that Pan Huang's smile was like the warm wind of early spring, able to melt the last snowflakes of winter. For a cultivator to be given a title, it would undoubtedly be a very tyrannical title. Xiao Chen rarely heard of a title like Spring Snow. It could only be said that Pan Huang's smile left a very deep impression. Xiao Chen did not say anything, only taking out the saber sovereign medallion. The atmosphere changed visibly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "What is this? It has Pan Huang's aura on it. It looks like I was right." Xiao Chen honestly explained his fortuitous encounter with Pan Huang. "Ha ha ha. The matters of this world are really coincidental. Since you received Pan Huang's inheritance, you can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. In that case, I will give you this 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy without a word of complaint." After the Jiao snake heard that, it was in a great mood, sweeping away all its depression. Xiao Chen asked, "Is Senior Pan Huang still around?" "I'm not sure. Pan Huang's master has a carefree nature and is very open to everything. He likes to roam the world. Back then, I was too severely injured. After Pan Huang extended my life, he let me go." "Why?" "After I recovered, my cultivation fell too much. Furthermore, Master had too many enemies. Clearly, I was no longer suitable to follow Master. Master took pity on me, so he removed the contract and let me go." At the mention of Pan Huang, the Jiao snake felt somewhat sad. Its thoughts drifted to the time it followed Pan Huang. Clearly, the Jiao snake had a very deep relationship with Pan Huang back then. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that this Jiao snake was extraordinary when he first saw it, giving off a strong aura. Back then, it wasn't just a great origin core realm. Although his cultivation was not as high as before, his aura was still there. With a thought, Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao snake and asked, "Senior Jiao snake, what are your plans now?" The Jiao snake smiled and said, "What plans can I have? I definitely cannot remain in this profound Yin mountain. I should roam around and see if I can run into some fortuitous encounters to break through to the Cloud Sea realm." "Is the Cloud Sea realm that hard to break through?" "Of course, one can cultivate soul energy in the Cloud Sea realm. You need some spiritual light to illuminate the sea of consciousness. If the divine light didn't appear, everything would be in vain. I'm still in a good state. I just need to come across a suitable opportunity." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After some consideration, he said, "Senior Jiao snake, there will probably be some trouble in the second half of the month. At that time, I would like to ask for your help. In the future, after I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely repay this kindness." The Jiao snake's eyes narrowed. "Dragon Emperor? Could it be that your bloodline is the dragon race's bloodline?" "That's not right. The dragon race has a total of 6 bloodlines: the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, blue dragon, golden dragon, and green dragon. I have seen every single one of them." "I am of the blue dragon bloodline," Xiao Chen answered honestly. The Jiao snake exclaimed in shock, "The blue dragon bloodline? So, that is the case. I was wondering why your great desolate Ian bloodline was so familiar, but I could not recall it. It turns out that it is the long-extinct blue dragon bloodline." Xiao Chen nodded. Then, he looked at the other party and asked, "Senior, what do you think?" "It's fine. It doesn't matter what bloodline you have, what identity you have, or what background you have. Just based on the fact that you are half a disciple of Pan Huang, I will definitely help you with this." The Jiao snake appeared exceptionally straightforward. It did not ask Xiao Chen what the trouble was or ask for any other details. The Jiao snake immediately agreed, making Xiao Chen feel very touched. "Just cultivate properly first. Right now, the baleful Yin energy is leaking out of your body uncontrollably. Not to mention the waste, if others discover the signs, they might not let you leave." Xiao Chen indicated that he understood. There were many methods in this world, even if one absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Like them, they can get it out of your system. Following that, Xiaochen told the Jiao snake about the trouble he encountered in detail. The Jiao snake smiled and said, I was wondering what it was. It turns out that it is just such a small matter. Don't worry. I will help you with this. I will go to Profound Yin Mountain first and take a look around before leaving. Many thanks. After leaving the underground river, Xiaochen saw Luo Nan and Xiao Fei who had been waiting for a long time already. Both of them appeared somewhat anxious. After Fei saw Xiaochen, she revealed a smile. Big brother Xiaochen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, senior brother and I would really have to go down and look for you. It's fine. I just spent some time collecting the Yin essence stones. There is still half a month. There is no need for us to go anywhere. Let's just stay here and stabilize our cultivation properly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Right, that suits me. Since Luo Nan and Fei already gained something, they were not willing to take any more risks. A complete 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was sufficient for them to cultivate the entire Yin essence stage. The vast Yin essence energy that the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy brought far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Right now, baleful Yin energy leaked out of Xiao Chen's entire body. It was as the Jiao snake said, it was a great waste. The veritable essence energy and Yin essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian mixed together and merged. Xiaochen found it strange that the veritable essence energy was clearly much weaker. However, when the two merged, the veritable essence energy was the main one. The appearance of the Yin essence energy merely strengthened the veritable essence energy, perfecting it. If Xiaochen guessed right, it should be the same when he advanced to the Yang essence stage in the future. Yin essence energy and Yang essence energy were used to supplement and strengthen veritable essence energy. Cultivators still focused on veritable essence energy. At this moment, the Yin essence energy of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy had yet to merge with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, just a simple mixture. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was to slowly infuse this vast Yin essence energy into his veritable essence energy, slowly merging it. When the Yin essence energy completely merged, he would have cultivated to the peak of the Yin essence stage. Half a month passed peacefully. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, the sharpness in them was much more withdrawn. His body no longer leaked any Yin essence energy. It was no longer as exaggerated and horrifying as when he first advanced to the Yin essence stage. Luo Nan and Fei opened their eyes one after another, giving off the impression that their eyes had lit up. It looked like the two had gained a lot in just half a month. Fei smiled and said, Master definitely did not expect us to improve so much. He will definitely be very happy. Luo Nan smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything. He and Fei were still in a cold war. Back then, Luo Nan did not know what got into him, saying those words and making his junior sister so unhappy. However, it did not matter. It was fine as long as his junior sister was happy now. Let's go. It's time to leave. 1 month had already passed. The surviving sect disciples in the inner region of Profound Yin Island all rushed back. Near the transportation formation, when the sun set, the old man by the transportation formation stopped waiting. By this time, those who had not returned had probably died in the inner region of Profound Yin Island. To think that the Clear Feather sect's Fang Yun and the Flying Snow Palace's Lu Mu did not appear. Could they be dead? This is incredible. The absence of Lu Mu and the others stirred up a commotion in the crowd. Luo Nan and Fei felt somewhat nervous. However, Xiaochen appeared calm and unruffled. After a while, the group was sent to the edge of Profound Yin Island. Then, they all flew into the sky to meet up with their sections. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm expert had been waiting on the Tianyi sect's ship for a long time already. When the two saw Xiao Chen and the other two flying over, they revealed expressions of joy. The blue-clad old man's eyelids twitched slightly. He had waited too long for this day. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao Chen, this old man knew that you would definitely bring them back safely, the blue-clad old man said with a smile as he strode forward. Ha 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 ha. Brother Fei-er and Luo Nan handed over their essence stones. Fei-er and Luo Nan handed over their essence stones. This is a superior grade essence stone. Fei-er, Luo Nan, you ran into 1,000-year-old baleful energy, the blue-clad old man said as he looked at the two in shock. Fei-er nodded and smiled. Right. Big brother Xiao Chen helped me and senior brother each find a strand of baleful energy. What? This time, the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man were even more shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. If they had not found out that the Black Lotus Church had placed a bounty on Xiao Chen's head, perhaps they could have let Xiao Chen off. For these 2 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful energy, the Tianyi sect would have to thank Xiao Chen properly. Xiao Chen looked at the blue-clad old man and said, "These are my essence stones. Seniors, please keep them well. I'll take my leave first." The blue-clad old man carefully put away the essence stones that Xiao Chen handed over. However, he did not seem to care. He smiled and said, "Young hero Xiao Chen, I really do not know how to repay this great favor. How about we return to the Tianyi sect together? At that time, I'll get the sect master to entertain us properly." Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that the Tianyi sect disciples on the fortress ship had already surrounded him without him realizing it, blocking his way out. That half-step primal core realm old man already placed his right hand on his sword hilt, storing up killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly in surprise. After the other party learned that he helped Fei-er and Luo Nan refine a strand of baleful energy, they still wanted to make a move on him. Killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. Chapter 1578. Xiao Chen repaid his kindness, only to receive such an ending. This was indeed somewhat disappointing. However, Xiao Chen had seen all sorts of people in his life, so his mental state did not fluctuate too much. Revealing a smile, Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the blue-clad old man and said, "Senior, are you planning to force me to stay?" Fei-er still did not know what was going on. She smiled and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about you go over? Our sect master is pretty nice." Luo Nan felt that something was not quite right. His expression changed in astonishment. "Brother Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. The situation is not right. My junior brothers are standing in the Tianyi sect's 9 sectors formation." Compared to Fei-er's naivety and kindness, Luo Nan would sometimes act foolishly because of her. However, Luo Nan was usually more observant. Although Luo Nan did not know what was going on, he immediately sent a voice projection to warn Xiao Chen after discovering that something was wrong. "Many thanks." Xiao Chen immediately felt gratified in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. However, only the young would not care so much about the pros and cons. "Master, martial uncle, since brother Xiao Chen is not willing to stay, then never mind. I'll go and send him off," Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. Luo Nan said with a smile as he squeezed in between the blue-clad old man and Xiao Chen. "Scram to the side. It is not your place to speak." The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side with a palm strike. The half-step primal core realm old man did not stand on ceremony, directly smacking Luo Nan to the side. The force was so great that a strong wind suddenly rose on the deck, whistling loudly. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Fei-er felt startled. She ran over worriedly and helped Luo Nan up. Fei-er turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" Fei-er turned her head and frowned. "Martial uncle, why did you hit him so heavily?" The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man did not even turn their heads. However, the blue-clad old man said coldly, "Luo Nan, watch your junior sister properly. Don't be a busybody." The atmosphere of the place instantly turned cold, as a murderous aura spread out. The 9 people behind him gripped their sword hilts at the same time, their killing intent firmly locked onto Xiao Chen. "Senior brother, what is Master trying to do? Fei asked, puzzled. It looks like he's going to make a move on Xiaochen. Why? Luo Nan smiled bitterly and said, who knows? It is probably just some benefits. Actually, it is easy to understand just by thinking about it. How could Master be so kind as to tell Xiaochen the location of Profound Een Island? He must have planned all of this beforehand. Luo Nan felt somewhat bitter in his heart. His martial uncle's palm strike was really merciless. It even broke his bones. The blue-clad old man looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, Xiaochen, you have to stay today even if you don't want to. It's not up to you. Xiaochen sneered, I, Xiaochen, have never seen a shameless person like you in my life. On account of Luo Nan and Fei I'll give you one last chance. Just obediently let me go, and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. When the blue-clad old man heard that, he guffawed. Is that so? I have never seen a youth as arrogant as you before. Let me ask you this, what right do you have to make me bear the consequences? As the blue-clad old man laughed maniacally, his aura burst forth. The aura of a minor primal core venerate pressed down on Xiaochen. The advantage of cultivation allowed his aura to look down on everyone present. Everyone felt a faint pressure, and they did not dare to resist it. The blue-clad old man looked like a king, unstoppable. Xiaochen, don't think that we do not know your background. We are spies in the Lotus Sect Temple. Our spies in the Lotus Sect Temple inadvertently learned that you are wanted by the Black Lotus Church. Now that the Black Lotus Church is after you, you are a street rat. To think that you still dare to be so arrogant. You must be tired of living. The half-step primal core venerate old man beside the blue-clad old man spoke maliciously as he glared at Xiaochen. The old man was extremely dissatisfied with Xiaochen's fearlessness and arrogance. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and said sullenly, so, that is the case. I was wondering what was going on. Why did the two of you become so bold all of a sudden? Xiaochen, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to my master. Just at this moment, Fei suddenly shouted at Xiaochen with a stern expression. Before Xiaochen could react, he saw Fei soar into the air and thrust her sword at Xiaochen. This sword strike was strangely fast, and it was very sudden. Xiaochen's timing was pretty good. However, there was no killing Qi at all, just a straightforward attack. However, the sword move was extremely chaotic, lacking any sharpness. Aside from speed, there was no other threat. Xiaochen moved back slightly. Then, he flicked his finger and knocked Fei's sword out of her hand. Big brother Xiaochen, just hold me hostage and leave. Master has always been very good to me. He will not make a move on me. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen could not make a choice. He could only grab Fei's neck with one hand. Junior sister. Luo Nan cried out in fear. His complexion paled somewhat as he felt a strange heartache. Fei, you don't have to do this. I can leave as well. I know. From the first time I saw Big Brother Xiaochen, I knew that Big Brother Xiaochen would never boast. I'm just worried about Master and Martial Uncle. How about this? After seeing Xiaochen's various performances on Profound Een Island, as well as his coldness and emotionlessness when he killed Feng Yun, Lu Mu, and the others, Fei knew that Xiaochen would not put on a show. He definitely had a trump card. Fei felt somewhat afraid. Fei worried about Xiaochen as well as her master and martial uncle. Right now, this was the best solution. At the very most, her master would punish her when she returned. As long as Big Brother Xiaochen, her master, and martial uncle were fine, it would be fine. Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless at Fei's kindness. After a while, he said, I promise you. Holding Fei hostage, Xiaochen retreated step by step. The Tianyi sect disciples behind him had no choice but to open up a path for him. Master, save me. The blue-clad old man raged in his heart. How could he not tell that Fei was being held hostage by Xiaochen on purpose? You unfilial bitch. This old man raised you for 10 years and treated you like my own daughter. In just one short month, you actually worked with someone else to cheat me. What use do I have for you? Upon seeing Fei Er's actions, the blue-clad old man became utterly enraged. Killing Chi spread out, and his figure flashed as he directly sent a palm strike forward. Boom! When the blue-clad old man sent out his palm strike, his body seemed to merge with space. As he moved forward, space compressed intensely. This put immense pressure on Xiao Chen and Fei Er. Being one with nature, the blue-clad old man's body seemed to merge with the surrounding space. As he raised his hand or raised his foot, he could compress space. This was a huge advantage that a primal core cultivator had over a veritable personage. The might of this palm strike did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. What exceeded Xiao Chen's expectations was that the blue-clad old man was deranged, losing all humanity. To think that the blue-clad old man would attack Fei Er. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. However, Luo Nan, whose heart had been on Fei Er from the start to the end, was not stunned. When Luo Nan saw danger, he did not even think, acting instinctively. Luo Nan leaped over from behind and shielded Fei Er in the time it took for a spark to fly. For the sake of receiving this palm strike, Luo Nan drained all his veritable essence energy, raising his speed to the limit. His defense was close to zero. Pu Ci. The instant the palm strike landed, Luo Nan vomited a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his chest broke, and his heart exploded on the spot. His internal organs all shattered. Luo Nan's life force vanished at a visible rate. Senior brother. Fei Er was so frightened that she started crying. Then, she struggled free of Xiao Chen's hand and hugged Luo Nan. Senior brother, why were you so silly? Fei Er hugged Luo Nan, feeling incredible pain. When she checked his injuries, she felt despair, and her tears flowed even more profusely. Junior sister, don't cry. It's fine as long as you are fine. Senior brother knows that you like heroes. However, I really can't do it. I've always been very, very weak. Senior brother, don't say anything. I don't know anything anymore. Don't say anything. Fei Er hugged Luo Nan tightly as if she could save him by doing so. No, there are some things that I need to say. Otherwise, I might not get another chance in this lifetime. I like you. I liked you from the first time I saw you. Back then, I did not really make junior sister angry. I just felt that I was not worthy of junior sister. Blood leaked out of Luo Nan's mouth continuously. However, he showed a smile on his face. This was his first time being so close to his junior sister. He was so close that he could hear her heartbeat, feel her warmth, and understand her worries. Perhaps that was enough. Xiao Chen's expression turned scarily cold. He raised his head to look at the stunned blue-clad old man and said coldly, sometimes, people really shouldn't be too kind, especially when facing beasts like you, who are even worse than dogs or pigs. You bastard. You are not qualified to scold me. Everything happened because of you. I'll kill you. The blue-clad old man roared somewhat crazily. It's all because of you. Whoosh. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura flew over. Before the 9 Tianyi sect disciples on the ship could react, a huge force pulled their bodies out. The Jiao snake opened its mouth and gulped, easily swallowing the 9 people. Then, it leaped onto the ship. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. You are a beast tamer. A huge shadow immediately encased the blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man. Sorry, I came too late. Profound Een Mountain is too big, so I was delayed for half a day. It's fine. You are not too late. Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. The Jiao snake roared and swung its tail. The blue-clad old man and the half-step primal core realm old man could not block it all. Pu Ci. The blue-clad old man vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. This was especially so for the half-step primal core realm old man. With this strike, he directly fell to the ground, his limbs and bones suffering from a huge impact. Chapter 1579. Whoosh. The Jiao snake opened its mouth, and the half-step primal core realm old man, who could not move in the first place, got sucked into its mouth. The sound of swallowing rang out as the Jiao snake directly swallowed the old man. Such a huge difference in strength was not something that could be made up for with skill or experience. Before the Jiao snake, the old man had no chance at all. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and stopped the Jiao snake, which was preparing to attack the blue-clad old man. "Brother Xiaoqun, don't kill me. I can agree to anything. I'll give you this ship and all the spirit jades on me." When the blue-clad old man saw this scene, he thought that he had a chance to live, so he immediately begged Xiaoqun for mercy. Xiaoqun revealed a disgusted expression as he said indifferently, "Fei did not let me hold you hostage to help me but to beg me to spare your life. Unfortunately, you old thing, you do not treasure it at all. Is there any use in begging now?" "What?" When the blue-clad old man heard that, he looked at Fei in disbelief. Who could have imagined that Fei would not even look at him, only hugging Luonan tightly? "Young hero Xiaoqun, please spare my life. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new person. Just take it as giving Fei some face. Fei help master and say a few words." The blue-clad old man was in a sorry state. He only wanted to live, so shameless that it made others want to vomit. "Do it, then," Xiaoqun said coldly. The Jiao snake roared and launched itself at the blue-clad old man. Whoosh! The blue-clad old man knew that he was no match for the Jiao snake. After he stood up, he fled in a panic. The Jiao snake turned into a flash of black light and quickly followed. One man and one snake entered the starry heavens. Xiaoqun did not continue watching. It was just a matter of time before the Jiao snake caught up to the blue-clad old man. "Big brother Xiaoqun, please save my senior brother. Please save him." Fei was already covered in tears. When she saw Xiaoqun walk over, she quickly said, "You definitely have a way, right? You definitely have a way." Xiaoqun remained silent, not daring to answer. He only said softly, "Let me take a look." "Yes. Senior brother, don't fall asleep. Big brother Xiaoqun will definitely save you." After a simple inspection of Luo Nan's injuries, Xiaoqun frowned heavily. Actually, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the life essence that Luo Nan's body slowly gave off and his increasingly pale complexion, Xiaoqun knew that he was on the verge of death. Xiaoqun had seen too many parting by death in his life. During the Kunlun demonic calamity, Xiaoqun would never forget the scenes of the Kunlun geniuses dying one by one. However, when looking at Luo Nan's current appearance, Xiaoqun still found it hard to remain calm. That blue-clad old man was truly ruthless. Xiaoqun showed no mercy at all. He had used his full power as a minor primal core realm cultivator to kill Fei back then. "Big brother Xiaoqun, how is it?" Fei looked at Xiaoqun in anticipation. Xiaoqun shook his head, indicating that there was nothing he could do. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were all shattered, especially his heart. However, this was not a problem. At this cultivation realm, the heart was no longer a vital point. The most important thing was that the blue-clad old man's palm strike had destroyed Luo Nan's dantian. This had already destroyed a cultivator's foundation, causing the physical body to lose its ability to recover. Unless there was a supreme method to help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. "Senior brother." When Fei heard that, she revealed a sorrowful expression and cried in pain. Luo Nan squeezed out a smile, wanting to console Fei. However, he found that he could not raise his hands. Fei quickly grabbed his hands and placed them on her cheeks. Xiaoqun entered deep thought. Then, he took out a medicinal pill from when he left the Blue Dragon Palace. This was one of the treasures that the item spirits left for him, the Blood Cloud Pill. No matter how severe the injuries were, it could heal them. However, it could not help Luo Nan reconstruct his dantian. It could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. It could only preserve Luo Nan's life for now, unable to truly save him. Even so, Xiaochen did not hesitate to let Luo Nan consume this precious blood cloud pill. This is the blood cloud pill. It can temporarily stabilize his injuries. When Senior Jiao Snake returns, I will think of a way with him. After consoling Fei Xiaochen left silently. Soon, the Jiao Snake's gargantuan body reappeared before Xiaochen. I already killed him. Xiaochen, what happened over there? The Jiao Snake asked in a whisper as it looked at Fei and Luo Nan, giving a simple explanation. Xiaochen gave a rough account of what happened earlier. Sorry, I really came too late. I went to find the profound Yin fruit for you, wanting to help you refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy as quickly as possible. Had I known, I would not have let that old thing die so easily. He is truly heartless. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt both rage and regret. Xiaochen thanked the Jiao Snake softly. Then, he asked, Senior, do you know if there are any natural treasures or medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms that can reconstruct the Dantian? I already used the blood cloud pill to stabilize his injuries. It should be able to delay for some time. Blood cloud pill? That is a holy pill of the dragon race. Even among holy pills, it is at the peak. At the crucial moment, it is equivalent to having an extra life. You are really willing to part with it. After the Jiao Snake heard that, it felt greatly shocked. Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, what's the point? His internal organs are all damaged from the inside out. The damage to his meridians is severe as well. His physical body's foundation is already damaged, and his Dantian is destroyed. Even the blood cloud pill cannot save him. We need to find a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can reconstruct the Dantian. The Jiao Snake thought for a while. After a while, it said, there are definitely medicinal pills that can reconstruct the Dantian in the Great Thousand Realms. I followed Pan Huang when I was young and saw some. However, I do not know how long the blood cloud pill can help him last. 1 month should be fine. In that case, bring him to Purple Sun City. That is the center of the Purple Sun region. There is the largest auction house and the largest market in the Purple Sun region. There is no lack of talented alchemists there. The experts of the other astral regions also come there. Purple Sun City, Xiaochen thought to himself twice. The next destination should be Purple Sun City, right? Since it was the center of the Purple Sun Great Realm, there should be a lot of information there. He should be able to find out something about Ancestor Dragon City and the dragon race. Whoosh! The Jiao Snake opened its mouth and spat out an azure-colored spirit fruit. A faint layer of frost covered the surface of the spirit fruit, exuding a cold qi. This is the profound Yin fruit. I specially found it for you. I fought with an old turtle for this profound Yin fruit, delaying me. Many thanks, Senior. After Xiaochen received it, he immediately felt that this profound Yin fruit was very valuable. The most important thing was that it could help him quickly refine the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. There is no need to be so polite with me. Since I have nothing to do, I'll send you off. Purple Sun City has a lot of people. I'm afraid that you will be at a disadvantage when you go there. That would be great. The Jiao Snake's figure continuously shrank, turning into a small snake and entering the ship's hold. Xiaochen turned his head back and glanced at Luo Nan and Fei who were still leaning on each other. Then, he sighed softly and returned to the ship's hold. Purple Sun City was a long journey. This ship happened to be ownerless, so it was best to use it as a means of transportation. Inside the ship's hold, Xiaochen continued chatting with the Jiao Snake. He still had many questions to ask the Jiao Snake. Since he had just arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, he could gain a lot of experience with a veteran around. Time slowly passed. The ship quickly flew towards Purple Sun City in the starry heavens. Purple Sun City was in the Purple Sun Great Realm. The ship traveled at full speed. Actually, 1 month was somewhat rushed. 4 days later, the ship flew past the profound light Great Realm. After another 4 or 5 Great Realms, it would reach the Purple Sun Great Realm. Xiaochen, who was doing his best to refine the 10,000-year-old baleful energy, was startled awake by Fei, who knocked on the door. Big Brother Shao Chen, there is a ship following us from a distance. An astral pirate ship? When traveling in the starry heavens, the thing one worried about the most was running into pirate ships. Such a ship following them from a distance was very likely a pirate ship. I'll go and take a look. Shao Chen followed Fei out to the top of the ship. He had already torn down the Tianyi Sect's banner by the side. From a distance, there was indeed the silhouette of a ship. However, it was at the limits of Shao Chen's vision, so he could not see it clearly. Heavenly eye. A divine eye quickly flew out from Shao Chen's forehead. After a while, everything on that ship appeared in his eyes. Black scimitar. It was indeed a pirate ship. When Shao Chen clearly saw the banner on the ship, he muttered to himself in surprise. Wasn't the Black Scimitar pirate group already destroyed? Chapter 1580. Big Brother Shao Chen, what should we do? This ship has been following us for at least 8 to 10 hours without changing direction. Fei said somewhat worriedly, I saw that Big Brother Shao Chen had been meditating, so I did not disturb you. Shao Chen smiled and consoled, it's fine. There's no need to worry. Just go and take care of Brother Luonan. I'll deal with this. Fei nodded obediently and silently withdrew. After Fei withdrew, the shrunken Jiao snake slithered to Shao Chen's shoulder and said softly, there's no need to be nervous. This is just a mediocre pirate group. The strongest is just an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. After all, the Jiao snake was one of the top 10 pirate groups near the profound light great realm. However, in the eyes of the Jiao snake, it was not a mediocre pirate group. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, I know. This Tianyi Sect's fortress ship is a little slow, and my cycle throne is not completed yet. Coincidentally, I can borrow this pirate ship to travel, saving me some time. I was thinking the same thing. There are strict standards for the construction of pirate ships. The Pirate Alliance has refining rooms, formation masters, and other strange people who study all sorts of pirate ships and provide them to the various pirate groups. When Shao Chen heard that, he asked somewhat interestedly, Pirate Alliance? Yes. This Purple Sun region is rather remote. Most of the great realms it governs do not have any major factions stationed there. Only Purple Sun's city is slightly more bustling. When you go there, you can see their branch. Interesting. Even the pirate groups have an open and above-board alliance. Haha. This great thousand realms is much more interesting than you imagine. You just entered and have not even seen the tip of the iceberg yet. When you reach Purple Sun City, you will be able to broaden your horizons. They're coming. As the two spoke, the Black Scimitar pirate ship caught up at an extremely fast speed. They are rather tactful, taking the initiative to stop when they see the Black Scimitar. The merchant ship in front, hand over 10,000 spirit jades, and this great lord will let you off. When the black-clad man on the pirate ship saw the fortress ship stop, he thought that the ship feared the Black Scimitar. He rejoiced in his heart and did not demand an exorbitant price. When Shao Chen heard this, he revealed a faint smile. It was still an old acquaintance. He had not expected that Shao Chen would make a comeback and obtain another big ship. 100,000 spiritual jades? It's not a lot. Come and get it. The burly man in black frowned slightly. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Captain, this person is really tactful. I'll go and retrieve the spirit jades, the pirate at the side said with a smile. What are you laughing at? Give me the boat and drive closer. The black-robed man was a bit annoyed. He ruthlessly knocked on this fellow's head, got up, and walked to the bow of the ship. When the ship came closer, they saw Shao Chen, dressed in white, at the top of the ship. The eyes of the burly man in black immediately popped out. Motherf ****. So it's you, you little bastard. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge into it yourself. Charge over and kill everyone on the ship. Don't touch the one in white, leave him for me. His memory of Xiao Chen was still fresh in his mind. His pirate ship had been dismantled while he was still alive. This made the burly man the laughing stock of the surrounding pirate groups. This was a great humiliation that he would never forget. "There's no need. I'll come over myself," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Then, he leaped into the air and flew towards the deck of the pirate ship. "Don't stop him. Let him come over." The black-robed man revealed a sinister smile as he placed his right hand on the saber on his back. "Come on. This old man will hack you to death with one saber strike." The black-robed man mocked in his heart. An insignificant essence stage cultivator dares to steal a ship single-handedly? I will definitely teach him a lesson today. Whoosh! The murderous intent in the black-robed man's eyes suddenly condensed. Before Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly drew his saber and hacked. Prediction. Given Xiao Chen's current speed, he would be struck by this saber light the instant he landed. The black saber light was like a terrifying gale, incredibly tyrannical. This was the black-robed man's signature move, Black Wind Flash. However, who could have imagined that when Xiao Chen landed, he would suddenly accelerate? Xiao Chen's body tilted slightly, looking like a streamlined ink flame tiger. Flames burned on his body. Xiao Chen's speed suddenly tripled. The black-robed man's berserk saber strike instantly broke the afterimage that Xiao Chen left behind. The remnant saber light shot out, eliciting miserable cries from the surrounding pirates. Xiao Chen turned around and drew his saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he also made a prediction. Whoosh! When the black-robed man's saber strike missed, he quickly changed his move and turned around to face Xiao Chen. A ghostly saber light suddenly appeared and sliced towards the black-robed man's neck. This startled the black-robed man into retreating frantically. His feet knocked over the railing, and he stumbled, nearly falling over. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and hugged the lunar shadow saber. Then, he looked at the black-robed man and said, "There is no need to kneel. I cannot accept such a big bow. I'll kneel to your mother." Xiao Chen's mockery was like adding oil to the fire. The black-robed man stood firmly and leaped up, hacking down at Xiao Chen's head. The black-robed man only had one thought in his mind, to kill Xiao Chen to vent the hatred in his heart. However, when the saber light arrived, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man with a trace of mockery. A trick? After all, this brat before the black-robed man had managed to turn the situation around by sending out many demon-toned bats for no reason. It was another ruthless person who had dismantled his pirate ship with his bare hands. He had to be careful. The black-robed man felt uncertain. He felt conflicted, and many openings appeared in his perfect saber technique. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and did not draw his saber. Xiao Chen struck the openings in his opponent's saber technique before launching a strong counterattack. He brandished his scabbard and flustered the black-robed man. The black-robed man moved back continuously. He could not bring out the advantage of his cultivation at all. "Damn you! How dare you toy with me?" After being toyed with by Xiao Chen, the black-robed man was enraged. He wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen. The black-robed man could no longer care about anything else. His aura suddenly surged. The aura of a primal core expert was completely unleashed, making the hearts of the surrounding pirates tremble and forcing them to retreat. The pressure on Xiao Chen increased significantly. He knew that the black-robed man was truly enraged and wanted to fight it out with him. Xiao Chen could not help entering deep thought. This black-robed man's strength is passable. However, his mental state is extremely weak. Xiao Chen shook his head and said softly to the Jiao snake. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not move this time, the black-robed man roared, "Damn you! You want to toy with me again? If this old man does not chop you to death this time, I will change my surname to yours." Bang! 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 The black-robed man ran over quickly. With every step, the pirate ship shook intensely. The hull of the ship rocked as if it was being tossed by monstrous waves in the sea. all the pirates on the ship could not stand still. Their bodies swayed left and right as they did their best to grab onto something. It looks like you are destined to change your surname to mine. Boom. The unremarkable little black snake on Xiao Chen's shoulder suddenly swelled up. The Jiao snake stood upright beside Xiao Chen. The aura of a late-stage major primal core expert spread out from the Jiao snake's body. A pair of scarlet eyes looked down coldly at the black-robed man from above. Pu Ci. The black-robed man's aura instantly crumbled. A strong sense of helplessness spread throughout his entire body. Before the Jiao snake's cold gaze, the black-robed man trembled and took the initiative to scatter this move. His body trembled in fear. Then, he directly fell to the ground and retreated continuously. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. The black-robed man revealed an expression of extreme horror. The berserk rage of the black-robed man seemed to be extinguished by a pool of ice water, replaced by boundless fear. This lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. To senior, no. To young hero, no. To big brother, I apologize. The black-robed man put down his saber and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Xiao Chen. There was an uncrossable chasm between a minor primal core cultivator and a major primal core cultivator. Furthermore, the black-robed man was only an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The Jiao snake, whose cultivation was infinitely close to the Cloud Sea realm, was like a god before the black-robed man, unable to exist at all. The Jiao snake could kill the black-robed man without any suspense, easily crushing him. Even if he did not want to, he had to kneel. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Get up. I already said that I cannot accept your kneeling. I can accept it, I can accept it. When Big Brother speaks, this lowly one will just kneel and listen." The black-robed man endured the humiliation as he spoke in a submissive voice. This person was someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Since he wanted to kneel, so be it. What is your name? This lowly one is Wang Suo. Good. Wang Suo, I'll tell you. This ship is mine now. You and your subordinates have to listen to me. Immediately change course and go to the Xiang Great Realm. Damn it. Wang Suo could not help cursing. Previously, Xiao Chen tore apart his ship. This time, he was even more ruthless, directly confiscating it. Xiao Chen looked at the other party, not saying anything. Big brother is right. This little brother will change the contract and transfer this ship. The black-robed man, Wang Suo, felt his heart bleeding. However, he had no choice but to submit. Why am I so unlucky? I ran into this jinx twice, each time worse than the last. Chapter 1581. Pirate ships have contracts? Xiao Chen felt suspicious. When he saw the contract, he confirmed that it was true. Every pirate ship was custom-made by the Pirate Alliance and had a special serial number. The Pirate Alliance had a record of the purchase. If one wanted to transfer it legally, the contractor had to take the initiative to do so. Xiao Chen held up the contract and looked through it. When he saw the last line, he read it out softly. All those who officially own a pirate ship will automatically become an honorable member of my Pirate Alliance. This cannot be reversed or withdrawn. Our journey is far from just the starry sea. This last line was written in an extremely unremarkable font. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. Wang Suo, what's up with this last line? The black-clad man smiled and said, "Big brother, call me Xiao Suo. I already said that I will take your surname." This last line. Only the Pirate Alliance controls the manufacturing of pirate ships. This is the symbol of pirates. Actually, there is no need for proof. With one look, others will recognize you as an astral pirate. Xiao Chen gave the black-clad man a suspicious look. Then, he turned his head to ask the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake said sullenly, "He is right. However, you are currently poor. It is fine for you to join this pirate alliance. It will not prevent you from joining other sects in the future. Being a pirate is a free profession in the first place. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. I will be protected by the Pirate Alliance? You are overthinking this. Look at that man. He is so cowardly. If he really has the Pirate Alliance's protection, how could he be so cowardly? However, there are still some other benefits. For example, some profound tools, secret manuals, and natural treasures of unknown origins can be sold quickly in the black market that the Pirate Alliance controls. The black market that they control is also one of the largest in the entire Great Thousand Realms. Given this, there was nothing wrong with joining this Pirate Alliance. Right now, he did not have any status. It would be fine to use the identity of a pirate to cover it up. Big brother, the moment I saw you, I knew you had the potential to be a pirate. You will definitely have a great future if you join the Pirate Alliance. I already took the initiative to remove my name from this contract. Big brother, just leave your name. The black-clad man praised sincerely when he thought about how Xiao Chen dismantled the ship with his bare hands. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen finally made his choice. He needed to rush to Purple Sun City as soon as possible. At the same time, he also needed an identity to deceive others. The moment Xiao Chen signed the contract, in the boundless starry sky, separated by thousands of great worlds. The primordial world, the most mysterious son of an era, you have finally appeared. A mysterious voice echoed in the gloomy black godly mountain. Countless black lotus flowers bloomed in the sky. Amidst the solemn and dignified atmosphere, there was a sinister aura. Each lotus had a vertical eye on it, emitting layers of Buddhist light. Immediately after, a gigantic Buddha statue appeared behind the owner of the voice. However, this Buddha statue was completely black. Amidst the solemn appearance, the eyes that looked at the people of the world were cold, without any warmth. A ball of black light burst forth from the ancestral Buddha statue and radiated outwards. The might of the Buddha filled the air, reaching its limit and burning into black flames. All the vertical eyes gathered together, forming a huge divine eye. Its gaze enveloped the mountain range within a radius of 10,000 miles. Then, it spread out towards the boundless starry sky. At that moment, everything in the great world where the black mountain range was fell silent, as if plunged into eternal darkness. At the same time, a small number of cloud sea powerhouses in the starry domains near the Purple Sun region vaguely caught some traces in the air. Inside the Black Mountain Range, an ancient Buddhist temple stood on every mountain range. Believers prostrated themselves on the ground along the mountain paths. Before this mysterious phenomenon, they prayed piously, not daring to show any disrespect. The sect venerate commands to summon the 4 protectors and 72 arhats. Within the dark and cold mountain range, a Buddhist voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. That voice reached the depths of every believer's soul, making them tremble. Right after the sect venerate spoke, the black flames burning in the sky suddenly extinguished, looking like resplendent fireworks that vanished in an instant. The boundless Buddhist might vanished. Black Lotus Secret Seal, Thousand Eyes Divine Eye. Master was injured by the Thunder Sound Temple's abbot 1,000 years ago and has been recuperating. Why did he spend so much effort to execute this supreme mystic ability this time? On a lone peak in the Black Mountain Range stood a handsome monk with a peaceful expression on his face. This monk wore white monk robes and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he muttered to himself. Whoosh! No one knew how this white-clad monk stood up. Suddenly, this white-clad monk appeared in a cultured and elegant manner on the main peak of the Black Mountain Range. His aura was peaceful and serene, cultured and elegant, simple and serene. This was a stark contrast to this mountain range shrouded in darkness all year round. Holding the Buddhist prayer beads in his right hand, the white-clad monk walked in step by step. At the end of the mountain path was an ancient Buddhist temple. Black statues lined both sides of the road in front of the temple as the white-clad monk walked over. 72 arhats wearing black kasayas stood on both sides of the temple with cold expressions. The white-clad monk knew that these 72 black-clad arhats were all major primal core realm cultivators. Furthermore, they were the cream of the crop among major primal core realm cultivators. Regular major primal core realm cultivators were not strong enough before them. Aside from these, there were 4 protectors in gorgeous clothes holding Buddhist staffs. These 4 protectors were even stronger, having already broken through the primal core realm to the cloud sea realm. They were super experts who could cultivate soul energy. Even in the core of the Great Thousand Realms, they could be considered experts. In the Grave Sea Cluster, where the Purple Sun region was, they could be considered peak experts. Wherever they went, they would be overlord-level existences. Holy Sun Ming-Xian. Upon seeing this white-clad monk, the 4 protectors bowed slightly and greeted him respectfully. After the 4 protectors bowed, the 72 arhats bowed in unison. Come in, then. The doors to the temple opened with a buzz. A Buddha statue stood on the countless steps in front of the temple. A weak-looking old man sat on a black lotus platform below the Buddha statue with his eyes closed. This old man was the Black Lotus Church's church master. He was the mastermind behind the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, someone that Shao Chen had to kill. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Black Lotus Church's church ancestor. In the dark hall, everyone respectfully bowed to the Black Lotus Church's church master. The lotus platform slowly rose, and the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at everyone below. Buddhist light flickered in his eyes. It was as if he could destroy everyone present with just a glance. Sect Ancestor, you spent so much effort to cast the Black Lotus Mystic Seal. Did you gather all of us here to discuss something important? Are we going to destroy a rank 3 sect and recruit more believers? With all the experts present together, they could easily annihilate a huge 3rd-grade sect. I want you to personally find a person and bring him back to me. The Black Lotus Church's church master said slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Everyone revealed flabbergasted expressions. They were slightly surprised, and their expressions were strange. For the sake of finding one person, they gathered nearly all the peak experts of the Black Lotus Church. Where did this person come from? The person I'm looking for is the reincarnation of the strongest expert of the immortal epoch. He possesses limitless potential. I need this person very much. The Black Lotus Church also needs this person. You have to find him for me. Do not be careless. The Black Lotus Church's church master's gaze sank, making everyone's hearts tremble as they felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Did you hear me? Yes, we did. Sensing the gravity of the Black Lotus Church's church master's words, no one dared to show any dissatisfied expression. Where is this person? The Black Lotus Church's church master remained silent for a long time before replying. He is in the Grave Sea Cluster. The 4 protectors, the group of arhats, and the Holy Sun Ming-Xian were all stupefied. The Grave Sea Cluster was astonishingly vast. The entire Grave Sea Cluster had hundreds of starfields similar to the Purple Sun region. If one searched every starfield, one would not be able to find it all even after several decades. Search the starfields near the Purple Sun region. I planted the Black Lotus mark on this person. As long as you get within a certain range of him, you will be able to sense it. The Black Lotus Church's church master felt somewhat tired. Even after executing the magic skill of the Thousand Eyes magic skill, he could not pinpoint Shao Chen, only a rough area. The Black Lotus Church's church master thought that Shao Chen definitely had a treasure that could cover up the Black Lotus mark. Left with no choice, the Black Lotus Church's church master could only get the 4 protectors, the 72 arhats, and his proud disciples to go out and search. After the Black Lotus Church's church master carefully explained, these arhats and protectors understood. This way, they could determine the general direction. Furthermore, this person had the Black Lotus mark on him, which greatly reduced the difficulty. That will be all, then. Make your preparations and depart the day after tomorrow. Holy Sun Ming-Xian, you can stay behind. The others can leave. After everyone left, the Black Lotus Church's church master looked at the Holy Sun Ming-Xian and said seriously, you must find it strange why I went to such great lengths to find such a person, right? Ming-Xian nodded and said, disciple does not understand. However, master's decision definitely has its reasons. The Black Lotus Church's church master looked at Ming-Xian, his eyes filled with anticipation. I'll tell you this. He has the demonic bone relic of my Black Lotus Church's founding ancestor. In his previous life, he used this demonic bone relic to successfully reincarnate. Do you understand now? The Holy Sun Ming Xian's expression changed drastically. Clearly, these words shocked him. Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely bring this person to master. Chapter 1582. The speed of the pirate ship had indeed increased significantly. Most importantly, there were sufficient crew members to operate the ship. This allowed the energy released by the formation to be fully utilized. In addition, the black-robed man was an experienced captain, so he was naturally much faster than the original ship. Xiao Chen's life didn't change much. With the help of the mysterious Yin grass, he quickly refined the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Now, his strength was improving every day. The effect of the mysterious Yin grass was amazing. At the very least, it sped up Xiao Chen's refinement of the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy by more than 3 times. Now, he might not even need a month. As a result, Xiao Chen had no choice but to start thinking about the yang baleful qi in advance. After refining 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, one had to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy as well. However, a fortuitous encounter like the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy was hard to come by in 1,000 years. It required too many coincidences. For this reason, Xiao Chen had no choice but to discuss it with the Jiao snake. After learning about Xiao Chen's purpose for coming, the Jiao snake said, 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. You had better not think about that. Being able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is already a great fortuitous encounter. Everything in the world was predetermined, and everything had its own conclusions. It's impossible for you to encounter another 10,000-year-old baleful yang. Xiao Chen nodded. I feel that it is impossible, too. Being able to obtain the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy is luck and Senior Jiao Snake's help. It was a coincidence that I encountered the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. It was even more of a coincidence that I met you. The Jiao Snake paused for a moment before saying, however, the cultivation of cultivators cannot always rely on coincidences. You were right to make plans for this matter. Xiao Chen looked at the Jiao Snake and said, given Senior Jiao Snake's experience, do you have any suggestions? The best way is naturally to join a sect. The outstanding talents of those sects will not worry about the baleful Yin and baleful Yang. The sect's old monsters will be running around looking for them. You can't compete in this, so you can only rely on external help. Senior, please elaborate. The Jiao Snake sighed and said in a deep voice, if it were an ordinary person, this matter would be very easy to resolve. However, the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy you absorbed must have a corresponding grade of baleful Yang energy. Lowering the standard is a little troublesome. However, I remember that Pan Huang obtained an alchemic recipe in the past. It recorded a method that could condense baleful Yang energy. Then, with the corresponding spirit herbs, one could refine the heavenly Yang pill. Sky Yang pill? Xiao Chen was confused. What did this pill have to do with the baleful Yang energy that he wanted to absorb? The Jiao Snake explained, this heavenly Yang pill can condense 100 strands of baleful Yin Yang. Think about it. If 100,000-year-old strands of baleful Yin Yang condense all their essence, would it be any weaker than 10,000-year-old baleful Yin Yang? Xiao Chen thought about it carefully and was shocked. Is there really such a pill? If that's true, then wouldn't the disciples of large sects be able to absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and 10,000-year-old baleful Yang energy at the perfected being realm? How strong would the sects be when they grow up? Xiao Chen had personally experienced the immense energy contained in 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. If everyone in a sect could build such a strong foundation at the perfected being realm, it would be unimaginably terrifying. The Jiao Snake shook its head and said, you are overthinking. Firstly, 1,000-year-old baleful Yin energy and baleful Yang energy are already very difficult to find. It is impossible for a sect to prepare one for every disciple. Secondly, not everyone can absorb 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. After all, some cultivators cannot even refine 2,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. That seems to make sense. There is still the most important point. What? Senior, you don't remember the alchemic recipe? I remember the alchemic recipe. A snake's memory is the best. You cannot compare to me in this aspect. Most importantly, the alchemist who created this alchemic recipe did not create the heavenly yin pill. Hence, many disciples who absorbed the heavenly yang pill exploded and died when they advanced to the primal core realm. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression change slightly, the Jiao snake continued. After that, this alchemic recipe became a forbidden medicine and was sealed away. Now, it should be completely lost. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior, please give me the alchemic recipe first. I'll make a decision after that. All right. Think about it carefully. This is the final step. If you really cannot do it, you can only force a portion of the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy out of your body. At that time, you will have a better choice. After obtaining the alchemic recipe, Xiao Chen walked out with a somewhat sullen expression. Captain, we are almost at the Purple Sun Great Realm. The moment Xiao Chen left the ship's hold, he ran into an excited black-clad man on the deck. Oh, I'll go and take a look. When Xiao Chen arrived at the bow of the ship, he looked out into the starry heavens ahead. There was a purple star that stood out from the other stars, giving off a strange light. With one glance, one could tell the difference in the vast starry heavens. That was the Purple Sun Great Realm. The current Great Realms were formed from the fragments of the Great Desolate Continent. Compared to stars, there was a unique field that existed in the Great Desolate Aeon, suitable for the reproduction of life and the birth of civilization. No matter how big a star was, without a field, there could not be a civilization. Only terrifying astral beasts could survive on it. Captain, we are about to pass through the field. The field of this Purple Sun Great Realm is rather strong. However, it is clearly not a problem for Captain. There was no need for the black-clad man to say anything. Xiao Chen could already feel it. As Xiao Chen's physical body passed through the field, the scene before him magnified continuously. It was like a sesame-sized painting magnified 1,000 times before his eyes. This was the first time Xiao Chen passed through such a field. It felt rather novel. At the same time, he also felt that the field that the black-clad man mentioned was rather strong. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to pass through it. After Xiao Chen passed through the field, the scene before him suddenly opened up. The air was fresh, much better than in the starry heavens. When Xiao Chen looked around, this Purple Sun Great Realm was a boundless continent. Most of the place was desolate and uninhabited. Only a city stood in the center of the continent. That should be Purple Sun City. Even from several million kilometers away, one could still clearly see the city's silhouette. One could easily imagine how grand and majestic the city was. Above his head was a patch of purple sky that seemed to never disperse, as if it would forever be squeezed together. Captain, let's go to the Pirate Alliance first. After traveling in the starry heavens for so long, this pirate ship needs to be tidied up, the black-clad man suggested excitedly to Xiao Chen. Get your subordinates to leave. Accompany me to another place. Oh. When the black-clad man heard that, he immediately became somewhat dispirited. What happened next made the black-clad man even more depressed. Xiao Chen got off the ship and summoned a black chariot. To think that Xiao Chen wanted the black-clad man to be the coachman. Big brother, look. I am a minor primal core realm expert, after all. Isn't it a little too? The black-clad man looked bleak as he looked at Xiao Chen, not willing to do this. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that this was fine. He took the reins and said, I'll do it, then. You are responsible for showing me the way and helping me find a larger tavern. All right, that's a good idea. Xiao Suo laughed loudly. However, he immediately felt a chill run through his body, scaring him into trembling. He quickly said, let me do it. How can I let Big Brother do such menial work for me? That Jiao snake is still around. Senior Jiao snake, there is no need to scare him like that. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Naturally, he knew that it was the Jiao snake's doing. It's fine. I can tell that this person is a talent. I'll help you tame him during this period so that you can use him in the future. That's right. With a helper, it would be much easier to handle many miscellaneous matters. With this thought, Xiaochen ignored the Jiao snake's actions and entered the cycle war chariot. Fei Er was doing her best to take care of Luo Nan. However, Luo Nan's complexion clearly weakened. That was the effect of the blood cloud pill. As time went by, its effects weakened. Seeing Xiaochen enter, Fei Er immediately said, "Big brother Xiaochen, you are here." Xiaochen nodded casually. Then, he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is he?" The worry on Fei Er's face did not fade away. She said softly, "Senior brother's mental state has been deteriorating over the past few days. He seems a little afraid." Luo Nan revealed a smile as he held Fei Er's hand. Then, he consoled, "Junior sister, I am already very satisfied with being able to live until now. These days have been the happiest days of my life." Then, Luo Nan turned his head and looked at Xiaochen. "Brother Xiaochen, I'm sorry. I really misunderstood you in the past. I am already very grateful to you for doing so much for me. I feel that I do not have much time left. Brother Xiaochen, please don't waste any more resources and time on me." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't overthink. Just because Fei Er calls me big brother, should help you to the end. Furthermore, without you protecting me, I would not have been able to absorb the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. Since you are already in Purple Sun City, don't overthink and rest well." Chapter 1583. Purple Sun City was the only large city in the Purple Sun Great Realm. It had millions of years of history, an extremely long history. The vast and majestic ancient city had experienced the baptism of countless years, but it still retained its ancient charm, extolling the ancient legends. On top of the city gate, there was an incomparably beautiful beast carved on top of the purple clouds. That was the legendary divine beast Golden Crow that was born from flames. When its wings unfolded, every single feather was glistening with a brilliant golden radiance. It was filled with an ancient aura. Long ago, it was said that this Purple Sun Great Realm was a stronghold of the Golden Crow race. Purple Sun City was built on the Golden Crow race remnant. Although the pure-blooded Golden Crows were extinct and the descendants of the Golden Crows were long gone. However, the native cultivators still worshipped the divine bird that was born in the flames. This was evident from the various symbols on Purple Sun City. Purple Sun City sat in the center of this continent, surrounded by boundless deserts with surging yellow sand. However, none of this affected the prosperity of the city in the slightest. This was because it was the center of the entire Purple Sun region. Countless people from the thousands of great realms of the Purple Sun region would come here every day. Most of the businesses in this city were trading. There were very few native cultivators in the Purple Sun Great Realm. Rumor had it that a rank 3 sect had existed here a long time ago. But later on, for some reason, it declined. It was attacked by everyone and destroyed in the tides of history. This made Purple Sun City a neutral city. Right now, only a few strong rank 2 sects had taken root in the vicinity of Purple Sun City, forming an equal footing. Most of the cultivators who came here were looking for something they fancied or to sell their treasures. This city was also the largest city in the entire Purple Sun region. The martial artists who came here were at least at the perfected being realm. From time to time, one could see primordial core realm supremacies. The city's environment was complicated, and there were people from all walks of life. Sometimes, a random person might be a peak major primal core expert. It would not be strange at all. At this moment, amidst the rolling yellow sands, a black horse carriage was galloping on the main road, leaving behind a trail of dust. Inside the carriage was naturally Xiao Chen and the other two. Warships like pirate ships had special docking points in Purple Sun City. They had already parted ways with Xiao Chen's group. There are so many experts. Xiao Chen had already walked out and sat beside Xiao Suo, observing the surroundings. Earlier, the two mutated beasts that brushed past Xiao Chen were both minor primal core cultivators. In the other great realms, it was not easy to see a primal core cultivator. Becoming a perfected master was already an expert. After advancing to the primal core realm, one would be a venerate, respected wherever they went. However, the rules in Purple Sun City were clearly going to change. Just as the cycle war chariot was about to enter the city gates, two figures descended from the sky and blocked the chariot. Xiao Suo pulled the reins fiercely, his face filled with anger. Sizing up the two people in front of him, they were two middle-aged men. One of them had a thick killing intent on his face, while the other had an evil smile on his face. Clearly, he was up to no good. Big brother, the vicinity of Purple Sun City has always been very chaotic. There are often blind people looking for pushovers to collect tolls. Xiao Chen found this strange. These two people are only half-step primal core cultivators, yet they dare to target you? How would I know? There are always people who do not care about their lives in this day and age. The black-clad man, Xiao Suo, expressed his confusion. Xiao Chen sized up the black-clad man and somewhat understood. Xiao Suo was covered in dust along the way, and he withdrew his aura. It looked like he had completely integrated into the role of a coachman. The former pirate leader had turned into a coachman and was directly ignored by others. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot did not have any insignia, even looking somewhat crude. Hence, he was treated as a pushover. In reality, that was indeed the case. The taller and skinnier of the two men blocking the chariot looked at Xiao Chen and said, "How many people are in the chariot?" "Everyone has to hand over 100 spirit jades. Otherwise, you can forget about entering Purple Sun City alive." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This Purple Sun City is an ownerless city, a neutral land where people can come and go as they please. Since when do we need to pay spirit jades? Why all the nonsense? Are you going to hand it over or not? Just say the word." The person who spoke looked at Xiao Chen with displeasure on his face, showing no patience at all. Not handing it over, Xiao Chen replied decisively. "Are you sure?" The taller, skinnier man smiled coldly. Purple Sun City was a chaotic place with many experts. However, not all of them were experts. Every day, there would be veritable personages like Xiao Chen passing through the field and entering the Purple Sun Great Realm, the targets of their plunder. Those who could come to Purple Sun City were either here to buy treasures or to sell them. These people all had some wealth. If this was not good, they would just kill them and snatch them. You'd best consider it. 100 spirit jades for a life. This is an easy debt to settle, the azure-clad man surging with killing chi at the side said coldly. "Consider it my ass. To think that you are trying to rob me, your grandfather. Kneel." During this period, Xiao Suo had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he was forced to be a coachman, he felt extremely upset. Now that someone blocked his way and tried to rob him, he completely erupted. Xiao Suo grasped the horsewhip and suddenly stood up. The aura of a primal core realm expert burst out. The two middle-aged men who tried to rob him were instantly frightened to death. They had not expected this unremarkable coachman, who was covered in dust, to be a minor primal core realm expert. Trying to run? It's too late. Xiao Suo smiled coldly and swung his whip. The two half-step primal core realm cultivators got chopped in half at the waist. They were not even on the same level. Xiao Suo leaped off the chariot and searched the corpses. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the two before walking back happily. "It's an old habit. I can't change it. Big brother, sorry for the embarrassment. Let's go." After killing the two, Xiao Suo was in a good mood. He drove the cycle war chariot straight into Purple Sun City. Only then did the onlookers startle to their senses, exclaiming softly, "What a mysterious chariot. There is no sect symbol on it, but the coachman is actually a primal core venerate. What is the background of that white-clad youth? This is really grand. Even a rank 2 sect disciple would not receive such treatment." That is right. Even in a rank 2 sect, a primal core realm expert is a martial uncle. How could he be a coachman for a disciple? That might not be the case. If it were the top disciple of a rank 2 sect, he would definitely receive such treatment. Could this white-clad person be the top disciple of a sect? However, he does not look like it. Although the black-clothed man had killed 2 people with 1 whip strike, everyone's focus was on Xiao Chen. Clearly, a coachman was already so strong. The identity of the white-clad person had to be even more incredible. Could that white-clad person be the Ice Snow Sword? A few figures below the city gates, 2 men and 1 woman, watched as the cycle war chariot entered the city gates. The one who spoke was the woman among them. The 3 of them had arrived long ago. However, they happened to see the earlier scene, so they stopped to watch the commotion. Who could have imagined that they would see such a shocking scene? That should not be the case. Although the Ice Snow Sword is also dressed in white, he has always been a loner. He is very proud and arrogant. He does not even think highly of his fellow sect members of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is about to begin. The elite disciples of the rank 2 sects near Purple Sun City will definitely come to join in the excitement. This person might be a descendant of one of the elders of one of the sections. Unable to figure out Xiao Chen's identity, the 3 paused for a while before following the crowd into Purple Sun City. Chapter 1584. Most of the sects in the Purple Sun region were rank 1 sects like the Tianyi sect. Only a few of the stronger sects had Cloud Sea cultivators. As for the weaker sects, they did not have Cloud Sea cultivators. Rank 2 sects needed at least 2 early-stage Cloud Sea cultivators. Otherwise, the reputation of the sect would be in danger of falling off at any time. There was a total of 3 rank 2 sects in the Purple Sun region. They were rooted in the vicinity of Purple Sun City. Of course, that was only in relative terms. They were still rather far away. The 3 rank 2 sects were like the overlords of the Purple Sun region. Only they were qualified to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm. If the other sects wanted to establish their headquarters in the Purple Sun Great Realm, they needed the strength of a rank 2 sect. Otherwise, their sect could be destroyed at any time. Setting up a sect around Purple Sun City would bring huge benefits. Xiao Chen could not just casually give them away. Of course, in the vicinity of the city, there were still a lot of small forces that didn't make much of a difference. Due to the large number of these factions, the strength of each faction was different. There were all sorts of people. The 3 rank 2 sects could not be bothered with them, nor did they have the energy to do so. This was because it would not affect their fundamental benefits. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, one of the 3 rank 2 sections. Although he was not the top true inheritor, he had become famous in the past few years, rising extremely quickly in the entire Purple Sun region. Luo Feng's sword had reached perfection. According to rumor, he had killed many early-stage minor primal core older generation cultivators while he was only a half-step primal core cultivator. Now that he had advanced to the minor primal core realm, he was only 1 step away. His strength was probably even more incredible. Furthermore, Luo Feng was vicious and ruthless. He was a loner and had a prideful nature. Furthermore, he comprehended a sword soul half a year ago. His reputation caught up to that of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's top disciple. Luo Feng always wore white and gave off an extraordinary air. Hence, people misunderstood Xiao Chen as the Ice Snow Sword. Aside from the Ice Snow Sword, the other 2 rank 2 sects, the Burning Moon sect and the Wind Chasing sect, also had 2 new talents who were as famous as the Ice Snow Sword. However, these 2 were not as unique as Luo Feng. They did not obtain the Ice Snow Sword's codename like Luo Feng. From a certain point of view, being able to obtain this code name was an acknowledgement of Luo Feng's strength. The largest restaurant in Purple Sun City was Leisure Cloud Restaurant. Most of the cultivators who came to Purple Sun City would come here for a drink. Most importantly, this place had a lot of people. Not only could one obtain the latest and fastest news, but there were also many scattered martial artists setting up stalls on the 3rd floor. It could be considered a relatively famous market. Many people, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, would go up and take a stroll. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked in on the floor paved with top-notch nanmu. The noisy restaurant instantly quieted down. It was as if even the air had become much colder. So cold. What a sharp sword intent. Many people focused their gazes on the entrance of the restaurant. They saw a black-haired man dressed in white walking in unhurriedly with a sword in his hand. This person did not have much of an aura of nobility on him, he was just ordinary. His temperament seemed to be somewhat similar to that of Xiao Qin. The only difference was that this person did not withdraw his sword intent. The ancient sword that this person held in his left hand also gave off the feeling that it would be unsheathed at any moment. After such a person entered, the hall and the second floor of the restaurant fell silent. There was no reason for this other than the frightening sword intent that this person gave off. When this person looked at him, he gave off the feeling of a cold and aloof sword stuck in the vast white snow. The white-clad youth casually swept his gaze around the restaurant. Immediately, everyone that he looked at felt like a sword's edge flashed before their eyes. The people that he looked at quickly lowered their heads, avoiding this sharp gaze. Suddenly, the white-robed young man stopped in his tracks. His gaze landed on another young man who was also dressed in white. This person did not avoid the white-clad youth's gaze. After taking a glance, he casually picked up a wine cup and started drinking. Bladesman? Swordsman? The white-clad swordsman could only vaguely feel the sharpness of the other party. However, he could not confirm the other party's identity. After a while, the white-clad swordsman's lips curled up in a mocking smile. What a coward. To think that he does not even have the courage to compete with me. Shaking his head, the white-clad swordsman found a place to sit. The oppressive atmosphere of the restaurant calmed down. Xiao Suo, do you know this person? Naturally, the one that the white-clad swordsman noticed was Xiao Qin. After the group passed the city gates, they headed straight for Idle Cloud Restaurant. They had not eaten a good meal in a long time. Naturally, they had to eat and drink their fill, enjoy themselves, and rest. Xiao Suo put down his wine cup and said, he should be the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He is a disciple of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 2 sect. I heard that he is very strong. Of course, he is nothing compared to Big Brother. Xiao Suo Feng habitually praised Xiao Chen at the end of his sentence. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. This Ice Snow Sword was indeed very strong. In the Great Thousand Realms, there were no cultivation bottlenecks like in the Kunlun realm. Everyone focused on raising their cultivation. Those who could comprehend a sword's soul and a domain could be considered very talented. This person's sword intent already condensed a soul. Furthermore, it reached a 60% comprehended sword soul, which was pretty good. However, it was just a so-so. Compared to a swordsman like Chu Chaoyun, who comprehended the sword Dao's great Dao energy, Xiao Suo Feng could not compare. Of course, with Chu Chaoyun's current cultivation, he definitely could not compare to the other party. If not for Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter, refining the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, it would be hard to say who would win if the two fought. However, as time went by, Xiao Chen believed that Chu Chaoyun would continuously grow. In this Great Thousand Realms, the other party would be like a fish in water, improving at a startling rate. Interesting. You are just a carriage driver, and you actually dare to evaluate our Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Ice Snow Sword. Are you tired of living? Just at this moment, a voice came from a neighboring table. That voice looked mockingly at the travel-worn, crudely dressed Xiao Suo. There were 2 men and 2 women at that table. The one who spoke was an alluring woman. As she looked at Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo, she smiled coldly and said, do you think that you can compare to the Ice Snow Sword just by wearing white clothes? Where did this country bumpkin come from? How ignorant. Although our second senior brother is not the top disciple of the sect, when considering the entire Purple Sun region, his talent in the sword Dao is definitely among the best. His talent in swordsmanship can definitely be considered one of the best. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you're ugly, but are your eyes growing on your butt? As Xiao Chen held up his wine cup, he did his best not to laugh. This Xiao Suo was really unlucky. When Xiao Suo entered the city, he was robbed. When he entered a restaurant to eat, he casually said something and got scolded by a young lady. This alluring woman clearly worshipped the ice snow sword in the ice snow mountain manner and could not tolerate any dust on it. Ignore her. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xiao Suo had no choice but to sit back down and drink his wine. However, Xiao Suo could not suppress the rage in his heart. He crushed the wine cup in his hand. He was an astral sea pirate with a fiery temper. Even Xiao Chen did not submit to him. If the Jiao snake had intimidated him, he would not have listened to Xiao Chen at all. Normally, Xiao Suo would have drawn his saber and chopped someone down. As Xiao Suo raged, the strong aura of a primal core cultivator spread out, startling the 4 people at the neighboring table. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed like an aurora, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Suo stretched out his hand and caught this flash of sword light. The sword light contained a cup of wine. The people in the restaurant immediately exclaimed. It was the ice snow sword. He made a move. What a fast sword light. It truly lived up to being the ice snow sword. Most of the people in the restaurant did not see how the ice snow sword made his move. This venerate, this is my junior sister. I spoke rudely, so I'll treat you to a cup of wine as an apology. I'll punish myself with a cup first. After draining the wine, the ice snow sword stood up and looked at Xiao Suo. Then, he said, however, I, the ice snow sword, am not someone that just anyone can talk about. Although you are a minor primal core venerate, you are not qualified. How arrogant! Exclamations came from the restaurant. Unexpectedly, this ice snow sword really dared to challenge a minor primal core venerate. It looked like the rumor of the ice snow sword killing a minor primal core venerate was true. After I drink this cup of wine, I'll take it as nothing happened, the ice snow sword said, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Suo. The 4 people seated next to him, who were initially frightened, immediately regained their courage. This was especially so for that alluring woman. As she looked at the ice snow sword, her eyes sparkled. The ice snow mountain manor, the ice snow sword. Xiao Chen muttered this name in his heart. Then, he completely forgot about it. He had seen many of such people. They were arrogant, and thought highly of themselves. They were extremely arrogant. However, the entire Purple Sun region was just an average-sized astral region in the Grave Sea Cluster. The Grave Sea Cluster could not be considered the core of the entire Great Thousand Realms. Where did this arrogance come from, to be so arrogant? Although Xiao Chen was not as old as Xiao Suo, his mental state was much higher than that of this group of people. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this ice snow sword was just a dancing clown. He did not even need to remember his name. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, not changing at all. Then, he said indifferently, drink, then. Xiao Suo revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. However, since Xiao Chen said so, he still drank all the wine in his cup. Chapter 1585. Xiao Chen knew that right now, his main goal was to save Luo Nan. Don't let me catch a chance. Let's see if you can still smile when the time comes. The blade was extremely sharp. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it was a pretty good sword. Xiao Chen's heart trembled. Unexpectedly, the other party could tell that this was the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. Most of the profound tools sold in this market were inferior grade or medial grade. Superior grade profound tools were rare. As for peak treasure tools like the Blue Dragon Divine Wings, there were practically none. It's fine. Just stroll around. Just let me know if there is anything you like. The stall owner seemed to fear that Xiao Chen would go back on his word. He quickly took the spirit jades from Xiao Chen and carefully put them away. Then, he quickly delivered the sword to Fei. In the Kunlun realm, the lunar shadow saber was a transcendent divine weapon. In this world, it was also a peak superior grade profound tool, not yet a treasure tool. Alright, let me take a look. The sword in Fei Er's hand was only an inferior grade profound tool. She had wanted to change it long ago. However, treasure tools were already extremely rare and expensive. Even a major primal core venerate might not be able to purchase a treasure tool to their liking. Luo Nan did not want Xiaoqun to spend money, so he only took a quick look and did not express his opinion. On the other hand, Fei was in high spirits. She wanted to buy a sword, a medial-grade profound tool. I'll help you, then. The ice snow sword Lu Mu smiled coldly and ignored Xiaoqun's group. So what if he is a minor primal core venerate? Before senior brother Luo Feng, he still has to be obedient. After being stunned for a while, Lu Mu said, "This young master is really generous." As Xiaoqun received the invitation, a melancholic voice rang out in his ears. Xiaoqun had not noticed it earlier. Now that he carefully sized up this old man, he discovered that this old man looked ordinary on the surface. However, his eyes were spirited, and a clump of flames blazed in the depths of his eyes. The onlookers in the restaurant were all shocked. To think that the ice snow sword Luo Feng's aura could suppress a minor primal core cultivator. The aged old man, the handsome and elegant young master, the charming and alluring young woman, the pure and cute young girl, and the sloppy old man. At least you are sensible. In the future, remember not to casually mention my name, Luo Feng, in Purple Sun City. Otherwise, even if you're a small origin core realm expert, I'll still teach you a lesson. The Jiao snake hidden in the immortal spirit ring nodded to itself. Such a mental state is truly rare. Above profound level weapons, there were treasured weapons. At this moment, Xiaoqun was in a great mood. He had suddenly turned from a poor man to a rich man. How could he not be happy? The enchanting young lady glanced at Xiao Suo with a pleased expression as she spoke in an incomparably ear-piercing voice. Xiaoqun said indifferently, "It looks like you only have this much confidence. If we really fight, you are definitely not a match for me." There was no need to even mention medial-grade spirit jades. Most of the time, people would carry a few on them at all times, using them for emergencies. The stall was set up very casually. At this moment, she was standing in front of a stall, playing with a blood-red longsword. This was a fire-attributed longsword, a medial-grade profound tool. Not only did it look exquisite, but one medial-grade spirit jade could be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade spirit jades. However, no one would trade for such a thing. The old man at the stall received the list with a smile. Then, he casually read, fish yang grass, white flame flower, fire cloud fruit, dragon transformation night. These are all extremely strong yang attributed herbs. This fellow. Seeing Xiaoqun so calm made the ice snow sword feel very upset for some reason. It was like the other party did not care about him at all. The might of a treasure tool was extremely horrifying. Even major primal core cultivators could not completely control it. As Xiaoqun spoke calmly, Xiao Suo had no choice but to swallow his anger, drinking cup after cup to drown his sorrows. Luo Nan and Fei showed shocked expressions. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqun easily took out 200 medial-grade spirit jades. This somewhat startled Xiaoqun. The value of spirit jades seemed somewhat low. After Fei explained, she asked, "Big brother Xiaoqun, did you get it wrong?" Fei quickly said, "Senior brother, I will take care of you for life." Luo Nan forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak and do not have much strength. I'm afraid that even if I treat you, you will only be a cripple in the future. Cut the crap. Eat and drink." After haggling for a while, Fei bought the sword for 20,000 spirit jades. Xiaoqun smiled and said, "Did you hear that? With such a junior sister, why are you sighing? Be happier. Come, let's go to the 3rd floor. I remember that you use swords, right? I'll get you a good sword. When you recover, you can use it." "Big brother, I have never felt so vexed before. This fellow is too cocky. No matter how powerful he is, if I really fight him, I will have a 50-50 chance of winning." When one drained their veritable essence energy during a big battle, they could quickly recover most of their veritable essence energy by absorbing a medial-grade spirit jade. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually dealt with this sharpness. Then, he casually turned his head and drained the wine in his cup. At the stall, Xiao Chen saw many cultivators selling profound tools, all sorts of weapons. Xiao Chen took out his spirit jades and handed them to the other party. How can I accept this? After 3 rounds of wine, Xiao Chen paid the bill. Then, he looked at Luo Nan and asked, "How is your body?" The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he saw the spirit jades that Xiao Chen handed over, his eyes immediately lit up with a fervent light. Medial-grade spirit jades. Given this, although Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine wings were replicas, they were indeed rather precious. When the 4 people at the neighboring table saw Xiao Suo drink that cup of wine under the pressure of the ice snow sword, Luo Feng, they immediately rejoiced. Back in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen already knew that the secret treasures of the Great Thousand Realms were known as profound tools. The group went straight to the 3rd floor. As for superior-grade spirit jades, they were priceless treasures in the first place. They could only be exchanged for with treasures of equal value. This was not a matter of bravado. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. How can I take back something that I gave away? Senior, there is no need to mind it." When Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the ice snow sword, he happened to meet the other party's gaze. The other party's gaze was as sharp as a knife, radiating boundless pressure. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. When he looked at the old man again, his expression changed slightly. "Old sir, please take a look at this list. Is there any way to help me obtain the herbs in it?" This old man was either an extremely skilled refiner or a strong alchemist. Xiao Suo said in a low voice, feeling aggrieved. Of course, Xiao Chen could still sense it from his lunar shadow saber. "Did I get it wrong? More than 200. Young man, this old man is sorry for taking advantage of you. Here is a VIP invitation from the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If you go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion tonight, not only can you use this VIP invitation to enter the VIP rooms, but you can also get a 10% discount on the auction items." The ice snow sword said coldly in his heart. "Oh no, I still lack some spirit jades." Fei counted in her spatial ring and discovered that she was still short a few hundred spirit jades. As the old man continued looking, his expression changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Chen gravely and asked, "Are you still short 100 strands of 1,000-year-old baleful yang qi?" 50-50. With 2 million spirit jades, wouldn't that mean that he could only buy 200 medial-grade profound weapons and only a few dozen superior-grade profound weapons? In that case, he would really be a poor man. However, he had already gained the upper hand in the earlier scene. There was no reason or opportunity for him to get angry. The 3rd floor of Idle Cloud Restaurant was very noisy with people coming and going. There were all sorts of people on the 3rd floor. Ordinary spirit jades were already extremely difficult to produce, be it for cultivation, setting up formations, refining medicinal pills or refining profound weapons. Spirit jades were extremely valuable and could be used to lay formations, refine medicinal pills, or refine treasures. The matter of the ice snow sword did not affect Xiao Chen's mood at all, nor did it destroy his mental state. The stall owner was a white-haired old man. When he heard Xiao Chen's question, he asked, "Young man, you really got it wrong. In that case, can this old man use something else to exchange for your medial-grade spirit jades?" "Big brother, this old man is not simple. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction tonight is an annual large-scale auction. The entire city will be watching, and it will be hard to get a ticket. What more a VIP invitation? Even someone like the ice snow sword might not be able to get one. How much do you lack?" No wonder the Blue Dragon Palace's old dragon horse said that although there were not many spirit jades, their quality was rather high. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out a list of ingredients. There were many different herbs recorded on it. These were all supplementary herbs for refining the heavenly yang pill. They were extremely rare and hard to find. Chapter 1586. Xiao Chen composed himself. His expression did not change as he said in a deep voice, "Senior, a sage really does not reveal his true appearance. I have long heard that there are many experts in Purple Sun City. Indeed, the rumors are true. The stall owner looked a little excited and said with a smile, an expert? Not really. May I ask if young master has the pill recipe for the Sky Yang pill? Xiao Chen nodded. That's right. I have the pill recipe. What advice does senior have? All right, as long as you lend me the pill recipe. I will help you obtain all the supplementary herbs on the list. Furthermore, I will help you find a way to purchase the 1,000-year-old baleful yang energy. I will also give you spirit jades. The white-haired old man appeared to be exceptionally excited as he anxiously said. It was clearly wrong to be in such a hurry during a negotiation. If he exposed his bottom line too early, he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by those who were black-hearted. Looking at the white-haired old man's appearance, he did not seem to be an impatient person. It could only be said that he really wanted the Sky Yang pill's alchemic formula. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He did not let the other party's conditions get to his head. He said calmly, I do not lack spirit jades. I can let this old man take a look at the alchemic recipe. I only ask senior to help me. If I can do it, I'm willing to give the pill formula to senior, and I'll also promise senior one condition. What is it? Tell me. Xiao Chen pointed to Luo Nan and said, Senior, please take the pulse of this friend of mine. Alchemists were not doctors. However, most alchemists would know some medical skills. The white-haired old man took a step forward and examined it. Then, he frowned. What a vicious method. This injury should have been fatal and irreversible. However, it was forcibly suppressed by a saint pill. It should be a top-grade saint pill, the blood cloud pill. However, this medicine can only last for 7 days at most. After 7 days, your friend will. When Fei heard this, her expression immediately changed. She said hurriedly, Senior, please save my senior brother. On the other hand, Luo Nan's expression did not change. His experiences during this period had made him very open-minded about life and death. However, his heart still ached when he saw Fei, sad. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped Fei. Let senior finish. The white-haired old man continued, if there is a medicinal pill that can reconstruct the Dantian, the blood cloud pill's effects will be completely unleashed, and there will be no danger to your life. After letting go of Luo Nan's hand, the white-haired old man looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know what you want me to help you with. I remember that my friend has a medicinal pill recipe for reconstructing the Dantian. 3 days later, we'll meet here and I'll give you what you need. The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone revealed expressions of joy. This trip to Purple Sun City was worth it. Alright, it's a deal then. 3 days later, I will hand over the pill formula for the Sky Sun pill as promised. The white-haired old man narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he said sincerely, it has been a long time since I saw a young man as generous as you. You do not care about trifles and do not covet small benefits. What's hard is to be loyal to your friends. This old man's family name is Lu. Those who know me in the Purple Sun region will address me as Senior Lu, a dabbler in alchemy. May I know your name? If there's a chance in the future, we can chat more. By introducing himself, Senior Lu was trying to befriend Xiao Chen. There was no fear of having too many friends when one was outside. Xiao Chen said, I am Xiao Chen. My family name is Xiao, and my family name is Chen. If there is a chance, I will definitely chat with Senior Lu. Ha ha ha. There will definitely be a chance. Don't waste the VIP letter I gave you. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction is considered a grand occasion. Senior Lu was in a good mood. After laughing loudly, he packed up his stall and left. After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen was in a good mood. He looked at the VIP letter in his hand. He raised his head and said, Xiao Sua, you know where this Purple Cloud Pavilion is, right? Of course, I know. After all, I have been here 3 times. Lead the way, then. You did pretty well today. At that time, you can choose whatever you like. I'll bid for it for you. Without Xiao Suo's reminder, Xiao Chen would not have discovered this hidden expert. Helping him bid for a treasure was worth it. Haha. Big brother, you are my biological elder brother. That's it, then. Don't ever go back on your word. Xiao Suo nearly jumped up in joy, feeling incredibly excited. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction would last for 2 days. Only 20 treasures would be auctioned each day. Every item would be carefully selected and extremely valuable. Most of the people who went could only be spectators. As the guests were too wealthy, every auction item would eventually fetch a sky-high price. After Xiao Chen understood this, he did not regret it. Instead, he became even more interested. Xiao Chen had 2 million spirit jades on him, so he was not worried at all. If converted to inferior grade spirit jades, that would be more than 200 million spirit jades. The old dragon horse did not say much humbly. However, Xiao Chen now discovered that, at least in the Purple Sun region, he was definitely rich and overbearing. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 great trading grounds of Purple Sun City. It occupied several kilometers of land, looking very grand and imposing. Purple Sun City's accumulations were extremely deep. Long ago, it was the stronghold of the Golden Crow race. In terms of accumulations, this city was even deeper than any sect in the Purple Sun region. Occasionally, strange treasures would appear. No one found this strange. Most of the people who obtained a strange treasure would choose the trading pavilion to entrust it anonymously to the trading ground. Large-scale trading grounds had good reputations and were safe and reliable. They were many people's first choice. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was such a large-scale trading ground. Naturally, its annual large-scale auction was a grand event. That was why the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, was here. Soon, Xiao Suo led the way to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Suddenly, a scorching berserk aura came from behind. The cultivators in front scattered in all directions, immediately turning the place chaotic. What a tyrannical aura! It's the Burning Moon sect's strongest new talent, Yen Xian. Many startled cries came from the crowd. Many people looked behind them. They saw a group of figures walking over from there. The person leading them exuded a berserk aura from head to toe, scorching, cold, and arrogant. This was the strongest new talent of the Burning Moon sect, one of the Purple Sun Great Realm's 3 rank 2 sects, Yen Xian. Xiao Chen looked in the direction the crowd pointed. When he saw Yen Xian, he was slightly stunned. This person and the Ice Snow Sword were practically polar opposites. However, they had one thing in common: they were both extremely proud, arrogant, and conceited. Thinking about it, this had something to do with the rank 2 sects being the overlords of the Purple Sun region. These rank 2 sects were strong in the first place. Furthermore, their sects were strong. Who would dare to offend them? As Yen Xian walked over, the people at the side made way. Soon, he arrived at Xiao Chen's group. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Were these people stupid? To think that they did not make way for Yen Xian. Yen Xian frowned, and a berserk fiery aura flew towards Xiao Chen's group of 4. The air immediately turned unbearably hot. Without needing Xiao Chen to make a move, Xiao Suo spread out his aura and scattered the fiery aura. Venerate? Yen Xian entered deep thought. Then, he said coldly, "Just because you are a venerate, you think you can block my path?" After dealing with Luo Nan's matter, Xiao Chen no longer had any qualms. However, he did not want to cause trouble either. Xiao Chen patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and walked to the side, taking the initiative to make way. Humph. Snorting coldly, Yen Xian led his junior brothers over with large strides. The people following behind Yen Xian all showed cocky expressions. In this Purple Sun City, they, the Burning Moon sect disciples, had never feared anyone. "Little girl, you look pretty good." As a disciple was about to walk past Fei he stretched out his hand to touch her face. This startled Fei causing her expression to change drastically. Luo Nan also felt incredibly frustrated. Ah! However, before the two could do anything, they heard a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen directly tore off the arm of the person who stretched out his hand. Then, Xiao Chen casually tossed the arm into the air. Bang! It exploded into a shower of blood. With this, there was no hope of reconnecting the arm. How dare you injure my junior brother? Yan Xian turned around, enraged. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I have seen too many deaths in the past few years, so my temper has improved. However, there are some reverse scales. Once you touch them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Senior brother, you have to seek justice for me. For no reason or cause, you tore off one of my arms. That person with the severed arm showed a pained expression. To think that the guilty party was the first to complain. For no reason or cause? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, Are the people of the Burning Moon sect all so shameless? You! To think that you dare to say that I am shameless. If not for you sneak attacking me, given my strength, how could I have torn off an arm? You are clearly narrow-minded and unwilling to give way to senior brother Yan Xian, so you vented your anger on me. Are you very strong? Suddenly, Xiao Chen interrupted the other party's long speech. When the other party looked at Xiao Chen's questioning gaze, he suddenly felt fear spread through his entire body. A sharp saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strong saber intent entered the other party's body. The other party trembled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. Blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Before the other party finished speaking, he released many saber lights from his entire body. Countless bloody holes appeared in the other party's body, and blood flowed out. Then, he collapsed. The other party fell to the ground, dying with a remaining grievance. Had he known this would happen, he would not have said that Xiao Chen was not as strong as him. The gazes of everyone in the crowd froze as they looked at Xiao Chen. How bold of him to kill a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yan Xian. How strong. To think that he killed a Burning Moon sect disciple in front of Yan Xian. To think that Yan Xian did not even have a chance to save the other party. If I want to hurt someone, I will never do it in secret. If I want to kill someone, I will never do it. Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not like to waste words. Most of the time, he liked to use action to express his opinion. Chapter 1587. Xiao Chen, who did not like to speak nonsense, used his actions to prove that the other party was just trash and trash. Judging whether a person was trash or trash had nothing to do with their strength, nor did it have anything to do with their background. Instead, it was a person's character and actions, as well as their sense of shame. Not only did the person who molested Fei show no intention of apologizing, but he even tried to frame Xiao Chen. Everyone had a reverse scale. However, after touching it, one had to pay a different price. The price for touching Xiao Chen's reverse scale was death. No matter what rank 2 sect disciple you were, it would not matter if you were Yan Xian's disciple or not. Senior brother, kill him. Before the crowd, the Burning Moon sect disciples felt like they were slapped in the face. So, they egged on Yan Xian to help them regain face. Xiao Suo snorted coldly and stood beside Xiao Chen. Then, he looked at Yan Xian without fear. Yan Xian's raging heart slowly calmed down. He did not fear the minor primal core cultivator, Xiao Suo. What he could not figure out was that white-clad bladesman, who had easily killed his junior brother without even drawing his saber. If Xiao Suo delayed Yan Xian and he could not deal with Xiao Chen, their faces might be slapped even more miserably. The most important thing was that they were not in the right in this matter. They would not be able to find the Burning Moon sect to judge. They might even end up being treated as a joke, spreading it even more. Might I ask for your honored name? Yan Xian asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat uncertain. Xiao Chen. The crowd burst into an uproar. Who was Xiao Chen? They had never heard of this name before. In the Purple Sun region, most of the famous outstanding talents were well known. News spread very quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. Yan Xian said coldly, Good, very good. Today, you slapped my face. In the future, I will definitely ruthlessly slap you back. Xiao Chen smiled and said, face is something you fight for yourself, not someone else's. Be a good person, and naturally, a beauty will slap your face. Humph. Stop lecturing me. Don't get cocky. As long as you don't leave Purple Sun City, take it easy. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. This Yan Xian hated Xiao Chen in his heart. However, when he analyzed the strength before him, he could not completely suppress Xiao Chen. He had no choice but to swallow his anger, feeling extremely sullen in his heart. Let's go. He turned around and led his many confused junior brothers away, causing a wave of exclamations in the crowd. No one had expected this. The proud and willful new talents of the three great sects actually cowered. This was Yan Xian, one of the three great new talents of the Purple Sun region, on par with the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen. I've never heard of this name before. However, since I've offended Yan Xian, it's better for me to leave as soon as possible. After all, the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction is about to begin. It would not be good for Yan Xian to make a move. However, Xiao Chen did not overthink. He led Xiao Suo and the other two into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Inside a VIP room, Xiao Chen sat on a soft chair. The other three sat behind him, clearly showing who was more important. Through the glowing water screen in front, the four in the VIP room could see everything outside, including the situation of the auction. Just at this moment, a voluptuous purple-haired girl suddenly walked out from the front of the auction hall. She wore a long, red dress that dragged on the ground. The long dress was very sexy, revealing her fair breasts and stirring up wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He stared at the purple-clad girl and entered deep thought. Fei blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the pirate leader, Xiao Suo, laughed loudly and said, Big brother, although Miss Lan Luo is a famous beauty in Purple Sun City, you should be more reserved. This startled Xiao Chen awake. However, his expression did not change, so he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen thought to himself. He vaguely sensed that this girl called Lan Luo was an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, why would an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline appear in such a small place like the Purple Sun region? This was somewhat incomprehensible. At the same time, many of the honored guests in the various VIP rooms looked at Lan Luo with incomparable greed. The flames of lust blazed in their eyes. Senior brother, this Lan Luo is truly a beauty. She is worthy of your status. Yan Xian's junior brothers in another VIP room said fawningly. Given senior brother's talent and status, as long as senior brother is willing, that Lan Luo will definitely deliver herself to you obediently. Of course. Who does not know that senior brother has excellent talent and can fight above his cultivation realm? Lan Luo snorted coldly. So what if this girl who shows herself in public is a beauty? How can she be worthy of me? However, she is pretty good to play with. Lan Luo's lips curled up in a sinister smile. In the VIP room where the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng was, he stared at Lan Luo's twin peaks, unwilling to shift his gaze away. For Lan Luo to be able to attract the attention of so many experts and outstanding talents at the same time, she was clearly not as simple as Yan Xian made her out to be. Otherwise, Lan Luo would have been subdued long ago. How could she be so attractive? Welcome, honored guests, to tonight's Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction. Lan Luo smiled charmingly and bowed slightly, revealing a deep cleavage. This immediately ignited the desires of all the male cultivators present. As for the women, they were probably already cursing in their hearts. This woman is really an enchantress. The pirate leader, Xiao Suo, said with a somewhat dazed look as he swallowed his saliva. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. He said softly, she did not use any charm techniques. As the saying goes, it is hard to give up on a natural beauty. This is the principle behind it. Hee hee. Big brother, you are really talented in literature. I feel that with Big Brother's charm, you might be able to subdue this girl. At that time, she really won't be able to leave this Purple Sun City. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, interrupting Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was stunned for a while before saying, that seems to be the case. All the men here will probably go crazy. Fei said softly, you men are all like this. Who does not like beautiful things? This applies to both men and women. However, this is just an instinctive desire, not love. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat dispirited. He closed his eyes and lay back on the soft chair. Lu Rui's figure appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, the parting in the Sky Dome realm nearly turned into an eternal parting. Now, he did not know where she was. Ancestor Dragon City was just the old dragon horse's guess. If she was not there, then he would be at a loss. Fei and Xiao Suo did not notice Xiao Chen's strange behavior. They only thought that he was tired and lay down to rest. This was because the auction officially started at this moment. Xiao Suo paid full attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had agreed to help him bid for an item. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Every item in this annual large-scale auction would be a fine product, worth cities. Perhaps there might even be a strange treasure. That would be a great profit. When the auction started, it proceeded as planned. Indeed, every item was a fine product. Xiao Suo felt a significant pressure in his heart. Every item was a treasure, something that he urgently needed. However, Xiao Suo held back and did not say anything. The further it went, the more valuable the items would be. Next is the 8th auction item, the dazzling sunlight true flame, a young attributed flame. This is an earth-grade young attributed flame. Of all the earth-grade young attributed flames, the dazzling sunlight true flame is ranked very high. It is a treasure that young attributed cultivators, alchemists, and refiners cannot miss out on. Lan Luo smiled and introduced the various uses of the dazzling sunlight true flame in detail, as well as its value. Xiao Chen, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Dazzling sunlight true flame? The Book of the Epochs recorded that the special flames of the Great Thousand Realms were divided into 6 grades: Primal Chaos Grade, Lunar Grade, Solar Grade, Heaven Grade, Earth Grade, Profound Grade, and Yellow Grade. This dazzling sunlight true flame definitely could not compare to Xiao Chen's Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame. However, if Xiao Chen refined the Primal Chaos Grade Heavenly Flame, his Heavenly Flame would definitely not be comparable to the Rank 3 Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. He would not be able to bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. To raise the grade of the Heavenly Flame, one needed to plan early. Just thinking about the Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram formed by the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame and the Heavenly Flame already excited Xiao Chen somewhat. Once he succeeded, it would definitely become another killing move for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was prepared to obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. Chapter 1588. However, Xiao Chen was not the only one interested in this dazzling sunlight true flame. At least 10 people in the vast auction hall were determined to obtain it. Among them, the most determined was naturally the Burning Moon Sect's Yen Xian. Yen Xian was a fire-attributed cultivator and cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. He also comprehended the will of fire. Senior brother, after you refine this dazzling sunlight true flame, you will be able to break through the bottleneck of the primal core realm. A Burning Moon Sect disciple exclaimed joyfully. Yen Xian said coldly, I have deep accumulations and need to condense an upper 3-star primal core at the very least. How can I break through the bottleneck so easily? However, I must obtain this dazzling sunlight true flame. After I refine it, my accumulations will only become even more horrifying. Aside from Yen Xian, several alchemists and refiners were also tempted. Alchemists and refiners did not lack spirit jades. They were wealthy, so their bids would definitely be extremely vicious. This round of bidding had yet to begin, but everyone present could already smell the thick smell of fire. A huge battle had begun, and smoke was already rising. The starting bid for the dazzling sunlight true flame is 100,000 spirit jades. Hee hee. Fellow alchemists, don't miss out on this. Lan Luo's sweet, alluring voice was drawn out as she spoke in a provocative manner. I bid 200,000. I bid 300,000. I bid 400,000. I bid 500,000. I bid 600,000. I bid 1 million. Whoosh. The entire place was shocked. Lan Luo's voice seemed to have a magical power. The few alchemists and some armament masters in the VIP room didn't even wait for her words to end completely before they raised the price to 1 million like a machine gun. The entire auction hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the price. Damn it. Lan Luo, you little bitch. How dare you spoil my plans? Yan Xian's anger was immediately ignited. He slammed the table fiercely, scaring everyone in the room. Seeing that the price was still rising uncontrollably, Yan Xian immediately said, Everyone, Yan Xian, want this dazzling sunlight true flame. Please give me some face. In the future, if any alchemists need any help, you can come to the Burning Moon sect to look for me. Just as the price soared to 2 million spiritual jades, Yan Xian could no longer hold back. He brought out his sect and forcefully suppressed the price. The skyrocketing price suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Those rich alchemists and blacksmiths were startled upon hearing this and stopped bidding. On the platform, Lan Luo's expression turned somewhat unsightly. She smiled and said, Young Master Yan, this is not good, right? Did I do anything against the rules? Could it be that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is so tyrannical, not allowing us Burning Moon sect disciples to speak? In the VIP room, Yan Xian kept a straight face, not giving any face at all. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this person is really tyrannical. When it hurts my own interests, he immediately brings up the Burning Moon sect. Apart from their standpoint, Xiao Chen quite approved of his behavior. If one didn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth would destroy them. If one didn't use their trump card when they could, wouldn't it be too inflexible and appear hypocritical? However, Xiao Chen didn't think much of this person's judgment. He was too arrogant and had too much of a bandit's temperament. That Lan Luo was not as simple as she appeared. Treating her as a pushover would be the stupidest. Naturally, our Purple Cloud Pavilion will not forbid the Burning Moon sect disciples from speaking. Others will not, either. However, using the Burning Moon sect to suppress others is breaking our rules. Lan Luo calmed herself, but the smile on her face did not vanish. Clearly, she was still somewhat shrewd and magnanimous. Shut up. You slut. How dare you slander me again? Don't blame me for falling out with you on the spot. What evidence do you have to prove that I used the sect to suppress others? Who was threatened by me? As long as someone dares to step forward, I, Yan Xian, will atone for my crime with my death. Who knew? Right after Lan Luo spoke, Yan Xian immediately turned the tables on her, grasping her sore spot and making a big deal out of it. The entire place fell silent, no one said anything. Lan Luo immediately panicked somewhat, her entire body trembling slightly. Humph. If the Purple Cloud Pavilion is filled with people like you, slandering others, I feel that there is no need for it to continue operating. I have yet to say that you slut colluded with a group of old men to purposely raise the price. Now, you are slandering me. Yan Xian's words struck home. This was especially so for the last sentence, which caused the entire place to boo. You. Lan Luo was so angry that her entire body trembled. Her ample bosom trembled. When the crowd connected Yan Xian's words, many unbearable scenes immediately appeared in their minds. The iceberg sword, Luo Feng, support Brother Yan. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to give an explanation. Otherwise, there is really no need for it to continue operating. Just at this crucial moment, the iceberg sword, Luo Feng, suddenly spoke up. Clearly, the iceberg sword wanted to use this opportunity to make his presence known, to make the following auction more favorable to him. The iceberg sword represented the Ice Snow Mountain Manor supporting Yan Xian. For a moment, the situation was in Yan Xian's favor. However, it was strange. The wind-chasing sect's new talent, Wang Ling, was in the future. Otherwise, he would have voiced his support as well. We support young Master Yen. The Purple Cloud Pavilion needs to apologize. Right. Apologize. Apologize. Excited voices rang out in the vast Purple Cloud Pavilion, sounding like the roar of a tsunami, ear-splitting. Xiao Chen observed very carefully. At this moment, Lan Luo's great desolate Ian bloodline became increasingly obvious, showing that she was on the verge of going berserk. Fei said somewhat angrily, "How can this group of people be like this? They can clearly tell who is right and who is wrong with one glance. Could it be that they are all blind?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "This is called having too many fools and not enough intelligence. All these people seek is a temporary vent. They do not care about right or wrong, right or wrong. Yet, they still numb themselves, thinking that they are righteous. How can it be like this?" Fei expressed her confusion. "Nothing is impossible. You will not find it strange after seeing it many times. You will understand in the future. However, I am going to make an offer." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his calm gaze. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out amid the sea of apologies. "Dazzling sunlight, true flame, 3,000,000 spirit jades." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to the minds of everyone present. The tide-like whistling sound seemed to have suddenly encountered a heavy blow, and came to an abrupt stop. The place fell into a strange silence. Who is it? Who is so blind as to dare to go against the trend and call out a bid of 3,000,000 spirit jades amid the wave-like cries? "Miss Lan Luo, what's wrong? Does my offer not count?" Lan Luo, who was on the verge of going berserk, suddenly sobered up at this moment. "Damn it! What am I doing? I can't even handle such a small matter. How am I going to inherit the clan in the future?" Lan Luo withdrew all her aura, and a profound look appeared in her eyes as she looked at the VIP room where Xiao Chen was. Then, she said, "VIP number 3, dazzling sunlight true flame, bids 3,000,000 spirit jades. Is there anyone willing to make a higher offer?" The cocky smile on Yen Xian's face froze at this moment, turning sinister and scary. "It's you." Yen Xian could tell that the one who spoke in VIP room 3 was Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, how dare you spoil my plans again? Are you tired of living?" Yen Xian's enraged voice rang out from the VIP room, making everyone present feel his rage. 4,000,000. However, what answered Yen Xian was Xiao Chen's indifferent bid. "It looks like you are really tired of living. 5,000,000. I will kill your entire family. 6,000,000. I, Yen Xian, swear that I will kill you. 7,000,000. Boom. Accompanied by an explosion, the table in Yen Xian's VIP room seemed to shatter from Yen Xian's palm strike. The sound of the explosion was exceptionally clear in this silent place. Every time Yen Xian said something, Xiao Chen would indifferently add 1,000,000 spirit jades. This made everyone feel that Yen Xian's threat was laughable. "Why aren't you saying anything? Let's continue. Every time you say something, I will add 1,000,000. Don't you want the dazzling sunlight true flame? Let's see how much wealth you have. Continue cursing, and let's continue playing." The cold voice from VIP room 3 wafted out. That chill made everyone shiver. When the ice mountain soared, Luo Feng heard this, he immediately chose not to speak. Luo Feng did not want to offend such a rich and overbearing person. If Luo Feng fancied something and got into a fight with the other party, raising the price, it would be very troublesome. Seeing Yen Xian's current appearance, Luo Feng rationally chose not to get involved. In the hearts of everyone present, one word came to mind: domineering. What was true tyrannical? One did not need a glib tongue. One was rich and overbearing, suppressing others until they did not dare to say anything. This was true tyrannical. Let me ask you, do you dare to play? Chapter 1589. Senior brother, I'll go look for our sex elders and get them to pay with some spirit jades. There's no need to fear this, Xiao Qin, one of the junior brothers said in unison. Collecting his thoughts, the auction began. Xiao Qin thought for a while and decided to help Luo Nan obtain this sword. When Luo Nan heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. A cold wind sword forged by Great Master Qian Tai would definitely be one of the best among superior grade profound weapons. Xiao Sua nodded and said, that is natural. He is one of the 10 great refiners of the Grave Sea cluster. This was especially so for his attainments in swordsmithing. He had reached the pinnacle of swordsmithing, and there were few who could compare to him. This sword should be Grandmaster's early work, but its value is definitely not low. 6 million. Even if we have money, that's not how we spend it. Xiao Qin nodded. I bought this sword for you. As a swordsman, who wouldn't love to have a sword that they admired? Lan Luo smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Booth 3 with interest in her gaze. All the rank 3 sects of the entire Grave Sea cluster were gathered there. That was where the true elites gathered. However, the resources, spiritual energy, and natural treasures in the Grave Sea were all at the peak of the outside world. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. No need. If he likes it, let him have it. As long as he's alive to take it. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused an uproar of discussion. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Just who was this Xiao Qin? Ordinary people could not continue to dive. A slightly larger wave could kill a perfected one. Big brother, buy it for me. I want it. Xiao Qin fell into deep thought when he heard this, and then he looked at Xiao Sua and asked, is this Master Qian Tai very famous? No matter where it was, martial artists who practiced the sword would always be the mainstream. This was the mentality of humans. Since it was someone else who was paying, they would definitely buy the expensive one. If they bought the cheap one, they would feel that they had suffered a loss. Xiao Qin smiled and allowed Luo Nan to continue watching. Right now, he wanted to give Luo Nan a sword. But that Ice Peak sword. However, Luo Nan started to worry in the blink of an eye. Big brother is indeed big brother, domineering indeed. The bid of 7 million spirit jades shocked everyone present. No one made a move, and Xiao Qin obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame as he wished. That was not how logic worked. Not only could he order around a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast, but he was also wealthy and overbearing. His strength was unfathomable. The flagpole was covered in rust. The blood-colored flag was in tatters, and the pattern drawn on it was blurry. Venerable, you live in the Grave Sea all year round. There are often people who risk crossing the sea for the sake of a sword strike. As long as one was alive, it was impossible that one did not even have the right to buy something. In that case, he might really have followed the right big brother. However, this price did not last for long. Xiao Qin, who was in VIP room 3, made his own bid. The price soared very quickly, but it was not as exaggerated as the dazzling sunlight true fire. After all, not everyone was as rich as alchemists. It's over. Next up, the auction item is a little special. It's also the last treasure of the day. This is a flag, an ancient pirate flag. As for the discussions of the many cultivators in the hall below, Xiao Qin chose to ignore them. Congratulations to VIP Room 3 for 1,600,000 spirit jades for the Great Master Qian Tai's Cold Wind Sword. Lan Luo's pretty eyes filled with doubt. She felt even more curious about the identity of the master of VIP Room 3. Right. Anything is possible. Since the Purple Cloud Pavilion said that it is the work of the Great Master Qian Tai, there should be some guarantee. Immediately, a tattered blood-colored flag appeared in front of everyone. If one really went to compete for this dazzling sunlight true fire, one might have to raise the price to 10 million spirit jades before one could obtain it. Even now, it was still a forbidden land. The seawater was formed from the melting of many ancient stars. It was not water in the ordinary sense. Ferocious beasts lived at the bottom of the starry sea. In the center of every astral zone was a boundless sea, a true starry sea. This prevented Yen Xian from competing with them, as well as the others from bidding against them. However, I can't say that. Perhaps it is a bladesman. Perhaps the other party urgently needs spirit jades to break through. However, the ancient aura from the pirate banners made everyone feel a sense of shock from the oncoming aura. In the VIP room, Xiaochen showed a calm expression. He was rather happy that he managed to obtain the item he wanted at an extremely low price. Naturally, he was happy. To think that it is the work of the great master Qian Tai. Just the name of the great master Qian Tai is worth 1 million spirit jades. No matter what Xiaochen did, he would offend the other party. In that case, he might as well go all out. Even if Xiaochen used the most disadvantageous method to exchange for 2 million spirit jades, he would still be able to obtain 200 million ordinary spirit jades. This Xiaochen really does not know how many debts there are. He offended Yen Xian and offended the Ice Snow Sword. Firstly, it would be hard to compete with the other party in terms of wealth. Secondly, Xiaochen feared the other party's revenge. After the pirate flag appeared, Xiao Suo became completely excited. At this moment, he was even more excited, so he asked Xiaochen to bid 1,500,000 spirit jades. However, when Xiao Suo called out her bid, the crowd booed. Big brother Xiaochen, this sword. Luo Nan asked as he looked at Xiaochen. Being able to roam the forbidden starry sea once already gave one the right to brag to others for life. After Lan Luo's subordinates brought out the auction item, she stood before the stage and pulled back the red cloth. Lan Luo did her best to explain the history of the pirate flag, attracting the attention of everyone present. The most important thing was that Xiaochen had never feared those two from the very start. Could they be elite disciples of rank 3 sects who came out for experiential training? Thinking about it, that was indeed possible. Ka-Ca. Pooh. The reason it was called the Grave Sea was that there were many strange graves in that sea region, dotting the boundless starry sea. Xiaochen really wanted to know who the honored guest in VIP room 3 was. Fei was somewhat flabbergasted. Big brother Xiaochen was truly a generous guest, taking out so many spirit jades in one go. For pirates, roaming the starry sea was their goal. 7 million spirit jades, going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. This was discovered by a cultivator in the Grave Sea. This proves that the owner of the pirate flag had a high status in the past. Big brother Xiaochen, do you really have 7 million spirit jades? Even though Xiaochen had agreed to the other party's request, he still remembered it. After Lan Luo finished her introduction, she announced the start of the bidding. Xiao Suo rejoiced in his heart. Originally, he had been somewhat worried about Xiaochen's wealth. Now, he was no longer worried. However, this pirate flag was only worth 1 million spirit jades. Beyond that, anyone who bought it would be a fool. The auction continued. Xiao Suo's eyes were wide open, hoping to win the most expensive and valuable treasure. At the crucial moment, Xiao Suo risked offending Yen Xian to help him. The starting bid for the pirate flag is 5 million spirit jades. Those who are interested can make a bid now. However, there were more important things to do right now. The center of the Grave Sea cluster was the Grave Sea. When the price reached 1 million spirit jades, the number of competitors decreased. This pirate flag was indeed pretty good. Just based on its historical value, it was worth 1 million spirit jades. If it was just a coincidence, the previous owner of this pirate flag was not simple. If that was the case, it would not be worth it. One might as well suppress the other party with one's aura, defeating the other party psychologically. At 5 million spirit jades, anyone who bought it would be a fool, even more foolish than a fool. Congratulations. This esteemed guest in VIP room 3 obtained the dazzling sunlight true flame. Of course, 7 million spirit jades was nothing. This is a very old pirate flag. We are appraisers. Although our appraisers did not identify its origins, it has at least 10,000 years of history. Inside the private room, the wine cup in Bing Fengjian's hand instantly shattered. Luo Feng's expression turned frighteningly cold. Xiao Chen nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. He put down the wine cup and looked at Xiao Suo. Are you sure? There were many independent starry seas in the universe, famous forbidden lands of the great thousand realms. To pirates, such an existence was an honor. Xiao Chen said indifferently, it's fine. There are many things in this world that can be tolerated. However, if I am afraid to even buy a sword, why would I come to this purple cloud pavilion? I wonder who sent it up. To think that they are not using the work of great master Qian Tai. When Xiao Chen called out his bid, the crowd was shocked. Luo Feng actually did not raise the bid. The first day of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual large-scale auction welcomed the final item. Suddenly, the Bing Fengjian, Luo Feng, spoke. The remaining swordsmen competing could not help but shake their heads and stop bidding. In that case, after buying it and researching it, 1 million spirit jades would be a great profit. However, it was clear that Luo Feng was overthinking. Xiao Chen only wanted to buy the dazzling sunlight true flame. The next item is a treasure sword, the Cold Wind Sword, a superior grade profound tool. More importantly, it was forged by a grave sea great master Qian Tai. Its quality is guaranteed. The starting bid for the Cold Wind Sword is 100,000 spirit jades. Swordsmen interested in bidding, you can start bidding now. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. Luo Feng and Yan Xian were preparing to snatch it after the auction. In reality, they did not know that regardless of whether it was cheap or valuable, they would be earning it for free. Chapter 1590. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He still needed the pirate flag. A good pirate flag on the bow of a ship could greatly increase the defenses of a pirate ship. Many of the top pirate flags could even raise the quality of a pirate ship by several grades. The pirate flag was not just a decoration or a symbol for a pirate ship. However, the pirate flag in front of them was dilapidated and ancient. It was obvious that it only had some historical value left. There was another value. This was a pirate flag found in the Grave Sea. To some pirates with connections to the Starry Sea, it was of great value as a collector's item. Perhaps, the pirate leader Xiao Suo had his eyes on this last point. Since you've made your choice, then state your price. Since he had already promised Xiao Suo, Xiao Chen would naturally bid for it for him. He was just afraid that he would regret it. However, this power belonged to Xiao Suo, so Xiao Chen couldn't say much. 5 million. An excited voice rang out in the silent auction hall. It was Xiao Suo. The crowd was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard everywhere. Damn, there's really an idiot buying this lousy flag. Talents. The people in booth number 3 are all weirdos. This thing is worth 1 million spirit jades at most. It is not worth it. Soft voices of ridicule resounded throughout the hall, yet Xiao Suo didn't care in the slightest. After a while, no one else made a bid. This made Lan Luo, who was on the platform, somewhat anxious. This flag was no ordinary pirate flag. It had a great origin. However, the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not completely identify it. Even so, the starting bid was 5 million primordial spirit stones. Now that there was no second bidder, he could only bid for it with 5 million spiritual jades. But this thing, apart from those who were truly spendthrift, who would buy it? Basically no one was bidding for it. 5 million, twice. 5 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to guest number 3 for obtaining today's finale item. This auction has come to an end. Later, it will be time for the market to trade. Many of the treasures that weren't selected can be purchased directly. Lan Luo bowed slightly, revealing a smile. Her fair skin stunned the entire place once more. After getting off the stage, in the backstage attic. Xiaolan, you did well. You did not panic in the face of danger, and your temperament has improved. A luxurious and beautiful woman in her 40s said with a smile. Lan Luo smiled mischievously. However, she could not help but think of the guest in VIP number 3 who had helped her a lot. Auntie Bai, can you let me deliver the auction item to room 3? The beautiful woman addressed as Aunt Bai looked at Lan Luo and smiled. Strange, you have never taken the initiative to send an auction item to a guest before. Just let me go. I just want to meet the owner of VIP number 3, Lan Luo whined, shaking Auntie Bai's arm. Auntie Bai looked at the radiant Lan Luo and sighed, I'm afraid of you. Fortunately, your Auntie Bai is a woman. Otherwise, no man would be able to endure your torment. Hee, thank you, Aunt Bai. Aunt Bai is the best. You'd better not regret it. The owner of VIP room number 3 is an old man, according to the information. I don't believe you. Along with Xiao Chen's auction items, Xiao Chen headed to VIP room 3, feeling a little uneasy along the way. Although Lan Luo felt that Auntie Bai was joking, she still felt dubious. However, she did not overthink it. She was just curious. Furthermore, she did need to thank Xiao Chen. Lan Luo had an extraordinary background and started to stand on her own at a young age. She had seen all sorts of outstanding men and had long since passed the age of first awakening of love. She was a young girl who still harbored unrealistic fantasies about love. Dong! 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 There was knocking on the door. Xiao Suo immediately stood up impatiently. He smiled and said, It must be. The auction item is here. Big brother, I'll go and open the door. Creak. The door opened, and Xiao Suo was immediately stunned. As he looked at Lan Luo, who was right in front of him, he gulped continuously, making gulping sounds. Xiao Suo wished that his eyeballs could drill into that snow-white expanse. Lan Luo's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the person in VIP room 3 was also such a lecher. Putting on a polite smile, Lan Luo said softly, This is your auction item. To express my gratitude, Lan Luo personally delivered it. However, Xiao Suo was still staring, not hearing what the other party said. Xiao Chen thought that something had happened. He said, Xiao Suo, invite the guest in. After settling the bill, we still have to go to the Pirate Alliance. A familiar voice came from the guest room, making Lan Luo's heart skip a beat. Xiao Suo also startled to his senses. He quickly said, Sorry. Come in quickly. However, Xiao Suo was somewhat embarrassed to discover that Lan Luo had already entered before him. Lan Luo's body seemed to give off a strange light. The moment she entered, the entire room lit up. Xiao Chen was somewhat absent-minded. This was the so-called radiance radiating in all directions. However, he quickly calmed down. Unexpectedly, Miss Lan Luo personally delivered it. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, check your auction items. After verifying that there are no mistakes, I'll settle the bill. Xiao Chen stood up and nodded politely. At the same time, he naturally picked up the white crystal containing the dazzling sunlight true flame. A spot of fiery light shone in the crystal, illuminating the surroundings. After sensing it for a while, Xiao Chen verified that there was no mistake. On the other side, Xiao Suo waved the tattered, scarlet pirate banner with an exceptionally excited expression. It was like he was traveling through the vast starry sea. Luo Nan and Fei Er were both checking the cold wind sword. It was clear that the two were rather happy. It was indeed a good sword. It gave off a cold light, showing an unparalleled sharpness. When the sword was drawn, a cold wind howled. If I recall correctly, the 3 auction items are worth a total of 13,600,000 spirit jades. However, I do not have that many inferior grade spirit jades. How do I use medial grade spirit jades? Miss Lan Luo, please help me calculate. Lan Luo thought for a while before replying, if we use medial grade spirit jades, that would be 130,000 medial grade spirit jades. Our Purple Cloud Pavilion can give a 20% discount if we use medial grade spirit jades. I can personally help increase the discount. Round it up to 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. That should be enough. Xiao Chen thought to himself, medial grade spirit jades are really valuable. This girl is really straightforward. Just the small change is enough. Miss Lan Luo is really straightforward. Xiao Chen counted and handed the 80,000 medial grade spirit jades to the other party. Lan Luo casually received it and looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Many thanks to young Master Xiao Chen for helping us earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Help? Xiao Chen was stunned for a while before reacting. He smiled and said, "The consequences would indeed be dire. I wonder how many people would die." The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Luo immediately raised her guard and quickly calmed down. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. What did the other party see? However, Lan Luo quickly hid her surprise. She said seriously, "No matter what, I still have to thank young Master Xiao Chen. I'll send you out of the city. With the Purple Cloud Pavilion escorting you, I can guarantee your safety. There's no need. We still have to go to the Pirate Alliance." Lan Luo could not help feeling somewhat angry. To think that Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness at all. When Lan Luo saw the pirate flag in Xiao Sua's hand, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Xiao Chen, can you sell this flag to me? I can increase the price by 30%. Damn it. What are you trying to do? Even if you want to trade for this flag, I will not sell it." When Xiao Sua heard this, he immediately tensed up and cautiously looked at Lan Luo. Lan Luo's expression changed slightly, immediately feeling very angry. What kind of analogy is this? What does he think I am? In that case, I wish you all good luck. Forgive me for not sending you off. Lan Luo was truly angered. First, Xiao Chen did not appreciate her kindness. Then, Xiao Sua spoke nonsense. Then, she turned and left. Xiao Sua showed a confused expression. What's wrong with that woman? She was so friendly when she opened the door, yet she left just like that. I still wanted to chat with her for a while longer. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with Lan Luo. He only looked at that ancient pirate flag and entered deep thought. Perhaps this pirate flag was indeed valuable. Based on Lan Luo's appearance, she seemed to really want to buy it. Big brother Xiao Chen, I think that Miss Lan Luo had good intentions, wanting to protect us. However, we angered her and drove her away. Everyone misunderstood, Fei said somewhat timidly. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. I know. However, we cannot leave yet. We can only leave after we treat Luonan. We also have to make a trip to the Pirate Alliance. While we are outside, we cannot casually accept favors from others. Furthermore, if these two clowns dare to mess around, there is really nothing to fear. What had Xiao Chen not experienced before? These two clowns before him were truly nothing. In his rich experience, they could not even be considered the main characters. Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Auntie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then, she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial grade spirit jades. This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP room 3 seemed to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Auntie Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chen rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. Haha. This is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued, this is not considered pleading. Protecting the guest's safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Auntie Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, you should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise, there will be chaos. When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then, she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business, after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Auntie Bai nodded and said, it's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition. After Auntie Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go. In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion's strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Chen led Fei and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Chen didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Chen finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. Brother Xiao Chen, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen, startling the people behind Xiao Chen. There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking, Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, 2 figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? Yen Xian looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you are just running away. Do you think you can leave? In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian possibly let Xiao Chen off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Feng Buyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Feng Buyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yen Xian looked at the Ice Snow Sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast Purple Sun region can make us attack at the same time. The Ice Snow Sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yen Xian glanced at Fei and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited that disciple to molest Fei earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the purple cloud pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiao Chen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiao Chen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiao Chen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time." "Ha ha ha. I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Suo, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then, under Xiao Suo's rage, it turned into powder. Xiao Suo used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually, it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiao Chen's side. The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, "It looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again." When Xiao Chen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down, and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian moved as well. Yan Xian and Luo Feng were like two extremes. Yan Xian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yan Xian's body. Then, Yan Xian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately, Yan Xian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. "How strong!" Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yan Xian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yan Xian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step primal core realm Yan Xian? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiao Chen. As for Xiao Suo on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, after all. He would not die so quickly. "Senior brother, crush him with one punch." The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yan Xian and the others, their voices filled with pride. "Die." As the fist approached, Yan Xian spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiao Chen. "With just you? You can't do that." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiao Chen. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiao Chen's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Yan Xian feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiao Chen managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiao Chen suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiao Chen's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Yan Xian vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Yan Xian's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Genius? You are merely a so-so. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally, they were expecting Xiao Chen to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Chen would defeat Yan Xian with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Chen at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the primal core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Chen. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy that Xiao Chen refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step primal core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by one or two small realms. Without the advantage of cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen to defeat Xiao Chen, whose will, mental state, strength, and Taoist rhyme were superior to his. And Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, who is the person that Miss wants to protect? The ice snow sword. Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Sua, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Chen to defeat Yan Xian so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Yan Xian, that trash. For a moment, he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Sua was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Sua was not an ordinary minor primal core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Sua. Xiao Sua was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak Sword, Luo Feng, was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Chen as an ordinary early-stage minor primal core cultivator. Now, there was an additional Xiao Chen eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Chen did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robes should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future, there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Yan Xian, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword's soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me? I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Sua, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike? With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiao Sua's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Ci. Luo Feng's perfect sword moves suddenly had some openings. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction, but in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shur. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Chen. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Xiao Suo ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Ci. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak sword title. This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a bellyful of anger. Back then, he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiao Suo in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiao Suo like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiao Chen, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold? When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiao Chen said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiao Chen, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash, don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this, don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang! Without any warning, Xiao Chen suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The ice snow sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiao Chen glanced back and saw Yan Xian lying on the ground. When Xiao Chen's gaze landed on him, Yan Xian felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Xian circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty, all so that he could distance himself from Xiao Chen, this demon. Yan Xian was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Yan Xian was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. Let's go. Xiao Chen shook his head and did not make a move on Yan Xian. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless Luo Feng on the ground, and at the crawling Yan Xian. Such a result was simply unacceptable. 2 new talents had tried to kill Xiao Chen in a grand manner. However, one died, and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiao Chen. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only 1 new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiao Chen was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's actions strange. Gallop. Gallop. Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. "Senior brother, the target has appeared." Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, "Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. He won't be able to run." The one who replied was actually a major primal core elder. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly, he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. "Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me?" Feng Buyu said sullenly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now?" "Ah." Upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. "What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything." "Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything," Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the Pirate Alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Qin, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiao Suo felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "The golden setting sun! Golden setting sun!" Xiao Qin reminded the others. Only then did Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that three-star pirate ship. Xiao Suo's incredibly rough and calloused hands slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiao Qin nodded and said calmly, "Xiao Qin greets Senior Gue." Xiao Suo smiled. Unexpectedly, he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiao Suo was happy to answer. He smiled and said, "Naturally, it is difficult. There are only 109-star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1 star to 9 star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star." Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao Qin, Fei and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. "Old Gue, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price," Xiao Suo said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying. Wang Suo, I heard you changed your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Suo, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Suo, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling Purple Sun City, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions, and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. This Xiao Suo seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed. Before Xiao Suo could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun pirate group when I was young. Luo Nan said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suo said somewhat embarrassedly, pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings, and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough, it is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance. How many stars are you? As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. Me? I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now, I am not good enough. That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king, receiving the treatment of the stars. TSK, you must be bragging. All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suo showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, it came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Suo's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, indeed. I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate. The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise, it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suo explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Suo's face quickly disappeared. Then, he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiao Chen successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. Let's go. Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things. The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well. Soon, the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy, black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. Is it difficult? Fei asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick. The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. Why? There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Fei asked interestedly, how do I raise my rank as a captain? At every moment, there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a 1-star pirate ship requires the identity of a 1-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiao Chen and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling, like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hall. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the pirate alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Shah. Shah. Xiao Suo was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiaochen looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Suo's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiaochen met with Xiao Suo's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiaochen. From today onwards, Xiaochen was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose, in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations. Fei looked at the 3-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Suo's strange expression. She smiled and said, I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the 3-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it. The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, the Scarlet Blood War Banner. The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King Scarlet Blood War Banner. The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. What are you looking at? This is my treasure. It is not for sale, Xiao Suo said anxiously. As Xiaochen held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the Pirate Hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion. Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King? Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Suo could no longer remain calm. Old Gui, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo with disdain. Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right? Seeing Xiao Suo's shocked expression, old Gui clicked his tongue and said, I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way, you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it. Xiao Suo showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiaochen and said, Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first. The black-clad old man looked at Xiaochen and asked, What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance? I saw them. Xiao Suo told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings. Old Gui nodded and said, That's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epoch began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epoch, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he reacted and said, "The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them?" "Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag in the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates. And the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is." Xiao Suo interrupted, "Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why Old Gui suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right, the entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken." When Xiao Chen heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei Er were somewhat startled. Xiao Suo smiled foolishly and said, "What a surprise. I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood pirate group cannot reach. I caught a legend." The sloppy, black-clad Old Gui smiled coldly and said, "Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world." Xiao Suo felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it. What should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Chen received the war banner from Old Gui's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Chen's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Suo held the upper hand in his battle with the Ice Snow Sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Suo was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Chen handed the war banner to Xiao Suo. Then, he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, "Senior Gui, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak?" The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, "I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Senior Gui is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gui." When Xiao Chen first saw Senior Gui, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Chen was certain of his guess. Hee. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial grade spirit jades, is that big enough? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Senior Gui withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light, as though he wanted to see through Xiao Qin completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gui could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Qin. Senior Gui said sullenly, 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades. Xiao Qin, white-robed Xiao Qin, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gui thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Qin released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great desolate divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great desolate divine eyes. Senior Gui took a step back and looked at Xiao Qin in shock. After a long time, he said, I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial-grade spirit jades, right? Xiao Qin nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Sua's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship. This throne, with a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gui circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the immortal epoc's magic treasures in it. His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high. This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Chen had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Chen had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gui revealed a difficult expression. He said, however, privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal? Xiao Qin smiled. When Xiao Sua heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gui. Old Gui, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then, you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb. Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Sua was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage? Senior Gui muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1,000,000 medial-grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes, I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Sua and your great desolate Ian bloodline. Senior Gui's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend. Senior Gui sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Thank you, Senior Gui, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first. Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gui's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Sua turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled, and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Suo, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Suo and smiled. I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else. Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Fei walked over to old Gui and whispered, Old Master, who is this person? Bai Yan, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group, a 3-star captain, the Light of the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Suo, my former deputy. Old Gui muttered with a complicated expression. Fei gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Suo's former deputy. However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun pirate group, Bai Yan said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Suo from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Suo, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then, he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity, and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you. The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yan changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yan waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yan tidied his clothes and said calmly, You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you, going further. You. Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xiao Suo was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Suo. Then, he stepped forward and picked up the tattered Scarlet Blood War banner. You are Wang Suo's new captain. Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yan. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name? Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiao Chen's, so he felt very confident before Xiao Chen. Bai Yan asked Xiao Chen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiao Chen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gui and said, Senior Gui, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself. Whoosh! Right after Bai Yan spoke, for cold killing chi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. What shameless boasting! I'll smack you to death with one palm strike. Let's see who is the fly. A person came out from behind Bai Yan and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Scram far away. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gui suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gui made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Chen. Then, Senior Gui kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. Bai Yan, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place. The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. Bai Yan, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him. When Bai Yan, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiao Chen from acting up, and to reduce his losses as much as possible. My apologies, my subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now. For Bai Yan to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Who gave you permission to leave? Xiao Chen said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yan, whose back was facing Xiao Chen, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here? Unforgiving? Well said. Why? Do you feel wronged now? Xiao Chen said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiao Suo in front of him. Now, he actually turned the tables on Xiao Chen, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiao Chen. Without Xiao Chen's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiao Chen humiliated and injured Xiao Suo. Then, he got his subordinate to attack Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiao Chen knew how powerful Xiao Chen was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yan heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. Don't think that I, Bai Yan, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. So what? I am standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me? Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yan. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yan trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. Furthermore, it was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage major primal core cultivator, Bai Yan should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his 4 subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves, they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yan will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yan chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Suo felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to interfere and stand up for him. Scram. I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiao Chen showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiao Chen said when he knocked Xiao Suo into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon, it would be Xiao Chen's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yan reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiao Chen had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Suo. One day, he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiao Chen. Many thanks for teaching this by a lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Suo's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason, as a man, he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiao Chen, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future. Old Gui sighed softly at the side. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Did you hear what Senior Gui said? However, I am confident that one day, you will help me kill this venomous snake." Senior Gui was startled. It turned out that Xiao Chen purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Suo. Similarly, Senior Gui could tell that Bai Yan could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yan in the future. Xiao Suo was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Suo's stance, Xiao Chen was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Suo up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Suo's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiao Chen to make a move today. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know about Xiao Chen's actions. In the future, Xiao Chen would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gui, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. Hee. That suits me. I, Old Gui, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gui and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiao Chen's appointment with Senior Lu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Lu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Lu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiao Chen killed the ice snow sword Luo Feng, causing Yan Xian to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar, and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Chen already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1596. Lan Luo, I said enough. I told you not to say any more. Let me tell you, there are many things in this world that are more important than your life. It is just that you, Lan Luo, do not understand. After killing a jumping clown, the commotion was greater than Lan Luo imagined. In merely 2 days, she actually became famous in Purple Sun City. One had to listen to her in everything. Otherwise, one would be in the wrong, angering her. One would be rude and unreasonable. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. If such a person was of extraordinary birth and held a noble status, it would be even more so. When Lan Luo, who was walking over, heard this, she felt somewhat angry. However, the situation was urgent, so she could not be bothered with him. Lan Luo's heart sank. Why is this person like this? I saved his life out of kindness, but he has a stern expression. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding between you and Miss Lan Luo. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the other party and asked, "Are you threatening me?" When Fei Er heard that, she paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about, did I say anything wrong? Speak. What is more important than your life? What is there to prevent you from leaving Purple Sun City?" Lan Luo immediately felt wronged in her heart. She had come to save him out of kindness, but Xiao Chen actually lost his temper at her. Haha. That is natural. He has been spending a lot of money in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It would be hard for people not to be envious. There has never been a lack of fugitives in Purple Sun City. With so many discussions entering his ears, even Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. I heard that some of the small gangs outside the city have their eyes on him as well. Although Lan Luo said that she would not care about Xiao Chen, before she left, she still told Xiao Chen about the temple ghost sect seeking trouble for him. Xiao Chen had a rather good impression of this girl. Previously, it was just a small misunderstanding. Of the 3 new talents, one was dead, one had lost all his dignity, and his whereabouts were unknown. Only Feng Buyu remained, a topic of discussion. Miss Lan Luo, are you looking for me? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. Xiao Chen looked around and saw Lan Luo walking in, wearing a red dress. Tears welled up in Lan Luo's eyes and slowly flowed out. She said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "If I do not leave, will you still attack me?" "All right, I don't understand." "I'll go." "Xiao Chen, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I heard that he appeared in the Purple Cloud Pavilion once yesterday. When he came out, there was a trace of anger on his face. If the other party had turned against him and left because of a misunderstanding, then this time, Xiao Chen really found it hard to be angry." Lan Luo calmed herself and explained the pros and cons, hoping that Xiao Chen would listen to her. However, in Xiao Chen's heart, he did not regret it at all. 2 days ago, he was the one who killed the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, and humiliated the Burning Moon sect's Yan Xian. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. I know why he is here. However, never mind. She has not experienced it before, so it would be hard for her to understand the promise of going through thick and thin together. Naturally, Xiao Chen and the others ignored her, continuing to drink and chat. Fei felt somewhat nervous. Her senior brother would be saved soon. She hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. They would arrive at Idle Cloud Restaurant soon. "Think whatever you want. Give me the pirate flag, and I will return the spirit jades to you in their original state. After that, I will send someone to escort you away. Purple Sun City will immediately become a land of trouble. The game that follows is not something you can play." Lan Luo's words struck Lan Luo's soft spot, making her feel helpless and flustered. Indeed, what was more important than Xiao Chen's life? Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Thank you. However, I still have things to do and cannot leave." Xiao Chen had a clear conscience. He did not kill the innocent and gave the other party many chances. All of this was the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He only had himself to blame. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows, no longer talking about Lan Luo. There would always be some people who stubbornly believed that, since they had given 100% of their sincerity to you, you had to give 100% of your sincerity back. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Luo coldly. "I know that you have a noble status and an extraordinary background. However, in my eyes, there is nothing special about you. Don't think too highly of yourself, thinking that just because you gave me something, should be deeply grateful and kowtow to you." As for the obvious gazes, there were countless of them. "Big brother, Beauty Lan Luo is here again." When Xiao Suo saw the situation, he immediately smiled and said, "Your charm is really extraordinary. You underestimate me, Xiao Chen. It doesn't matter if you sincerely want to save me or if you covet my pirate flag. You'd better disappear immediately. I wonder if he will seek trouble for that white-robed Xiao Chen. If he does, that would be interesting. He is really bold. I thought that he had already left Purple Sun City long ago. To think that he dares to remain here after offending 2 large sections. Why are you not listening to me? Is there anything more important than your life?" Lan Luo raised her voice and advised, "Do you think that after killing the Ice Snow Sword, you can do as you please in Purple Sun City? Have you heard? One of the 3 new talents of the Purple Sun region, the wind-chasing Sex Feng Buyu, has appeared," someone in the inn said in a low voice at this moment. "Big brother, there are so many eyes on us. There are people in the open and in the dark." Xiao Suo sized up the surroundings, appearing extremely cautious. Xiao Suo's blood surged, and his body tensed up. Even when he robbed those large sects, he had not experienced such a feeling. Fei said softly, "Big brother Xiao Qin, so, he came here to look for me for the Scarlet Blood War banner." Since Xiao Qin already knew the origins of the Scarlet Blood War banner, he naturally would not hand it over. However, he is someone who can even kill the Ice Snow Sword. If you want to target him, you have to think about it carefully. The moment Xiao Suo said that, this topic immediately ended, as someone discovered Xiao Chen's presence. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly stepping in. Then, he took a seat and ordered some food, waiting for Senior Lu to appear. Xiao Suo was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, who was not afraid of death? However, he also felt some excitement. Xiao Suo immediately did not dare to continue the conversation. Afraid. Naturally, I am afraid. Who would not be afraid of causing such a huge commotion? However, if we really fight, I absolutely will not cower. Xiao Suo's words attracted the gazes of many people, and they all revealed curious expressions. Lan Luo nodded and said, "Right. Hand over that tattered pirate flag to me. Quickly leave Purple Sun City. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." He appeared 2 days ago. However, he was outside the city. I don't know what he is doing, being so mysterious. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This Xiao Suo was speaking the truth. Xiao Suo did not have as many trump cards as Xiao Chen did, so it was hard to avoid fear. Seeing Fei Er's expression, Xiao Chen truly felt angry. He held his wine cup and slammed it down heavily on the table. Then, he said coldly, "Enough." Xiao Chen had seen too many major scenes. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, calm and unperturbed. The white-robed Xiao Chen came out from the Pirate Alliance. Since Xiao Suo killed him, so be it. There was no need to think too much. Xiao Chen did not want to explain too much. One day, when the other party truly matured, he would naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. He would also know that there were many things in this world that were more important than his life. Don't overthink. Things are not as bad as you think. Xiao Chen. Bang. Lan Luo simply did not want to see such a person, who had helped her and made her think highly of him, die in Purple Sun City like that. Xiao Chen asked calmly, "Are you afraid?" Lan Luo had never suffered such grievances before. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Xiao Chen smiled consolingly and said, "It's fine. Don't overthink. No matter what, I will wait for Luo Nan to recover before leaving. If one did not die, one would not die." Since young, Lan Luo had always been the pearl of her family and friends. Just as Xiao Chen left the western side of the city, his sharp spiritual sense immediately detected several dozen gazes on him. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master outside the city will come looking for you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true flame. Then, you can die at his hands. Chapter 1597. Xiao Chen held his wine cup and pondered. He said to Xiao Suo, "What kind of existence is the Temple Ghost Sect?" "Xiao Suo, tell me about it." Xiao Suo smiled and said, "Big brother, do you really believe what that girl said? I think she just wants to snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "You don't understand women. Although her personality is a bit bad, and she doesn't understand many principles of how to conduct herself in the world. Otherwise, before he left, he wouldn't have told me about the Luocha school." Xiao Suo scratched his head and said with a smile, "I'm just a boorish person. However, I do know a bit about this Temple Ghost Sect. There are many bandit gangs outside the city. They might not be worth mentioning in front of second-rank sects, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are tyrants." Xiao Chen gestured for him to continue. These bandit gangs typically bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a rank 2 sect's disciple, they are all respectful, but when they encounter a lone wolf, they immediately reveal their ferocious side. Xiao Chen had sensed this when he entered the city. "Who's Xiao Chen? Show yourself." Suddenly, a rumbling roar came from outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. It was deafening. This shocked all the people drinking in the restaurant. Someone actually dared to challenge Xiaochen. Did he not know that he had even killed the Ice Peak Sword? Could he be an elder of the Burning Moon sect or the Ice and Snow Villa? No, this voice sounded like a bandit and did not have the demeanor of a disciple of a sect. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who came should be the Killing Luo sect's third sect leader. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. Big brother, this person must be the Temple Ghost sect's third sect master. His nickname is Black Tiger, and he is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. He has experienced many battles and is good with the saber. Xiao Suo's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. Xiaochen got up and put down his cup. He said softly, "You guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look." At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they were all hiding far away. They did not dare approach Idle Cloud Restaurant. As a result, the area outside the gate was empty. Only a dark-skinned, ferocious-looking man stood in the middle, looking extremely domineering. "You are the white-robed Xiaochen?" Black Tiger asked in a deep voice when he saw that the person who walked out was wearing white clothes. A terrifying baleful aura emanated from his body, causing others to not dare approach him. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaochen like a wild beast. Xiaochen nodded. "That's me. However, the one I killed was the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. What grudge do I have with your Killing Rakshasa sect for you to attack me?" "Ha ha ha, that's right. Our Rakshasa sect is looking for trouble. What kind of grudges do we have? You won the bid for the Extreme Yang Real Fire, right? Our big brother asked you to hand it over, and then the Killing Luo sect will naturally not trouble you anymore." He Hu threatened, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked around. "Just you?" He Hu smiled and said, "I alone am enough to get you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire." He Hu looked very awe-inspiring as he held a black saber in his hand. It was like he already had Xiaochen in the bag. Xiaochen said indifferently, "It is not impossible. You just need an earth flame of the same grade to exchange for it. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will hand the dazzling sunlight true fire to you." "Interesting. Are you looking down on me?" He Hu revealed a sinister smile as he looked coldly at Xiaochen. In Purple Sun City, there are very few veritable personages who dare to speak to me like this. Even the 3 new talents do not dare to. The veritable personages who dared to speak to me like this are already dead. He Hu's tone was cold, revealing confidence and indifference. When the others heard what He Hu said, they shook their heads in their hearts. The Rakshasa sect's people were indeed overbearing. He Hu was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sect was considered a peak existence among the factions outside the city. Few people dared to offend He Hu. After all, Xiaochen was not a local. Furthermore, he had offended the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. If he did not hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire now, Xiaochen would probably die here before the people of the 2 sects arrived. You only have 1 life. However, in your long life, you will definitely meet the dazzling sunlight true fire a second time. You understand what I mean? He Hu looked at Xiaochen and issued a final ultimatum. Did he want to keep his life or keep the dazzling sunlight true fire? Xiaochen's gaze was as calm as still water. He glanced at He Hu indifferently and said, "Many people have said similar things to me. However, I have always lived well. However, I killed the person who said that, even if he was the Ice Snow Sword. I'll give you a choice as well. Before I truly get angry, scram." Unexpectedly, when faced with He Hu's ultimatum, not only did Xiaochen not make a choice, but he even told He Hu to scram immediately. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Xiaochen's calm eyes flashed with some arrogance and sharpness. This fellow. Actually, Lan Luo had not gone far from a tall building in the distance. She still paid attention to the situation in Idle Cloud Restaurant. Lan Luo cursed in her heart. Xiao Chen is too arrogant. Killing the ice snow sword does not mean that he can defeat He Hu. He Hu was an excellent cultivator among the minor primal core cultivators. Furthermore, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, did not dare to offend such a person. However, not only did Xiao Chen not show any weakness, he even turned the tables and threatened He Hu. Indeed, when He Hu heard Xiao Chen's words, he laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. This is interesting. Xiao Chen, you are the first to dare to threaten me like that. However, you will definitely be the last. Whoosh. A sharp, furious roar came from He Hu's mouth. Then, his physical body turned into a black afterimage and vanished. In the next moment, He Hu held his saber with one hand and appeared at He Hu's side. Then, he pounced over like a ferocious tiger. A strong wind blew, making it hard for the people watching in the distance to open their eyes or stand firmly. The black saber gave off a cold and sinister light in the air. Then, it turned into a ferocious black tiger, ferocious beast descending on Xiao Chen. This movement technique was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This saber light was strange and sinister. There was a terrifying ferocious spirit on the saber. What terrifying strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This black tiger was indeed much stronger than the ice snow sword. Xiao Chen gathered his veritable essence energy and punched. Bang! The fist light and saber light clashed. Xiao Chen took a step back, feeling his arm go slightly numb. He Hu laughed maniacally and took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, sending out 3 saber strikes. With each saber strike, Xiao Chen took a step back. Instantly, he took 3 steps back. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this black tiger is indeed not simple. Even though I absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy, my veritable essence energy can barely block the other party's attacks. After all, He Hu is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The difference in cultivation between us is too great. Of course, Xiao Chen only has a slight advantage in cultivation. You are somewhat strong, but that is all. I heard that you are a bladesman as well. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to draw your saber before me? Black Tiger laughed maniacally as he held the upper hand in the fight, suppressing the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Tiger took 2 steps back. For some reason, his right hand, which held the saber scabbard, felt a slight pain. Unexpectedly, the other party's fist light contained a saber intent that was hard to break. After exchanging a few hundred moves, it had already penetrated deep into Black Tiger's arm. While Black Tiger retreated, he quickly suppressed this saber intent. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I'll give you a chance to draw your saber. How arrogant. It looks like this Black Tiger wants to toy with Xiao Chen. He can't do anything about it. The difference in cultivation is too great. Clearly, Black Tiger advanced to the primal core realm steadily. His veritable essence energy is exceptionally dense and firm. Xiao Chen is too arrogant. This is the result of his arrogance. He cannot retaliate at all. When the spectators in the distance heard Black Tiger's words, they all discussed it. This made Black Tiger reveal a cocky expression. You want me to draw my saber? Xiao Chen revealed an expression of surprise. Is the other party tired of living? While it looked like the other party held the upper hand earlier, the flawless saber intent in Xiao Chen's fist light and great Tao energy were not to be trifled with. Others might not understand, but could it be that this Black Tiger did not? Or was he just pretending to be relaxed? If I tell you to draw your saber, then draw your saber. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you the chance to draw your saber. Black Tiger said coldly. Not only did he want to kill this Xiao Chen, but he also wanted to kill him beautifully. He wanted his name, Black Tiger, to spread even wider in Purple Sun City. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. Since Black Tiger wanted to die, Xiao Chen could only satisfy him. When Shao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber, great Tao energy appeared. The strong saber Tao great Tao energy instantly shattered Black Tiger's saber technique like breaking dead branches. The other party had only comprehended 8 saber souls, not even a saber domain. However, Shao Chen had already surpassed the saber domain long ago, comprehending great Tao energy. The two were on completely different levels. The instant the great Tao energy appeared, Black Tiger felt like his brain temporarily lost its ability to think. When he looked around, Shao Chen's figure suddenly vanished. Just as he was feeling horrified, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Just as Black Tiger was feeling horrified, a resplendent saber light flashed like the blazing sun in the sky, blinding everyone. The saber light flashed and stabbed into Black Tiger's chest. In that instant, it shattered all his internal organs. Chapter 1598. You. Black Tiger vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He found it hard to understand. Why? Why did Shao Chen break through his defense with one saber strike? Why did Shao Chen instantly shatter his saber move, leaving him unable to resist? What exactly was that aura that made his entire body tremble in fear, to the point where he could not even hold his saber? The level of the saber Tao's great Tao energy was too high. Given Black Tiger's cultivation, he simply could not understand it. Black Tiger did not even know how he lost. How did he lose so quickly, with just one saber strike? The resplendent saber light was incredibly dazzling. It also contained boundless sharpness and the power of lightning, as well as great Tao energy. Great Tao energy pointed to the great Tao. The flickering light of the saber light was incredibly frightening. Everyone watching in the distance was stunned. Originally, they thought that Black Tiger was toying with Shao Chen, telling him to draw his saber. However, who could have imagined that after Shao Chen drew his saber, he immediately restrained Black Tiger? The advantage of speed was inconceivable. Black Tiger's expression was horrified. His internal organs had already been completely crushed. At this moment, he did his best to drive the energy in his Dantian essence, trying to recover from the damage to his physical body. However, the force contained in Shao Chen's saber light not only included saber energy but also great Tao energy. This force was incredibly sharp, firmly suppressing Black Tiger's veritable essence energy. Not only did Black Tiger's physical injuries not show any signs of recovering, but they even worsened. The fear of death spread throughout Black Tiger's entire body. He said sullenly, "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the dazzling sunlight true fire anymore." Black Tiger could not block this saber strike at all. If this dragged on, only death awaited him. Begging for mercy. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, actually begged for mercy before Shao Chen. This incredible scene startled everyone. When the strong Black Tiger arrived, he was extremely arrogant. He directly told Shao Chen to get out, wanting to snatch away his dazzling sunlight true fire. Everyone thought that Shao Chen was in trouble. At the very least, he had to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. When Shao Chen said such arrogant words and rejected Black Tiger, everyone thought that Shao Chen would definitely die. But who would have thought that the result would be the scene before them? Even the 3 rookies did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger, who admitted that he was no match for Shao Chen, was actually begging for mercy in front of Shao Chen. It's too late now that you know you don't want it. The quintessence in Shao Chen's body flowed continuously into the saber hilt and entered the Black Tiger's body. The halo of the Great Path behind him condensed and did not dissipate. Boundless might of the Great Path emanated from his body, making people's hearts tremble inexplicably. Shao Chen did not intend to let the other party off at all. This Black Tiger's thinking was too simple. When they came, they called him out by name, demanding him to come out and hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. If he didn't give it to him, he would take his life. Now that he realized that he wasn't a match for Shao Chen, he wanted to save his own life just by saying that he didn't want it. How could the matters of the world be so simple? That was not the case for everyone. How could he yell at Shao Chen, step on him in front of everyone, and then walk away after saying a few words? Was that even possible? Impossible. Black Tiger had to die. Shao Chen, I'm a member of the Temple Ghost sect. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death. Black Tiger's injuries worsened, and his complexion turned incredibly weak. When he saw that Shao Chen still had not let go, he panicked. Black Tiger had no choice but to use the Temple Ghost sect's name to scare Shao Chen. The Temple Ghost sect was a peak existence among the gangs outside the city. Moreover, the entire gang was very united. If any one of them were to be touched, they would definitely be killed. If anyone touched a single person, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Temple Ghost sect. A large part of the reason why Black Tiger dared to be so arrogant in Purple Sun City was that he had the Temple Ghost sect supporting him. Shao Chen, let me tell you this. The Temple Ghost sect is not like the large sections. They do not have that many formalities. As long as someone is killed, they will turn out in full force. Furthermore, it was my big brother who sent me here. Black Tiger grew increasingly weaker. The fear of death made him place his last hope of survival on the threat of the Temple Ghost sect. If I let you go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for me? Shao Chen's cold voice made one's heart tremble. Indeed, if I let Black Tiger go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for Shao Chen. So, you should just die. A ferocious roar resounded in the air. Black Tiger let out a furious roar of despair. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Amid his despair was boundless regret. He regretted offending Shao Chen, this malefic star. However, now, it was all too late. Pu-ci. Light exploded, and the saber light completely shredded Black Tiger's physical body. Black Tiger turned into a pool of blood drifting in the air. Dead. The Temple Ghost sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, died. Black Tiger, who was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, could not even block a single saber strike before Shao Chen. The result was very surprising. Black Tiger's incredibly tyrannical words, "Draw your saber," would probably become the greatest joke in Purple Sun City. How arrogant and tyrannical was it to give you a chance to draw your saber? However, when Shao Chen drew his saber, he did not have a chance to regret it at all. Shao Chen looked at the white-clad figure holding a saber with fluttering long hair. The onlookers in the distance all revealed strange expressions. This youth was truly decisive in killing, not hesitating at all. Shao Chen sheathed his saber and scattered his great Dao energy. His emotions did not fluctuate too much. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. This was a very simple principle. Young man, quickly leave. The Temple Ghost sect's people will charge in soon. In the past, someone killed the Temple Ghost sect's people. In the end, their corpses littered the streets. Half a day later, an old man suddenly said. He could not bear to see Shao Chen die just like that. Thank you, but I can't leave. Shao Chen had an appointment with Senior Lu to meet at Idle Cloud Restaurant today. Since the other party had not appeared yet, he naturally could not leave. This matter concerned Luo Nan's life and Fei Er's expectations. Shao Chen had to do this. Young man, you are just seeking your own death. The Temple Ghost sect has the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the second sect master and the first sect master are even stronger than Black Tiger. Many discussions came from the crowd, all of them suggesting that Shao Chen leave immediately. This person is really going to be unlucky. Seeing Shao Chen ignore the crowd's advice and enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, that old man shook his head slightly. Shao Chen did not have to wait for long. In less than 15 minutes, a group of cultivators exuding a heavy baleful aura rode over on tall horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. These people had the same air as Black Tiger, similarly cold-blooded, tyrannical, and unreasonable. Aside from Shao Chen's group, Idle Cloud Restaurant was already empty. The guests in there all knew that Shao Chen killed Black Tiger, so they all feared getting caught up in the crossfire. The entire Idle Cloud Restaurant turned extremely quiet, heavy, and oppressive. The cavalry in the distance rushed over to Idle Cloud Restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person leading the group had a cold expression. As he looked at the pool of Black Tiger's blood on the ground, he could not help releasing a murderous chi. This person was Black Tiger's second brother, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master. He was known as Shuesho. Those who kill will pay with their lives. Blood Hands suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the surrounding 50 kilometers. The huge idol cloud restaurant shook under this explosive roar. Incessant clanging sounds could be heard coming from the restaurant as the wine cups and wine bottles inside shattered. Boom! Following that, all the doors and windows fell to the ground. The sound waves turned them into powder in the air, scattering with the wind. How strong! The crowd, who had already hidden very far away, all calmed down when they heard this roar. It was just one roar, but it nearly caused Idol Cloud Restaurant to collapse. After all, Idol Cloud Restaurant was supported by formations. After everything quieted down, Idol Cloud Restaurant remained quiet, devoid of any sound. Could it be that the white-robed Xiao-Chen had already sneaked away and was not in there at all? If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. No one is an exception. Naturally, the Temple Ghost Sect's Black Tiger is no exception. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiao-Chen's calm and collected reply came from the damaged Idol Cloud Restaurant. Everyone became excited. What a great Xiao-Chen! To think that he did not flee. What a great, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Chapter 1599. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master roared ferociously, a murderer must pay with his life. His voice shattered the windows of Idol Cloud Restaurant, leaving half of the building damaged. Under such pressure, Xiao-Chen responded tyrannically with, "If anyone tries to kill me, I will kill them." He clashed head-on, not backing down at all. You are seeking death. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master snorted coldly and shouted, "Charge in. I want to let him know the consequences of offending the Temple Ghost Sect." Boom! With a furious shout, the many Temple Ghost Sect disciples dismounted and charged into Idol Cloud Restaurant. However, the moment they stepped through the doors, a cold aura made them tremble. What kind of feeling was that? His entire body trembled, and the cold energy seeped into his bones, making him unable to move at all. A huge suction containing an irresistible force came over. Horrifying miserable cries rang out as the Jiao snake swallowed up the group of people, unable to retaliate at all. Such a strange thing caused the group of killing Rakshasa sect members behind to feel a little uneasy. The doors of Idol Cloud Restaurant were like the gates of hell. After they entered, there was only a startled cry, and then there was no more movement. There were no sounds of fighting or cries for help. There was no sound of Xiao-Chen and the others speaking. The silence of the environment coupled with the terrifying startled cries felt exceptionally horrifying. Such a scene was equally strange in the eyes of the others. They did not know what Xiao-Chen did, much less what happened in Idol Cloud Restaurant. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master's sullen expression turned extremely complicated. Many of the sect disciples circled the entrance of the restaurant, pacing back and forth, not daring to enter. It was very dangerous inside. No one who went in ever came out again. Clearly, these sect disciples did not dare to enter rashly and send themselves to death. After all, everyone only had one life. Go in 2 by 2. No matter what, you have to tell me what happened in there. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was incredibly frustrated. Even he was somewhat startled by the current situation. What was even more despicable was that this happened before everyone. If the second sect master could not kill Xiao-Chen, then the Temple Ghost Sect would no longer be able to mingle in Purple Sun City. Now, he was anxious to know what had happened inside so that he could deal with it. When the Temple Ghost Sect members heard that, they were stunned. They simply did not want to enter Idol Cloud Restaurant. However, when he saw the second sect master's dark face, he could only bite the bullet and charge in. However, the huge Jiao snake in Idol Cloud Restaurant was like a chicken eating rice. Every time 2 people came in, they would lower their heads and peck gently, and 2 Temple Ghost Sect members would disappear for no reason. 2, 4, 6, 8, the members of Killing Rakshasa Sect entered but never came out. All of them died silently. At this moment, he couldn't even let out a scream. Hiss! A chill spread through the nearby streets. The many cultivators watching from afar all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The normally bustling Idle Cloud restaurant was now incomparably sinister in the eyes of the crowd. It had become a haunted building. What exactly happened inside was still unknown. This Xiao Chen is really not simple. That's right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Looks like killing him won't be that easy. Almost all of them are dead. Interesting. I wonder if the Temple Ghost Sex people will demolish Idle Cloud restaurant. I don't think so. If they really demolish it, they will be utterly embarrassed. To think that one person forced them to not even dare to enter the door. Regardless of whether the Temple Ghost Sex second sect master was willing or not, the members that he brought over never returned. Everyone who went died. The second sect master sent out his mental energy but discovered that it was shrouded in fog. The interference prevented him from seeing anything. Is this all the Temple Ghost sect has? In that case, it is best not to enter this door. Otherwise, every person who enters will die. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. Xiao Chen's cold shout came from the quiet Idle Cloud restaurant, making the hearts of many sink. If it were before, no one would dare to believe Xiao Chen's words. They would only think that he was bragging. However, now, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He did indeed have the ability to do so. You are seeking death. Back off. I'll go. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master shouted ferociously. Then, he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the doors of Idle Cloud restaurant. However, just as the second sect master approached the doors, his body suddenly bent upward at an inconceivable angle. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky, directly barging into Idle Cloud restaurant from above. A cold smile flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes when he saw the other party enter in such a manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived on the second floor, coldly eyeing the other party. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was dressed in yellow. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator, more than one grade higher than Black Tiger. The second sect master was only one step shy of advancing to the major primal core realm. Of course, this was the final step. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to cross this step. Die. When the yellow-clad sect master saw Xiao Chen appear, he shouted ferociously, and 3 streams of veritable essence energy that had undergone refinement appeared. 3 streams of refined veritable essence energy came from the primal core in his body and charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy split into 3 and turned into yellow venomous snakes that flicked out their red tongues like they were alive. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy was very fast and came from a tricky angle. In the next second, it arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The other party was indeed much stronger than Black Tiger's. Just these 3 streams of veritable essence energy gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could not block them. If Xiao Chen clashed head-on, he would suffer greatly. After all, he was only a Yin essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen drew his saber and instantly executed the fish dragon art. In that instant, Xiao Chen quickly took 3 steps, swinging his saber with each step. Every saber strike targeted the weak points of the veritable essence energy venomous snakes. After 3 saber strikes, the veritable essence energy venomous snake scattered. The yellow-clad sect master's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen, who was only a Yin essence stage cultivator, actually managed to receive 3 moves before him. Xiao Chen could not be underestimated. This Xiao Chen definitely had an extraordinary background. He might be a genius disciple of a rank 3 sect. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, he could not fight across cultivation realms and display such strong combat prowess. Aside from this, the yellow-clad sect master also felt that this Idle Cloud pavilion was somewhat strange. From the moment he entered, it felt like someone was watching him. That feeling lingered, unable to get rid of. Suddenly, the yellow-clad sect master thought of retreating. He felt that he could not remain in this restaurant. He should wait for his big brother to arrive before making a decision. After all, his big brother was a major primal core cultivator. He was very knowledgeable. Even if the other party was a genius outstanding talent of a rank 3 sect, he would definitely be able to kill Xiao Qin. With this thought, the yellow-clad sect master pushed off with his feet, wanting to leave the way he came. Seeing that Xiao Qin did not chase after him, the yellow-clad sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this place. However, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept towards the yellow-clad sect master. This shadow carried a dense cold chi that made one's entire body go numb, so cold that one trembled. Before the yellow-clad sect master could turn his head to look, the Jiao snake's tail struck him. All the bones in the yellow-clad sect master shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. He felt like his soul was trembling. The yellow-clad sect master felt dizzy, and intense pain spread out. The Jiao snake strike took away most of his life. No. The yellow-clad sect master was even more horrified. In the next moment, Xiao Qin chopped down with the lunar shadow saber, as if he had predicted that the Jiao snake would strike him. Pu Ci. The saber strike knocked the yellow-clad sect master out of Idle Cloud Pavilion amid his startled cry. When the yellow-clad sect master landed, all signs of life vanished. A saber wound cut the yellow-clad sect master's body from top to bottom. If not for the yellow-clad sect master's strong physical body, this saber strike might have chopped him in half, leaving him without a complete corpse. Finally, someone came out of Idle Cloud Pavilion. However, the person who came out was a corpse that could not speak. Outsiders still did not know what happened in Idle Cloud Pavilion. As the crowd looked at Idle Cloud Pavilion, their expressions changed completely. Even the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master died. How horrifying was that place? Duh. 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 The sound of horse hooves rang out. A strong aura surged over, and the crowd quickly made way. When the crowd clearly saw who it was, their expressions changed slightly. The people of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had finally arrived. Chapter 1600. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's new talent, the Ice Snow Sword, was killed. As for the Burning Moon sect's new talent, Yen Xian, he was in an even more miserable state. Yen Xian had been frightened into crawling and fleeing with just one look, losing all his dignity. Not only himself, but even the Burning Moon sect had lost face. Yen Xian probably knew that he would not be able to escape punishment when he returned to the sect, so he went missing. Even now, no one knew where he was. A sect's new talent represented that the sect had a successor. When they roamed the world, they represented the face of the sect. However, of the two rank 2 sects, one died and the other fled because of Xiao Qin losing all face. Xiao Qin alone slapped the faces of 2 rank 2 sections. Such a thing would be unacceptable in any sect. Furthermore, the rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region were overlord-class existences. However, because the sects were too big, there were too many formalities. Since the 2 sects wanted to send people to resolve this matter, they had to discuss who to send, who had the time, who was willing, and who was suitable. The strength of the person to send was very important. Naturally, they had to discuss it carefully. However, the Temple Ghost sect did not have so many worries. They came when they wanted to. Hence, they rushed ahead of the 2 sections. Although the experts of the 2 sects did not come, there were people keeping an eye on Xiao Chen's actions in secret. When the decision was made, the efficiency of the large sects became apparent. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor arrived at nearly the same time. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor each sent 100 people. The leaders were major primal core cultivators. The weakest of the 100 disciples was a young essence cultivator. It was clear that these were all elites and experts. The 2 sects were truly enraged. In the Purple Sun region, a major primal core cultivator could be considered a peak expert. Even in Purple Sun City, major primal core cultivators were rare. Han Feng, unexpectedly, you came personally as well, the leader of the Burning Moon sect, Bai Su, said calmly as he looked at the other party. The Ice Snow Mountain Manners, Han Feng said coldly, I only have this one disciple. I was hoping that he would surpass me and become famous. Now that he was killed, how could I not come? It turned out that these two were the masters of the new talents of their respective sections. They were also in the upper echelons of their sects and were very strong. Although our sects usually have some disputes, why don't we join forces to kill this white-robed Xiaoqun today? Bai Su of the Burning Moon sect suggested to Han Feng. In the past, people had heard that the two great sects had gathered hundreds of people to deal with a single person. They would definitely think that it was impossible. How could there be such a person that a rank 2 sect would be so cautious? But now, no one was surprised to learn that the person they were going to deal with was Xiaoqun. Not long ago, the Temple Ghost Sect's 2nd Sect Master and 3rd Sect Master, as well as a large group of gang members, had all died at Xiaoqun's hands in Idle Cloud Restaurant. All these facts told everyone that Xiaoqun was not simple. Sure. Han Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he agreed with the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su's decision. From the bottom of his heart, he did not approve of joining forces. To deal with the Essence stage brat, they still needed to work together with others. This was a great humiliation. However, in the current situation, they had no choice but to work together. It was better to be cautious. If he were to fail miserably in such an easy task, it would be a huge joke. Da-da-da. Galloping rang out again. The crowd opened up a path. It was the Temple Ghost Sect Master Yen, charging over with his men. Sect Master Yen raged, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He felt an indescribable depression in his heart. Unexpectedly, a Essence stage brat nearly wiped out most of his Temple Ghost sect. If Black Tiger had underestimated his enemy, then Xiaoqun had to be very strong for killing the 2nd Sect Master's group. Han Feng? Bai Su? Sect Master Shui was greatly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins and withdrew his killing intent. Then, he stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. Greetings, elders. The three of them were about the same strength, all early-stage major primal core realm cultivators. However, their statuses differed greatly. No matter how powerful the Temple Ghost sect was among the gangs outside the city, it was an insignificant existence in the eyes of a rank 2 sect. Without an inheritance or accumulations, the Temple Ghost sect was just a group of bandits. Han Feng and Bai Su did not show any good expressions. Bai Su said softly, I heard that your Temple Ghost sect just lost 2 sect masters and more than 100 gang members. Truly a motley crew. More than 100 people did not even get to see the others. Compared to Bai Su, the Ice Snow Mountain Manners Han Feng was even more arrogant, directly mocking them. Sect Master Shui immediately became enraged. He said sullenly, no matter how great the losses of my Temple Ghost sect are, it cannot compare to the losses of the two of your sections. One new talent was killed, and the other was in an even worse state. The new talent crawled away like a turtle. You must be tired of living. Han Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, a frigid cold wind started blowing wildly. Between heaven and earth, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an icy chill. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew. The dancing snowflakes spun around like sharp knives. How strong! The people watching in the distance quickly retreated in a fluster. Who could have expected that Han Feng could easily bring out such a strong will of ice with a thought? This will of ice was already infinitely close to the domain realm. Furthermore, Han Feng's major primal core realm cultivation allowed his veritable essence energy to be continuously refined and refined. Now that it was contained in the snowflakes, it made sense that it gave off such strong pressure. In mere moments, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. This clearly showed how vast Han Feng's veritable essence energy was. Humph. Do you think this old man is easy to scare? Not to be outdone, Sect Master Shui released a scarlet light from his body. Together with a strong baleful aura, he quickly clashed with the boundless snowflakes. Enough. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the burning moon sex by Su quickly made a move. A heat wave surged up from the ground, instantly melting everything. Bai Su forcefully suppressed the two's wills. Immediately, Han Feng and Sect Master Shui became cautious. Sect Master Shui snorted coldly. Although my temple ghost sect is not an impressive existence, we cannot tolerate being humiliated. Don't think that we are easy to bully. At the very most, I can just run to another astral region. Your Ice Snow Mountain Manor will not care. Seeing that Han Feng was about to fight again, Bai Su quickly said, "Stop. We are here to deal with Shao Qin. Don't let the people in Idle Cloud Restaurant laugh at us." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Suo all felt immense pressure. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Not to mention the Temple Ghost sect, two Rank 2 sects actually charged over as well. "Big brother Shao Qin, how about we leave first?" Fei suggested in a soft voice. Xiao Suo shook his head and said, "It is already too late to leave. They have already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant. There is no way out." Shao Qin used his spiritual sense to size up the scene outside. Then, he released his bated breath. Clearly, the Rank 2 sects had late-stage major primal core experts. However, there were too few of them. Furthermore, the time of these people was precious. They would definitely not leave the mountain just for one Shao Qin. Furthermore, they had to guard their sect's territory and could not move casually. The ones that came were all early-stage major primal core cultivators. 3 early-stage major primal core cultivators. The pressure on Senior Jiao Snake increased significantly. However, he could still handle the situation, so there was no need to panic for now. As Shao Qin expected, the late-stage major primal core peak experts of the Rank 2 sects would definitely not come. As for the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Realm, the death of a new talent was not something that could be passed on to the Supreme Elder. Shao Qin communicated with the Jiao Snake. Then, he said to Xiao Suo and the other two, "With me around, there is no need to panic. Just listen to me." Fei said sullenly, "There is no need to panic. Senior brother and I are just worried about implicating you." When Shao Qin heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to talk about implicating me. We have all gone through trials and tribulations together. If we really reach a dead end, we will definitely live and die together. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is already a gain." A brilliant light flashed in Shao Qin's eyes. The hot-bloodedness in his bones blazed as he said, "That's right. Live and die together." Outside Idle Cloud Restaurant, the people of the 3 factions had already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant so tightly that not even water could trickle through. For a time, the Idle Cloud Restaurant became an isolated existence on the street. Everyone in the distance broke out in a cold sweat for Shao Qin's group of 3. With the 2 Rank 2 sects working together, Shao Qin no longer stood much of a chance. At this moment, Sect Master Shui and the other 2 had already reached a consensus under Bai Su's mediation. Whoosh! 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 The 3 soared into the air, and the auras of major primal core experts spread out, encasing the entire Idle Cloud Restaurant. Rumble. The ground trembled. It was like 3 mountains had fallen on Idle Cloud Restaurant, on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the actions of the 3 experts, everyone exclaimed. They were preparing to use violent means. They wanted to destroy the restaurant together with Shao Qin. No matter what means they used, they would use their cultivation to suppress them. They would not even be able to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. Chapter 1601. An indescribable light flashed in her eyes. If the earlier Shao Qin had only inspired some admiration in her, now, her heart suddenly raced. But at this moment, her heartbeats suddenly sped up, mixed with an indescribable feeling of conflict. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Shao Qin expressionlessly placed a palm strike on the Jiao Snake's body. However, as expected, the scene of Idle Cloud Restaurant collapsing did not happen. If the Jiao Snake had succeeded, Xiao Chen's group and Idle Cloud Restaurant would have been crushed to pieces under the combined attacks of the three experts, dying without a grave. In this excellent opportunity to make a move, the three experts did not hold back. Xiao Chen did not hold back much. The scene immediately turned somewhat bloody and cruel. Without the support of the three leaders, everyone was caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. They were caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. Furthermore, Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo suddenly jumped out. This was called suppressing others with one's aura, using pure strength to suppress others. Feng Buyu, the last new talent of the Purple Sun region, appeared at the very last moment just as everyone was about to forget about him. Who was it that was so strong, able to receive the killing moves of three early-stage major primal core experts at the same time? When Xiao Chen died, that late-stage major primal core expert would definitely choose to leave. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Temple Ghost Sect, and the Burning Moon Sect worked together with three major primal core experts. However, they still could not capture Xiao Chen. A cold, sinister intent spread throughout Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Jiao snake spat out a mouthful of cold qi, forcefully blocking the martial techniques of the three experts. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Burning Moon Sect, and the Temple Ghost Sect suffered heavy casualties. Her pretty, soul-stirring eyes looked at Xiao Chen, whose white robes were stained with blood, holding his saber and facing off against three major primal core experts in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they did not expect to see such a scene when they arrived. Three experts executing peak martial techniques at the same time was rather rare in Purple Sun City. This concerns my own safety and interests. Stop labeling me as cruel. I, Xiao Chen, have never been an indecisive person. A strong battle hunger surged in Xiao Chen's heart. As he held the lunar shadow saber, a treasure saber that surpassed profound tools, he unleashed his battle hunger, sweeping through everything in his path. Sky burning moon shadow. They instantly felt somewhat confused. What kind of existence was an Idle Cloud Restaurant? Hovering in midair, Han Feng, Bai Su, and sect leader Shui each vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Such a scene made many people feel deeply shocked, and their hearts thumped non-stop. Saber light flickered and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, there was only one word: fight. Xiao Chen retorted coldly, "What a joke. If I did not kill them, would I give you the chance to reorganize these people and charge back into Idle Cloud Restaurant? Watch my friends and myself fall into danger." Then, Sect Master Shui led more than 300 people to surround and kill Xiao Chen. The original owner of the pirate flag was also pushed forward, expressing his desire to take back the pirate flag. Everything seemed reasonable. They were just waiting for Xiao Chen to speak. If someone tries to kill me, I will definitely kill them. On the other hand, Xiao Chen even killed the group of disciples and gang members, dealing a painful blow to them. Kill. If Xiao Chen reorganized himself, he would have strong combat prowess. If he did not take this opportunity to kill his way out, he would be soft-hearted. If he did not do so, he might very well be the next one to die. After a while, Xiao Chen shouted, "Dao! Feng Buyu, what are you doing here?" Not even dregs remained, extremely pitiful. Xiao Chen's words left the three at a loss for words. A figure flashed, and a figure flew out of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes fluttered. It was Xiao Chen. This result was simply unexpected. When the three saw the scene before them, they were startled, their faces filled with shock. Only Xiao Chen stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes were stained with blood, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed like a river in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Countless corpses littered the ground. Of the three factions, the people of the Temple Ghost Sect were all dead. The disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect were all frightened, fleeing in all directions. Boom! Feng Buyu ignored the other party. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, I remember that you bought a pirate banner at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now, the seller wants to take it back. We have already negotiated with the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so hand over the pirate banner." The heavy Great Tao energy supported Senior Jiao Snake, instantly breaking the stalemate between the Jiao Snake and the three experts. Han Feng and Bai Su were enraged as well. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had not suffered such a huge loss for many years already. That was right. That was what they thought. Was it worth it or not? Far away, in a tall building, Lan Luo covered her mouth in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chen did not show any fear when facing three major primal core cultivators. His aura even increased. Corpses littered the ground, as well as the flowing blood river. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Feng Bu nodded and said, "That's right. My wind-chasing sect can guarantee your safety. At the same time, I will agree to one of your requests." Then, he did not hesitate to make a move, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. As the three looked at Xiao Chen, they suddenly discovered that this youth gave off a strong aura of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and gone through many trials and tribulations. No one had expected that the three would use such a tyrannical and cruel method to deal with Xiao Chen. However, they firmly held on, not letting any of the energy from the three great killing moves leak into Idle Cloud Restaurant and injure Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen could not tell if it was his blood or someone else's. At this moment, it was silent. Only the dripping sound of the blood from the two sabers could be heard. Traceless falling snow. You are actually extremely cruel, killing all the people of my Temple Ghost sect. Sect Master Shue's entire body trembled in anger. The Temple Ghost sect that he established with so much difficulty was completely destroyed today. Ha ha ha. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect are actually going to submit to a foreigner who came from nowhere? Suddenly, laughter came from the distance. The wind-chasing sect's Feng Buyu led a group of people and appeared here. Behind Feng Buyu was the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the beautiful woman whom Lan Luo addressed as Aunt Bai. She slowly walked out and looked at Xiao Chen softly. "I'm sorry. However, we will return 5 times the spirit jades to you to compensate young Master Xiao Chen for your losses. We can even step forward and deal with the trouble that you are in." The shock waves from the fight between the Jiao Snake and the 3 experts spread out, injuring most of the cultivators of the 3 factions surrounding Idle Cloud Restaurant. Don't even think about stepping into Idle Cloud Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will make them pay a heavy price. The things that happened today were sufficient to prove that clashing head-on with Xiao Chen would not end well. Originally, the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. However, the situation now did not seem quite right. The Burning Moon sect's Bai Su roared ferociously. The bright moon could no longer be seen in the sky, but the shadow of the moon enveloped Idle Cloud Restaurant and burned fiercely. This was especially so for the Temple Ghost sect. Their members were the weakest. They were practically wiped out in an instant. The expressions of Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Xue changed at the same time. They all sensed that someone had blocked their killing moves at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. His scarlet clothes flapped loudly in the wind. An intense clash occurred invisibly. Although the Jiao Snake felt some pressure, it did not feel anything. The killing moves, which should have ended in an instant, entered a stalemate. The 3 clashed with the Jiao Snake and were forcefully held back. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng drew his sword, and a cold light flickered at the tip. A boundless snowstorm fell silently. Every snowflake spun rapidly. After 15 minutes, the 3 experts forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed back to Idle Cloud Restaurant. They should have thought that they might be killed as well. Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Xue actually hesitated, not daring to attack again. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng, the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su, and the Temple Ghost sect's Sect Master Xue, 3 peak early-stage major primal core experts. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner was still exposed. Sect Master Xue roared, and the baleful aura all over his body suddenly gathered, not releasing it. Just as these people followed the three experts and surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant, preparing to kill Xiao Qin, Han Feng asked coldly with a somewhat unsightly expression. In the earlier exchange, Xiao Qin had already guessed that there should be a late-stage major primal core expert in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The three's plan was for Han Feng and Bai Su to delay that late-stage major primal core expert. All the onlookers felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked that they did not know what to say. When Han Feng and Bai Su attacked one after another, the Jiao snake suddenly attacked. A huge palm made of scarlet light ruthlessly pressed towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. Startled cries rang out. The three experts actually got knocked back at the same time. At this moment, the leaders of the three factions were severely injured and sent flying. Most of the cultivators were injured, and their morale fell to rock bottom. This was the best opportunity to make a move. If the three factions continued fighting, even if they managed to kill Xiao Qin, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect would have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the price. Whoosh! Whoosh! They attacked at the same time. For a moment, Idle Cloud Restaurant was in a precarious situation. All the cultivators were shocked. These attacks contained horrifying sword intent and veritable essence energy, as well as a cold chill, silently fell in waves, dealing a huge blow to Idle Cloud Restaurant. Right now, these sect members and sect disciples did not seem to have much lethality, but once the three experts recovered, they would definitely be killed. Corpses piled up, and blood flowed like rivers. The area in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant turned into hell on earth. Chapter 1602. As expected, the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner had already been exposed. It looked like Lan Luo had come for this earlier. However, due to her status, she could not tell Xiao Qin. It looked like she had misunderstood the other party. Feng Buyu looked at Xiao Qin and continued, Xiao Qin, what do you think? Given your strength, talent, and mental state, the insignificant Purple Sun region is definitely just a stop in your life, not the destination. Why do you want to lose your life here? Xiao Qin looked up at the sky. The scarlet sun was slowly setting in the west, and dusk soon arrived. Xiao Qin, just hand over that pirate flag. In any case, it is not of much use to you, so why bother? Don't you agree? Auntie Bai looked at Xiao Qin with a sincere expression. Xiao Qin smiled and said, Woman, why the need to be so hypocritical? Do you think I do not know that that pirate flag is the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner? What? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Qin's words were startling. The legendary Pirate King's Scarlet Blood War banner. What did this mean? This meant that one could obtain the treasure left by a legendary Pirate King. Even if one did not obtain the legendary Pirate King's treasure, just the value of that Scarlet Blood War banner was worth half a sect's worth. Han Feng's face sank. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, Feng Buyu, is what he said true? Han Feng and Bai Su were already somewhat relaxed. They did not want to clash head-on with Xiao Qin. They feared that even if they killed Xiao Qin, they would have to pay an even greater price. That would not be worth it. If they paid an even greater price and still could not kill Xiao Qin, it would be unimaginable. However, the expressions of the two, who had already decided to give up, changed drastically when they heard about the Scarlet Blood War banner. No matter what, they could not give up. At the same time, the spectators, who were just watching the show, showed greedy expressions in their eyes after the commotion. Several people left quietly. The news of the Scarlet Blood War banner reappearing would spread quickly. Naturally, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai and the wind-chasing sex Feng Buyu. The two of them put on the appearance of a savior, thinking that Xiao Qin did not know the value of a pirate flag. He pretended to come over, saying that he was here to help Xiao Qin. In the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face, tearing apart their hypocritical masks. Feng Buyu's expression was extremely ugly. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, Xiao Qin, you're really shameless. Wind Buyu, speak. Is what Xiao Qin said true? Han Feng and Bai Su, on the other hand, were completely agitated at this moment, aiming their cannon fire at Feng Buyu in unison. Seeing Feng Buyu's conflicted expression, Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. Feng Buyu, tell everyone, is it true? The beautiful Anti-Bai said coldly, Xiaochen, what do you gain by doing this? Why is there a need to force us and make things so ugly for everyone? What a great force. Who is the one forcing whom? I, Xiaochen, only auctioned off 2 things that I wanted. In the end, I was intercepted by some new talent on the street, wanting to kill and snatch my treasures. The 2 great sects are even more shameless, repeatedly coming to Idle Cloud Restaurant to seek trouble for me. Furthermore, right now, the 2 of you are clearly in cahoots, planning to split the Scarlet Blood War banner equally. Yet, you came before me, pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to be sincere and putting on an act. Is there any meaning to this? Xiaochen revealed a cold smile as he looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's pretty woman, revealing a disdainful expression. Such people needed to be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Anti-Bai, we can't care so much anymore. Just kill this brat, search his body, and snatch his spatial ring. A decisive expression flashed on Feng Buyu's face. He prepared to work with the Purple Cloud Pavilion to kill Xiaochen. Stop. The 2 of you had better not think about monopolizing it, Han Feng shouted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to see the Scarlet Blood War banner land in the hands of others. When Bai Su and Han Feng stood together, they expressed the same thought. For ordinary benefits, there was no need to mobilize a late-stage Major Primal Core Elder. However, for the Scarlet Blood War banner, everything was worth it. When the distant setting sun shone on the blood-covered Xiaochen, it looked like scarlet light. The situation immediately entered a stalemate. Feng Buyu hated Xiaochen to the core. This was great. Now, Feng Buyu's plan fell through. If the Scarlet Blood War banner was exposed, it would definitely startle the entire Purple Sun City. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining the war banner would increase significantly. All the experts in Purple Sun City would move upon hearing the news. A bloody storm would be unavoidable. Everyone, I feel that this stalemate is not a solution. It is playing into this brat's hands. He must be delaying for time, the Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. These words startled everyone awake from a dream. It was indeed unusual for Xiaochen to take the initiative to give up the Scarlet Blood War banner. He might really be delaying for time. I feel that we should kill him first. If there is anything else, we can make plans later. Sect Master Shui revealed a sinister smile. He hated Xiaochen to the bone and wished that he could kill him now. A light flashed in Feng Buyu's eyes as he said indifferently, I have no objections. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's Anti-Bai said softly, I have no objections, either. Han Feng and Bai Su exchanged glances and said, that's true. I remember that his friend has the Scarlet Blood War banner. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Kill Xiaochen, enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, and snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Han Feng, Bai Su, Sect Master Shui, a wind-chasing sect elder, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Anti-Bai, a total of 5 early-stage Major Primal Core cultivators, locked their auras on Xiaochen. This immediately multiplied the pressure on Xiaochen. Xiaochen glared viciously at Sect Master Shui. This person must die. Even at death's door, you still dare to glare at me? Brat, you are truly reckless, Sect Master Shui replied with a cold snort, feeling extremely upset at Xiaochen's glare. Die? Even if I die, I will drag you down with me first. Divine Lightning Eye, 4th layer. Suddenly, 4 purple petals appeared in Sect Master Shui's right eye, spinning quickly. Black tribulation clouds immediately appeared in the sky from all directions, quickly gathering and encasing Sect Master Shui's head. Ka-Ca. The instant the 4 petals overlapped, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness instantly activated. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning overlapped and landed on Sect Master Shui's body under a situation that no one expected. 1 bolt of tribulation lightning was already startling. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. As the electric light shone, the entire purple sun city plunged into darkness. Only that bolt of tribulation lightning shone with a dazzling light, resplendent and eye-catching. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After that, the sky returned to normal. Sect Master Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted into a mangled mess, and he flew off somewhere. With one glance, Xiao Chen severely injured an early-stage major primal core cultivator. His heaven-defying magic skills stupefied everyone. Xiao Chen clearly told everyone that anyone who wanted to kill him, Xiao Chen, had to pay the price. Attack together. Han Feng, Bai Su, and the others felt horrified. However, they also knew that Xiao Chen could not execute this strange martial technique a second time within a short period of time. Without much thought, they swarmed over, preparing to attack together and finish off Xiao Chen. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Xiao Chen remained calm. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his right hand, and a 3-colored lightning dragon appeared on his palm, flying towards the purple cloud pavilion's anti-bai. That ice blood lightning dragon grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious and huge berserk dragon containing ice, lightning, and blue dragon blood. Anti-bai was startled and retreated in a fluster. Her killing move immediately broke, and the ice blood lightning dragon knocked her into the air. The power of ice and lightning swept through her body at the same time, inflicting immense pain. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then, he swung his saber, sending Han Feng and Bai Su flying at the same time. By the time Xiao Chen's body recovered to its original state, that wind-chasing sect elder had already arrived before him. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering the self first before shattering the enemy. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread throughout his body. All the potential in his body burst out amid the intense pain. Xiao Chen used the heartbreaking stance to clash head-on with this major primal core elder of the wind-chasing sect. Pu Ci. The wind-chasing sect elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the steps of Idle Cloud Restaurant. The difference in strength was still too great. However, before that wind-chasing sect elder could reveal a smile, a crack suddenly appeared in his chest, and a boundless saber intent poured out. This startled the wind-chasing sect elder into retreating quickly, doing his best to suppress the saber chi in his body, not daring to take another step forward. A huge battle happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. 5 great experts attacked together, clashing with Xiao Chen. However, in the end, they were all knocked back. They fought with Xiao Chen until both sides suffered severe injuries. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. After all, Xiao Chen was just a essence stage cultivator. After continuously using his trump cards and executing a self-damaging martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. His injuries healed very quickly. After a few battles, he recovered from his injuries. After a few battles, Xiao Chen's blood flowed faster, and his heart beat strongly like a dragon. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and stood up with a somersault. The lunar shadow saber flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. He said indifferently, "With me around, no one can even think of getting close." Idle Cloud Restaurant. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, and the saber trembled. The wind-chasing sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's people were frightened into taking a few steps back. Chapter 1603. Everyone present was frightened silly by Xiao Chen's strength. They clearly knew that Xiao Chen was not in a good state right now, coughing with blood. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, drained of blood. However, no one caught up to him. Even Feng Buyu, who was in perfect condition, was frightened into taking a few steps back. What exactly is Xiao Chen persevering for? Many people started to feel confused. After seeing Xiao Chen's combat prowess after exposing his trump cards, it was clear that he could leave easily. However, why did he remain in Idle Cloud Restaurant, unwilling to leave Purple Sun City. What was Xiao Chen guarding in the mysterious Idle Cloud restaurant? This was an unsolved mystery, confusing everyone, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the western sky again, the sun had already set. The scarlet setting sun dyed the distant horizon red, covering a large patch of clouds. As the scarlet afterglow fell on Xiao Chen's body, it mixed with his scarlet robes, making him look somewhat miserable. An indiscernible confusion and anxiety flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Did I get cheated? The sky is about to turn dark, but the person I'm waiting for still has not appeared. Is Luo Nan really going to die? I don't want to. I really don't want to see this friend I made after leaving the Kunlun realm fall here. I really don't want to see this pair of lovers part forever. All the more, I don't want to see the kind Fei or cry over this. To Xiao Chen, love was somewhat extravagant right now. Perhaps it was because he saw in Fei or in Luo Nan that he once had with Ruyue, or perhaps it was because his original heart still existed, but Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted. Even though Xiao Chen was already very weak, he stubbornly stood in front of Idle Cloud restaurant, not letting anyone near. The saber hummed endlessly. It was like the lunar shadow saber understood Xiao Chen's stubbornness, the perseverance in his heart, and the pride in his heart. At this moment, the lunar shadow saber hummed endlessly, connected to Xiao Chen's thoughts. The humming of the lunar shadow saber filled the entire place. The strong saber intent shook the entire Purple Sun City. Saber, my Tao, my saber. Ka Xie. At this moment, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's saber Tao suddenly shattered. His Tao realm went from initial glimpse to minor success. The halo of light of the great Tao behind Xiao Chen condensed into a point. Then, it continuously rose, surpassing the bottleneck of 3 feet and reaching a height of 3 meters. Hua. For a moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen's body seemed to have grown several times taller. The shapeless pressure caused everyone present to feel unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat once more. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of existence this was. Saber intent? Saber soul? Or was it the domain of blades? When Lan Luo, who was far away, saw this scene, she was stunned. This is the power of the great Tao. He comprehended a type of Tao and even increased his cultivation level by a level. What a surprise. I originally thought that such a genius who could comprehend the Tao would only appear in a third-grade sect. Lan Luo's bodyguard Yu, who was hidden in the dark, exclaimed in shock. Breaking through in the face of adversity, improving in the face of despair. But what exactly is he protecting? A confused expression appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. Earlier, in Idle Cloud restaurant, Xiao Chen had lectured her with a cold expression. He said that she did not understand, that there were many things in the world that were more important than her life. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 3 strong auras suddenly approached from the sky above Purple Sun City. These auras were so strong that they continuously compressed Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent, forcing it back to a corner of Idle Cloud restaurant. This was the immense pressure brought by absolute strength. It had nothing to do with saber intent or great Tao energy. The absolute advantage in cultivation brought absolute suppression. Even though Xiao Chen's Tao had just advanced, he still suffered from this suppression. 3 people landed in front of Idle Cloud restaurant. Without exception, these 3 old men were all late-stage major primal core cultivators. However, the Jiao snake was slightly weaker than the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake was a peak major primal core expert that had already touched the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. However, the pressure that the Jiao snake gave the Jiao snake was no less than that of the Jiao snake. It was like an ant facing a lion or an elephant. They were both incredibly huge, but to the ant, there was no difference. Upon seeing the 3 old men arrive, the remaining disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect, and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor all revealed joy on their faces. Greetings, First Elder. The ones who arrived were all existences second only to the sect masters of their respective sections. The expressions of all the onlookers changed drastically. A late-stage major primal core super expert. Super experts of the late-stage major primal core realm had not appeared in Purple Sun City for many years already. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder was a white-robed, white-haired old man. As he stood there, he looked like a block of ice. When he swept his gaze around, it felt like he would be sealed in ice. On the other hand, the Burning Moon sect's first elder wore fiery red, crescent moon robes. His entire body exuded a berserk aura, looking like a volcano as he stood there. As for the wind-chasing sect's first elder, he wore azure robes. His long hair fluttered continuously like willow catkins. The 3 were very distinct, easily distinguishable. After they landed, they stared at Xiao Chen. "Move aside," the white-robed old man said indifferently. The white-robed old man said indifferently. The moment his voice rang out, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill in one's bones felt like needles pricking one's heart. The tone of the wind-chasing sect's azure-robed old man turned slightly warmer. "Young man, don't hold on anymore. The 3 of us have already lived for hundreds of years. We are ashamed to fight with you. As long as you leave Idle Cloud Restaurant and vanish from Purple Sun City, we will take it as you never appeared. Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Suo finally convinced the Jiao snake to come out. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still a sliver of sunlight that had not completely set. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen said, "The sky is not dark yet. It would be too unfortunate to leave now." Luo Nan said sullenly, "Let's go. Brother Xiao Chen, I, Luo Nan, have received your grace and lived until now. I am already very fortunate. I really have no regrets." Fei Er's eyes turned somewhat moist. As she looked at the blood-covered Xiao Chen, she felt heartache. "Big brother Xiao Chen, let's go. That old man must be lying. He will not come. If senior brother dies, I will feel sad. However, if you die, Fei Er will feel sad as well." Many people came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not leave, remaining in Idle Cloud Restaurant to save his friend's life, waiting for someone to appear. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been deceived. That person would not appear. Is it because of this? In the tall building, Lan Luo felt stifled, feeling strangely flustered. In front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen was about to say something when the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant on his chest suddenly erupted. He felt a slight heat on his chest. Invisibly, he felt a person with a similar black lotus mark quickly approaching Purple Sun City. That person must have used his trump card when he attacked repeatedly earlier. Then, he accidentally touched the black lotus mark. In the end, the Black Lotus Church's people sensed it. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile. He felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for did not show up. However, the person he was waiting for was the malefic star that he did not want to meet the most. How reckless. To think that you still dare to delay even at such a cultivation. Xiao Chen, no matter where you come from, this is the Purple Sun region. Quickly hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner and scram out of Purple Sun City. The hot-tempered Burning Moon sect's first elder shouted ferociously. Heat waves surged out, forcing Xiao Chen's group to take a few steps back, unable to block. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 undying old men are scaring a child, and their faces are not even red. This old man really feels embarrassed for you. Just at this moment, a sloppily dressed old man appeared on a tall building near Idle Cloud Restaurant. This person appeared silently, causing the 3 first elders' pupils to constrict. Their expressions turned strangely grave. Whoosh! The sloppy-looking old man's figure flashed and landed before Xiao Chen. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "You said to wait for me for 3 days, and I meant it. I did not misjudge you." Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "I did not misjudge you either. The sky is not dark yet, and Senior Lu did not stand me up. Sorry, the things that you wanted were too difficult to find. I wasted too much time. However, I did not let you down and found them all. Senior Lu smiled. Then, he turned around and looked at the three old men. You should all recognize me. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Blood War banner, you will still fall out with me. In that case, bring it on. In any case, I will protect Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt a strange warmth in his heart. Senior Lu was just a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Facing three of them alone would only result in death. However, Senior Lu did not hesitate to step forward and say that he would protect Xiaochen. No matter who it was, when meeting such a senior who valued friendship, they would feel warmth in their heart. Senior Lu's thoughts were very simple. For the sake of keeping your promise, your white clothes were stained with blood. This old man is older and stronger than you. How can I be inferior to you? That is all. Who does not know the strongest alchemist in the Purple Sun region? However, Senior Lu, why did you do this? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-clad old man sighed. The Burning Moon sect's red-robed old man said coldly, you alone cannot protect him. Rumble. Idle Cloud Restaurant suddenly collapsed. The Jiao Snake's gargantuan body finally revealed itself, appearing before the three old men. What if you include me? Chapter 1604. Suddenly, the Jiao Snake appeared. With its huge body, it looked up at the three first elders. A peak late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. After all, these rank 2 sect elders had seen many things before. The moment they saw the Jiao Snake, they did not get frightened. As for the cultivators watching, they fled in fright, no longer daring to remain on the street. Idle Cloud Restaurant was truly a wondrous place. Anything could happen there. Would anyone believe that a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast appeared? It was like a fantasy story, but now it was happening right in front of them. The people who witnessed this scene all felt that their brains were not working well. The Temple Ghost sect was destroyed, a Peking Essence cultivator defeated an early-stage major primal core cultivator, a Jiao Snake leaped out of the restaurant where they ate, and the Scarlet Blood War banner reappeared. The series of events that happened today would be incredible if it happened on any other day. No one expected that the death of the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng would trigger so many things. Old Jiao Snake, you are someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years and know the accumulations of a rank 2 sect. If you are wise, ignore the matter before you. Hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner, and everything can be discussed, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man said with a calm expression. Ga ga ga. It is just a rank 2 sect. How deep can its accumulations be? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect? Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? The Jiao Snake was very knowledgeable and did not get frightened at all. Indeed, rank 2 sects had Cloud Sea old monsters. However, to a rank 2 sect, such Cloud Sea existences would definitely be extremely old and in closed-door cultivation. He was definitely very old and in seclusion all year round. Unless the sect was at a critical juncture of life and death, he would never come out. Or perhaps, they would go out adventuring and search for a way to break through. How was it possible for him to appear so casually? If he came out. If they were not careful, other factions might destroy their sect. That would be a great sin. The Scarlet Blood War banner was very tempting. However, they could not bear the risk of a disaster happening to their sect after they left. Unless Senior Jiao Snake sought death and ran to their sect's headquarters to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for those Cloud Sea old monsters to appear. After all, it was not a rank 3 sect. There were several Cloud Sea realm cultivators, which one could casually come and go. The Cloud Sea realm cultivators of rank 2 sects needed to guard the sect and protect the inheritance. The Jiao Snake's words made the three elders feel stifled. Forget it, let's do it. The Scarlet Blood War banner must remain. The two of you delay the Jiao Snake and Senior Lu. I will deal with this white-clad brat. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man had not expected the Jiao Snake to know the human sex so well. However, he still chose to attack decisively. No matter what, after paying such a huge price, he had to keep Xiao Qin. If they could hold on for a while longer, the other reinforcements from the 3 rank 2 sects would arrive. Since they were fighting in their own territory, they did not fear the strength of the Jiao Snake. Right after the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man spoke, his figure flashed as he charged at the Jiao Snake. He was the fastest, so he was the most suitable to deal with the strongest Jiao Snake. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man fought with Senior Lu. Both of them played with fire. When they faced each other, the fight would definitely be very intense. As for the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he charged at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt an extremely dangerous aura. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he executed the modified fish dragon art. Purple flames flowed on the surface of Xiao Qin's body as he dodged in the air. He relied on his movement technique to tangle with the white-robed old man. Such a late-stage major primal core realm expert could severely injure or even kill Xiao Qin in one exchange. As for Xiao Qin, he only had the dragon blood soul-breaking finger, his only trump card. Attack. Capture Xiao Qin's group of friends. Anti-Bai, who was injured by Xiao Qin, worked together with Feng Buyu to gather the disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the Wind-Chasing Sect. Then, they charged at Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nan. Bastard. Xiao Suo felt incredibly frustrated. After cursing, he said, "Little girl, come behind me with that lover of yours." At this moment, the situation was urgent. There was no time to think too much. Luo Nan was injured, and Fei had yet to mature, so she had no choice but to hide behind Xiao Suo. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded. In the completely dark sky, several experts fought fiercely. Between the sky dome, all kinds of lights flashed and shone. Rumble. The area within 50 kilometers instantly turned into rubble in the aftermath of the battle between the late-stage major primal core experts. Even though most of those buildings had formations supporting them, they still could not withstand the attacks. It was obvious that the person who escaped first had foresight. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiao Qin's side clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Qin executed his movement technique to its limits. However, he found it hard to escape the white-robed old man's grasp. The other party's will of ice was incredibly strong with the support of veritable essence energy. Even if Xiao Qin's ice domain was much stronger than the other party's will, it could not make up for the difference. The moment Xiao Qin's will appeared, the other party's will destroyed it like a storm, injuring him instead. Under the influence of the other party's will, Xiao Qin's movement technique was greatly affected, and his speed plummeted. "Brat, unexpectedly, you are quite good at running." The white-robed old man felt somewhat frustrated. Xiao Qin was as slippery as a fish. Several times, Xiao Qin was clearly about to be caught, but he still managed to slip away. Xiao Qin pushed himself to his limits, not daring to let down his guard at all. Despite his fatigue, he thought hard about how to escape. Right now, only the Jiao Snake held the upper hand on Xiao Qin's side. However, the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man held back the Jiao Snake, preventing it from helping. After all, the azure-clad old man was a late-stage major primal core expert. He could not possibly be defeated so quickly. Furthermore, Xiao Qin could sense that mysterious expert from the Black Lotus Church getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiao Qin. "Caught you." Whoosh. Suddenly, countless strands of cold qi wrapped around Xiao Qin's feet like formless tentacles, stopping him. The white-robed old man laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike at Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin looked up from the world that belonged to him, this palm strike seemed to cover the entire sky. Before this palm strike, Xiao Qin appeared extremely insignificant. Cultivation. Cultivation. Compared to this old man, Xiao Chen's cultivation was simply too low. Sharp spirit finger. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the sharp spirit finger. All the energy in his body, 2 cauldron force, veritable essence energy, Yin essence energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, gathered in this finger strike. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger was unstoppable. As he pointed, it struck the white-robed old man's palm. Pu ci. Xiao Chen went flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, a bloody hole appeared in the white-robed old man's palm. Cold chi spread out from the white-robed old man's right palm. The bloody, scarlet hole looked very ghastly. You really have many trump cards. The white-robed old man was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Taking advantage of the moment the white-robed old man was stunned, Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Sua's battle. Feng Buyu's group was currently bombarding Xiao Sua with attacks. In just a short while, the wounds and blood on Xiao Sua's body were already very scary. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and swung his saber. The 1,000 dragons gathered into a saber light and chopped down in a berserk manner. When the saber light landed, the sect disciples and Purple Cloud Pavilion cultivators, whose cultivations were not much higher than Xiao Chen's, were all knocked into the air. This immediately alleviated the pressure on Xiao Sua. How dare you get distracted before me? Brat, it seems like you are not dying fast enough. The white-robed old man snorted coldly and flung his hand. The surrounding cold chi suddenly intensified. Clearly, he had underestimated Xiao Chen earlier. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. A late-stage major primal core cultivator was truly an undefeatable existence. Should I use the dragon blood soul-breaking finger and fight to the death? However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly thumped even faster. It's over. The Black Lotus Church's experts are already here. Over there, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black hole suddenly appear in the sky. A beam of black light quickly flew over from the hole towards the rubble of Purple Sun City's Idle Cloud Pavilion. The instant the black shadow appeared, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they felt an indescribable sense of nervousness.
Chapter 4199. In a small farm in the outskirts of Thailand. The surrounding area was filled with large plantations of banana trees. Farms like this could be seen everywhere in Thailand. Miss Su, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. Do you think I should smile or should you smile? Xu Wenchang smiled as he pushed open the door and entered. Su Mai sat on the bed. Her face was a little pale and she was in a bad state of mind. However, she was still all right. How did you get in? Why are you here? When Xu Wenchang entered, Su Mai was shocked. How could she have forgotten about this guy? Xu Wenchang chuckled. Miss Su, I didn't expect this day to come. However, don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm just here to see if you're doing well. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're here. So, you're the one behind this. Su Mai's eyes were spitting fire. She clasped her hands together and slashed at Xu Wenchang. However, this movement caused her to fall to the ground. Su Mai's face turned pale. She just remembered that her strength had been sealed. She was no different from a normal weak girl. In fact, she might even be weaker than a normal person. Xu Wenchang squatted down. Hey, Miss Su, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have met my current master. Now, I've reached the heavens in a single step. When Xu Wenchang thought about what happened on the plane that day, he was infuriated. Especially after he saw Chai Shan, he was extremely uneasy. In the following days, he was terrified and he almost wanted to leave Thailand. However, he had things to do, so he had no choice but to bear with it. Until one day, he met Su Mai by chance. He found out that Su Mai was a martial arts expert who had defeated many famous experts in Thailand. Initially, that was fine. However, Xu Wenchang was found by a mysterious person who agreed to help him. Initially, Xu Wenchang didn't really believe it. However, after the other party displayed his strength, he completely believed it and worked very hard for that person. Moreover, that person seemed to be looking for someone, and it was a young girl. Hence, he added Sumai's name to the list. Due to a freak combination of factors, Sumai was captured by that mysterious person. Now, she was being watched by Xu Wenchang. Although Xu Wenchang didn't dare to touch the person in front of him, he was very happy to be able to look down on Sumai. Miss Su, I know you are very strong, but you are no different from a weak girl now. Do you want to hit me? Come on then. I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to walk. Xu Wenchang laughed, his face full of pride. Sumai opened her mouth and spat on Xu Wenchang's face. Xu Wenchang, just you wait. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely break your limbs and throw you into Thailand to be a beggar. These days, Sumai had defeated countless experts in Thailand. Experience was very useful. Even if she couldn't use any of it now, Sumai didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice as she stared at Xu Wenchang. Xu Wenchang chuckled, then I'll wait for you to break my limbs. I'm so scared. Xu Wenchang shrunk his neck and smiled. He didn't take Sumai's words seriously at all. At this moment, a figure walked over. Xu Wenchang turned his head abruptly and saw a cloaked man walking over. Xu Wenchang immediately revealed a smile. Master, you're here. Miss Su's temper is still very bad. I think it's better to starve her for a few meals. Look at Miss Su's full of energy, she doesn't look like she wants to talk nicely at all. There was an additional figure in black at the door. Under the cloak, one couldn't see his face clearly. The aura on his body was very gloomy and cold. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Until now, Sumai couldn't forget that it was this person who charged into Cai Shan's residence and defeated him in 2 or 3 moves before capturing her. Sumai was originally very afraid. She didn't expect that after this person brought her here, he would seal her strength and lock her in this wooden house. It seemed like he even let Xu Wenchang watch from outside. Even though Sumai was very smart, she couldn't guess the other party's thoughts. However, based on a woman's intuition, Sumai felt that the mysterious person's motive for her was not simple. Miss Su, you don't need to know who I am. However, you should be glad that I found you. With your 10,000 yin body, it's very hard to find you in this secular world. I didn't expect to find you here. I can only say that you're lucky. You don't need to worry about me killing you because you're a treasure in my eyes. You just need to eat and drink well. After a while, you'll realize that this world is more interesting than you can imagine. Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity, the cloaked man said with a sinister smile. When this voice fell into Sumai's ears, it was very ear-piercing. I don't care what you plan to do with me, but I want to tell you that my master is very powerful. When my master comes, I'm afraid that you won't have a good ending, Sumai said coldly. The cloaked man said with disdain, isn't your master Cai Shan? Cai Shan's strength is indeed very powerful outside and he's the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. However, in my eyes, he's just trash that can't withstand a single blow. You'll definitely regret it. Sumai looked at the cloaked man. Then I'll wait for your master to come. In my entire life, I've never encountered anything that could make me regret. The cloaked man said lightly. He turned to Xu Wenchang and said, I still have something to do. Look after Sumai for me. If she escapes from here, you don't need to continue living. Xu Wenchang nodded repeatedly, Master, don't worry. I'll definitely look after Miss Su. She can forget about escaping from my eyes. Once you've done this, I'll bring you into the sect and let you officially become a martial artist. The cloaked man said before turning around and leaving. Miss Su, you've also seen it. You should just obediently accept your fate. Xu Wenchang said with a smile, I should also thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I possibly have the opportunity to become a martial artist? It's all thanks to you. Sumai didn't speak anymore. She struggled to stand up from the ground and sat on the bed. Close the door for me. I don't want to see you. You don't want anything to happen to me, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid that mysterious person will be the first to kill you. Xu Wenchang's face instantly turned somewhat ugly. He opened his hand and was about to hit her. Go ahead and try. Sumai glared. Xu Wenchang hesitated and retracted his hand. He didn't dare to do anything and slammed the door fiercely. Miss Sue, I'll starve you for 3 to 5 days first. You won't starve to death anyway. Chapter 4200. With Lin Fei's help, Cai Shan quickly recovered from his injuries and even improved a little. Cai Shan's men were searching for clues immediately. However, after 3 days, there was no result at all. It was as if Su Mai had disappeared into thin air repeatedly. Master, our men haven't found anything. The whole of Thailand has been turned upside down. We've sent people to investigate all the suspicious places. We've also contacted the factions in the surrounding areas, but there are still no clues. Saishan lowered his head and looked depressed. Master, our men didn't find anything. It's normal that you can't find anything. Logically speaking, the person who kidnapped little Sue shouldn't have left so easily. He must be hiding somewhere. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The person who kidnapped little Sue was indeed good. He had concealed the marks on little Sue's body. Even now, Lin Fei couldn't sense Su Mai's general location. He could only vaguely sense that Su Mai hadn't left Thailand. Originally, Lin Fei wanted Cai Shan to send people to search for clues. Even if there was a trace, he would be able to find Su Mai's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he was happy for nothing. Since your men can't find her, I'll do it myself. Lin Fei's face turned cold. He decided to do it himself. When he returned, Lin Fei knew that Su Mai had been kidnapped. However, he wasn't worried because her aura was still there. In other words, she was locked up somewhere. Now that Cai Shan's men couldn't find any clues, Lin Fei could only do it himself. Prepare high-quality yellow paper, cinnabar, and a wolf hairbrush. The older, the better. Cai Shan immediately went out to prepare. The long table was quickly filled with the things that Lin Fei needed. I haven't made talismans in a long time. There shouldn't be any problem. The ground cinnabar was placed beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei grabbed the wolf howling brush and started drawing on the yellow paper. Lin Fei hadn't drawn a talisman in a long time. In order to find Su Mai, Lin Fei had to draw a talisman. Of course, the talisman that Lin Fei drew was not just any ordinary talisman. It was the 1,000-mile person finder talisman. This was a real top-notch talisman. Although it was somewhat useless, it was still useful for finding people. Thankfully, I have recovered 20% of my strength. I can now use the 1,000-mile person seeker talisman. A few hundred miles should not be a problem. When the last stroke fell, the entire talisman emitted a faint light, and a splendid light flashed. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Master, is this talisman drawing? I heard that there are requirements for drawing talismans. Many people spend their entire lives unable to draw a simple talisman. Cai Shan said respectfully. The difficulty of drawing talismans is average. It's just a matter of how many talismans you draw. Practice makes perfect. Lin Fei grabbed the talisman and activated it. On the talisman, Su Mai's birthdate and 8 characters were left behind. The talisman turned into a cloud of green smoke. After the green smoke disappeared, a little bird came out. The bird wasn't big, and it was faintly discernible. After staying in place for a while, he flew out with a whoosh. You drive. I'll point the way. Lin Fei ran out and sat in an off-road vehicle outside. Cai Shan ran over to be the driver. Drive forward. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed out. Drive to the right. Drive forward to the end. Don't stop. The little bird's speed wasn't fast. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Fei. Cai Shan had learned a lot. He always knew that talismans were a very profound skill. A powerful talisman could exert great power. For example, this time, he suffered a big loss from the other party's talisman. If it wasn't for his profound skill, that attack from the talisman would have seriously injured him. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until his master returned. Gradually, the car kept driving out. Master, this is already the suburbs of Thailand. There are many farms outside. Could it be that Miss Sue is hidden in this farm? After a few dozen miles out of Thailand. This place seemed desolate. It wasn't as lively as Thailand. It would be better if she was hidden in a farm, Lin Fei said. Cai Shan knew that his master was angry. The little bird continued to fly forward. After 100 kilometers out of Thailand, the little bird's speed became slower and slower. If I'm not wrong, little Sue should be in one of the farms in front. Lin Fei coldly snorted and got out of the off-road vehicle. At this time, the off-road vehicle couldn't move anymore. In front of them were dense banana trees. The little bird had already flown into the banana forest, but with Lin Fei's divine sense locked onto it, there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. No wonder my people couldn't find her. So she was hiding in these banana forests. Cai Shan angrily said, "What a cunning fellow." A place like this was indeed not something he could find. It was impossible to leave any clues in these places. This area was a large area for planting bananas. It was filled with dense banana trees. Among these banana trees, one could occasionally see 1 or 2 wooden houses. These wooden houses weren't big, just enough for one person to live in. "I hope Miss Sue is fine," Cai Shan prayed. Lin Fei and Cai Shan walked through the banana forest. After walking for another 20 to 30 kilometers, halfway up the mountain, 2 wooden houses appeared. Around these wooden houses were banana trees of all sizes. If one didn't enter the banana forest, they wouldn't be able to see the wooden houses. The little bird flew all the way to the top of the wooden houses before turning into a green smoke and completely disappearing. In front of the wooden houses, Xu Wenchang was lying on a recliner, lazily smoking a cigarette. Beside him was a pile of snacks, as well as big and small cups of instant noodles. In order to keep an eye on Su Mai, Xu Wenchang didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Fortunately, there were 2 wooden houses, and he could sleep in one of them. This wooden house was locked by him. During the day, he would sit at the door. "Miss Sue, you must be hungry. I have instant noodles and biscuits here. As long as you beg me, I'll give them to you. How about it? I'm finally easy to talk to." Xu Wenchang chuckled. "Surnamed Xu, just give up. Even if I, Su Mai, starve to death, I won't eat your food." Su Mai's cold voice came from inside the house. Xu Wenchang was a little annoyed. Today is the 3rd day. Let's see how much longer you can hold on." Xu Wenchang wanted Su Mai to lower her head. He believed that Su Mai wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Not eating for 1 or 2 days might be nothing, but not everyone could hold on for 3 or 4 days. "So it's you, kid. You're really bold." Just as Xu Wenchang finished speaking, a figure rushed in front of him. Before Xu Wenchang could react, with a bang, his entire body was smashed to the ground. He only heard cracking sounds. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? A figure appeared in front of Xu Wenchang. It's him. Invincible Leveling King. Invincible Leveling King. Chapter 4201. Xu Wenchang's kick had left him half dead. He had never expected that someone would come to this place. His master had told him that this place was far from Thailand, in the outskirts, and surrounded by banana forests. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knew of the existence of these 2 wooden houses. "Are you surprised?" "Of course, I'm even more surprised by your appearance." Lin Fei walked over and looked down at Xu Wenchang as he spoke coldly. Cai Shan slashed open the door with a palm. "Senior sister, we are here." Su Mai, who was in the room, saw Cai Shan standing at the door and her master, Lin Ji, behind him. She cried tears of joy. "Master, you are finally here. Your disciple has disappointed you." Su Mai didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Lin Fei. She had come to Thailand to train for such a long time, but she was kidnapped and her strength was sealed. Su Mai didn't know how to face her master and felt that she had learned for nothing. Lin Fei was relieved to see that Su Mai was fine. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to slap Su Mai several times. Every slap was as fast as lightning and as light as a gust of wind. Su Mai snorted and was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength in her body was flowing through her body again. She had recovered her strength. "Xu Wenchang, do you remember what I said? I will break your limbs." Su Mai, who had recovered her strength, pounced forward with a cold expression. She lifted Xu Wenchang up from the ground and slashed at his arms and legs. "Catcher, catcher." Xu Wenchang screamed and was thrown to the ground. He couldn't move and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was all arranged by my master. I am just doing things for him. Xu Wenchang's face was pale. How could he forget what Su Mai said? He didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Wave after wave of intense pain assaulted Xu Wenchang's entire body, keeping him awake at all times. At this moment, Xu Wenchang wanted to faint, but the more he did so, the more energetic he was. Su Mai also had a belly full of anger. She kicked Xu Wenchang's body again, directly sending Xu Wenjong flying. He crashed into more than 10 banana trees in a row. Lin Fei didn't stop Su Mai from doing this. He knew that his eldest disciple had been suppressing her anger and it was time for her to vent it out. Don't kill this guy. I still have some things to know. Master, I understand. Miss Su, please spare my life. I really can't take it anymore, Xu Wenchang begged. How could Su Mai listen to Xu Wenchang's words? She went up and continuously beat him up. Bang, bang, bang. Cai Shan was sweating as he watched. It was too tragic. After beating her up for more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped. Su Mai's face had also recovered, and there was no longer as much hatred as before. He threw Xu Wenchang in front of Lin Fei. Xu Wenchang had already been beaten up to the point where he didn't look like a human. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have been beaten to death by Su Mai. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Su Mai's change. At least in Thailand, strength was effective. Her mental state had clearly changed. Xu Wenchang couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. His teeth were almost all beaten out. Once he opened his mouth, air would leak out. Lin Fei lifted Xu Wenchang and tapped his forehead with a finger. The memories in Xu Wenchang's mind kept appearing. In just a few seconds, Lin Fei had gone through all of his memories. When Xu Wenchang landed on the ground again, his eyes were completely lifeless. Under Lin Fei's violent methods, his consciousness was scattered. Now, he was no different from an idiot. Even if God Deluo came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Cai Shan, do you know the Dojo of Limits? When checking Xu Wenchang's memories, there was a paragraph that stood out the most. It was that the master he recognized seemed to come from a place in the Dojo of Limits. He definitely had a great relationship with the Dojo of Limits. Cai Shan said in shock, I know about the Dojo of Limits. It's a mysterious force in Thailand. This dojo has existed for a long time, but no one dared to touch it because there are experts overseeing it. They are very strong. I once went to the Dojo of Limits to spar with them, but I didn't gain any advantage. Later, I heard that the person I fought with wasn't the strongest. Since then, I didn't go to the Dojo of Limits anymore. I secretly arranged people to keep an eye on the Dojo of Limits and found out a lot of information. This Dojo of Limits should have a lot of God-rank experts overseeing it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Looks like this Dojo of Limits background isn't small. Let's go, we'll go to the Dojo of Limits now. I want to see just what kind of background this Dojo of Limits has. Lin Fei had already memorized that person's appearance. Master, I heard from that mysterious person that I seem to be very useful to him. Moreover, he could see that I have the 10,000 yin body at a glance. He should be very concerned about me. I saw that he was busy with something. That person should be in Thailand. Su Mai told him about the situation that day. Lin Fei brought Su Mai out of the banana forest and got into the off-road vehicle. Cai Shan continued to be the driver. At the same time, he arranged for people to take Xu Wenchang away and left people to watch the wooden house. Master, am I very useless? I caused you trouble again. Su Mai said with her head lowered. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. This little trouble is nothing. As a fighter, you will always encounter all kinds of troubles. You also have the 10,000 yin body. Since that person could see that you're naturally not weak, it's normal for you to not be his opponent. However, with your own body, in a few years, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, your strength has increased very quickly. You're now a Grand Master. Lin Fei saw Su Mai's improvement. He was naturally very satisfied with this big disciple of his. "Thank you for the compliment, Master. This was just an accident. This kind of thing won't happen again." Lin Fei realized that he had neglected some things, such as making some powerful methods for the people around him. Fortunately, this time's situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. Lin Fei wasn't that worried anymore. When he returned, he must make powerful talismans for them to protect their lives. With these talismans, even if an expert attacked, they could easily repel the opponent, unless the opponent didn't want to live anymore. When they returned to Thailand, it was already evening. "Master, my people are already watching the Extreme Dojo. No one came out or went in." An off-road vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Not far from the roadside, there was a villa with 2 stone lions. It was hard to imagine that the Extreme Dojo was in this villa. "This is the Extreme Dojo?" Lin Fei glanced at the villa. He didn't feel any powerful aura, but he noticed something different. There was a formation set up in this villa, isolating all auras. Apex. Chapter 4202. The Dojo of Limits was very mysterious in Thailand. Until now, no one knew who the founder of the Dojo of Limits was. Anyone who had a relationship with the Dojo of Limits, in a short span of 10 years, would have a meteoric rise. Any opponent of these people, without exception, would have all kinds of accidents. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Dojo of Limits. At this time, in a study room of the Dojo of Limits, the smell of sandalwood lingered in the air, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Under this fragrance, a light sniff could make people feel relaxed and happy. "Junior brother, you did very well this time. I didn't think that we could find a 10,000 yin body outside. This is a nearly extinct body." The one speaking was a black-faced brute. The black-faced brute's skin was dark as if he came out of a mine, forming a huge contrast with the white skin of the middle-aged man opposite him. "Speaking of which, this is also a coincidence. It's just that we found the 10,000 yin body, but we don't know when we'll find the pure young blood. Young master needs the 10,000 yin body and the pure young blood to cultivate that technique. Only then will he be able to cultivate that technique at a critical moment. Once he cultivates this technique, he will have the strength to cultivate qi. Our sect can have another qi cultivating expert." The middle-aged man said. "I already know the whereabouts of the pure young blood. There should be concrete news soon. At that time, we can discuss how to act. But you put that Su Mai with the 10,000 yin body in the banana forest outside. Will there be any accidents?" The middle-aged man opposite said, "That place is very safe. If Cai Shan wasn't the #1 expert in Southeast Asia and time was tight, I would definitely kill him. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to hide Su Mai outside? Wouldn't it be fine if I just put her in the Dojo of Limits?" The black-faced brute shook his head. "Luckily you didn't kill her. That Cai Shan isn't simple. Don't look at his strength as a Xiantian, he has people behind him. Last time he was ambushed and quickly recovered from his injuries. If he didn't have people behind him, he wouldn't be able to recover that fast. Plus, if we really killed Cai Shan, there would be chaos. It wouldn't be good for our Dojo of Limits. With Cai Shan at the front, no one would suspect us." The middle-aged man opposite said, "Senior brother really knows how to calculate. In this aspect, I'm much worse than you." A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Head, there's a man and a woman outside, but the woman is a grandmaster. She said she wants to spar with our Dojo of Limits. Many of our disciples have been defeated. Do you want to come out and take a look?" In Thailand, a grandmaster was considered very powerful. The black-faced man was a little surprised. "Female grandmasters are quite rare. I want to go out and take a look." The middle-aged man didn't plan on going out. "I won't go outside. It's just a female grandmaster. She probably heard from someone that our Dojo of Limits has an expert. These guys are all crazy girls." The black-faced man laughed. "So what if she's a crazy woman? I quite like crazy women." The Dojo of Limits inside the villa was very big. From the outside, there was a garden with a lot of facilities. After walking through this path, they arrived at the Dojo of Limits lobby. The hall was very big, and the most eye-catching thing was the huge arena in the middle. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Dojo of Limits sparring with each other. The fight was very intense. It wasn't as weak as usual. One look and you could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei and Su Mai walked in. Cai Shan was left outside by Lin Fei. He told him to keep an eye on the Dojo of Limits and send him a message if there's any movement. There really is a formation inside the Dojo of Limits. Standing in the lobby, Lin Fei felt 5 powerful auras. Among the 5, 4 were early and middle Xiantian, and the last one was a peak Xiantian. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this peak Xiantian seemed to have a certain connection with the formation. In other words, this person could control the Dojo of Limits formation. Maybe he could increase his strength by 30 to 50%. No wonder Cai Shan wasn't their opponent. That's right. Cai Shan's poison techniques are indeed powerful. However, against these people, his poison attacks are weak. I'm here to spar with the Dojo of Limits. As soon as Su Mai came in, she didn't say anything and rushed towards a fighter who looked strong. She used a series of bagua palms and kicks. She attacked fiercely, catching the opponent off guard. In the blink of an eye, she defeated several disciples of the Dojo of Limits. At this moment, the disciples of the Dojo of Limits were furious. Stop! Who allowed you to cause trouble here? A disciple of the Dojo of Limits rushed out and started fighting with Su Mai. Su Mai used Shu Wenchang to beat him up. She vented a lot of her anger, but there was still a large portion of her anger that hadn't been vented. After all, no matter how much Shu Wenchang beat her up, he wouldn't be able to handle Su Mai's strength. And now, Su Mai finally had an opponent she could face. Peng 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 peng. Su Mai's palm technique had a cold aura. It made the opponents feel a lot of pressure. Lin Fei stood on the side and didn't say anything. He just silently watched. He was very satisfied with Su Mai's performance. I heard that the people of the Dojo of Limits are very strong, but you guys disappoint me too much. Su Mai once again whipped out her leg, sending a disciple of the Dojo of Limits flying. The disciple landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, the disciples of the Dojo of Limits only dared to surround and not attack. If you don't dare to attack now, then I'll do it myself. Su Mai chose the closest disciple and pounced on him. She used a series of palm strikes and kicks. Many more disciples were knocked to the ground. Impudent. This is the Dojo of Limits. You, a female grandmaster, can do whatever you want. Another figure rushed out. This figure was very strong. Every step was like an earthquake. Su Mai's face became serious. An expert. Only like this can be considered an opponent. Su Mai dodged the attack with a swallow flip. She turned around and used a whip to ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. This attack was very strong. It landed squarely on the opponent's body and made a muffled sound. You dare to behave atrociously here with just this bit of strength, the bulky man said in disdain. He chopped down with one hand. It was like a knife, incomparably sharp. Su Mai flipped up and used her legs to clamp the opponent. She fiercely flipped the bulky man and threw him away. For tails against 1,000 catties. How do you feel now? Su Mai pounced on him. Cold air attacked. The bulky man underestimated the opponent. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 4203. P.S. I'm stuck at the last minute. The brawny man's fighting style was big and bold, constantly attacking Su Mai at close range. Su Mai's yin cold palm technique used softness to overcome hardness. The two of them were locked in a stalemate and were evenly matched. For a moment, no one could hold the other. After a long time, the two of them were a little anxious. The brawny man used a secret technique and the aura on his body instantly soared. Su Mai took advantage of this opportunity and also used a secret technique. Heart-chilling strike. Su Mai lightly shouted, affecting the surrounding yin-cold chi, and instantly launched a blow in the brawny man's body. The burly man groaned and retreated a few steps before sitting on the ground. His entire face was covered with a layer of white frost. I didn't expect you to have this move. I'm not as good as you. The brawny man spoke with a trembling voice and spat out white mist. "Thank you for letting me win." The secret technique that Sumai used was taught to her by Lin Fei. She had never used it before and did not expect to use it here. More importantly, the opponent had withstood Sumai's attack and his injury was not as serious as imagined. Sumai could be considered to have seen what it meant by "there is always someone better out there." What a great female grandmaster. You are so young and yet you can master this secret technique. If you are given time, it won't be long before you can break through to the innate realm. A black-faced brawny man walked out with his hands in his hands. His eyes stared at Sumai and his whole face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This was because he smelled the aura of the 10,000 yin body on this female grandmaster. Others might not feel it, but the black-faced brawny man was exceptionally clear. His junior brother had just obtained a 10,000 yin body and now another one had appeared. The black-faced brawny man felt that his luck was too good. There was no fear of having too many of such top-grade physiques. One was one, there would never be too many. Dojo master, her palm technique is very special. I'm not her opponent. The brawny man stood up, his whole face was still pale. The black-faced brawny man said, "It's normal that you can't beat her. Fortunately, her strength has not reached the innate realm. Otherwise, her strength can be increased by several times. Ordinary people are not her opponent at all. There is nothing to be ashamed of losing to her." "You're that dojo master?" Sumai sensed a trace of powerful aura from the other party. It was even more powerful than the muscular man in front of her. "Looks like you're not a good person either." Sumai fiercely pounced forward and attacked with both hands. Each of them sent out a palm strike that was frighteningly cold. Lin Fei, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded in approval when he saw this scene. Facing a strong opponent, her eldest disciple still dared to make a move. In terms of mentality, she had already surpassed many people. As a martial artist, if they did not have a strong mentality, then they would never be able to accomplish anything. Sumai had done very well in this aspect. She clearly knew that the opponent was strong, but she still decided to give it a try. This was not the immensity of heaven and earth, but a kind of attitude. This attitude determined what the future would be like. The black-faced man took a step forward and punched out, aiming for the root of the problem. A wave exploded like a scarlet flame. Sumai's two palms were directly broken, and a huge wave surged on her body, causing her to retreat several steps. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Sumai. A hand blocked Sumai's back, dispersing all the power. At this moment, Sumai's forehead was full of sweat. The moment they exchanged blows, it was as if she was in a furnace. All the water in her body seemed to be evaporating at this moment. "Little girl, seeing that your strength isn't bad, just obediently stay in the dojo of limits. As long as you're willing to stay in the dojo of limits, I can guarantee that you'll become a Xiantian master within 3 years." The black-faced man laughed. "You should know that the Xiantian realm is a huge threshold. It's like ascending to the heavens. Who knows how many Grand Masters have been stuck? Every Grand Master wishes to become a Xiantian master. What do you think?" Sumai spat on the ground. "You have the nerve to ask me to stay in the dojo of limits. Have you asked my master? With just this bit of strength, you have the nerve to behave atrociously in front of my master. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are?" The dark-faced burly man's gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was standing behind Sumai, and was filled with disdain. "I don't know where this young man behind you got his courage from, but he actually dares to become your master. Doesn't he know that a person like you can't be guided and nurtured by an ordinary master?" The black-faced man didn't feel any aura from Lin Fei's body. This kind of person's strength couldn't be that strong. The black-faced man decided to teach this guy a lesson. To let him know that being a master isn't that easy. "Let me see what makes you qualified to be someone else's master." The black-faced man's feet moved, and a few after-images appeared. In an instant, he arrived on the left side of Lin Fei, and a fist fiercely struck towards Lin Fei's head. If Lin Fei was hit by this punch, his head would explode and he would turn into a pool of blood. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He had no enmity with this black-faced man, and he didn't even say a word. Yet, his attack was so vicious. Lin Fei was a bit unhappy. In the face of this violent punch, Lin Fei moved his head slightly to the side, dodging it. The black-faced man was clearly surprised that his fist actually missed. Then, let's punch again. He pulled back his fist and punched out again. In one breath, his strength was even greater than before. Lin Fei lightly moved his head and directly dodged it. The black-faced man once again missed. Look, you can't even hit my master, and you still have the nerve to act in front of my master. Su Mai hid behind Lin Fei and smiled happily. The black-faced man's face was a bit embarrassed. Peng 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 peng. The speed of his punches instantly increased, and a dozen fist shadows fiercely attacked. Not only that, his legs also kicked out at the first moment. It turned out that the black-faced man was not only powerful in fist techniques, but also in leg techniques. In close combat, he suddenly displayed such a move, and it really caught everyone off guard. The black-faced man revealed a cruel smile. His trump card was not something that just anyone could block. Ah! But in the next second, the black-faced man suddenly screamed. It was as if his leg had kicked a large steel plate. His leg bone was definitely broken. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. This guy obviously didn't have any aura on his body. How could his leg be so hard? With his leg technique, it was as if he had kicked a steel plate. His legs were almost numb, and he took a few steps back. It seems that you are still too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Who the hell are you? In a flash, he flashed in front of the black-faced man and slapped the black-faced man's face. Plop! A loud sound echoed. The black-faced man's whole body hit the ground. Countless cracks and fragments spread out like a spiderweb. It was a ghastly sight. The black-faced man had already sunk to the bottom of the ground. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4204. A loud sound. The ground of the dojo of limits was filled with countless cracks. The entire dojo shook as if an earthquake had happened. The dojo master actually lost. Impossible. How could our dojo master lose? The disciples of the dojo of limits were all dumbfounded and immediately shrouded in fear. In their eyes, the dojo master's strength was unfathomable. Who knows how many experts had been defeated by him, including the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Cai Shan. Since then, the name of the dojo of limits spread throughout Southeast Asia. No one dared to offend the dojo of limits. Just being a disciple of the dojo of limits allowed them to walk unhindered throughout Southeast Asia. This was something they were proud of. But right now, the powerful and invincible dojo master in their eyes was defeated just like that. His whole body was lying in a pit, not knowing if he was dead or alive. You don't need to know who I am, but you touched my disciple. We'll have to settle this. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The black-faced man didn't have time to do anything before he was sucked out. In front of this power, the black-faced man's expression changed again. He didn't even have the slightest ability to struggle as he was tightly grabbed by Su Mo. Even though he mobilized all the power in his body to the limit, he still couldn't break free. Disciple? Senior, you must be mistaken. When did our extreme martial dojo make a move against your disciple? The black-faced man said bravely. A light flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. It can't be that coincidental, right? Su Mai took a step forward and stared coldly at the black-faced man. My name is Su Mai. I don't know if you have any impression of me. The black-faced man's mind exploded. He revealed an expression of disbelief and blurted out, You're Su Mai. Weren't you locked outside? Why are you here? The black-faced man obviously knew the name Su Mai. She was the 1 in 10,000 person with the 10,000 yin body. She was locked in a banana forest in the outskirts by his disciple. Now, Su Mai actually came to the dojo of limits. What the black-faced man couldn't accept the most was that Su Mai had such a powerful master behind her. He was a peak Xiantian expert, yet he was defeated in one move and was heavily injured. The black-faced man couldn't believe this was true. Are you surprised and shocked? Wasn't I, Su Mai, locked outside? However, you have underestimated me. I have a good master. My master came from afar and saved me. Now, we can properly settle our old debts. I know that it wasn't you who did it. There should be someone else. Sumai said coldly. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the black-faced man. You should have heard my disciple's words, right? If you know what's good for you, call him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life. The black-faced man had indeed underestimated Sumai. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only try his best to resolve this matter. Senior, I don't know where you came from, but you shouldn't have come to the dojo of limits. You should know that the dojo of limits isn't a normal dojo. Even though you caught me, you forgot that I'm not the only expert in the dojo of limits. Junior, you can make your move. The black-faced man suddenly yelled. A loud boom resounded. The disciples of the dojo of limits that were originally standing fell to the ground. An invisible force instantly crushed everyone's body. Sumai was also caught off guard by this move. Luckily, Lin Fei put a hand on Sumai's shoulder and the invisible force disappeared. You dare to touch my senior. You can go die now. With a loud bang, a cold shout rang out, and a figure quickly pounced over. A ray of sword light exploded into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was unknown how many sword shadows were contained in this sword light. In any case, the power of this sword became very terrifying. The black-faced man who was caught in the air also had a proud smile on his face. This was the dojo of limits trump card. For example, the invisible force he just used was called Gravity Crush. Under normal pressure, the terrifying gravity increased by more than 7 to 8 times. No matter which fighter it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it in one move, let alone display any fighting strength. The black-faced man dared to attack the young man because he had great confidence in the formation. The formation was personally set up by the experts of the sect behind them. Relying on gravity and this sword technique, you really think you can kill me? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Then, a formless strand of sword chi charged into the swordlight and swept away all the sword images. A figure retreated awkwardly. He took 3 steps back on the ground before stopping. Master, this is the guy who caught me and injured Cai Shan. Sumai immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person. The mysterious person landed on the ground. At this time, his wounds were covered with sword marks 10x gravity, crush for me. Another loud bang. The gravity of the formation crushed down again. This time, it was even more powerful than before. The disciples of the dojo of limits were crushed until they vomited blood and fainted. Lin Fei put 2 fingers together and a sword light slashed over. The mysterious person blocked again and again. Sword shadows covered his body, but he was still sent flying by the sword and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Fan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, the 10x gravity that covered his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Little Uncle Su, that guy tried to capture you. Now that I've seriously injured him, you can settle the debt with him. Only by defeating this kind of person yourself can you make the demon in your heart retreat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I won't let Master down. Sumai's face was full of hatred as she pounced forward. All of this happened very quickly. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. The dojo of limits gravity formation was broken just like that. It was even under 10x gravity. That was 10x. Even if he was under 10x gravity, he wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone use his strength. But this young man was able to completely destroy the formation with just one kick. This kind of method. The black-faced man's face turned even darker. He realized that he was in trouble this time. Senior, please be lenient. We are from the Heaven's Limit Palace. Everything can be discussed. Lin Fei looked at the black-faced man. Heaven's Limit Palace, one of the top 5 powers in the Kunlun secret realm. They really hid themselves well. They actually opened a dojo of limits in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei knew that the dojo of limits wasn't simple. He didn't expect that the shadow of the Heaven's Limit Palace was behind this dojo of limits. Senior, this matter is the dojo of limits' fault. We didn't intentionally want to capture your disciple. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Our Heaven's Limit Palace is willing to compensate Senior. You can choose any cultivation technique you want. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4205. The black-faced man still couldn't figure out the background of this young man. At the start, when he found out that his junior brother had captured a female evolved Jing master with the 10,000 yin body, he was in an extremely good mood. He had even instructed his junior brother to investigate the other party's background to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems. His junior brother had assured him that nothing would go wrong and that this female evolved Jing master was from China. She didn't have any background in China and was just an ordinary person. As for how she managed to reach the evolved Jing master realm, they thought that it might be due to her physique. The black-faced man was relieved. But who would have thought that Su Mai actually had such a powerful backer behind her? He and his junior brother had made their moves and even used formations, but they still weren't a match for this person. The black-faced man realized the severity of the situation and had no choice but to use the Heaven's Limit Palace. The Extreme Dojo had been in Thailand for so long, but the black-faced man had never leaked any information about the Heaven's Limit Palace. Who would have thought that he would make an exception this time? There was no other way. In the current situation, he had to use the Celestial Palace to suppress the other party. Otherwise, with his junior apprentice brother's injuries, he would definitely not be a match for Su Mai. Unless the black-faced man was willing to see his junior apprentice brother die in front of him. Your Heaven's Limit Palace really thinks that you're so great. You captured my disciple and you think that you can make up for it with some pills and techniques. Lin Fei coldly snorted, "You better watch how your junior brother is beaten to death by my disciple." The black-faced man's heart turned cold. "Senior, my junior brother is from the Heaven's Limit Palace. If you kill my junior brother, the Heaven's Limit Palace will definitely not let you off. Since Senior knows about the 5 major powers of the Kunlun secret realm, you should also know how strong my Heaven's Limit Palace is. My Heaven's Limit Palace has a Qi refining stage expert." Peng. The black-faced man crashed into a huge pillar. It turned out that Lin Fei had sent the black-faced man flying with a slap. "Don't use this to threaten me. So what if the Heaven's Limit Palace has a Qi refining stage expert? If you have the ability, then come out. If you don't have the ability, then don't talk nonsense here." The black-faced man's injuries worsened. He spat out an unknown amount of blood. He couldn't understand this young man. Was he really not afraid of the Heaven's Limit Palace? That was one of the top 5 forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. Wasn't he worried that he wouldn't be able to survive in the Kunlun mystic realm? The black-faced burly man had never been unable to see through a person before. He couldn't see any emotions from this youth. In fact, he could only see a trace of disdain. This was the Heaven's Limit Palace they were talking about, yet someone actually dared to mock them. The black-faced man wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. While Lin Fei and the black-faced man were talking, Su Mai and the mysterious expert were fighting. "Weren't you so majestic when you took me down before? Now if you have the ability, then continue." Su Mai's chain of palms continued to strike, raising waves of yin wind. The mysterious expert could only passively defend himself. When the chilly wind attacked him, although he could block a part of it, his body was full of wounds. The chilly wind seeped into his body through the wounds, causing his movement speed to slow down. It was a very bad situation. "Su Mai, if you have the ability, wait until I'm healed. What's the meaning of bullying people now?" The mysterious expert also felt very wronged. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been able to beat down a dozen Su Mai by himself. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. "Frost freeze!" Su Mai shouted loudly. A surge of energy exploded within the mysterious expert's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. He retreated again and again with blood flowing out. Next, Su Mai sent another chain of palms towards him. For a moment, the mysterious expert was flustered. He had lost any advantage and was surrounded by danger. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, he would be beaten to death by Su Mai. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Su Mai's progress was very fast. Today, she fought with this expert. Although the Xiantian expert only had 10 to 20% of his strength left, he was still a Xiantian expert. In the end, Su Mai was only an evolved Jing expert. However, she had the 10,000 yin body, which gave her an advantage in cultivation. Moreover, she also practiced a yin attribute cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, they were in a deadlock. There were a few times when Su Mai encountered the mysterious expert's trump card. Although she was slightly injured, she was able to turn misfortune into fortune. On the contrary, it was the mysterious expert who was in a bad situation. He tried to escape from the door several times. But every time he thought of doing so, an invisible sword chi would slash at him, forcing him back. He knew that it was the young man who didn't want him to leave. The mysterious man was completely desperate. "It's very easy to get out of here alive. It's that easy to defeat my disciple," Lin Fei said indifferently. "Otherwise, unless you can kill me, you will have no choice but to obediently fight with my disciple." Perhaps Lin Fei's words made the mysterious man make up his mind. The next fight became more intense. Both Su Mai and the mysterious man didn't dare to take it lightly. After 30 moves, Su Mai launched a freezing move and broke the mysterious man's means in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of the other party's unstable state of mind and his strength was greatly affected, she smashed the mysterious man's heart and took his life. After the mysterious man died, Su Mai was gasping for breath. She had never fought with a Xiantian master before. The intensity of the fight was self-evident. She had walked around the gates of hell several times, but she managed to survive without any mishaps. Take the elixir first. Sit down and consolidate the battle experience just now. This is an improvement for you. A elixir floated to Su Mai. Su Mai unceremoniously swallowed it in one gulp. Then, she sat down and began to digest the battle experience silently. You really dared to kill junior brother Wu. You are making our Heaven's Palace your enemy." The black-faced man stared angrily at Lin Fei. Wu was a disciple of Heaven's Palace. To kill him just like that, not to mention he died in the hands of a grandmaster. He died with his eyes wide open. Lin Fei laughed as he walked over. "So what if I killed junior brother Wu? Even if it was you, I would still kill you." A finger was pointed out. The black-faced man blocked with both his hands and felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows. A figure appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's finger was already on the black-faced man's eyebrows. The black-faced man lost all consciousness in an instant. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a pu tong sound. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "Who asked your Heaven's Palace to offend me? From today onwards, there will no longer be a dojo of limits in Thailand." At this moment, there wasn't a single disciple left standing in the dojo of limits. Basically, all of them had fainted. Even those that remained were in a state of fear. Take your people and scram. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4206. After the people from the dojo of limits escaped, Cai Shan immediately brought people in. "Master, do you want to capture all of them?" Cai Shan asked after entering. Lin Fei didn't really care about the disciples of the dojo of limits. Let them escape. Since the dojo master is dead, the rest doesn't matter. If they can help you, then you can arrange for people to capture them. "I don't have any opinion on that," Lin Fei added. Cai Shan looked at the corpses on the ground. One of them was the dojo master and the other was an expert with the surname Wu. These two knew each other. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Who told them to offend his master? A dignified Xiantian expert fell to such a state. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the dojo of limits. The dojo wasn't famous in Thailand, but its influence in Thailand wasn't weak. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see what was inside the dojo of limits. As for the Heaven's Peak Palace behind the dojo of limits, Lin Fei didn't really care. He more or less knew something about it. For example, qi cultivating experts. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come to China. Perhaps this was an invisible binding force. Of course, this kind of binding force didn't exist for Lin Fei. The dojo of limits wasn't very big. Lin Fei released his divine sense to look around. He didn't find anything. Finally, he came to a study room. "Master, this study room looks very ordinary. There doesn't seem to be a place to hide anything." Su Mai glanced at it and said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Then you are gravely mistaken." He stepped on the ground. With a catcher sound, the ground split in half. A stone staircase appeared, leading deep into the ground. It was like the entrance to hell, filled with unknown dangers. This is the place where the secret is hidden. Lin Fei walked down. As soon as he went down, he saw countless black lights attacking him. It was filled with an aura of destruction. So there was a trap set up at the entrance. Lin Fei raised his palm and slapped downwards. Next, an invisible force charged downwards. The loud rumbling lasted for quite a while. Su Mai, who was standing to the side, had a slight change in expression. She could feel a great sense of danger from the commotion below. "All right, it's safe now." Lin Fei was the first to walk down. Su Mai followed behind. It turned out that there was a secret room under the study. The secret room was surrounded by reinforced concrete, and the thickness was not low, at least 20 to 30 centimeters. Even if a martial artist was underground, it would be impossible to break through this secret room. There were many things in the secret room. "Master, what are these things? Why can't I understand what they are?" Su Mai looked around but did not recognize many things. The things placed here were all strange and grotesque. How could Su Mai have any experience? She only felt that it was very strange. After Lin Fei looked around, he smiled and said, "It's normal for you to not recognize these things. After all, you are still lacking in experience. When you have more experience, you will naturally know what these things are. I never thought that this Heaven's Pole Palace would have some methods. They actually collected these things in the secular world. It seems like this Heaven's Pole Palace isn't some good stuff. Master, could these be bad things?" Su Mai looked around and shrunk her neck. Lin Fei said, "Actually, if I didn't guess wrongly, these things should be used to refine an incomparably vicious magic tool. No, it should be a magic treasure. Don't think that these things looked unremarkable. When all these things were gathered together, they could be used to refine a powerful magic treasure." Lin Fei's eyesight was not something an ordinary person could compare with. With just a glance, he was able to make a general judgment of the situation. These were the various materials used to refine magic treasures. In the Kunlun secret domain, most experts would use magic tools. Of course, magic tools were not something an ordinary expert could possess. Above magic tools were magic treasures, which were not something that just anyone could control. Lin Fei did not doubt that as long as he had a magic treasure in the Kunlun secret domain, his strength would definitely increase by a huge amount, allowing him to become a peak expert in the Kunlun secret domain. The Extreme Martial Arts School had been silently collecting all sorts of materials. This move was indeed powerful. From these materials, one could tell that they had been collecting them for a long time. Almost all the materials for the magic treasure had been collected. Lin Fei waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, all the materials for the magic treasure turned into fine powder, scattering on the ground. Lin Fei naturally would not leave these things for the Heaven's Pole Palace to refine magic treasures. He might as well destroy them. Since they dared to capture his own disciple, Lin Fei would not let them off just because they had killed 2 experts from the Extreme Martial Arts School. He believed that once the people from the Heaven's Pole Palace knew of this, they would definitely vomit blood. After all, these materials would require at least 10 years to gather. As for why the Heaven's Pole Palace did not have any experts guarding the place, the reason was very simple. It was because too long had passed. Coupled with the strength of the Dojo of Limits and the strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School, no one would suspect that the Extreme Martial Arts School was secretly collecting the materials for the magic treasure. In fact, this was indeed the case. Back then, the Heaven's Pole Palace had experts guarding the place. Moreover, they were at the Xiantian full circle. Coupled with the gravitational force of the array, it could be said that no matter who broke in, they would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not care if they were at the Xiantian full circle and directly killed them. After dealing with this, Lin Fei prepared to leave. "Master, there seems to be something amazing here." Su Mai suddenly discovered something strange. She pointed to an object not far away. Under the violent impact of Lin Fei's strength, there was actually an object that was not destroyed by his strength. Interesting. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. That object flew over on its own and landed in Lin Fei's hand. So it's a cultivation technique. Moreover, it was refined using special materials. No wonder it wasn't damaged. After Lin Fei saw that it was an ancient book, he also smiled. Master, if that's the case, then this cultivation technique should be very powerful. Su Mai said curiously, I wonder what kind of cultivation technique this is. It was actually preserved using this kind of material. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. He couldn't see through the material. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's experience was more than anyone else. There was nothing he couldn't recognize. However, he couldn't recognize this item. He had never seen it before. It was like paper, but not paper. It looked like gold, but not gold. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei tried to use his strength to tear this ancient book. However, no matter how much he increased his strength, this cicada's wing thin paper didn't move an inch. This caused Lin Fei to be very surprised. This is strange. Although I have only recovered 20% of my strength, it is enough to tear apart anything. This paper is actually able to withstand it. How strange. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 4207. Lin Fei's interest in this ancient book was piqued. He used almost 20% of his strength and still couldn't tear this ancient book apart. This was a bit thought-provoking. He opened the ancient book. Inside, it wasn't a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a travel manual. Lin Fei was very surprised. The entire travel manual didn't have a lot of words. It was only a few tens of thousands of words. It was about a student traveling around the country. It described the hardships of this student. It was as if there were 81 hardships. There wasn't anything special about the entire manual. Lin Fei handed the ancient book to Su Mai. Take a look and see if there's anything different about this travel manual. Travel, not a cultivation technique. Su Mai was shocked. She took the ancient book and flipped through it. Su Mai didn't read very quickly. Word by word, it took her around 20 minutes to finish reading. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Master, this is a very ordinary travel manual. I really don't see anything unusual about it. However, this ancient book was completely fine after Master's attack. It definitely isn't simple. However, what this manual talks about is travel. Recently, Su Mai had crammed a lot of words into her foundation, so she could recognize the words on the book. However, Su Mai really couldn't see anything special about it. If even you can't see it, then the people from the Dojo of Limits probably can't either. However, since they left this thing here, they should know that this ancient book has some secrets. It's just that they haven't been able to solve it. Lin Fei smiled. If you really think that this is a journey, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there is a very powerful cultivation technique contained within it. How should I put it? If you can break up all of these words and reassemble them, you will be able to obtain a cultivation technique. Right now, even I am feeling curious. To be able to reassemble a cultivation technique into a journey, that person is truly quite capable, said Lin Fei with a smile. That's right. Su Mai's eyes widened. That's right. Hiding a cultivation technique in your travel? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big? No wonder everyone couldn't see through it. Lin Fei didn't get anything useful from the Dojo of Limits. However, just this ancient book alone wasn't enough to make Lin Fei's trip go to waste. He was ready to take a good look at what kind of technique was hidden in this ancient book. It was worth it to go through so much trouble and travel around to change the true nature of the cultivation method. Lin Fei and Su Mai left the extreme dojo. Cai Shan did not leave. Instead, he dealt with the aftermath. First was to capture the disciples of the Dojo of Limits. These disciples weren't weak. If they were captured and controlled, their strength would be even stronger. These Dojo of Limits disciples can't fall into other people's hands. Cai Shan wouldn't do such a thing to increase their strength. Back at Cai Shan's residence, Su Mai went back to digest the experience of fighting with the mysterious man. Lin Fei, on the other hand, went to study the ancient book. Wanting to restore a cultivation technique with tens of thousands of words of travel was indeed very difficult. It required a powerful calculation ability. Even the current supercomputers would find it hard to complete it in a short period of time. However, to Lin Fei, this wasn't a big deal. He used around 3 hours to calculate the travel technique and turned it into a cultivation technique. Endless Sea of Qi. This was the cultivation technique that Lin Fei obtained. It really is an incredible cultivation technique. No wonder it was changed into a travel technique. It's a pity that the people from Heaven's Pole Palace don't have good eyesight. They actually couldn't see that this was the real deal. Lin Fei had seen countless cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique like this. It actually opened up a dantian in the fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was any other time, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care about this cultivation technique. However, after flipping through this endless sea of qi, he felt that this cultivation technique was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Even though his immortal divine body had recovered quite a bit and his strength had also recovered about 20%, the further he went, the harder it would be. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was to recover from his injuries. However, even after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the Kunlun mystic realm, he only managed to recover 10% of his injuries. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to 30%. Even if he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. If I cultivate this endless sea of qi, I can open up a dantian in my fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a different path. I don't have to worry about my strength being affected. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This could be considered a new attempt. If Lin Fei used his fleshly body to condense his dantian, he wouldn't have to worry about his fleshly body being unable to withstand the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Fei pondered over it a few more times. He was sure that the endless sea of qi was the most suitable for him to cultivate. At least, that was the case for now. Unless Lin Fei was able to obtain better ingredients, such as the divine essence pill. Currently, the endless sea of qi was a shortcut to recover his strength quickly. There were no flaws in this endless sea of qi cultivation technique. In fact, it was perfect. Lin Fei could definitely cultivate it. Lin Fei was a decisive person. Since he could cultivate it, he wouldn't hesitate. After familiarizing himself with the endless sea of qi, Lin Fei started to condense his dantian. It wasn't difficult to condense a dantian. Opening up a dantian in the fleshly body required a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush into the fleshly body. If the fleshly body couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to open up a dantian in the fleshly body. Both were not difficult for Lin Fei. The energy in his body was like a torrent, rushing into his fleshly body and opening up a mini dantian. To others, it was difficult to cultivate the dantian, but to Lin Fei, it was a piece of cake. The whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of energy constructed a dantian. From illusory to condensed. An hour later, a dantian the size of an egg appeared in his fleshly body, filled with surging energy. This energy was nothing. Lin Fei realized that the dantian was indeed quite useful. He could completely bypass his body to perform it, and it wouldn't cause any harm to his immortal body. After condensing the first dantian, Lin Fei immediately began to condense the second dantian. This time, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles, and it was extremely easy for him to condense the second dantian. If those old antiques found out about this efficiency, they would probably be shocked. With the first and second dantians, the rest was easy. That night, Lin Fei did not feel tired, and he continued to condense the dantian. 3, 4, 5. Every time he condensed another dantian, Lin Fei's strength improved a little. This feeling of flying was really good. Chapter 4208. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in, Lin Fei opened his eyes and walked out of his room. His entire being felt refreshed. Endless sea of qi. It really has a history. I'm afraid it should be a powerful cultivation method. I condensed 20 sea of qi dantians in one night. Each sea of qi dantian is filled with all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now my strength is not restricted and it's easier for me to use some techniques. To Lin Fei, condensing 20 C of qi dantians in one night was not very efficient. That was because the process of condensing C of qi dantian was getting slower. If the power of 20 C of qi dantians burst out at the same time, he would be at the peak of qi refinement realm. There was no need to worry about affecting his injuries. Starting from cultivating endless C of qi, Lin Fei realized that he would have to cultivate endless C of qi for a period of time in the future. Although this method was a shortcut to improve his strength, it was the most powerful help for Lin Fei. Endless C of qi might seem easy to cultivate, but the prerequisite was a strong body. Without a strong body, it was impossible to open up C of qi dantian. This was the biggest requirement. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen sword lights flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all condensed by power and turned into a sword formation. Lin Fei had not used the sword formation for a long time. Using the sword formation now would still consume a lot of energy. However, it was also a killer move that could be used both offensively and defensively. This sword formation was called the Great Void Sword Formation. The Great Void Sword Formation could be used as a powerful technique. Of course, this move consumed a lot of energy. If one did not have a lot of energy in his body, he would not be able to use it. Lin Fei used it freely as if it was an arm. After using it for a while, Lin Fei put it away. After a night of digesting, Su Mai was still very helpful to her. "Master, I plan to stay in Thailand and fight with those people. I feel that the people here are very fierce. Fighting with them will be of great help to me," Su Mai came over and said. Lin Fei was not surprised by Su Mai's words. After experiencing it a few times, Su Mai had grown a lot. Staying behind and continuing to gain experience was a very good thing. "As your master, I am very happy that you have such considerations. Don't worry, even if I am not here this time, no one will be able to hurt you." Lin Fei called Cai Shan over to prepare a series of things. He guessed that they had already prepared some on the mountain last time. However, he had ordered people to prepare some more, and the quality was better than the last time. "Master, are you going to write?" Su Mai didn't understand. Lin Fei said, "This is not writing, but drawing a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. I drew it for you to protect your life. When the time comes, even if an expert comes, he will suffer a great loss." Lin Fei adjusted his state of mind. His essence, qi, and spirit were in full swing. In an instant, he was like a great grandmaster. He picked up the brush and started to draw talismans. What Lin Fei drew was a sword talisman with great attack power. It could explode with superpower and was most suitable to use against enemies. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is active offense. If the enemy was defeated, there was naturally no need to defend. Su Mai stood behind. Although she couldn't recognize what was written on the yellow paper, she could feel a sharp aura from the words. It was as if everything in front of this aura would be split apart by a sword. It was rather terrifying. The first sword talisman was quickly drawn. When the sword talisman was completed, a bright light flashed silently. Only Lin Fei could see it. The sword talisman was finished. Lin Fei handed the sword talisman to Su Mai. "This is a sword talisman. Drip your blood on it first. When the time comes, it will protect you." Su Mai successfully dripped her blood to refine the sword talisman. After refining it, the sword talisman flew around Su Mai. It was very incredible. This sword talisman can explode with a total of 10 attacks. The strength of each attack is the same. Even if a Carnate expert comes to capture you, with my sword talisman, he will be heavily injured in 1 strike and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Fei said. "Thank you, Master." Su Mai was very happy. She couldn't bear to part with the sword talisman. After Lin Fei drew a sword talisman, he drew a Vajra unyielding talisman for Su Mai. Once it was used, it would form a strong defense around her body. Even a Carnate expert would find it hard to break it. Other than that, Lin Fei gave Cai Shan a sword talisman. After all, Cai Shan would be guarding the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm for him in Southeast Asia for a period of time. Although there were restrictions outside, There still needed to be someone to watch over it. Oh right, Cai Shan. I really like a region in the deep mountains. I want to take that place. Lin Fei thought of something. A place like the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm had to be under his control. If it was in China, it might be difficult. However, this was Southeast Asia. Cai Shan was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Naturally, Lin Fei would have some ideas. I wonder which area Master wants. Cai Shan found a map. It was a very detailed one. Very quickly, Lin Fei found a rough area. He picked up a pen and drew. This is the area. I want it. Cai Shan said, this kind of place is not worth much in Southeast Asia. If Master wants it, I will definitely help Master get it. It's just a matter of money. My relationship with the royal family is not bad. If I suggest it, they won't have any objections. Just say that I like that place and want to build a villa in that area. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said, it's about time for you to increase your strength. It just so happens that I brought some pills this time. Take them and consume them. It shouldn't take long for you to become a true Khanate expert. In addition to my sword talisman, you should be able to hold the fort. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei boarded the plane and headed to England. After all, Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Dragon God Key. There was still the Dragon God's blood in the mystic realm. No matter what, he had to go take a look. Su Mai had Cai Shan's protection, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the sword talisman in his hands was not to be trifled with. Unless there was an Khanate expert willing to test the power of the sword talisman. On this trip to England, there were no accidents, and no one came to disturb him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Fei went abroad, and it was to England. When he woke up, the plane had already arrived in England. This time, Lin Fei treated it as a vacation. There were not many people here, so naturally, there was no need to inform them. Lin Fei did not know if those people had arrived. Calculating the time, there was still half a month, so naturally, he was not in a hurry. After stopping a car, Lin Fei went to a relatively famous Four Seasons hotel in England and stayed there. As for not knowing English, it was simple. Lin Fei used a small trick to take away the ability to speak English from a Caucasian and easily learned English. Chapter 4209. After staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to find Yi Zixuan and the others. In the following 3 days, Lin Fei had a very leisurely time, tasting the unique delicacies of England and walking around. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had come to England for a vacation. But who knew that Lin Fei was secretly observing the feng shui of England and so on? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but he was really shocked. This place was quite famous in England. There were many things that Lin Fei was interested in. For example, at night, Lin Fei could see some guys who were brimming with a strong aura of qi and blood. These guys were like ghosts in the night. Lin Fei thought of a word, and that was the famous vampires in the Western world. He couldn't guarantee whether these people were vampires or not, but it had something to do with them. Lin Fei's view of the Western world was very different. Perhaps when he was young, he thought it was just a joke, but now that he was really standing in a place like England, he knew that this joke was not groundless. Another day of shopping in England. Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and took a comfortable bath. Then, he received a call from Bai Shengnan. To put it nicely, it should be a video call. Bai Shengnan was lying on her bed, wearing pink pajamas. She was cute and seductive. Bai Shengnan giggled at Lin Fei, "You really know how to run, big boss. In the blink of an eye, you ran to England." Lin Fei said generously, "I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look. On the other hand, you, the lady boss, look quite relaxed. Could it be that you conquered a few more areas?" Ever since he handed over all the matters of the company to Bai Shengnan, Lin Fei really didn't manage the company much, but he could hear some good news from Bai Shengnan every time. "Of course, don't you know who I am? With your Yunshu materials, our company's shapewear and other different products have become popular all over the country. We have basically taken over all the domestic markets. It won't be long before our Yunshu products become the leading products in China. Bai Shengnan's face was brimming with a bright smile and happiness. Lin Fei liked seeing the satisfied smile on Bai Shengnan's face. Bringing Yun Shu from another world to Huaxia was not in vain. Big boss, since you're already in England, I have a small matter here. Can I trouble you? As they chatted, Bai Shengnan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something. You've already called me big boss. If I don't agree, I probably won't even be able to climb into your bed when I go back. I don't like to sleep on the sofa alone at night. Manager Bai's words are like an imperial edict. How could I dare to disobey? Bai Shengnan, who was on the other side of the phone, burst into laughter. She rebuked, "You're such a flirt and you're not being honest at all. Actually, it's not that difficult. My cousin is studying in England, so I want you to visit my cousin on my behalf. My cousin is a great beauty. She's the epitome of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman." When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Even if your cousin is fair, rich, and beautiful, so what? Can this fair, rich, and beautiful woman be more beautiful than you? In my eyes, you're the real fair, rich, and beautiful one. If you're not fair, rich, and beautiful, what else can you be? Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes. I knew it. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Lin Fei said with a smile. Give me an address later. I'll go see your cousin tomorrow. By the way, what do you want to say to your cousin? Also, should I bring a gift over? I'll listen to you. These days, Lin Fei didn't have anything to do. Yi Zixuan and the others didn't come, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a big deal to visit Bai Shengnan's cousin. Hearing that Lin Fei agreed to visit her cousin, Bai Shengnan's face was brimming with a bright smile. Just visit my cousin for me. By the way, my cousin's name is Yang Liuxi. What do you think? Doesn't the name sound very poetic? I heard that it was named by a master. After chatting with Bai Shengnan for a while, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Fei received an address from Bai Shengnan on his phone. It turned out to be a university in England. Lin Fei was proficient in English now. He looked it up on the internet and found that this university was very amazing. It had nurtured many talented students. Thinking about the Bai family's identity, it wasn't too much for Bai Shengnan's cousin to have such a high education level. The next morning, Lin Fei stopped a taxi and went to the university mentioned on the address. The university wasn't very far from Qing. It only took him half an hour to get there. The university was very big, and the buildings inside were all in the medieval style. Lin Fei swaggered into the university. Compared to the universities in the country, this university was very different. It made Lin Fei feel a scholarly atmosphere. It was a very reading atmosphere. Lin Fei found a few students who were studying in China to ask Yang Liuxi. However, these people said that they didn't know. After a round, Lin Fei didn't find Yang Liuxi. Lin Fei felt a little helpless. Did Shengnan not talk to my cousin? Or is Yang Liuxi not in the university? Disappointed, Lin Fei planned to leave the university. When he was at the entrance of the university, he met another international student. One of them was the one Lin Fei had just asked. You're from China, right? If you want to find Yang Liuxi, maybe you can find her boyfriend. You should know, another Chinese student said. Yang Liuxi has a boyfriend? The Chinese student said, it's a white boyfriend. I heard that her boyfriend is a master. Yes, he seems to be a master of gambling. He likes to go to casinos. Yang Liuxi is also a person who likes to seek excitement. Maybe you can find her in the casino. The Chinese student took out a pen and paper, wrote down the name of the casino, and handed it to Lin Fei. This is the casino they often go to, and it's also the most influential casino in our area. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find her. Lin Fei thanked the other party and got into the taxi again. He frowned slightly. This is a little different from what Bai Shengnan said. No matter what, Lin Fei still decided to go and take a look. After all, he had promised Bai Shengnan. If he didn't see his cousin, he wouldn't know what to say when she asked him at night. Chinese, are you planning to go first? The driver asked curiously. You know too? Lin Fei said with a smile. The driver said, "We all know that it's a money-squandering den. It's the world of the rich." Bookseller's website. Chapter 4210. 1938. This was the name of a casino. It was purely calculated with English numbers. 1938 was very famous in this part of England. When Lin Fei arrived at the casino, he saw a lot of people going in and out. At the same time, Lin Fei also saw a lot of Chinese people appearing in this casino. When Lin Fei walked into the casino, he noticed that perhaps because of the Chinese people, the security guards at the entrance, that is, those white men, looked at him a few more times with a strange look in their eyes. There was even a trace of a hunter who caught his prey. Lin Fei never thought that he would be wrong about this kind of look. This 1938 casino is really interesting. Lin Fei pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked into the casino. The casino was very big, comparable to the casinos in Macau, or even much bigger. Now Lin Fei understood why the driver had said that in the car. 1938 was indeed one of the most famous casinos in this area. "Sir, this is your first time coming to 1938, right? I don't know if you need a guide. I feel that a customer like you really needs a gorgeous guide. She can teach you all the games in the casino, and it doesn't cost too much." Lin Fei had just taken a few glances when a Caucasian man came up to him and asked with a smile, "Thank you, I don't need one for the time being." After hearing that, the white man didn't leave immediately, but continued to say, "Friend, I think you really need a beautiful guide. Because there are a lot of games in this casino, any newcomer wants to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. Also, the beauties here are not expensive, and the amount of tips depends on your personal preference. No matter what kind of beauty you need, our casino has everything." The white man continued to say, "Sir, you can look around. Those are the beautiful guides of our casino." The white man pointed at the beautiful women beside the men in the distance. Lin Fei looked over and found that it was really as he said. There were all kinds of beautiful women, pleasing to the eye. Originally, Lin Fei didn't want to call them, but after hearing that, he became interested. "Okay, find me a Chinese beauty." The white man seemed to be very happy and quickly said, "Don't worry, sir, I will help you find it immediately. Please wait here for a moment." In fact, this short wait did not take long. Lin Fei saw the Caucasian man coming over with a female student who was about 20 years old. Why did he say she was a female student? Lin Fei sensed a childish aura from her. Even though it was covered by makeup, it still couldn't escape Lin Fei's eyes. She must be a female university student studying here. "Nice to meet you, sir. I'm your little tour guide tonight. You can call me Xiao Xiao." The Caucasian man brought him over and said a few words before leaving. The female university student introduced herself. The girl named Xiao Xiao, after introducing herself, held on to Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body against his. "Sir, what kind of game are you planning to play? I know all the projects here very well. Even if it's your first time here, it doesn't matter if you don't understand." Lin Fei admired the methods of this 1938 casino. Using a beautiful woman as a guide in the casino would indirectly make people bet crazily in the casino. After all, no one could resist the coquettishness of a woman. "Then just walk around with me," Lin Fei said. As Xiao Xiao walked, she introduced the situation of the casino to Lin Fei. She was very familiar with the situation here. Very quickly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the place. The casino here was very big. It operated dozens of projects and also had some game machines. As Lin Fei walked, he looked around. After a while, he found that the upper floor seemed to be more lively than the lower floor. Most importantly, Lin Fei seemed to have inadvertently seen a figure. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen this figure, he remembered it very clearly. This figure was the cousin that Bai Shengnan had mentioned, Yang Liushi. Anyone who was looked at by Lin Fei would not forget. The person up there was definitely Yang Liushi. "Is there a casino up there? It looks different from the one below," Lin Fei asked with a smile. Xiao Xiao explained, "This is a VIP's place. Only those with a certain amount of wealth can go up to the second floor. Perhaps you can only go up to the second floor if you win enough chips in the casino. After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He immediately led Xiao Xiao to the second floor. At first, Xiao Xiao was a little worried and surprised. However, who knew that the man in black at the door didn't seem to see Lin Fei and allowed them to go up to the second floor. The look in Xiao Xiao's eyes clearly changed. Mr. Lin, are you a nouveau riche? Or are you a regular here? Why haven't I seen you before? Xiao Xiao had accompanied many people, but they were all ordinary gamblers. She had never met anyone who went up to the second floor. Naturally, she wanted to get to know this nouveau riche in front of her. Lin Fei gave a few perfunctory replies. He searched for Yang Liuxi in the crowd. That's her. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was Yang Liuxi. However, Yang Liuxi was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. At this time, Yang Liuxi was gorgeously dressed. She looked a little similar to Xiao Xiao. What made Lin Fei feel a little strange was that Yang Liuxi's expression seemed to be very frightened and nervous. Beside him stood two black-robed men, who seemed to be guarding him. There's no way I'll lose this round. I'll definitely win. At the gambling table, a young man with curly hair stood up. His expression became very nervous. His eyes stared at the cards in his hand and slowly revealed them. Sitting opposite him was also a middle-aged man. He was smoking a cigar and looked indifferent. This round, you have no chance at all. I know you are very good, but you will definitely lose this time. Your Chinese girlfriend is not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely let her enjoy our Western etiquette tonight. The young man flipped the cards in his hand. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How can this be? I clearly remember that it was a king of diamonds. How did it become a three of spades? The young man couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He almost broke down. The middle-aged man opposite him slowly revealed the card in his hand. It was the king of diamonds. Sorry, my points are a little higher than yours. All the chips on your table, including the beautiful lady behind you, will become my spoils of war. It's over, it's over. The young man hugged his head. Hunter, tell me you didn't lose. The gorgeously dressed woman was also in a panic. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:11. Let me go, don't grab me. The gorgeously dressed girl was grabbed by two big men. Hunter, come and save me. I don't want to go with him. The young man called Hunter held his head and muttered to himself, it's over, it's really over. I have nothing left. It was as if he didn't hear the gorgeously dressed girl. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. There's something wrong with this person. Lin Fei, who was standing at the entrance to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. No one could see it more clearly than him. Bai Shengnan's cousin. I thought she was highly educated, but it turns out her EQ is so low. She doesn't even know that she's being schemed against. I bet they've been waiting for this day to come. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If it was someone else, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. However, this person was Bai Shengnan's cousin, and she had personally instructed him to do so. He couldn't just let this happen. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that if the middle-aged man brought Yang Liuxi back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether or not she could return to school was a problem. Even if she could, she would probably be crippled. Xiao Xiao, what's going on over there? Do you guys block people in your casino? Lin Fei asked Xiao Xiao with a smile. Xiao Xiao was already used to this scene. She said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but this is the exclusive way to play in the VIP venue. You can bet everything you own or anything around you as long as you win. But if you lose, all of your belongings will be taken away by others, and all of this will be approved by the casino. In other words, that Chinese girl is really out of luck. Lin Fei smiled. Then your casino is quite interesting. You can actually play this kind of game. Doesn't that mean that if I go and gamble with them, I can bet you? Xiao Xiao's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. We're just the casino's guides. You're a little timid. I was just joking with you. Xiao Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, Please don't scare me like this next time, okay? By the way, how many chips do I need to get on the gambling table? I'm quite interested in that. Lin Fei asked. I remember that the gambling table only needs 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to $5 million, Xiao Xiao said after thinking for a while. I think it's quite interesting. Let's go and play a few rounds. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao's face was full of smiles. The middle-aged man who won this round stood up. He was a white man named Alan. He was a frequent customer of this casino. Every time he came, he would return with a full load. Hunter, I've received your gift tonight. If you want to bet with me again next time, please inform me in advance. Alan was ready to bring them back. When he looked at young Liushi, a trace of cruel desire flashed through his eyes, and then this trace of desire was put away. No one present saw it. Young Liushi had lost all hope. No matter how much she shouted, her boyfriend, Hunter, did not seem to hear her. He kept talking to himself, as if his body and mind were about to collapse. This was not what young Liushi wanted to see. She had heard that this Alan was especially fond of foreign women. At the same time, this Alan was a very cruel person. It was said that none of the women he brought back had a good ending. Even if they made it out alive, they would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. This was not the first time young Liushi had heard of such a thing. She never thought that she would become a foreign woman in Alan's hands. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she went in. But no matter how much young Liushi struggled, she could not break free from the dark-skinned man's hands. Alan walked over with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful lady, you don't have to struggle anymore. You're my guest tonight. I'll give you a very precious gift that you won't forget for the rest of your life." "I don't want your gift. Let go of me. My family has money. As long as you give me a number, I'll definitely give you the money." Young Liushi seemed to have thought of something and said repeatedly. Alan laughed. "Beautiful lady, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not short of money. I only like the spoils of war that I've won in the casino. I won't take out the spoils of war that I've won." Alan had already planned to bring this beautiful young Liushi back. He had not tasted a Chinese woman in a very long time. "From what you've said, as long as there's something good, you'll be able to go to the gambling table." A voice rang out. Alan turned around and saw a young Chinese man appear in his sight. His expression turned cold. "You want to gamble with me too, kid?" Lin Fei said, "Yeah, I'm quite interested in gambling. I like to gamble with all kinds of things. I don't know if this thing of mine will catch your eye." Lin Fei took something out of his pocket and casually threw it on the gambling table not far away. "Is this jewelry? It looks like pearls and gems." Some people looked at it curiously, but they did not recognize it at first. Alan did not recognize it either. "You have the nerve to take out such a broken thing." Alan snorted. Lin Fei walked over, picked up the red stone ball, and patted it lightly. Hua 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 hua. The originally red stone ball instantly became transparent. There were traces of flames flickering inside the stone. Everyone could even feel the penetrating aura of the flames. One by one, their eyes widened as if they had seen a peerless treasure. "This is amazing. Yeah. Unbelievable." Everyone was shocked. "This is a stone ball that I obtained by chance in a place. It looks a little ordinary, but there's a flame hidden in it. When you hold this bead in your hand, you can feel the warm aura. It's a very comfortable warmth. I guarantee that everyone will like this feeling. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Lin Fei threw it casually, and the bead flew in Alan's direction. Alan subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. In an instant, a warm aura spread from his palm, and then reverberated throughout his body. After a moment of silence, Alan's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you want to gamble with this treasure? For me, this is just something that I picked up. I don't know how much this treasure can be sold for." Alan looked at the stone ball in his palm again, raised his head again, and said, 30 million, no more." "Okay, 30 million it is. I can just gamble a few times." Shukju website. Chapter 42:12. "What are you going to play?" Alan asked Lin Fei. I'm not interested in 5-card stud. Let's play something simple, such as gambling with dice. I wonder if you're interested? Lin Fei said casually. Alan was a little surprised. Dice? You're quite an interesting guy. Let's play dice then. Best of 3, I wonder if you dare. Alan was also a smart guy. Lin Fei suggested playing dice. Alan changed the rules and made it a best of 3. All right, 2 wins out of 3. I have no objections. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's start, Alan said to the beautiful dealer. There was no need to say anything else. The beautiful dealer immediately found the dice. The onlookers were also looking forward to it. The stone ball contained a flame within it. It was very mystical, and anyone could tell that it was a very expensive item. Whether it was taken out to be auctioned or placed at home, it would be a good choice. Young Liushi was very surprised. She didn't know the young man in front of her at all. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to stand out. Help me. Wait, is this person the boyfriend of my cousin, Bai Shengnan? Young Liushi suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Just a few days ago, her cousin, Bai Shengnan, who was in China, had called her and said that someone would come to England to visit her in a few days. At that time, young Liushi only took it as a small joke and didn't take it seriously. Now it seemed that this person was Bai Shengnan's cousin's friend. Oh no, this is really bad. He will definitely tell my cousin. Young Liushi became nervous. After all, she had been studying abroad. In the eyes of her family, she had always been a good girl. But now, no one would believe this scene. Her heart was in a mess. Lin Fei and Alan sat down. Before we play the dice, there is something I want to confirm, Lin Fei suddenly said. Alan said, I don't know what you want to confirm, or if I can't afford it. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. I'm just confirming what I'll win after 2 wins out of 3. Is it your chips or everything else you've won today? For example, this Huaxia beauty. Is she also in today's best of 3? Alan laughed heartily. So that's how it is. I understand now. As long as you can beat me, this Chinese girl will be yours tonight. I, Alan, am a man of my word. Everyone in the casino knows my reputation. That's good. Let's begin. The best of 3 dice system was actually very simple. The 2 people did not take the initiative to shake the dice. Instead, the dealer used a machine to shake the dice. Then, both sides would guess the big or small. Using a machine to shake the dice could eliminate many suspicions of cheating, so shaking the dice was more like relying on luck. The dice kept shaking back and forth in the machine, making a series of sounds until it finally stopped. In order to increase the difficulty and also increase the gambling, we'll only play guessing for these 3 rounds. Alan suddenly said with a smile. Huaxia kid, you don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei could clearly see a trace of pride on Alan's face. Although he did not know why Alan was proud, it was not difficult to guess that he must have some experience with dice points. Guessing points. Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Alan. You should know that I'm quite experienced in guessing numbers. I'm afraid that you'll lose 3 rounds in a row if you win 2 out of 3. Alan laughed heartily. You don't have any objections to guessing points. Then, let's just guess points. At this moment, the beautiful dealer said, after both sides guess points, the person who is closest wins. I don't know if the 2 of you have any objections. Alan and Lin Fei both shook their heads, indicating that they did not have any objections. Alan's heart was full of pride. Although he did not play dice much, when it came to guessing points, although he would not be able to guess the specific points 5 or 6 times out of 10, he would be able to get the closest to the guessed points within a certain range. Alan rarely told this secret to others because he had a strong 6th sense. Most of the time, it was not too far off. Since this young Chinese kid wanted to play dice with him, he might as well just play. Huaxia kid, you're a guest and I'm a veteran here. I'll let you guess the points first, lest you say that it's unfair. Alan put on airs. All right, whatever you say. I have no objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Just guessing the dice points. I think it's purely based on luck. I think this round will be 18, 3 sixes. Alan immediately laughed when he heard this. Young people are young people. How can you shake out 18 points with 3 sixes? Casinos only opened a few times in a month, not to mention that they ran into one. 18 is indeed a good number, but I don't think it's a good number today. I think it should be 9. Alan looked at the machine and said after thinking for a while. One guessed 18 and the other guessed 9. It was a multiple, which made many people curious. Of course, most people still approved of Alan. Are the two of you sure? The dealer confirmed. Alan and Lin Fei both nodded, indicating that they had no objections. The beautiful dealer turned on the machine. There were 3 dice lying in the machine. The front of each dice was a 6. There were exactly 3 sixes. Leopard, 18 points. The expressions of the beautiful lady and the dealer changed slightly. They immediately smiled and said, 3 sixes. This gentleman has won the first round. Alan's expression was obviously a little stiff. He found it hard to believe that he could even guess 3 sixes. Moreover, it was an accurate number. His luck was too good. I'm sorry. I won the first round. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Lin Fei said with a smile. Young and promising. Alan also laughed. However, his expression was a little insincere. The second round began. This time, it was Alan's turn to speak first. This time, Alan looked dignified. He opened his mouth much later than the last time. I guess the points for this round are 12, fluctuating between 11 and 13. Alan said. Lin Fei said without looking, I think this round should be 8. What an auspicious number. Alan really didn't believe that Lin Fei would guess correctly. Open. Everyone pricked up their ears. 1, 3, 5, 9 points. The beautiful dealer announced. I lost. Alan stood up and held the gambling table. He found it hard to accept. Yes, you lost. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:13. 2 wins out of 3. Everyone was shocked that the Chinese kid would win in the end. There was also a tinge of disbelief. One had to know that Alan was a regular here. He had a certain level of ability. He didn't expect to lose so badly. Alan couldn't believe it either. He didn't even win a single round in the best of 3 and lost just like that. Not only did he lose all the chips on the table, but he also lost the Chinese girl that he could enjoy immediately. In order to enjoy this Chinese girl, Alan had put in a lot of effort. Finally, this piece of meat was in front of him, but it was snatched away by this kid. Alan couldn't accept it. Pretty lady, you can come over now, Lin Fei said to Yang Liushi with a smile. Yang Liushi felt like she was dreaming. But no matter what, this Chinese kid in front of her did her a great favor. Yang Liushi opened the man behind her and ran behind Lin Fei. The 2 men didn't dare to stop her. After all, this was the 1938 casino and they were rather particular about their reputation. If they really dared to stop her, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were well aware of this in their hearts. I'm going to take all the chips on the table and this pretty lady, Lin Fei said with a smile. Alan wasn't willing to give up just like that. Hold on, Chinese kid, Alan said quickly. I think we can have another round. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You still have chips. I wonder what you're going to bet with me. Alan said, isn't it just money? I'll take out $30 million and let's bet again. But this time, let's not bet on dice. How about stud? Lin Fei shook his head. You're thinking too much if you want to bet with me for $30 million. I have more than 30 million chips on the table now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Fei's words hit Alan like a stick. There were indeed more than 30 million chips on the table now. In addition to the chips that Alan had won, it was more than 30 million. Using 30 million to bet with Lin Fei was definitely a huge advantage for him. Isn't it just money? Who doesn't have money? 60 million? Let's bet a few more rounds. Alan gritted his teeth. After all, he had lost to this Chinese kid today. The fat meat that was in his mouth was gone. Alan was somewhat unwilling to accept it. No matter what, he had to win this round back. 60 million? That's more like it. But I'm in a hurry. After all, There's such a beautiful girl around. How can this be more interesting than playing with girls? I'll only bet once at most. I just don't know if you're interested, Lin Fei said lazily. When the people around heard this, they were secretly shocked. This Huaxia kid is really bold. He actually played once for 60 million. This kid is really too rich to be stupid. Who knows? Anyway, I know that Chinese people are very rich. Maybe this person is another rich second generation. Hee, 60 million just for one round. I'm impressed. This time, it was Alan's turn to be shocked. For a moment, he had misjudged this Chinese kid. 60 million US dollars for a round. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't dare to play like that. No matter who it was, no one would have so much money to play such a game. What, you're not willing? If you're not willing, then forget it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Who asked me to be young? I like to decide life and death in one round. The more he said this, the more unhappy Alan felt. He didn't even suspect that this young man knew Yang Liuxi. It was definitely Qiao who had met her just now. Alan had played with many people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant Chinese kid. He actually played 60 million in one round. He really didn't take him seriously. Alright, isn't it just 60 million? I can afford to lose. Let's play a round of stud. Alan gritted his teeth and said, you have to put this Chinese beauty, the 30 million chips on the table, and that artifact on the table. Lin Fei said, no problem. We can let the referee be the notary. Whoever wins can take it. I have no objections. Since it involved such a big bet, the higher-ups of the casino immediately came over to be the notary. At the same time, they found a new dealer. She was also a beautiful dealer with a hot figure and a pair of seductive eyes. She opened the poker cards and shuffled them directly. It was a dazzling sight. One look and one could tell that this dealer was also a beautiful expert. The two drew cards to compare the size of the cards. In the end, Alan's cards were big. Therefore, the first round of dealing was given to Alan. After that, it was the second card. Alan's card was the ace of spades and Lin Fei's card was a 10. Since they were both decided in one round, there was naturally no need to raise the stakes. Alan's face also looked a lot better. It seems that my luck is better than yours. Just my ace is bigger than your 10. Alan didn't look at his cards. He looked very confident. Lin Fei said with a smile, it's just an ace of spades. It's not a big deal. If I had a pair of 10, it would be bigger than your ace of spades. The third card, Alan's card was a K. Lin Fei's card was a 5, which was even fewer. Yang Liuxi, who was standing behind, was a little surprised and nervous. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. Yang Liuxi could only pin her hopes on this young Chinese guy. She hoped that he was really her cousin by Shengnan's friend. Otherwise, if she was brought back by Alan, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. As for calling the police, Yang Liuxi didn't even dare to think about it. One had to know that the 1938 casino had a lot of connections. Now, Yang Liuxi really regretted coming here with her boyfriend, Hunter. Originally, she had only come here to gain some experience and seek some excitement. How could she have known that Hunter would lose so badly? This was completely different from the past. In Yang Liuxi's eyes, Hunter had always been a champion in the casino. He would win every time he played. However, this time, it was as if he had met his nemesis and lost in a mess. Look, my cards are bigger than yours again, Alan said with a smile. His eyes became even brighter. Lin Fei's expression was very calm. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? I still feel that I will win because my luck is very good. In your Western words, I am blessed by the goddess of luck. The fourth card. Alan's card was a queen and Lin Fei's card was a 6. In total, both sides were dealt 4 cards. At this moment, Alan's cards were the biggest. Lin Fei's hand was a small deck of cards. The small cards were mixed up and he had no chance of winning at all. The biggest card was only a 10. Alan laughed very happily. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm going to win this. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:14. That kid is going to lose this time. Exactly. The cards are so small. It's just a small deck. Alan's biggest ace of spades is bigger than his 10. If nothing goes wrong, that Chinese kid is going to lose. This is called a disaster caused by greed. I also admire that Alan. He's actually willing to make such a big bet with that Chinese kid. This is a big scene in 1938. I remember there hasn't been such a big scene in more than half a year. As spectators, they shook their heads. At first, they thought that the kid would be very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the winner would be decided in one round. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? They had gotten the smallest deck of cards. Chinese kid, it seems like I'm also better than you at the last card. Alan looked at his cards and smiled. His face was very proud because his current cards were Old A, Old K, Old Q, and Old J. If there was another 10, it would be a straight. Although it wouldn't be a straight flush, it would still be a very big hand. On the other hand, on Lin Fei's side, there was a 10, a 9, a 6, and a 5. It was a mess. Even if his trump card was an ace, he would definitely lose. Lin Fei chuckled. This is called excitement, okay? This is what it means to decide the winner with 60 million. Alan was also impressed by this Chinese kid. It had already come to this and he still didn't want to surrender. Did he really think that he could turn the situation around and win this round? Although he hadn't seen his trump card, judging from the current cards, he was definitely going to win. Young man, it's really rare to see someone like you with such a mentality. However, I still have to teach you a lesson. Luck is never reliable. Alan reached out to flip his cards. Let me show you what it means to win. Everyone was looking forward to it. His trump card was flipped open. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. What a pity. What a pity. It's actually a 3. Even if it's a 3, so what? Mr. Allen still has a very big chance of winning. After all, his biggest card is the ace of spades and that kid only has a 10. Allen saw that it was a 3. Although he was very disappointed, when he looked at his opponent's cards, it was obvious that his chances of winning were higher. He would definitely win this round. Young man, did you see that? My biggest card is an ace of spades. Even if your last card is an ace, you're still going to lose. Show me a pair if you can. Alan smiled at Lin Fei, his face full of pride. Based on his many years of experience, the opponent's trump card should not be big, and the probability of it being a loose card was relatively high. At this moment, Yang Liushi also raised her guard. After all, the opponent's highest card was the ace of spades. Even though it was just an inferior ace, it was still a very powerful card. A couplet. I think the possibility is quite high. Lin Fei said with a smile, Beauty, you don't want to lose again, right? Then you can reveal this card. I believe that your luck is very good. Lin Fei didn't reveal the plaque, instead smiling at Yang Liushi. Ah, you want me to reveal my trump card? Yang Liushi was a little surprised, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. Yes, I always say that the hands of a beauty are very fragrant. Since my cards are so bad now, why not let the beauty help me reveal it? No matter what it is, I won't blame you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Under this smile, Yang Liushi didn't feel nervous at all. She felt a sense of respect. Sir, it's better if you do it yourself. I'm afraid that the trump card I reveal is not good. Yang Liushi said. Lin Fei said in an indifferent tone, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the moment the trump card is revealed, the outcome of this round has already been decided. I just believe in luck. I believe that the hands of a beauty will definitely bring my luck back. Don't you want to reveal a good trump card? With this, Yang Liushi realized that they were still in a gambling game. If she lost this round, she would be taken away by Alan again. It was impossible for her to count on her boyfriend now. Instead, the person in front of her might be her cousin's friend. Okay, then I'll reveal my trump card. If I reveal a small card, don't blame me, sir. No, no, no. After all, beauties have rights. Yang Liushi was amused by these words and chuckled. She changed her previous panic and uneasiness and reached out to grab the trump card. Yang Liushi's fingers were very slender and white. With a light flip, she revealed the trump card. However, when she revealed the trump card, young Liushi closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at it. She was afraid that if she revealed a small trump card, it would be completely over. Young man, even if you use a beauty to reveal the trump card, your chances of winning are very low. As soon as Alan finished speaking, his eyes widened. He stared at the trump card in disbelief. Why is it a 10? Alan blinked several times in a row. He finally saw clearly that it was indeed a 10. This time, Alan was dumbfounded. This was $60 million. Together with the money he had lost before, he had lost almost $100 million today. Even a rich man couldn't afford such a loss. That's impossible. How could it be a 10? After young Liushi revealed her trump card, she closed her eyes. However, when she heard the exclamations around her, she instinctively opened them. That's great, it's actually a 10. We won, we won. Young Liushi knew the rules of 5-card stud. The pair was bigger than the inferior card. Even if the inferior card was an old ace, the pair was still better than the opponent. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. I already said that a beauty's luck is the best. Look, even such a small card can be turned into a 10. It's simply divine. Young Liushi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She looked shy. Sir, I can only say that I was lucky. Young Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't have to be taken away by this Alan. I'm really sorry. I won this round. I didn't think that I would be able to take away so much money after playing a few rounds. Lin Fei chuckled. Beautiful dealer, please help me tidy up these chips and bring the check over. The beautiful dealer was in a daze. Why was the 10 in his hand and not in Alan's hand? However, she didn't dare to say it. She didn't even dare to show the slightest expression. She said sweetly, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it done for you right away. Alan's face was cloudy. He couldn't believe that he had lost this round. Furthermore, he was prepared for it. Wait, I suspect that there's a problem with this round, Alan suddenly said coldly. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:15. Of course, Alan wouldn't give up the $60 million in his hands so easily. It was such an injustice to lose. No one knew better than Alan what kind of cards he would have in this game. It was clear that Alan had the last 10 in his hand, but it ended up in the other party's hand. Instead, that guy got a pair and killed his ace of spades. As soon as Alan opened his mouth, the others' faces changed one after another, and then they looked like they suddenly realized something. I knew it. How could this guy be so lucky? It turns out that he cheated. This kid is finished. TMPH, he could cheat anywhere, but he had to cheat in 1938. I heard that if he cheated in 1938, one of his hands would be cut off. That kid is finished. Young Liushi, who was standing behind Lin Fei, couldn't help but feel nervous. She opened her mouth and said, It's impossible. There are so many people watching and there are surveillance cameras. How could we cheat? Young Liushi was really anxious. Alan said fiercely, whether it's cheating or not, those technical consultants will know as soon as they come. I don't think anyone's luck can be so good. Lin Fei's face was calm as he looked at Alan and said, Are you sure I cheated? I think you're old and dim-sighted, and your brain is confused. Alan was very angry and said coldly, You said I'm old and dim-sighted, and my brain is confused. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a faint smile. Are you sure you're not old and dim-sighted? I have another thing that everyone is very interested in. Are you sure? You really saw it clearly. For some reason, Alan was suddenly startled by these words, and became suspicious. Could it be that this kid saw something? Impossible. No one knows about the relationship between the dealer and me except for me and her. I think you should think about it seriously. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a smile again. I think you should think about it seriously. Alan couldn't figure out what this kid knew for a while. In the end, there was indeed some incredible situation. If it wasn't for his close relationship with the beautiful dealer, Alan would really suspect that the other party was going easy on him. Alan didn't know how long it had been since he last tried such a big bet. Although it wasn't to the extent that their vitality was greatly damaged, it would still make them feel pain for a long time. But now, This kid's words left him scratching his head. Alan wasn't willing to give up 60 million just like that, but if this kid knew something, then Alan would be the unlucky one in the end. Alan was considered the #1 player in England, but he was still a far cry from 1938. There were all kinds of big shots behind 1938. Any one of them would give him a headache. If all of them were to fight, he would definitely not be able to handle it. He was very clear about this. You're good. I was wrong just now. I'm convinced of this bet. Alan turned around and left after saying that. He didn't say anything else. Those who were prepared to watch the show were all stunned. Since when did this Alan become so good-tempered? He let go just like that. This was somewhat different from his style. Who didn't know that Alan was a narrow-minded person? Those who offended him never had a good ending. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. After all, not everyone could make Alan take the initiative to retreat. Alan had actually accepted the $60 million in this round. Once Alan left, there was naturally nothing to see. Everyone at the scene took the initiative to leave. Young Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, friend. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Fei smiled. Pretty lady, are you sure that saying thank you is enough? Young Liushi was cold. What do you mean by that? Panic. She couldn't have just left a wolf's den and entered another one, right? Yeah, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Hunter got up. He was no longer depressed, and he blocked young Liushi behind him. Hunter, you're all right. Young Liushi was pleasantly surprised. I'm fine. Hunter replied. Let's go. Lin Fei smiled at young Liushi. Are you sure you want to go? I advise you not to go. I'm afraid that you'll regret it if you leave. Hunter glared at her. Liushi, don't listen to him. If we want to leave, then leave. No one can stop us. Without another word, he pulled young Liushi away. Hunter. His. Young Liushi was pulled away. She didn't have time to say anything else. Lin Fei didn't stop young Liushi from leaving. It's good that she left. Lin Fei watched young Liushi leave. Some things have to be seen by young Liushi herself. On the other side, Hunter pulled young Liushi out of the casino, but young Liushi flung his hand away. Hunter, why are you in such a hurry to pull me away? That person is our benefactor. Young Liushi was angry. She still wanted to know if that person was a friend of her cousin, Bai Shengnan. Hunter said, Liushi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that guy would pester you. If we leave now, that guy won't dare to bring you back. Oh right, Liushi, I have a gift for you. It's to celebrate our first year together. Hearing this, young Liushi didn't get angry. At least you have some conscience. I won't come to this kind of place anymore. Hunter said, okay, I won't come here anymore. I'll listen to you. I'll go drive. Hunter went to drive. Young Liushi originally wanted to ask Hunter, but when she thought about how romantic Hunter was, the anger in her heart dissipated. A white van drove over. It stopped beside young Liushi. Hunter's figure appeared. Get in. Young Liushi didn't hesitate and got in the van. When she got in the van, she saw that there were a few big white men sitting in the back. Young Liushi's face changed. I know you. Why are you here? A hand covered young Liushi's mouth. Hunter, you. Young Liushi turned around and saw Hunter. She smiled cruelly. Young Liushi, you're really stupid. Do you know that in Alan's eyes, you're worth $500,000? Young Liushi fainted. Let's take her away first. Hunter got out of the van. I'll trick that guy into coming here. Hunter's depressed expression changed. Excitement flashed in his eyes. That guy really thinks he can leave with tens of millions of dollars. He's thinking too much. Lin Fei kept his bank card. He politely declined the escort from the casino's security and walked out alone. Sir, it's me, Hunter. Hunter ran over, sweating profusely. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Miss Yang said that it's all thanks to you today. We discussed and wanted to treat you to a meal. Please forgive my rudeness. I hope you can give us a chance. Hunter's face was full of anticipation. Sure. If you don't mind, my car is downstairs, Hunter said. Chapter 42:16. Hunter took the initiative to lead the way. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, he pointed at a van not far away. Friend, my girlfriend is in the van. Let's go in together. Don't think that this van is a little old. I've modified it and it's better than you can imagine, Hunter said with a dry smile on his face. Lin Fei laughed. As long as you can sit in a car, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I don't really care about that. You should be glad that your girlfriend is Chinese. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. Hunter nodded. Thank you, Chinese friend. I know. I'll never come to this casino again. If I ever come here again, I'll be a dog. Hunter ran over and opened the door. He looked very enthusiastic. Lin Fei walked over and sat in the car. The moment he got in, he placed his hands on Lin Fei's shoulders. At the same time, he felt a cold breath on his waist. Chinese friend, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, your waist will be pierced by a bullet. You'll die much faster than you think. A rather stiff Huaxia language came from the mouth of a brawny man behind. Hunter was already in the driver's seat. He turned around to look at Lin Fei and chuckled. My friend from China, you'd better be obedient. It'll only be good for you and won't hurt you. Lin Fei looked at Hunter. Hunter, I know you're this kind of person. You better let me go immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Idiot, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. These friends of mine are all hot-tempered. I'm afraid that if you open your mouth again, you might get stabbed. Hunter didn't think much of it. One of the strong men took out a knife and waved it around. Lin Fei looked at the unconscious young Liushi beside him. I didn't expect you to do such a thing to your girlfriend. Hunter looked at the unconscious young Liushi and said, no matter how good my girlfriend is, it's not as good as money. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you something. My girlfriend is worth $500,000. With that money, I can find pretty girls anywhere. Hunter stepped on the accelerator and drove the car away. From then on, Lin Fei didn't say a word. Instead, he sat quietly as if he had given up all hope. The van drove all the way out. They arrived at the suburbs. However, outside the suburbs, Lin Fei noticed that there were castles in some places outside. There were large castles and small castles. On his way here, Lin Fei had read some information. He remembered that the most famous castle in England should be these castles. They were all left behind in the past and looked very old. No, it should be the medieval feeling. An hour later, a black castle appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The castle was bigger than the ones they had seen along the way. Obviously, such a castle was not cheap. It would cost at least 70 to 80 million pounds, which was more than 100 million yuan. Castles were not like villas. They needed to be taken care of constantly. Just the annual maintenance fee alone would cost millions of pounds. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. The heavy gate of the castle opened. The van drove in. The gate of the castle slowly closed. Immediately, a few strong men dressed in black surrounded them. They all had guns on their waists and were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Get out. Lin Fei was pushed out. At this moment, young Liushi had also woken up. However, she was still in a state of panic. She was also pushed out by Hunter. Both of you, follow me obediently. That way, you can suffer less. This is Sir Alan's castle. Since you're here, you have no choice, Hunter said. Young Liushi looked at Hunter with hatred. Hunter, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really regret it. Young Liushi was really regretful now. She seemed to have thought through everything that had happened before. Perhaps when he had approached her and saved her, he had probably done it on purpose to win her favor. Hunter smiled. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, I have to thank you more. It's rare to see a beautiful Chinese girl like you. My only regret is that I can't sleep with you. It's a pity, but compared to $500,000, it's nothing. Hunter, you son of a B***tch. Young Liushi's eyes were red. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she held them back in the end. The strong man behind her came up. Please come in, the two of you. Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei with guilt. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been captured by them. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, it's not your fault. Who asked me to win $60 million from him? Plus, I have this magical item in my hands. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts about it. A tycoon like him can't be compared to an ordinary person. Lin Fei and Yang Liushi were invited to the castle's hall. The main hall of the castle was extremely large and spacious. There was even a hint of a cold and gloomy aura around it. Under the dim light, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. It was Alan. Alan's face became even paler. Welcome to my castle. You're my first guests. I've always been very polite to new guests. Alan clapped his hands. Immediately, a maid came over with water. However, this water was different from other water. Because it was blood red in color, and with the glass, it looked even more flirtatious. Alan picked up one of the glasses and smiled. Do you know what kind of water this is? Look at how beautiful the color is. Blood red. This is the blood that we use to entertain our guests. Moreover, this blood is not ordinary blood. It's human blood. This person can't have any problems. He must be healthy. Only then will the blood have a taste. Just like this, 3 glasses of blood, each glass is worth a few $100s. After Alan finished speaking, he drank the blood in the glass in one gulp. His entire body revealed a satisfied expression. Yang Liushi, who was standing next to Lin Fei, almost fainted. She couldn't use any strength. Most of her body was leaning on Lin Fei. Do you know that doing such a thing in front of a girl is very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said to Alan. Gentlemanly? You're mistaken. I'm not a gentlemanly person. On the other hand, you're a young man with a lot of guts. Most people would have panicked when they saw this situation. You're a little different. Alan smiled. That's good too. When the time comes, it'll be interesting to experience the feeling of fear. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:17. Alan never intended to let this Chinese kid go easily. Of all people to offend, he chose to offend him. That was $60 million. Together with that mystical item, it would reach $70 to $80 million. That was why Alan simply left the casino. After all, he didn't dare to make a scene in 1938. Once this Chinese kid was tricked out, there would be nothing to worry about. In his own castle, what he said counted. No matter how capable this Chinese kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Everything went according to Alan's plan. He easily caught him. The only thing he was unhappy about was that this kid seemed to be too calm. Alan didn't like this kind of calmness. This thought was quickly suppressed. Alan felt that he had found a very interesting little toy. He hadn't played with such a small toy for a long time. Alan decided that he must slowly deal with this kid. Guards, take this brat away and lock him in my water dungeon. As for this beautiful Hua Xia girl, send her to my room. Alan laughed. Oh right, take out his bank card and those mystical items, especially that mystical item. Don't break it. There was actually another reason why Alan brought him back, and that was because that strange object was extremely unusual. For someone of his status, it was surprising that such a mystical item would be of some help to him. Alan valued this mystical item more. A few strong men in black surrounded Lin Fei and were about to take him away. Yang Liushi was scared out of her wits. Her body was trembling slightly. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Yang Liushi was so scared that she closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. If she was given another chance, Yang Liushi would never come to the casino, let alone get to know someone like Hunter. Who would have thought that Hunter, who was so sanctimonious, would want to sell her to Alan behind her back? People who studied abroad were naturally not idiots. Yang Liushi was also one of the smarter ones. It was just that she fell into an endless loop because of love. Now that she had completely figured out everything that had happened before, she hated herself for being blind and causing herself to be like this. Yang Liushi knew very well that those who owned a castle in a place like England were definitely rich bigwigs. Once you entered the castle, you could forget about leaving. When she came here to study, young Liushi had more or less heard some negative reports. For example, the owners of the castles basically all had special hobbies. There was a period of time when many people went missing, and it was suspected that it had something to do with the people in these castles. However, a guess was just a guess, because there was no evidence. As for entering the castle to search, that was even more impossible. Young Liushi only felt that her world had turned black and collapsed. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but it was definitely a nightmare that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Miss Yang, do you regret it now? The person who spoke was neither Hunter nor Alan, but Lin Fei, who was standing next to him. I regret it, I really regret it. Young Liushi nodded vigorously. If there's another chance, I'll definitely open my eyes and not be as stupid as I am now. Hunter laughed heartily. Young Liushi, you silly woman, don't even think about it. I've seen more than one Chinese woman like you. They're all idiots who are blinded by love. I've earned millions from you Chinese women. Where do you think I get my money from? It's all from you. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Don't worry, it's your fortune to be able to follow Mr. Allen. Young Liushi glared at Hunter angrily, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Hunter, even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off. Hunter laughed. Young Liushi, you're really a silly woman. Even if you die and become a ghost, so what? Are you going to come out and bite me? Lin Fei patted young Liushi's shoulder. Why are you talking about death at such a young age? The beautiful world is still waiting for you. With that pat, young Liushi's agitated emotions actually calmed down. It was as if those words were filled with magic. Young Liushi's emotions had calmed down. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chinese kid, you really talk a lot of nonsense. But don't worry, when we get to the water prison, I'll definitely deal with you slowly. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. If 10 isn't enough, then 100 will do. Hunter waved his hand and the muscular men in black came forward to take her away. Did I say that you guys could do it? Lin Fei snorted lightly. Bang, 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 bang. The muscular men suddenly groaned and all fell to the ground. Their faces turned pale and they immediately fainted. Even Hunter's face turned pale. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by a huge hammer. He sat on the ground paralyzed and wet his pants. A disgusting smell filled the air. You! What did you do to me? Hunter could only feel his ears buzzing. He couldn't believe that he was scared by a single sentence. What the hell was going on? On the contrary, Alan revealed an expression of ecstasy after a slight change. So you're a paranormal. No wonder you're so confident. I'm curious. In my castle, there are only a few people as calm as you. Alan's eyes lit up. Young Liushi blinked her eyes. She was confused. Her thoughts were all on Hunter. She rushed over and stepped on Hunter's body with her high heels. Ah! Hunter screamed miserably. Young Liushi, you crazy woman. I'll kill you. This foot directly stepped into Hunter's flesh. The pain made Hunter's face pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Young Liushi swung her hand and slapped Hunter's face. Even if you kill me, I'll still hit you. Young Liushi threw caution to the wind. Right now, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to teach Hunter a lesson. When Hunter wanted to retaliate, he found that he had no strength left in his hands. He could only watch helplessly as the slap landed on his face. His entire body fell to the ground. One could imagine how angry young Liushi was at this moment. Who told you to lie to me? She kicked him. Who told you to coax me? You bastard. She stomped on him again. I'm really blind. Young Liushi stepped on Hunter's body again. Especially since she was wearing high heels, every step created a bloody hole. It hurt so much. Stop. Hunter kept screaming in pain. You're in pain. Don't tell me I'm not in pain. You scum. Young Liushi used both her hands and feet. If I'm not wrong, your identity is quite interesting. According to normal people, you can't live for so long. I don't know if I'm right. Lin Fei laughed. I think it's appropriate to call you a bloodling. Chapter 42:18. You really do have a good eye. You can even see this. Unfortunately, no matter how good your eye is, so what? You're still in my territory. Alan laughed loudly. I'm indeed a bloodling. It's because I'm a bloodling that I have such a long life. I've already lived for 200 years. If I can suck your blood this time, I might be able to increase my lifespan by another 10 years. You're such a good person. Alan smiled and looked at Lin Fei as if Lin Fei was a cornucopia. No, a ginseng fruit. Hee, bloodling. But a bloodling like you is really too weak. Alan seemed to have been hit by something. His entire person became ferocious. You dare to say that I'm weak? I'll be the first to suck you clean first. Hooah! Alan instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. His eyelids also turned blood red. A few seconds passed in the blink of an eye. This was the fastest speed Alan could produce. Even the king of the 100-meter sprint champion could not reach this level. This is your speed. It's slower than I thought. Alan was already standing where Lin Fei was just now. However, Lin Fei wasn't there. He was 3 meters away and looking at Alan with a smile. Alan's grab actually failed. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that the other party might be a superpower user, superpowers weren't generally strong. Especially when a bloodling was close, there was no way to avoid it. But he actually failed to grab. Alan couldn't accept it. You have some tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how long you can last in front of me. Alan pounced forward again. His speed was about 30 to 40% faster than before. A ray of light flew over. You can't escape this time. He tore the space in front of him with both hands. You're still too slow. You're indeed the lowest level of bloodling. You've lived for so long, but your strength hasn't improved at all. You're really too weak. Lin Fei smiled and avoided Alan again. Alan's eyes turned cold. I'll definitely tear you apart. Lin Fei avoided Alan's attacks again and again. When Alan increased his speed, he did not put down the power in his hands. As long as he met him, he would naturally be able to take down the other party. However, under such circumstances, Alan was still unable to catch the other party. He failed every time. He was clearly just a little bit away, but this little bit of distance seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm, and he was unable to catch hold of the other party. Too fast. The opponent's speed is even faster than mine. Is he a speed-type metahuman? Impossible. Alan failed once again. The smiling face of the other party fell into his eyes. Alan could not accept it. It seemed that he was inferior to the other party. Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. You're too slow. Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out a hand. In Alan's eyes, this hand was indeed very slow. Not good. However, Alan discovered that he was actually unable to avoid this hand. Pa. The hand turned into a slap and slapped him in the face. Alan, who was moving at high speed, was slapped to the ground, and his whole body came into close contact with the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, and half of his face was covered in dust and blood. Pain. It still hurts. I was slapped away. Alan's mind went blank. The smell of blood at the tip of his nose told him that he was not dreaming. Look, your speed is still too slow. You can't even avoid this slow slap of mine. I really don't know what gives you the courage to continue living. Alan raised his head, and his whole face turned blood red. He could even hear the trickling sound of blood flowing like a river. Chinese brat, you finally made me famous. I'll let you know how powerful I am now. Alan's whole face changed, especially the 2 sharp fangs on his mouth, making him look much more ferocious. Young Liushi, who was kicking Hunter non-stop, was also frightened by the sudden scene. What is this? Why does it have 2 fangs? Don't tell me this is a vampire. Young Liushi finally came back to her senses. Hunter's face was already full of bruises, and his face was pale. His body was also twitching non-stop. After seeing Alan's appearance, he revealed a happy expression. You guys are dead. You guys are dead. This is the Lord's most powerful move. To be able to see the Lord's true body, even if you guys die, you should be proud. As soon as Hunter's words fell, young Liushi stepped on Hunter's thigh again. This time, Her high heels directly stepped on the flesh, and Hunter almost fainted from the pain. Even if I die, before that, I can still take care of you. Young Liushi took a deep breath and stepped on him again. Ah! Hunter screamed. Why isn't she afraid? That's the great lord of the blood breed, why isn't she afraid? Hunter had seen the scene of Lord Alan turning into a blood breed and killing people. It was still fresh in his memory, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even if that brat was a psychic, could he stop Lord Alan's attack? Alan's hands turned into sharp claws, setting off a cold wind. Brat, see my true strength. Hooah! Blood afterimage. Dozens of afterimages appeared around Alan's body, and each afterimage seemed to be real. Lin Fei said, "We are all adults, and there should be a limit to boasting. Didn't you just burn your own blood and chi? Do you really think that I don't know?" He actually knows. Alan's heart skipped a beat. "I also know that your true body is that." Lin Fei's voice once again entered Alan's ears. Fake, it must be fake. Alan approached Lin Fei. How could he believe the other party's words? A hand stretched out, and a slap came. "I've been discovered." Alan's eyes widened, and the incoming palm became bigger and bigger. The palm lines were clearly visible. No. Bang. Alan heavily smashed onto the ground. Catcher, catcher. The ground exploded. The explosion spread out endlessly, and the entire hall rumbled loudly, and dust flew everywhere. How is it? My strength is not bad, right? Do you want another slap? Lin Fei walked over. Alan was lying in a huge pit. He seemed to have aged a lot, and seemed to be in his teens. Don't hit me anymore. Alan waved his hand. I'm sure I don't want it anymore. Lin Fei smiled. Really, I don't want it anymore. Alan panicked, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was a blood breed. His physical body was strong, but in front of this young man, it was like tofu, completely unable to withstand a single blow. If he did it again, Alan definitely wouldn't be able to take it and would be directly beaten to death. Alan was really afraid. Hunter, who originally expected Alan to turn over, was directly dumbfounded and fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:19. At this time, Alan had no choice but to accept it. The guy in front of him was too powerful. Alan knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. After all, he was a master of the blood kindred. He was quite famous in England. However, when he encountered Lin Fei, he could not even put up the slightest resistance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Alan didn't dare to try a second time. It was simply courting death. Outside the castle, none of Alan's men dared to rush in. They were all informed that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to come in. Alan was still lying on the ground, and blood kept flowing out. A hand reached in, lifted Alan out, and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. I told you, you Blood Clan members are too weak. No matter how many Blood Clan members like you come, I'll take care of them all. Yet, you won't listen to me. Lin Fei sat there with his saber in his hand. Alan was lying on the ground, and he didn't know how much blood he had lost. To the blood kindred, there was no difference between blood and life. Senior, you're right. I'm indeed the weakest among the blood kindred. I don't even have a title, Alan said weakly. Actually, Lin Fei didn't need Alan to say it. He knew that Alan was indeed very weak. He couldn't even reach the innate stage. Since you don't even have this bit of strength, how dare you attack us Chinese? I don't know who gave you the courage. Swoosh. A sword chi flew over and slashed Alan's body, leaving behind a huge wound. Who knew how much blood flowed down? Senior, please spare my life. I have eyes but can't see. Please spare my life. Alan also began to beg for mercy. If he was really killed, there would be no place to say it. The person in front of him was too strong. Alan couldn't fight against him. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Who are I going to settle the score with for my dead Chinese girls? Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword energy directly cut off one of Alan's arms. I hate people like you the most. Even if you're a blood kindred, it's just a matter of a sword in my eyes. Alan's entire body was trembling. Senior, please spare my life. I didn't do it because I wanted to. I was forced to do it. Alan's eyes were already filled with fear. He was afraid that if he did not explain, the saber would cut his body and kill him. He absolutely did not want to experience this again. There will be people like you who are forced into a corner. Lin Fei chuckled. Do you think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old? Another streak of sword light slashed over. The sword light grew bigger and sharper in Alan's eyes. Spare my life, I really didn't want to kill that Chinese girl. This is a mission from Dark Church, I have no way to refuse. Alan couldn't care less now. Even if he exposed a big secret, he still had to speak. If he didn't, he would be completely finished. Dark Church, your Western world still has this organization. The sword light that was originally slashing towards Alan suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Alan's heart to shake even more. Such controllability, even in the Dark Church, it was estimated that not many people could control it. Alan felt that he had walked under the sword, and he was almost cut into 2 pieces. Afraid, completely afraid. Dark Church is the biggest organization in our Western world. Here, not only are vampires, there are also werewolves and vampires, forming a huge force to fight against the Light Church of the Western world. Alan was afraid that he didn't have time to speak, so he promptly said, Dark Church will issue a mission every once in a while, making us collect specific things, but I don't really want to deal with the Chinese girl in the distant east. It's just that the higher-ups have a request. If I don't complete the mission, the unlucky one will be me. For example, this time, it's also a mission issued by the higher-ups. I am just following orders, that's all. Lin Fei's complexion slightly changed. He raised his hand and pointed at the space between Alan's eyebrows. Alan's whole body trembled and he spat out blood. Alan powerlessly lied on the ground. Compared to before, he looked like he was on the verge of death. It seemed as if he would die at any time. You were indeed forced to do this, but since you attacked a Chinese girl, you have to pay the price. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered you, I won't let it go so easily. You can only say that you are unlucky. Of all the people you can deal with, you just had to find a Chinese girl. Lin Fei's eyes were ice cold. A sword light shot out from his finger and slashed at Alan's neck. Alan was still that Alan, but this sword directly cut off all of his aura. The last bit of light in his eyes completely disappeared. Dead, Lord Alan is actually dead. Hunter, who had been holding his head and curling up, had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he took advantage of the situation to roll, crawled up, and rushed out of the gate. Hunter knew that as long as he rushed outside, Alan's subordinates would definitely attack him. Maybe he would still have a chance to live, otherwise, he would definitely die this time. Even an expert like Lord Alan died just like that. If it were him, it would definitely be the same. Go all out Hunter wouldn't be able to go all out Then he would really die. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the gate. Hunter didn't forget to turn around and said, "You dare to kill Lord Alan, you're dead, no one can save you." As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light exploded in Hunter's eyes. Hunter, who was running, fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe that he was dead just like that. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Liushi stared at the scene in front of her blankly. This was the first time she saw a dead person, and it was Hunter who died. "Mister, hurry up and leave. You killed Hunter, the people outside will definitely know. If they call the police, you won't be able to leave." Yang Liushi suddenly clenched her teeth, turned around, and was about to push Lin Fei away. Lin Fei saw Yang Liushi's action and laughed. "What a silly girl, no wonder your cousin is so worried about you." Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei. "You really know my cousin." Although Yang Liushi had an idea, she had never confirmed it. Now that she could finally confirm it, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If your cousin knew that you've made such a mess here, she would definitely be very angry. Of all the things you could learn, you just had to learn from others to come to the casino. You don't even know that you've been fished. Lin Fei said. Yang Liushi lowered her head. "I was wrong. Invincible King of Leveling, Invincible King of Leveling." Chapter 42:20. Lin Fei could tell that Yang Liushi had really made a mistake this time. Naturally, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he smiled and comforted young Liushi. Only then did young Liushi's mood recover quite a bit. After all, Hunter's incident had scared her quite a bit. If she hadn't met Lin Fei, it would probably have taken her a long time to get out of this nightmare. Young Liushi indeed knew that she was wrong. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's timely arrival, she didn't know what would have happened to her. At the very least, it would have been a terrifying nightmare. When young Liushi came to England, she naturally heard about vampires. It seemed that there wasn't much difference between vampires and vampires. They were both special existences that fed on fresh blood. Young Liushi had always thought that it was a joke, but who would have thought that it was true? There were actually vampires in England, and she just happened to meet one. This time, young Liushi was already deeply frightened. In the future, she wouldn't dare to easily trust anyone. Stand here and don't move. I'll go out and take care of the people outside first. After giving young Liushi a few instructions, Lin Fei walked out the door. Mr. Lin, you must be careful. Young Liushi didn't forget to say. After Lin Fei walked out the door, the first thing he did was to kill all the bodyguards in black in the castle. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that these people were good people. At the very least, they knew what Alan was like. Naturally, he did this a lot. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. After making sure that no one was left alive, he returned to the main hall. He brought young Liushi out of the castle. He brought her all the way to the hotel he was staying at. Only then did young Liushi truly let out a sigh of relief. She was smart enough not to ask what they did during this period. She was very interested in Bai Shengnan's cousin's friend. She had never heard that Bai Shengnan's cousin had such a friend. It seemed that they were beyond the boundary of friends. Maybe they were even a boyfriend. You don't need to go back to school tonight. You can stay here for the night. Lin Fei booked a room for young Liushi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I hope you won't tell my cousin about what happened today. I'm afraid she'll be angry if she finds out. It'll be bad if she notifies our family, young Liushi said to Lin Fei with a pitiful expression. Miss Yang, as long as you remember what you said today, it'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. I think your cousin will definitely nag you. Young Liushi hurriedly nodded. I won't make such a mistake again. I know my luck won't be as good as it is now. Young Liushi said and said. I won't do such a thing. I know, I won. Young Liushi hurriedly nod. I won. I won. I will. This was not a difficult task for Lin Fei. It could be said to be very simple. He did not want young Liushi to remember what had happened today. Everything related to Hunter's blood clan had been erased, and there would be no more memories left. That was all Lin Fei could do for young Liushi. Of course, it was for Bai Shengnan's sake. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. For a period of time in the future, unless something unexpected happened, young Liushi wouldn't even think about what happened tonight. After doing this, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He left the hotel. He had another thing to do, which was to go to Alan's castle. Now that he had cultivated the endless sea of energy, Lin Fei's strength had greatly changed. Naturally, he could use some spells. He couldn't do it before, but he could do it now. He arrived at the castle again. The situation here hadn't changed much. The trap that Lin Fei left behind after he left wasn't destroyed, which meant that no one had been here. He walked into the castle again. Lin Fei went straight to Alan's study. In the study, he found a secret door leading to the underground. The entrance was extremely obscure, but under Lin Fei's spiritual sense, it couldn't hide. Lin Fei found it easily. Under the study, there was a huge secret room. This secret room was made of steel. Even if there was a martial arts expert, it would be difficult to break in. There were a lot of things in the secret room. In the eyes of some people, it would definitely be an eye-opener. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, these things only had some value. Clatter, 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 clatter. These things were taken away by Lin Fei. In a short time, the secret room became empty. Lin Fei killed Alan. He wouldn't leave these things for others. Even if they were useless, He had to keep them for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. This should be the task that Alan mentioned. Lin Fei frowned. In a place on the wooden shelf, he found a special thing. This was a crystal sphere. However, inside the sphere, there was a mass of blood. It should be called a blood sphere. Each of them was the size of a thumb. And inside this blood sphere, there seemed to be a visible figure. This was also Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the figure. It seems that in the dark church, some people are practicing some evil means. Lin Fei's complexion became gloomy. It's fine if I didn't know about this matter, but now that I've come across it, I naturally have to find them to settle accounts. Lin Fei patted the blood sphere with his palm, and a raging flame aura enveloped the blood sphere, instantly evaporating the blood sphere. The gloomy aura in the secret room also dissipated a lot. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the castle. Lin Fei remembered the dark church and planned to take advantage of this time to have some fun with the dark church. Lin Fei's figure walked through the cities of England. If the address is not wrong, it should be here. Lin Fei stood inside, and in the distance, there was a huge castle. This castle was more than half the size of Alan's. A castle like this would at least sell for £700 or £800 million. Not everyone could live in it. If he hadn't gotten the information from Alan, he wouldn't have known that the master of this castle was a vampire, moreover, a powerhouse among the vampires. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. The inside of the castle was very big. Lin Fei easily locked onto an aura. The strongest aura in the castle. When he was about to get close to you, Lin Fei felt a few auras. Although they were a bit weaker, they were also very powerful. It seems that I came at the right time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:21. P.S. I've been out recently, so I can only continuously update. I'll go back in a few days to update again. This castle was very big, and it was built with black rocks. It was filled with a sense of majesty. At this moment, the lights in the castle's hall flickered, giving off a sinister aura. There were 8 men standing in the hall. Every one of them was dressed in black formal attire and exuded a unique aura. The reason why I gathered everyone here today is very simple. The church has a new mission. I believe that you will definitely complete it. The one who spoke was a tall white man wearing a black formal attire. His gaze was extremely cold, and he even had the aura of a superior. His gaze swept across the 8 people. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an empty seat. Who knows why Alan didn't come? It turned out that there was still an empty seat behind the 8 people. It was very eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice it. Viscount Mike, Alan must have been delayed on the way, one of the white men said. I don't care why Alan didn't come. I have to see him immediately. A small bloodling, not even a baron, what right does he have to be late? Facing this Viscount Mike, everyone secretly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. In the bloodling, the higher the title, the stronger they were. They weren't even barons yet, and Viscount Mike was only one step away from being an earl. Even in the bloodling, that was high and mighty. Hurry up and contact Alan. I want to see him within half an hour at the latest, or else he doesn't need to come anymore. Viscount Mike snorted coldly. His gaze was cold, and a wave of pressure swept across the 8 of them. Facing this pressure, the 8 of them shivered. Bang! A loud sound. There's no need to look, because Alan won't come anymore. A figure walked in. Who is it? The white man closest to him had a cold gaze. He pounced forward, extending his sharp claws and digging at the person's heart. The few of them had cold expressions. This was Viscount Mike's castle, and someone actually dared to barge in. He was simply courting death. Of course I'm here to watch a show. The newcomer smiled and opened his mouth. A sword light pierced through the Caucasian man, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The expressions of the 7 people present instantly changed, and their pupils constricted. Those were bloodbreeds who had the same strength as them, but they couldn't even block a single move from the newcomer and were killed. This person's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. Just who was it that had come? It was only when the other party revealed his true appearance that they were shocked once more. You are Chinese. You Chinese are really bold. Don't you know that killing bloodbreeds in the Western world is equivalent to breaking the rules? One of the Caucasians said, his eyes filled with fear. After all, they had clearly seen the sword move just now, and he had killed them just like that. Even Viscount Mike's expression turned serious. It was Lin Fei. This was the information obtained from Alan's memory. Viscount Mike was the most powerful existence in the vicinity, and all the missions came from here. It was the same for Alan. If he didn't listen to Viscount Mike, he would be in big trouble. Rules and whatnot, that's what I say, not what you say. With a swoosh, a ray of light directly pierced through the Caucasian man's forehead, and another bloodbreed expert fell. The remaining 5 people all shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. They were scared out of their wits. It had been a long time since they had encountered such an expert. Did you kill Alan? Viscount Mike stared at the newcomer and said. Lin Fei didn't look at these lowly bloodbreeds, and his gaze landed on Viscount Mike. If I'm not wrong, you should be that Viscount Mike, and Alan should be your subordinate. No, he should be a small bloodbreed under your control. I don't know if I'm right. Viscount Mike's gaze turned cold. You really killed Alan, then you will pay with your life. Viscount Mike directly turned into a blood-colored stream of light and pounced over. His speed was extremely fast, and one couldn't even see a trace of him, only a ray of light could be seen. With this speed, you actually dare to kill me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain as he grabbed onto the stream of light. It smashed into the ground, and with a loud thud, the ground cracked. A figure smashed into the ground. If it wasn't Viscount Mike, who else could it be? Viscount Mike was in a sorry state, and it was as if he had been beaten up. You, a Chinese, actually injured me. Viscount Mike charged out from the ground. His eyes narrowed, and he was extremely furious. He took out his dagger and stabbed forward once more. I will definitely suck your blood dry. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Streaks of light exploded in front of Lin Fei. Viscount Mike was too fast. He used his strongest move. A sword light appeared. In an instant, it broke through Viscount Mike's attack, and the white light disappeared. The sword light flickered and slashed onto Viscount Mike's body. With a loud thud, Viscount Mike fell back into the deep pit. Compared to the last time, his injuries were even more serious. The sword light appeared in front of Viscount Mike's forehead, and a cold aura instantly enveloped him. Viscount Mike, who wanted to struggle, didn't dare to move when he saw this sword. An aura of death enveloped him. Wait, don't attack. Let's talk. Viscount Mike's expression instantly changed. Just now, Viscount Mike had used his full strength. He rarely used this pair of daggers. Once he used it, his strength would instantly increase by 10% or 20%. However, he still couldn't suppress Viscount Mike and was instead broken by a single sword. He knew that he had met a mysterious Eastern expert. The 5 blood race experts were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. That was Viscount Mike, and he was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Even his life and death were in the hands of Viscount Mike, let alone them. They didn't even dare to think about escaping. That sword light was very powerful. They were afraid that they would be killed before they could even leave the hall. They didn't dare to take the risk and would rather stand there obediently. You are a Viscount, an expert of the blood race. You also have times when you lower your head. You really disappoint me. The sword light changed directions and slapped towards the left side of Viscount Mike's face. Viscount Mike smashed into the ground. Viscount Mike wanted to cry. How could he resist to the end against such an opponent? Was he killed by a single sword? Mysterious Chinese expert, please spare me. I am willing to give you everything I have. Please spare my life. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:22. Under the night sky, 2 figures arrived in front of a huge castle. It was a blonde girl and a white-haired middle-aged man. Both of them exuded a holy aura. Miss Irina, according to the information we received, Viscount Mike is living here. He definitely didn't expect us to kill our way to their castle today. The white-haired middle-aged man sneered, tonight, we will definitely kill them all. The golden-haired girl named Irina's eyes also became incomparably sacred. I smell a filthy and rotten smell. It's indeed those filthy vampires. I've also heard a lot about Viscount Mike. Tonight, I'll meet him. After capturing him, I might be able to get more information about the whereabouts of the vampires and capture them all in one fell swoop. The white-haired middle-aged man said, with Miss Irina's help, these dirty bloodlings will all be purified and completely disappear from this world. This world will be clean. Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man walked towards the castle. In the castle hall, Viscount Mike's body was covered in sword wounds. As for the remaining 5 bloodlings, they also didn't dare to move. Their originally arrogant heads were lowered, looking at the ground in front of their feet, not daring to move their eyes at all. Lin Fei looked at Viscount Mike and didn't know how to deal with him. After all, he was a viscount. Although it wasn't much, it would be a waste and a pity to kill him just like that. Lin Fei learned a lot of information from Viscount Mike. Compared to Alan, Viscount Mike was much luckier. Lin Fei didn't directly search his memories. It could be considered as a trip to the gates of hell. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Viscount Mike's heart was even more unsettled. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat that flowed down his cheeks. Viscount Mike knew that the Chinese experts were very powerful, but he never thought that this young man in front of him would be this strong. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all, so he could only wait obediently. This feeling of being a fish on the chopping board was very unpleasant. Time ticked by, minute by minute. Viscount Mike was suffering. There was a loud bang. A voice flew in from outside and directly smashed into the main hall. The figure landed on the main hall and let out a pained cry. In an instant, it turned into a puff of green smoke that slowly rose into the air. The expressions of all the vampires, including Viscount Mike, changed drastically. Not good, it's the people from the Radiant Church. This is the power of light, it's specialized in restraining our blood clan. One of the 5 blood clan experts cried out in alarm, like a mouse seeing a cat. Viscount Mike, your own subordinates aren't even that strong. They can't even block one of my attacks. How dare they commit crimes in England? With a crisp voice, a figure walked in. A man and a woman were already standing at the entrance of the hall. The woman had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the man had white hair, but both of them had a divine aura. When the golden-haired girl came in, she instantly felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little different. First, it was the 5 blood clan experts. Their faces were deathly pale with fear. Then, in the distance, Viscount Mike, who was on the Radiant Church's wanted list, was kneeling on the ground. His entire body was in a sorry state, as if he had encountered something. On the other hand, there was a young man sitting on the main seat. He had black hair and black eyes. Wasn't he Chinese? The golden-haired girl, Alina, couldn't be sure whether this person was Chinese or not. After all, there were a lot of Asians in the hall, it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The golden-haired girl coldly snorted. Her body emitted a holy aura as she directly slashed with her sword. The sword slashed towards the 5 blood tribe experts. The pure and holy sword light was filled with a holy aura. The 5 blood tribe experts' expressions changed drastically as they retreated. You won't be able to escape. The golden-haired girl, Alina, stepped forward. The sword in her hand continuously changed as she slashed at the 5 blood clan experts. No matter how fast the 5 blood clan experts reacted, they still couldn't block the golden-haired girl's sword. One by one, they were slaughtered and instantly turned into green smoke. Viscount Mike, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his hair stand on end. He already recognized who this golden-haired girl was. She was the Radiant Church's Saintess candidate, Alina. Her radiant sword art was the bane of the blood clan. Viscount Mike, I don't care what you're up to today. If you know what's good for you, you'd better confess everything. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is with my light sword technique. Irina slashed with her sword. Viscount Mike was also miserable. First, there was a Chinese person. Now, there was Alina from the Radiant Church. There was nothing more miserable than this. Senior, save me. She is Alina from the Radiant Church. As long as Senior can save me, I am willing to rely on you and even offer my soul to you. Viscount Mike panicked. The closer Alina's sword got to him, the more crackling sounds came from Viscount Mike's body. It was as if he was being purified. This was also because Viscount Mike was seriously injured. He simply couldn't resist the radiant sword art. If he was at his peak, he would at most be able to suppress a portion of his strength. But now, Viscount Mike really didn't have the ability to resist. He could only watch helplessly. Viscount Mike knew that if he didn't ask for help, he would die for sure. "Young man, you should just sit down obediently." A figure suddenly appeared. It was the white-haired middle-aged man. He threw a punch at Yi Shiwen. This punch was like a cannonball, fierce and overbearing. In the eyes of this white-haired middle-aged man, this Chinese person must have colluded with the Dark Church. He didn't need to be lenient with this kind of person. Lin Fei still hadn't thought about how to deal with Viscount Mike. How could he have thought that he would encounter the blonde-haired and blue-eyed people of the Radiant Church? Moreover, these two people were extremely strong. Especially the pure and holy aura on their body. They were destined to suppress vampires. It was no wonder that these vampires and Viscount Mike didn't dare to fight them head-on. Under this kind of natural suppression, there was no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. But now, he seemed to be suspected by the people of the Radiant Church. No, it was a misunderstanding. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The punch of the light aura contained supreme light aura. It was as if it could evaporate all evil aura. This kind of aura made Lin Fei quite uncomfortable. He raised his hand and grabbed the fist of the white-haired middle-aged man. A pure and holy aura burst out. "You are courting death." The white-haired middle-aged man laughed, full of mockery. "Don't you know that my light power can purify everything?" Bookseller website. Chapter 42-23. The holy power immediately enveloped Lin Fei's head. It was as if it wanted to purify Lin Fei completely. The white-haired middle-aged man did not take this person seriously. Any dark creature in front of the holy power could not resist the purification of the holy light. The person in front of him was the same. Although he had an Asian face, he was still unable to resist the invasion of the holy power. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered this kind of holy power. This holy power contained a trace of purifying power. Although this trace of purifying power was very weak, it still had a certain lethality and deterrence to certain creatures. This is the power of the Radiant Church. It really has the ability to suppress. No wonder the vampires are afraid of the experts of the Radiant Church. As soon as he made contact, Lin Fei immediately understood the mystery of this holy power. Naturally, this holy power had no effect on Lin Fei. It couldn't even tickle him. The power in his hand was released. All the holy power was instantly shattered. The white-haired middle-aged man was sent flying. "So you are a high-level vampire. You can actually withstand the attack of the holy power." The white-haired middle-aged man coldly snorted and took out a huge sword from his back. This huge sword was very big and very wide, emitting a domineering aura. "Holy cross slash." The white-haired middle-aged man roared and directly used the swordsmanship of the Radiant Church. The power of this attack was completely different from before. The Radiant Church being able to suppress the Dark Church has some tricks up their sleeves. Just this move alone has increased their strength by 30 to 50%. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. A sword light flew out and collided with the holy cross slash. The domineering holy light cross slash was slashed apart by the sword light. The white-haired middle-aged man's clothes were cut open by the sword light. "You have the nerve to show off your mediocre swordsmanship in front of me. Let me show you a real swordsmanship." Another sword light flew out and repeatedly slashed towards the white-haired middle-aged man. When had the white-haired middle-aged man ever seen such a domineering and invincible swordsmanship? He simply couldn't resist. He was flustered and full of openings. Shoo shoo shoo. The white-haired middle-aged man's body was hit by countless swords. Pu 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 pu. In front of Lin Fei, the white-haired middle-aged man did not resist at all. He retreated all the way to the wall and sat paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. "You're a duke of the blood race. When did the blood race give birth to another duke?" The white-haired, middle-aged man was very clear about his own strength, but in front of this person, he was unable to block at all, especially this sword technique. Although there were only a few slashes, they contained terrifying power. Even if he used all of his skills, he was still unable to block it, and it was unknown how many slashes he had received. The white-haired middle-aged man had no doubt that if the other party hadn't spared his life, that sword would have easily killed him. On the other side, Viscount Mike was forced to retreat again and again. God knew how many times he had been hit by swords. His entire face was deathly pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun all year round. Alina's palm landed on Viscount Mike's body. Viscount Mike let out a blood-curdling scream, and an unknown amount of green smoke rose from his body. He was thrown against the wall with a bang, and no longer had the strength to stand up. The sword of holy light slashed over. Viscount Mike subconsciously closed his eyes and waited for death. At this time, Alina suddenly caught a glimpse of what was happening in the distance, and was instantly shocked. How is this possible? She turned around and attacked Lin Fei. At the same time, she also heard the white-haired, middle-aged man's words. Duke. Alina almost suspected that she had heard wrong. One had to know that Duke was the most powerful existence in the blood race. So far, there were only a few dukes in the entire blood race, and any one of them was an existence that the Church of Light had always wanted to kill. But this person in front of her was a duke. Alina didn't know him at all. Could it be that this was a newly promoted duke in the blood race? If that was the case, then it would be a huge problem for the Church of Light. The white-haired, middle-aged man shouted, "Miss Alina, leave quickly. He is a duke, and you are not his match." Alina was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat. Just from the surface, this Asian guy didn't look like a duke at all. But Alina was very clear about the white-haired, middle-aged man's strength. Although he was a bit weaker than her, ordinary blood race couldn't defeat him. At the very least, it would take a count-rank blood race to defeat him. He must have made a mistake. This kid might not necessarily be a duke. At most, he is a marquis. Although he is a marquis, I still have the confidence to kill him. Alina didn't retreat. Instead, her body released a powerful holy aura. Dark Church's remnant, die. The entire hall instantly lit up, as if it was daytime. This time, Viscount Mike was suffering. He was originally seriously injured, but under this holy power, his body emitted green smoke, and he constantly screamed. Being able to become a saintess in the Church of Light, Alina naturally had her outstanding points. For example, her holy power was much stronger than anyone else's, and her purification ability was even stronger. Under normal circumstances, as long as it was an ordinary blood race, once they encountered the holy power, they would immediately evaporate into nothingness. Usually, Alina didn't even need to do anything, and the blood race would evaporate into nothingness. Alina decided to use her holy power to test this person's strength. "Miss Alina, this person seems to be immune to the holy power. You need to be careful," the white-haired middle-aged man quickly warned. Although his holy power wasn't as strong as Miss Alina's, it was still very strong. He didn't want Miss Alina to suffer. This blonde Miss Alina released the holy power, which surprised Lin Fei. Because the holy power of the other party was stronger, and her purification ability was also stronger. Her strength was clearly above the white-haired middle-aged man. "This is your holy power. I think it's only SOSO. The power is still too weak." Lin Fei laughed, and the blood in his body surged. A monstrous sea of blood spread out, and in an instant, the holy power was smashed. The whole hall was enveloped by the power of the sea of blood. Alina groaned, and was directly pushed back by the power of the sea of blood. After retreating several steps, she was able to stand firm. "I didn't expect the Dark Church to have such a powerful blood race. You really have the strength of a duke. This proves that you have killed a lot of people. I will definitely kill you here." Miss Alina didn't feel any fear because of this monstrous sea of blood. Instead, she revealed excitement, as if she had found a prey. Chapter 42-24. Irina was indeed excited. If she could kill this Asian guy in front of her, she would be able to make a great contribution to the Church of Light. Even if this person in front of her wasn't a duke, he would at least be a marquis. It was completely worth it for Irina to take the risk. Holy light blessing, salvation of all living beings, Irina shouted, and the entire hall was once again engulfed by holy light. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Viscount Mike screamed again and again as smoke rose from all over his body. "Senior, save me." Viscount Mike was already seriously injured. How could he withstand this kind of holy light attack? The injuries on his body became more and more serious. Even his screams became weaker and weaker. It seemed like he would die at any moment. On the contrary, the sea of blood released by Lin Fei actually showed signs of melting in front of this holy light. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. "I didn't expect you to still have some hidden strength. The Church of Light does have some experts, but this alone is still not enough." Lin Fei laughed loudly, and the sky-encompassing sea of blood quickly turned into a towering bloody hand, which slammed down ferociously. "Holy light shield, protect me." Irina waved her hand, and the holy light returned to form a huge light shield in front of her. However, this holy light shield was instantly hit by the towering hand. With a loud crash, the entire holy light shield began to ripple. "Not good." Irina's expression suddenly changed. There was a crisp cracking sound like an egg cracking. The holy light shield broke into pieces. Irina was sent flying on the spot. The white-haired middle-aged man was shocked. He was even more certain that this Asian young man in front of him was a duke expert. After all, Irina's holy light was very powerful. It could purify everything. Even the holy light shield had the ability to resist the power of a marquis. But now, it was destroyed by a bloody hand. If it wasn't a duke expert, what else could it be? Unfortunately, the white-haired middle-aged man could only watch. He had no chance to resist and relieve the pressure on Irina. Hua 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 hua. After Irina was sent flying, holy light gathered behind her, and a pair of white wings appeared, alleviating the impact. She hovered in the air, and her face paled slightly. Her expression became grimmer and grimmer. "An expert like you actually appeared in Dark Church. It seems this lady will have to use her real killer move." Irina looked straight at the opposite party and said, "I will definitely kill you here." Lin Fei crooked his finger. "I welcome you to kill me at any time. However, your strength is not enough. In the end, all your efforts will be in vain." "That's not a good thing." Irina said coldly, "Don't worry, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. I should be thanking you for giving me the opportunity to use this killer move." Irina's expression suddenly turned solemn, and she began to chant. Viscount Mike, who had been tortured to the brink of death, heard her voice, and his expression changed drastically as though he had seen a demon. "Senior, be careful. The Saintess of Light is summoning an angel. With the blessing of an angel, her strength will instantly increase. You must be careful." Viscount Mike had seen the powerful existences of the Radiant Church. They could summon an angel to enhance their strength. In a short period of time, they would have the strength to sweep everything. "Angel." Lin Fei smiled. "Actually, I am very interested in angels. It is said that there are many angels in the Western world, but I have never seen one. Since the Saintess of the Radiant Church has this ability, of course, I will take a look. Otherwise, I will come in vain." Irina, who was summoning an angel, glared at him. It was as if she was saying, "Boy, wait for me. After the angel descends, I will make you regret it." No one had ever dared to ignore an angel like this. The white-haired middle-aged man's heart became more and more unstable. The Radiant Church's most powerful ability was the angel blessing. On one hand, he was shocked that Irina could use this move, but on the other hand, he could see through this guy. Could it be that this kid wasn't afraid of the angel blessing? It must be known that after the angel blessing, the strength of the Saintess would increase by leaps and bounds. The worst one could reach the Marquis or even Duke level. Although the duration of the blessing wouldn't be long, the difference in strength would be like the difference between heaven and earth. However, the white-haired middle-aged man couldn't see any trace of panic or uneasiness on this young man's body. He was calm and composed as if he was watching a play. Isn't he afraid? This was a very ridiculous thought. Lin Fei was right. He had heard about the existence of angels a long time ago, but he had never seen one. When Irina mentioned summoning an angel, Lin Fei was even more in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see what was going on with Irina's angel blessing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of holy aura gushed out from Irina's body. An invisible force opened up from the void, like a channel, and instantly blessed Irina's body. Lin Fei clearly saw an illusory angel with 4 pairs of wings entering Irina's body. At this moment, Irina's eyes became even more holy. Holy light cross/. Even though it was the same technique as before, this time around, it was imbued with a holy and inviolable aura, and even space seemed to have congealed around it. At this moment, Irina's strength instantly reached the level of Xiantian full circle, and even surpassed it. Lin Fei could feel the changes in Irina at this moment. The power of any move in her hands would be greatly improved. It seems that the radiant church in the Western world is also stronger than I imagined. This is only the blessing of a 4-winged angel, and her strength has been greatly improved. What about 8 or even 12 wings? The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly, and the sea of blood spread around his body, forming an invisible defense. The holy light attacked and continuously evaporated the sea of blood, but only a part of it was evaporated. Irina had already rushed over, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of Lin Fei. Holy light salvation. Irina slashed with her huge sword. Lin Fei did not retreat. He raised his hand and flicked the sword. With a loud buzz, the sword light collapsed. I am very interested in the angel in your body. You can forget about it. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand, and the endless sea of blood instantly shrouded over, breaking through the power of the holy light. Under Irina's shocked gaze, Lin Fei instantly imprisoned Irina. Get out. The holy aura in Irina's body suddenly changed, and the 4-winged angel that had entered her body was forcibly pulled out. It kept struggling, but still could not break free. Chapter 42-25. P.S. First update today, second update will resume tomorrow. He's been caught. He's been caught. The 4-winged angel has actually been caught. The white-haired middle-aged man sat on the ground, paralyzed. His face was filled with endless fear. He had never heard anyone say that a summoned 4-winged angel could be captured by someone else. Yelena's face was filled with shock. Her originally dense energy disappeared in an instant, and she fell from the clouds. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. The 4-winged angel I summoned was caught. Yelena was in a daze. The 4-winged angel caught by Lin Fei kept struggling and turned into an illusory angel. The angel's eyes were cold and incomparably holy. A jingguang shot out from his eyes. This jingguang contained a terrifying purifying energy. It also contained an aura that made souls fear. Lin Fei snorted and slapped down with his palm. That purifying power instantly crumbled. The 4-winged angel's essence, energy, and spirit changed greatly. You still dare to struggle? It's just an illusory will. Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei raised his hand and flicked the 4-winged angel 3 times in a row. Each time, it hit the 4-winged angel. It looked like 3 light hits, but to this illusory 4-winged angel, it was nothing more than a disaster. The 4-winged angel's body trembled, and it seemed to shrink. Your 4-winged angel is too weak. Seeing that you have dense energy, I can do something. Lin Fei laughed lightly. He grabbed with 5 fingers and crushed the 4-winged angel. The remaining pure energy was like a stream of light, entering Viscount Mike's body. After receiving the energy of the 4-winged angel, the heavily injured Viscount Mike's face recovered instantly. His face became rosy, and he cried out in surprise. I broke through. I finally broke through. It turned out that Viscount Mike actually broke through at this moment. First, he broke through from the Viscount realm to the Count realm. Then, he instantly broke through to the Marquis realm. He only stopped when he reached the peak of the Marquis realm. Ha 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 ha, I finally became a Marquis. I am no longer that Viscount. Marquis Mike was overjoyed. Suddenly, a hand slapped the Marquis and sent him flying. Shut up and stand there obediently. With a single slap, the Marquis was sent flying like an ant, crashing into the wall. After landing, Marquis McManry crawled up, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he was respectful. At this moment, he looked at Lin Fei with eyes full of worship. Han Sen had never expected his power to increase in such a way. In the blink of an eye, he absorbed the four-winged angel's essence and became a marquise. This was something that Mike had never dared to think about in his life. Now, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. There was only worship and fear. Even if he was a marquise, he would still be slapped away. Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. You shameless bastard. How dare you refine Lord Angel? You are courting death. Irina's eyes were filled with coldness and fear. There was also a trace of nervousness and trembling in her words. That was the great four-winged angel, but it was completely destroyed in front of this young man. The remaining energy even raised Viscount Mike to the level of a marquise. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single step. Irina had never seen such an arrogant guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Irina felt a surge of power greet her. She instantly smashed to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. You are just a saintess in training. Don't think that I won't hit women just because I am a man. You can only say that you are lucky. Otherwise, you would be a pile of rotten meat now, Lin Fei said calmly. Seeing that I am in a good mood today, hurry up and get lost. This was the first time Irina had been disregarded like this. However, she couldn't refute him. He was so ridiculously powerful that even the four-winged angel was caught. The power that was clearly compatible with her body was taken away just like that. The white-haired middle-aged man struggled to get up. He came to Irina's side and helped her up. Saintess, let's leave immediately. If we don't leave now, I am afraid we won't be able to get out of here. The white-haired middle-aged man saw through things more clearly than anyone else. Even if this man didn't kill them, the Blood Clan would definitely not miss such an opportunity to kill all of them. I will remember you. I, Irina, will definitely come and find you again. Although Irina was afraid of him, her gaze became very determined. She must kill this Asian young man in front of her. Lin Fei said calmly, remember, the next time you come, you must summon a powerful angel. A four-winged angel is still too weak. No matter what, you must summon an 8-winged or 12-winged angel. Irina almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Summoning a 4-winged angel almost cost her her life. Her vitality was greatly damaged, let alone an 8-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. Marquis Mike kept staring at Irina as she left with the white-haired middle-aged man. In fact, he really wanted to make a move, but he didn't have any guts because that young man was more terrifying than he imagined. After the two of them left completely, Marquis Mike knelt in front of Lin Fei with a plop. My lord, from now on, I, Mike, am your man. If you want me to go east, I will never dare to go west. If you want me to kill someone, I will kill them. You are my lord forever. Mike had joined the Dark Church for so long, but his strength hadn't improved much. But it was this young man who easily made his strength improve by leaps and bounds. He felt like he was dreaming. Compared to this, the Dark Church was nothing. As for how to choose, Mike knew how to make a choice better than anyone else. Lin Fei sat down and looked at Marquis Mike condescendingly. You are quite smart. You know how to make a choice. Otherwise, I really don't mind killing you with one palm. Marquis Mike broke out in cold sweat. He admired his own cleverness and kowtowed again and again. Great master, it was you who promoted me from Viscount to Marquis and let me see hope. I am willing to follow a powerhouse like you. I ask Master to take me in so that I can be at your service. Marquis Mike didn't dare to raise his head. His heart was trembling. As long as he could curry favor with him, he might have a chance to become a Grand Duke in the future. Chapter 42-26. Lin Fei's original intention was to kill Mike, but after a series of events, he changed his mind. Leaving a nail in the Western world seemed to be a pretty good thing. The most important thing was that Irina had done a good deed. Lin Fei had the opportunity to promote Mike from Viscount to Marquis in one fell swoop. It might be difficult for others, but in the eyes of Lin Fei, this matter was very simple and easy to accomplish. There was no need to do anything to Marquis Mike. This Marquis Mike had already thoroughly regarded Lin Fei as his new master and abandoned the Dark Church. After all, he had followed the Dark Church for such a long time. Apart from completing all kinds of missions, his own strength didn't improve in any way. If there was no accident, he would at most cultivate to the level of Count in his lifetime. Being able to cultivate to the level of Marquis was already his good luck. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a great expert of Marquis. He was only a step away from becoming a Duke of the Dark Church. Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Mike knew that following this Chinese talent in front of him was his only chance. Even reaching the level of Grand Duke of the Dark Church wouldn't be difficult. Whatever Lin Fei asked, Mike answered. Not only did he say what he knew, he also said some things that he had heard through hearsay. He simply didn't dare to omit anything. After a while, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding of the Dark Church. It could be said that his understanding was more detailed than anyone else's. It seems that your Dark Church is quite big. Experts are as common as clouds. You even have experts of Grand Duke level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. According to Mike, above Marquis was Duke. Duke should be an expert of Xiantian Great Perfection level. Above Duke, there was another level, and that was Grand Duke. Every Grand Duke was an existence that had broken through to Qi refining realm and could contend against the angels of the Light Church. Then do you know if there is such a place in England? Lin Fei suddenly remembered something. I remember it was called the Mythical Mountain. No, it should be the Divine Mountain. It should have been in England for quite a long time. It even has some history. Mike lowered his head. When he heard this, he quickly searched his mind. But after a moment, his eyes revealed a trace of fear. He carefully said, "Master, could this sacred mountain be the one that the Radiant Church is currently occupying? As far as I can remember, this is the only place that is called the Divine Mountain. You won't be able to find another sacred mountain in all of England." Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you sure there's only one sacred mountain in England? It just so happens that it's occupied by the Radiant Church." Mike nodded. "There's only one sacred mountain in England. I heard that it was left behind a long time ago. Now, it's the second branch of the Radiant Church. However, even the second branch still has experts overseeing it. It's said that they can summon a great 12-winged angel. Therefore, the sacred mountain has always been incomparably sacred. No one has been able to ascend it. For us vampires, once we get close to the sacred mountain, we'll be attacked by the sacred aura within 100 miles. After Lin Fei asked a few more questions, he realized that the sacred mountain really did fall into the hands of the Radiant Church. He couldn't help but make a few guesses. Could it be that the Radiant Church is also aware of the existence of the giant lizard? Lin Fei suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He decided to take one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I'll personally go to the sacred mountain. Master, could it be that you are interested in the treasures of the God Mountain? I heard that it is just a rumor spread by the God Mountain to the outside world. There are no treasures on the God Mountain. Mike seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice. Lin Fei raised his eyelids and said, "What? Could it be that there's news about the treasure on the sacred mountain?" Mike nodded. A long time ago, there was indeed news about the treasure on the sacred mountain. Our vampires also sent a lot of experts, but they were ambushed by the experts of the Radiant Church on the sacred mountain. Our vitality was greatly damaged, so much so that our church hasn't been able to recover even after all these years. Lin Fei was a little interested in the Dark Church. "Then what good things does your Dark Church have?" Mike said, "Our Dark Church should have a treasure. I heard that it's in the headquarters of the Dark Church. It is said that it's a powerful magic tool that is used to fight against the sacred tool of the Radiant Church. And this magic tool is in the hands of the Dark Church's leader." Lin Fei wasn't too interested in these things. "Apart from this magic tool, is there anything else? I heard a friend say that the headquarters of the Dark Church has a dark demon dragon, but I don't know if it's true or not. It is said that if an expert wants to become a Grand Duke, they must obtain the blood of the dark demon dragon. But this secret has never been recognized, so we Marquises are not qualified to know about it. It is said that only Marquises can know about it." Lin Fei's eyes brightened. "Your Dark Church has a dark demon dragon? That is very rare. You are now a marquise, so you can go and ask around. You can also expand your influence. Maybe I will have something for you to do. Mike respectfully said, Master, don't worry. Now that I have the strength of a marquise, I am qualified to join the core level of the Dark Church. When that time comes, Master can do anything you want. I don't want to hear about what happened tonight. You should know that, Lin Fei said, then turned around and left the castle. From beginning to end, Mike was respectful and adoring, with a hint of rapturous joy. You pieces of trash, get up. You can't even stop the people of the Radiant Church. What use do you have? Marquis Mike's eyes were cold as he looked at the 5 vampires. They were so scared that they shivered and knelt in front of him. Lin Fei left the castle and sensed that Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man had disappeared. Their aura was getting farther and farther away from him. They should be afraid, so they went back to their headquarters. I hope you can send more experts. Lin Fei quietly returned to his hotel as if nothing had happened. There was no news about what happened in the castle. Everything was calm. But for Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man, this trip was like walking on the edge of death. Miaoshu House. Chapter 42-27. The appointed day was getting closer and closer. On the other hand, Lin Fei's side was quite free. Mike broke through from Viscount to Marquis. He immediately reported the news to the Dark Church, causing a huge uproar in the Dark Church. After all, everyone knew that Mike was just a Viscount. Even if he broke through again, he would at most reach the Count level. But now, in the blink of an eye, he had become a Marquis. This really shocked the experts of the Dark Church. Many of them who looked down on Mike were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Mike was about to step into the core of the Dark Church in one fell swoop. Mike's breakthrough quickly gained the approval of the Dark Church. Who let Mike be a veteran and also a person with a clean identity? It was very normal for him to rise to the top. After entering the core of the Dark Church, all the secrets that outsiders didn't know were all revealed to Mike. Mike also immediately sent this information to Lin Fei. Unknowingly, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of the Dark Church. For example, he confirmed that the Sacred Mountain had indeed been occupied by the Light Church. And before that, the Sacred Mountain had always belonged to the Dark Church, but they were no match for the Light Church. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that the big lizard should be sealed under the Sacred Mountain. As for whether the people of the Light Church had discovered it or not, that was another matter. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make his move. As long as he found the location of the Sacred Mountain, the rest would be simple. At worst, he would just have to go to the Sacred Mountain. Even if the Light Church could summon a 12-winged angel, so what? At that time, Lin Fei would be able to cultivate a Grand Duke-level expert. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lin Fei lived a leisurely and carefree life. Young Liushi, who was studying abroad, would look for Lin Fei when she had nothing to do. Acting as a local guide, they practically toured the entire city. One morning, someone knocked on the door of Lin Fei's hotel room. Lin Fei knew that Yi Zishuan and the others had arrived. After opening the door, he saw an Asian man. This man took out an envelope and handed it to Lin Fei before turning around and leaving. Lin Fei opened the envelope. The envelope contained only a piece of white paper and an address. These days, Lin Fei also had an impression of this place. He immediately knew the approximate location of the address. It was quite far away. He furrowed his brows slightly, then relaxed. I never thought that Yi Zishuan's target would actually be this place. Looks like it's really quite a coincidence. However, Yi Zishuan is also quite bold. She actually dared to make a move against them. Isn't she afraid of being hunted down in the Western world? Lin Fei laughed out loud. He simply packed up and went out. Beyond England there were mountains. There was a huge castle on the side of the mountain. It was 3 days' journey from the center of England. Lin Fei got himself a car and unhurriedly rushed to the location written on the letter. They should be in the town up ahead. There was a small town in front of the mountain. The town didn't seem big. However, Lin Fei could smell a different aura from the town. It was a sacred aura that he was very familiar with. Outside the town, he could vaguely see a huge castle standing on top of a tall mountain. This mountain was a little unusual. It was a triangular mountain. The top part of it seemed to have been flattened by an external force. A palace was built on top of it. It was vaguely visible among the lingering clouds. Lin Fei retracted his gaze after taking a few glances. He drove to the town and finally walked into a small bar. The bar was very quiet. He could smell the mellow aroma of alcohol. One of the people inside raised his glass and slapped the table with his left hand. A glass flew slowly towards Lin Fei. "Try the alcohol here. It's pretty good. It's a local taste that you can't get anywhere else." The person who spoke to Lin Fei was Xue Xiaotian. He had changed a lot since the last time they met. The aura on his body was a lot stronger. At the same time, there were a few more wounds on his body. Lin Fei took the glass and saw that it was filled with beer. Lin Fei smiled and drank a few mouthfuls. "The taste is really good." He sat down beside Xue Xiaotian. He didn't see anyone else. "Where are Saintess Yi and the others?" Xue Xiaotian chuckled. "Who knows? Yi Zixuan isn't an ordinary person. She might be plotting something. In any case, it doesn't matter to me." Lin Fei sat down and put the glass on the table. "Was this the place Yi Zixuan picked? Or is it the Radiant Church behind us?" There was no one in the bar. It was obvious that Xue Xiaotian had killed them. Lin Fei naturally wasn't afraid of others finding out. Xue Xiaotian nodded. "It should be the Radiant Church. I also admire Yi Zixuan's courage. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have dared to come. However, it's the Radiant Church. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Lin Fei didn't see a single trace of panic from Xue Xiaotian. All he saw was a trace of excitement, a trace of excitement. This guy was no different from a lunatic. No wonder Yi Zixuan would look for Xue Xiaotian. Lin Fei didn't get much information from Xue Xiaotian. Therefore, he didn't say anything else. He just silently tasted the beer in his hand. He had to admit that the taste of the beer brewed here was pretty good. It was strong, yet mild. It was a genuine local product. After a dozen minutes, another figure walked in. This person was Fan Tianxue from the Ghost Sect. This guy was dressed in black like a cloak. His face was paler than before, but his aura had become a lot stronger. After Fan Tianxue came in, he glanced at Xue Xiaotian and Lin Fei. Then, he casually found a seat and sat down. Not long after Fan Tianxue arrived, Luo Yong also entered the bar. The last one was Yi Zixuan. As soon as Saintess Yi arrived, Xue Xiaotian said, "Saintess Yi, you really know how to pick a good place. The Radiant Church is just a few dozen miles away. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I say, isn't this too risky?" Yi Zixuan was dressed like a fashionable girl. There wasn't a trace of a warrior's aura on her. As the saying goes, fortune is found in danger. You are all outstanding geniuses. I think you definitely won't be afraid of the Radiant Church. I have already investigated. The Divine Dragon Key is in the Radiant Church's branch. As long as we act carefully, we won't be discovered. Moreover, with the 5 of us working together, we can even kill a Xiantian realm expert, Yi Zixuan said. Miaoshu House. Chapter 42-28. At first, Lin Fei thought that they would be going to a very far place. For example, a deep mountain forest or an island. But he didn't expect it to be closer than he imagined. Especially after listening to Yi Zixuan's words about the Radiant Church's branch, he realized that the Radiant Church was somewhat different from the rumors. Lin Fei already knew a lot about the Radiant Church's branch from Mike. Combined with Yi Zixuan's information, he was able to confirm his guess. The Radiant Church's branch was more dangerous than he had imagined. This was because a huge lizard was being suppressed at the bottom of the mountain. Lin Fei believed that outsiders should not know about this. As for those who knew about it, they were either old or dead. At the very least, the people in front of him wouldn't know about it. I've already explained it to everyone. As for the remaining matters, I think everyone should know what to do. Yi Zixuan handed over the information to everyone. If anyone still has any doubts, feel free to tell me. After all, We're going to a branch of the Church of Light this time, not some other place where we can meet experts of the Church of Light if we're not careful. Xue Xiaotian was the first to speak. I don't have any objections. Being able to fight with the angels of the Radiant Church is also a kind of experience. Fan Tianxue said gloomily, I also don't have any problems. I just want to confirm that the Radiant Church's branch has the Dragon Key as well as the rumored Godwater of Life. I don't want to be chased by the Radiant Church if we don't get anything. Yi Zishuan chuckled, I have people from the Radiant Church's branch here. I've already investigated everything. The Dragon Key is in their treasury. As for the Godwater of Life, it's underground. With our strength and the help of our spies, we can naturally obtain the Godwater of Life. As for the danger, it's not as dangerous as everyone thinks. The Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. I heard that they all went out on missions. Currently, the Radiant Church's branch doesn't have many experts. The sect leader is a Xiantian realm expert, but that person has already gone into seclusion, so there's no need to worry. After Yi Zishuan said this, Fan Tianxue didn't say anything. Luo Yong also faintly said, I have no opinion, but if we really encounter any danger, I won't help you resist the enemy. Let's escape first. Don't blame me for not helping you at that time. Everyone nodded. If they were to encounter such a situation, they would naturally flee for their lives. As for helping, it was better to forget about it. If they lost their lives, they wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. Since no one has any objections, neither do I, Lin Fei said with a smile. Anyway, I'm quite interested in the branch of the Church of Light. This time, I can go up the mountain and have a look. It can also solve one of my thoughts. Yi Zishuan naturally did not hear the meaning in Lin Fei's words. Alright, let's set off now. Yi Zishuan was an urgent person. She did not wish to waste any more time on this matter. She wanted to get the Divine Dragon Key first. Out of the bar, the group left the small town and ran along the winding mountain path towards the mountain. Yi Zishuan seemed to be very familiar with this place. She avoided the hidden sentries and high-tech surveillance equipment along the way and unknowingly arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of this mountain, they could feel the holy aura of the Church of Light. Their thoughts became uncomfortable. Everyone, don't worry, this is just an array formation left behind by the Radiant Church's branch. This area is filled with a sacred aura, but it is nothing to us martial artists. They only used it to guard against the vampires. Yi Zishuan made a gesture, and everyone stopped. Xue Xiaotian said, it doesn't matter if you're a warrior, but my cultivation method is opposing this holy aura. I'm sure I'll feel even more uncomfortable than you. Fan Tianxue was the same. He frowned slightly. He did not say much. His gaze was ice-cold, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone, follow me in a moment. There are a total of 5 hidden sentries around this mountain. If we're not careful, we'll be discovered by them. At that time, we'll have to face the experts of the Church of Light. Although these experts aren't very strong, there are many ants. It'll be hard to deal with them. Everyone should understand. Yi Zishuan, the saintess, also had a dignified expression. Everyone was a warrior, so they could naturally feel the abnormality of this mountain. The one who felt it the most was none other than Lin Fei. The moment he got close to the mountain, he sensed a dangerous aura. Of course, Lin Fei was the only one who could detect this dangerous aura. Sure enough, what Danding Gate said is true. There is indeed a big lizard below. However, this big lizard seems to be more powerful than I imagined. It seems the Church of Light knows about the existence of this big lizard, but they couldn't do anything to it for a while. Their real purpose should be to tame this big lizard. After all, such a big lizard is very powerful. It will definitely be a great help to the Church of Light. At the same time, it can also slap the face of the Dark Church. Lin Fei instantly figured out the reason why the branch of the Church of Light was located here. Fortunately I came. If I came later, this big lizard would have been controlled by the Church of Light. At that time, it would be somewhat troublesome to snatch it. Lin Fei was a person who hated trouble. At the same time, he realized that the branch of the Church of Light was more dangerous than he imagined. Yi Zishuan shouldn't have any specific information. She might have been tricked. Lin Fei also wasn't a good person, so he naturally didn't feel like saying anything to Yi Zixuan. Although Yi Zixuan and the god of war Yi Xian were related, Yi Xian's strength was just that, so Lin Fei didn't take it seriously. There were 5 hidden sentries inside and outside the mountain. Yi Zixuan carefully led everyone to break through. If not for Yi Zixuan leading the way, they really wouldn't have been able to avoid these hidden sentries. Maybe they would have already been discovered. At this time, they had already arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. There was a small path that led straight to the top of the mountain. As for climbing up from the outside, it was simply impossible because the branch of the Church of Light had left behind all kinds of means. Half an hour later, they finally reached the peak from the halfway point of the mountain. After reaching the peak, they discovered that the peak was much bigger than they had imagined. The buildings were connected together, just like a small town. China's Saintess Yi Zixuan, as well as you proud sons of heaven, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A loud crashing sound resounded. A splendid light spread out, instantly enveloping the peak as if it was daytime. Chapter 42:29. The moment the light shone, everyone's expressions, including Yi Zixuan's, changed greatly, because this scene caught them somewhat unprepared. Lin Fei was the only one who sensed it in advance. Yi Zixuan, how are you going to explain this? Xue Xiaotian said coldly. His entire body was filled with vigilance. This time, we have become fish on the chopping board. Fan Tianshui's gaze grew even colder. Yi Zixuan was also confused. She had made arrangements in advance to catch the other party off guard so that she could snatch the divine dragon key away. It would be perfect if he could snatch some of the divine water of life as well. However, the scene before him seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. There was a bang. A figure fell heavily to the ground. Saintess Yi, you can't be blamed for this matter. It can only be said that the person you bribed was seen through by me, so I laid a big net and waited for you to take the bait. Now it seems that it's not bad. 5 big fish, if I take you down, maybe I can bite a piece of meat from the hands of the forces behind you. A figure walked out. It was a Caucasian man. He was about 2 meters tall and was wearing the attire of a priest. There were many people following behind him. Yi Zixuan immediately recognized the person on the ground. It was the spy she had arranged. They had cultivated this person for a long time, but they didn't expect him to be seen through just like that. Hierarch Felix, aren't you in seclusion? You didn't. It seems like I've underestimated you. Yi Zixuan's gaze only paused on that person for a moment before immediately landing on the tall Caucasian. His expression turned solemn, with a hint of anticipation. Because this person was the head of the Church of Light's branch. Lord Philip. Felix was the leader of the Light Church's branch. His strength was valiant and could be described as unfathomable. With him overseeing this branch, the Dark Church had been suppressed and didn't dare to move. It could be said that he had made great contributions. When Yi Zixuan called out his name, Xue Xiaotian, Fan Tianxue and the others' faces changed. They knew a little about the experts in the Western world. Felix, for example, was an expert amongst experts. He personally oversaw the branch of the Church of Light and possessed a sacred artifact. He was not to be underestimated. This is bad. I didn't think that Felix would not be in cultivation retreat. It'll be troublesome for us to leave, Xue Xiaotian said in a hushed tone. If only I had known that Felix was here, I wouldn't have come. Although these people were very strong, Felix's name was equivalent to the shadow of a tree. In the Western world, he was a peak existence. It would be strange if they didn't fear him. Felix's gaze swept across the 5 people, feeling extremely satisfied. These were 5 big fish, and if he could capture them, he would be able to eat a big piece of meat. Where else could he find such a good thing? At the same time, he could also use this to deter the Chinese powers, warning them that the Western world wasn't a place that just anyone could barge into. However, the pretty face of the figure standing behind Felix changed slightly. A trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. This person was none other than Irina, the saintess in training. Ever since she had returned that day, Irina had sent people to investigate Lin Fei's information. In a short amount of time, She had obtained some results. However, Irina didn't really approve of the information. In reality, Lin Fei seemed to be even more terrifying than what was written in the information. She had even summoned the four-winged angel, and he had single-handedly raised Mike from the Viscount realm to the Marquis realm. If Irina hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Not much time had passed, and now, Lin Fei had come to the Church of Light's branch. How dare he come? Even if he is very strong, can he be stronger than the Church of Light? This is the Church of Light. Irina quickly got rid of the panic in her heart and calmed down. Her eyes became more spirited as she stared at Lin Fei. When Irina saw Lin Fei also saw her. In fact, when he had been going up the mountain, he had already felt Irina and the white-haired middle-aged man's auras. Saintess Yi, I feel that since it's rare for you to come to the Western world and to the Church of Light, you should stay here for a while. The scenery in the Western world is quite good, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Felix smiled. Yi Zishuan said, what if I leave? No matter how good the Western world is, I feel that it's not as good as the Eastern world. Felix said lightly, that's not up to you. In the Church of Light, if I say two, no one dares to say one. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yi Zishuan's face looked calm, but she was panicking in her heart. Although their combined strength could suppress a Xiantian expert, this Archbishop Felix was different. For Felix to be able to oversee the Church of Light's branch, his strength was naturally unfathomable. Originally, Yi Zishuan didn't care much about this archbishop. From the information she had gathered, she knew that this church leader had been in closed-door cultivation, trying to break through a bottleneck. Only then did Yi Zishuan dare to come to the Church of Light. Now that Felix was here, things were different. Moreover, the surroundings seemed to have activated a radiant formation. The holy aura was constantly affecting their minds. Everyone, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that because of my mistake, everyone would be trapped here. Yi Zishuan transmitted her voice to everyone. Right now, we only have one chance, and that is to take advantage of the chaos to leave. We can only delay the matter of obtaining the Divine Dragon Key for the time being. At this time, unless they left the Church of Light, they could forget about going to the Divine Dragon secret domain. Xue Xiaotian rolled his eyes. Let's talk about it after we leave this place alive. I would rather fall into the hands of the Dark Church than the Church of Light. Who doesn't know that the people of the Church of Light are a bunch of lunatics? Whoosh! In an instant, Xue Xiaotian turned into a streak of bloodlight and rushed out. Fan Tianshue's movement was also very fast. He punched out, creating countless bloody shadows that enveloped the experts of the other side. At the same time, he retreated. Luo Yong roared. His entire body became incomparably huge, like a small mountain. The aura on his body also became fiercer. With a stomp of his foot, he was sent flying. Yi Zishuan inwardly cursed the three of them for acting so fast. They actually left her behind. She stretched out her hand and took out her trump card from her waist. A black ball. She threw it towards them. Bang! A black fog instantly pervaded the air. Yi Zishuan grabbed the black fog and quickly retreated. Lin Fei was the slowest one. I thought that Yi Zishuan and the others would fight against the great sect master. But now, it seems that these fellows don't have much courage. When they came, they were so arrogant. But now, it seems that they are only SOSO. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Their combat power was lacking. Lin Fei, since you have come to our Church of Light, you don't need to leave. Yelena had long been suppressing her anger. Now, she finally had the chance to vent it. Bookseller's house. Chapter 42:30. When Irina saw that Lin Fei did not leave, she immediately became excited. She finally had a chance to capture this guy. If it was somewhere else, she might not be able to do anything. However, this was the Radiant Church's branch, and all the experts were gathered here. Irina did not believe that Lin Fei would be able to escape from here. Flying out. Archbishop Felix was very surprised. It was rare to see such an expression on Irina's face. Could it be that this kid had an extraordinary background? Holy Maiden Irina, do you know this Chinese kid? Archbishop Felix had some understanding of the younger generation of Chinese experts. However, he did not know much about this kid. At first glance, he felt that he was a stranger. Archbishop Felix had a very high opinion of Irina. Although Irina was only one of the Holy Maiden candidates, her potential was limitless. She had made many contributions to the Radiant Church, and in the future, she would be able to fight for the position of Holy Maiden. Archbishop Felix noticed the killing intent in Irina's eyes. It was evident that this Chinese young man knew Irina. Although they knew each other, Irina's emotions did not seem to be quite right. Archbishop, this person is the Lin Fei I told you about. I had already taken down Viscount Mike, but because of this person, everything collapsed. Even my four-winged angel fell. Irina said with a face full of hatred. Archbishop Felix finally understood what was going on. He had heard of this matter before. He knew that Irina had suffered a loss at the hands of an expert, but he did not expect that expert to be this young man in front of him. If it was not for Irina gnashing her teeth, it would be hard to believe that this was done by this guy. Archbishop Felix coldly snorted, "You guys go chase after those fellows. Leave this guy for Irina to deal with. Remember, those people must be captured alive. If they are killed, it will be hard to explain." The Radiant Church was very powerful. They were fearless in the Western world and were extremely powerful. However, they were still afraid of the Far East. He did not wish for any accidents to happen because of these few youngsters. If those antiques from the Far East came to take revenge, it would not be good for the Radiant Church. If things went wrong, they might even suffer a great loss. One figure after another flew away. More than half of the experts who had been following Archbishop Felix had left. The rest of them locked their gazes on Lin Fei. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei made a move, they would immediately capture him. "Irina, you women are so narrow-minded. I let you go back then, and now you want to get someone to capture me? You're not good." "My mother was right, all beautiful women are liars," Lin Fei said seriously. "You're right, all beautiful women are liars." A hint of displeasure appeared on Irina's face. "You still dare to talk glibly in the Church of Light? See if I don't tear your mouth apart." Whoosh! Holy light appeared behind Irina. She reached out, and a long whip appeared in her hand. She then lashed it at Lin Fei. Bang, bang, bang. After the whip lashed out, it instantly turned into countless shadows, enveloping Lin Fei. After suffering a loss last time, Irina had secretly pondered over this attack before coming up with this attack. "You're quite smart to think of a way to deal with me. However, this method won't work." Lin Fei smiled faintly. When the whip shadows were about to reach Lin Fei, they were blocked by an invisible force. No matter how Irina attacked, she was still unable to get close to Lin Fei. Alina attacked fiercely, but in the end, it was all in vain. She couldn't even touch her opponent's clothes. This was hard for Irina to accept. "See, I said that your strength is lacking. You can't even break through my defense. What makes you think you can catch me? Even if I were here, you would only be able to stare at me." Lin Fei smiled faintly. However, for Irina, even though she had used all her methods, it was still useless. Instead, her face was flushed red to the point where she could barely hold on. She was a candidate for the Saintess of the Church of Light. Every time she did something, she would be decisive and not sloppy. However, with Lin Fei, she had encountered a setback. "Why don't you summon another four-winged angel? Maybe that four-winged angel will be able to injure me." Lin Fei smiled. It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned anything else, but the mention of the four-winged angel made her feel terrible. "Shut up. You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost a four-winged angel." At the thought of this, Irina felt aggrieved. The Church of Light had so many candidates for the Saintess, but she was the only one who lost a four-winged angel. Irina didn't know how to go back and explain it. When the time came, she would inevitably be scolded. Perhaps those Saintess in training would kick her when she was down, and all of this was caused by Lin Fei. "Isn't it just a four-winged angel? Even if it's gone, I can still summon more. What's wrong with that? You can't say that there's a limit to the number of four-winged angels, right?" Irina's face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like they would fall at any moment. Archbishop Felix, who had been watching from the side, had a slightly gloomy expression. "The few of you, go and have a taste of this kid's methods." Swish, swish, swish. The experts behind Archbishop Felix all followed Irina. They were all wielding great swords that glittered with a cold light. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary weapons. "Saintess Irina, don't be discouraged. This person is in our Church of Light. Naturally, he won't be able to escape our clutches. Later, I will personally take him down and hand him over to you." Only then did Irina feel much better. The number one expert of the Church of Light's branch was Archbishop Felix. No one knew exactly how strong Archbishop Felix was. However, everyone who had fought with Archbishop Felix had all been defeated. Some died, while the rest were imprisoned in the Church of Light's dungeon, suffering so much that they wished they were dead. "Thank you for your concern, Archbishop." The experts who had attacked were indeed very powerful. When they joined forces, they were actually able to shake the void. Every one of them actually had the strength of a Xiantian realm expert. However, their methods were still unable to break through Lin Fei's defenses. No matter how they attacked, Lin Fei's defenses were as solid as a mountain and as immovable as a boulder. "Put in more effort, don't stop. At least let me experience the methods of your Church of Light. When I get out of here, I will be able to talk to everyone and see how they feel about the Church of Light. This can be considered as a free advertisement for you. Don't worry, I won't charge you." Lin Fei laughed. These words undoubtedly provoked the experts. Chapter 42:31. The methods of the Radiant Church were actually very simple. Among them, the greatest deterrent was the Holy Light. The power of the Holy Light contained the power of purification. It had a strong killing effect on dark creatures like the vampires. When they fought, their strength would often be suppressed by 30 to 40%. As time went by, they were naturally not a match for the Radiant Church. The methods of these people were useless against Lin Fei. Now, they could only bitterly search for a way to break Lin Fei's defense. However, how could Lin Fei's defense be so easily broken? No matter how they attacked, it was still the same. In any case, they just couldn't break this layer of defense. Helplessness appeared on their faces. This was the first time they encountered such a powerful opponent. Even they couldn't break this layer of defense. One could only imagine how terrifying this layer of defense was. "I think you guys should just summon the angels. I personally prefer to fight with angels. It doesn't matter if it's a 4-winged angel, 6-winged angel, or 8-winged angel. As long as it's an angel, it's fine." Lin Fei smiled and said to them. The experts of the Radiant Church almost fainted from anger. "Hateful guy, we will definitely tear your defense apart and take you down on the spot." In the Radiant Church, who didn't know that it wasn't easy to summon an angel? It required the recognition of the Radiant Church. If they could summon an angel, their status would be incomparable to their current status. Then why would they need to gang up on a Chinese kid? Lin Fei's words were like a slap to their faces. It was so painful. Of course, this had also attracted a lot of hatred. As a result, their methods became even more violent and all kinds of moves emerged one after another. "All right, you guys can retreat. This person isn't someone you can deal with." Archbishop Felix's complexion was somewhat unsightly. These experts were the top experts of the Radiant Church's branch. If they joined hands, even if a Duke of the Dark Church came, they would still be able to severely injure him. Mysterious East, mysterious expert. "May I know who your master is? To be able to nurture an expert like you, I think your master isn't a nobody. Maybe I even know him." Archbishop Felix couldn't see through this Chinese kid for a moment. With such strength, even if he were to make a move himself, it would still take him some time to break this layer of defense. It was hard to imagine that the other party was so young. Lin Fei chuckled. "I'm sorry, but you don't have the right to know about my master unless you defeat me first. Are you ready to go down? If that's the case, make your move as soon as possible. After beating you up, I'm preparing to deal with this little Liangpi." When Irina heard him call her little Liangpi, although she didn't know what it meant, she more or less knew that it was definitely a curse. Archbishop Felix had indeed decided to personally take the field. If he didn't step in, no one present would be able to stop Lin Fei. I am a person who is eager to hunt. It is not easy for me to encounter an expert like you. Thus, I have decided to exchange a few blows with you. After all, it has been a long time since I last fought. Those people are not worthy of me fighting. Only you are qualified, Archbishop Felix said calmly, a look of admiration on his face. Among the younger generation in the West, there were not many experts like Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix finally understood why this person was the only one who remained calm when the expressions of those Chinese experts changed. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. Your strength is indeed not bad. I feel that it would be better for you to summon an angel. With your strength, I believe that you should be able to summon a 10-winged angel or a 12-winged angel. That would make the fight more interesting. Lin Fei said seriously, otherwise, dealing with you would be no different from dealing with an ant. Lin Fei, you are at death's door, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly to our archbishop. Later on, I will definitely let you know what regret is. Irina said fiercely. Lin Fei agreed with these words. Don't worry. Because of what you said, I won't kill you after I capture you. Instead, I will teach you some tricks. I guarantee that you will be satisfied and will never forget them. As he spoke, Lin Fei revealed a set of white teeth and a smile spread across his face. When this smile fell into Irina's eyes, it was as though she had seen the smile of a demon. She felt uneasy all over. You dare. Irina didn't even have the confidence to speak. After all, she still hadn't forgotten what had happened a few days ago. In addition to the fact that the experts of the Radiant Church couldn't capture Lin Fei, she naturally had other thoughts. Irina, you must calm down. Even if Lin Fei is really strong, can he be stronger than the Archbishop? The Archbishop will definitely be able to capture Lin Fei. Irina kept encouraging herself in her heart, when the time comes, I must ruthlessly torture this Lin Fei and let him know that the consequences of speaking nonsense are extremely miserable. Holy storm. Archbishop Felix finally made his move. He took a step forward and punched out, causing a huge storm of holy light to form. This storm swept out and instantly enveloped Lin Fei. The Archbishop is indeed different from others when he makes his move. He indeed has the strength to oversee a branch of the Radiant Church. I have learned something new. The moment the holy storm appeared, Lin Fei was enveloped by it. This holy light was like a blade that continuously attacked Lin Fei's defense. Bang, 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 bang. Loud sounds rang out continuously. This move displayed Archbishop Felix's valiant strength. If someone else had said this to Felix, they might have felt a sense of accomplishment. However, Felix was facing Lin Fei, and he could clearly sense that Lin Fei's defense was as solid as a mountain. Felix's holy storm was actually unable to tear apart Lin Fei's defense in an instant, giving Lin Fei a chance to speak. Seems like I have still underestimated this kid. He is even more powerful than I had imagined. If the younger generation of China were all experts like him, then our Western world would be in danger. Archbishop Felix's thoughts were far-sighted and thorough. Since the holy storm is unable to tear apart your defense, then what about this? Archbishop Felix coldly snorted. The holy storm soared into the sky and condensed into a huge war hammer. With a grab, it landed in Felix's hand. With the war hammer in hand, the void shook. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura. Hammer of holy light. With a loud rumble, the hammer smashed down. Felix did not believe that Lin Fei would dare to take it head-on. This was the power of holy light, and its might was several times stronger than the previous holy storm. It was a killer move. Miaoshu House. Chapter 4232. P.S. I've had a toothache all day, so I clenched my teeth and wrote a new chapter. Archbishop Philip's attack was indeed very ferocious. It could be said that anyone who encountered this move would treat it with caution. Archbishop Philip displayed his super-powerful means as soon as he made a move. No matter who it was, under this warhammer, they would either be injured or severely injured, losing their combat effectiveness. As soon as the warhammer slammed down, invisible ripples surged out in all directions. These ripples were condensed from the power of the holy light. They seemed peaceful, but in fact, they were full of fierce and overbearing power. It spread out in circles, and it was tantamount to a testing method. Archbishop Philip also wanted to see how Lin Fei was going to resolve his attack. He used this move to deal with many experts. Every time, he could basically defeat the opponent, and even kill several on the spot. So he really wanted to know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. After the ripples rushed out, they immediately impacted Lin Fei's body shield. Everyone heard a loud bang 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 sound. This sound kept on ringing, and it was very sharp, as if it was exploding in their hearts. The ripples' attack was the first round. The warhammer fiercely bombarded down. A looming figure of an archangel appeared in it. Lin Fei was still very calm in the face of the warhammer, and raised his hand to block it. His palm was not too big, and it met the warhammer head-on. A loud rumbling sound. Boundless power surged down. Lin Fei's surroundings were quickly attacked by the power, and large cracks exploded. The terrifying power instantly drowned Lin Fei in this warhammer. Archbishop Philip reached out and grabbed the air, and another warhammer slammed down. He knew that he would take advantage of the situation. If the first hammer was not enough, then the second one. It seemed that Lin Fei could not withstand the power of his two hammers. There was another loud rumbling sound. Only then did Archbishop Philip stop. There was a trace of pride in his expression, but his eyes kept falling within the range of the attack. Don't look at his casual use of the two warhammers, but in fact, the consumption was very large. It was also the strongest method that the Archbishop could use without using the power of the Archangel. If it was someone else, Archbishop Philip might not do this, but the person in front of him was Lin Fei, who easily blocked the attack of the Light Church's experts. Archbishop Philip naturally had to be heavy-handed, otherwise, how could he take down this Lin Fei? The dust gradually dispersed. A figure stood in the original place, and did not move. His surroundings were full of potholes. But there was nothing under his feet. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. Archbishop, I told you, your power is still lacking. It seems that you don't believe my words. In that case, I'll let you summon the Archangel yourself. A loud buzzing sound rang out. A tyrannical sword chi slashed down from the sky. This sword chi was at least 100 meters long. As it slashed down, everyone's expression changed greatly. Archbishop Philip roared, "Let's go." At the same time, he stepped on the ground, and a huge holy light emerged, condensing into an archangel, blocking in front of him. Those experts of the Light Church were already pale with fear when facing this 100 meters long sword. Before the sword light arrived, all of them were frightened by it. With a loud boom, the huge sword light slashed down and directly exploded on the ground where they were. A huge crack ran through the front and back. Under the power of the sword, the experts of the Light Church were blown away one by one. After landing on the ground, their bodies were full of sword wounds. In that instant, they were attacked by countless sword. They were full of holes, and each of them was only left with breath. He can actually cast a 100 meters long sword. Irina, the Saintess candidate, was also blown away by the sword. At the critical moment, she summoned the Archangel again, but this time, the Archangel was destroyed by the sword as soon as it came out. Even her whole body was blown away, and she was no longer the Saintess. Archbishop, what do you think of my sword slash? It's 100 meters long, not much inferior to your warhammer. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Now you should know that my words were not wrong. If you don't summon the Archangel, you are not my opponent. If you summon the Archangel, you still have the ability to fight. Archbishop Philip was smashed on the ground, and there was a big pit around him. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. Archbishop Philip now felt pain all over his body. He didn't know how many bones in his body were broken. He looked at Lin Fei not far away, and his complexion kept changing. I didn't expect that your strength would be so tyrannical. Then I can't let you leave the Light Church. With a person like you, you will be the biggest enemy of our Light Church in the future. Archbishop Philip was shocked, but he also realized that he must kill this person on the spot. You want to see the Archangel, then I will do as you wish. Archbishop Philip coldly snorted, made a hand seal, and quickly summoned the archangel. In fact, he knew that if he didn't summon the archangel, he would not be Lin Fei's opponent. No one in the entire Light Church could be his opponent. Only by summoning the archangel would he have the ability to fight with the opponent. Although summoning the archangel required a lot of price, Archbishop Philip had no other choice. The person in front of him must be killed. Once he killed this person, even if he had to pay some price, it was still quite worth it. A sacred light pillar shrouded from the sky and fell on the top of the Light Church's mountain. The light pillar was as bright as day. Archbishop Philip, you haven't summoned this lord for a long time. I remember, it should be 3 years. I didn't expect you to summon me again. Who are you going to deal with this time? On the top of the Light Church's mountain, a 12-winged archangel appeared. Compared to the 12-winged archangel, the aura of the 8-winged archangel was completely different. One was like a small mountain, the other was like a huge mountain, with the pressure of Mount Tai. As expected of an archbishop, you are indeed different. You can actually summon a 12-winged archangel with your own consciousness. Not bad, not bad, I am quite satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, very satisfied. Archbishop Philip lowered his head, his expression dignified and sacred. Lord Hart, he is a mysterious expert from the distant east. I am not his opponent, so I ask Lord Hart to take action and suppress him. Otherwise, this person will become a great threat to the Church of Light in the future, Archbishop Philip said. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 4233. Archbishop Felix was very respectful towards Hart, not daring to utter a single word. The gaze of the great 12-winged angel called Hart suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Fei, who was not far away. To be able to make Archbishop Felix say such words, you, a Chinese expert, should be proud. Seeing that your strength is not bad, I will send you to the heavens with my divine technique, so that you will know the power of our Western world's divine technique. Hart suddenly started chanting. God said, let there be light. God said, let there be darkness. Hence, darkness and light are both here. While Hart was chanting, all the light experts present could not help but prostrate on the ground. Their faces were filled with sincerity and holiness. Their earlier panic and uneasiness were replaced by incomparable holiness. Even Archbishop Felix's expression turned holy. At this moment, light suddenly rose from where Lin Fei was. It was as bright as day, so bright that almost everyone had to close their eyes. After the light, darkness appeared. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. It was like the entrance to hell. Light and darkness alternated. Everything happened very quickly. However, only a few people could see some clues from this. This was because the alternating light and darkness were filled with great terror, causing their hair to stand on end. They were even more sincere towards Lord Hart. Archbishop Felix kept staring at the place where darkness and light alternated. He thought to himself, with Lord Hart making a move, Lin Fei should be dead for sure. He will never know the power of a great 12-winged angel. It is not something that can be defeated by martial arts. This was because a great 12-winged angel had grasped a divine technique. With just a thought, he could kill Lin Fei. Archbishop Felix had seen such a scene countless times. It had long since become a habit of his. Whenever he summoned a great 12-winged angel, the other party would definitely be killed due to their lack of strength. There had never been anyone who could survive in the hands of the great 12-winged angel Hart. Archbishop Felix, in the future, don't look for me for such trivial matters. It is too unchallenging. You can't even block my divine technique, and you still dare to barge into our Church of Light. I don't know what's wrong with your brain. Hart shot a cold glance at Archbishop Felix. Felix understands. I won't make such a small mistake again. Archbishop Felix lowered his head. As long as Lin Fei was killed by Hart, nothing else mattered. He had never seen anyone who could survive a divine technique. Lin Fei suffered the same result. Hey, you, aren't you a little too full of yourself? You even called that a divine technique, but why do I feel like it's not that powerful? At this moment, a voice rang out with a hint of mockery in it. The original place had already turned into a pile of rubble. However, Lin Fei was still perfectly fine. He was still smiling, a faint smile on his face. But at this moment, when Archbishop Felix and the others saw that smile, they couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. They were in disbelief. It's impossible for you to survive a divine technique. That's a divine technique, a technique that only a god can use. It can kill someone from 1,000 miles away without leaving a trace. Archbishop Felix found it hard to accept. It was obvious that Lin Fei was only slightly stronger than him, so how could he resist Heart's attack? Moreover, Heart had used a divine technique, so it was impossible for him to say that Heart had gone easy on him. Heart's originally disdainful expression also turned into a smile. No wonder Archbishop Felix considered you to be a future calamity for the Radiant Church. You really have some skills, to actually be able to withstand my divine technique. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Your technique is called a divine technique, but it's nothing more than a spell. Do you really think that everyone doesn't know about it? It's just that your technique is a bit stronger, that's all. In my eyes, it really isn't much. Heart's pupils shrank slightly, a strange expression could be seen on his face. This guy actually knows about magic. Could it be that he also came down from above? No, I've never heard of anyone being able to come down. He must have read through those ancient books, or perhaps his master told him. Archbishop Felix roared, Lin Fei, you are insulting the Radiant Church, insulting our God. God cannot be blasphemed. Lin Fei laughed loudly once again. This kind of archangel dares to call himself God. I wonder if you've asked me for my permission. Buzz. 100-meter-long sword light suddenly slashed down. Archbishop Felix, I feel that you are too long-winded. It would be better for you to lie down and calm down. The 100-meter-long sword light slashed down once again. Archbishop Felix's expression changed on the spot. Lord Heart, save me. Previously, when Archbishop Felix had blocked the sword, he could already feel how powerful this sword was. The second sword slashed down, and Archbishop Felix had no confidence in blocking it. After all, there was still a difference in strength between the two of them. Impudent, you actually dare to injure a member of the Radiant Church in front of me? Do you even put me, Heart, in your eyes? Heart sneered, and with a flick of his finger, a holy light covered Archbishop Felix's body. At the same time, the two wings on his back instantly swept out like long blades. When I, Lin Fei, want to deal with someone, there has never been anyone who can stop me. The huge sword light suddenly condensed into a single point. This point was condensed into a 100-meter-long sword light. Catcher. The holy light defense shattered. This point pierced through Archbishop Felix's forehead. Countless sword lights instantly exploded from within Archbishop Felix's body, turning his body into a hornet's nest. Archbishop Felix's eyes were lifeless, and with a plop, he fell to the ground. Heart's attack instantly missed, leaving a huge crack on the ground before he retracted his attack. Look, I am a man of my words. I said that I would kill an archbishop in front of you, so I killed an archbishop. Now, it's your turn. I am quite interested in your identity as an archangel, especially since your wings can be used as roasted wings. I think they should taste pretty good. After all, I have never tasted such a huge bird's wing before. Lin Fei chuckled. This attack from Lin Fei caused Heart's expression to change. To be able to instantly condense his strength into a ball, and then take the opportunity to unleash it. Such a technique was something that even Heart could not easily accomplish. This was no ordinary technique. Heart decided to ignore Felix's words for now. His gaze paused on Archbishop Felix's corpse for a moment, before falling back onto Lin Fei. Kid, who exactly are you? If you tell me where you came from, I might spare your life. Heart said coldly, this is your only chance. Chapter 42-34. In the beginning, Heart had utilized his divine technique, wanting to kill this expert from the Far East. Unexpectedly, his divine technique had been ineffective. Instead, his opponent had seen through him. His divine technique was not a true divine technique. Rather, it was a magic technique. Not only that, but he had also used a magic technique to kill Archbishop Felix right before his eyes. For a moment, Heart was unable to figure out his opponent's origins. What gave him the courage to go up against Archbishop Felix? Was he not afraid that Hart would kill him? You are not qualified to be a great 12-winged angel. You are too timid to be frightened by a minor technique of mine. Aren't you afraid of losing face if news of this spreads? Lin Fei laughed. Hart raised his eyelids, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, since you are unwilling to speak, I will personally search your memories and see who is behind you. Hart instantly transformed into a beam of white light as he pounced forward. With a thought, he arrived before Lin Fei. His wings swept out like two blades. Hart's attack missed in the blink of an eye. His speed is actually faster than mine. Hart's heart trembled as his attack missed. After him, his wings flapped continuously, slashing out without respite. Bang! 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 Everywhere the wings passed, explosions rang out. Many of the Radiant Church's experts had already been seriously injured. Under the attacks of the wings, they were simply unable to withstand it and died on the spot. Hart, look at yourself. These are people from your Radiant Church. No, they should be your believers. Now that you have killed them, don't you feel any shame? Lin Fei's figure kept moving forward. Every time he moved, the wings would follow. However, each time, the wings would be slower by half a beat. Not a single one of the wings managed to hit Lin Fei. On the contrary, the Radiant Church's experts were the unlucky ones. They were continuously killed by Hart. You are doing this on purpose. Hart had never thought of killing these believers. After all, the Radiant Church was established because of these believers. As archangels, they were existences of God, leading these believers and setting goals for them. But now, all of his followers were dying under his wings. Hart couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed as hatred filled his heart. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Fei with a single glance. Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Let's fight. This short exchange made Hart realize one thing. This kid was actually faster than him. He was an archangel. Although he wasn't the type that excelled in speed, he wasn't slow either. But in front of Lin Fei, he was actually slower by a beat and missed every time. That was the most unacceptable thing to do. You want to fight just because you say so? That's so boring. It's not easy to meet a great 12-winged angel. No matter what, I have to sneak around. Moreover, this is my first time coming to the Church of Light. It's so boring to leave like this. Lin Fei was still moving. Finally, he jumped onto a big rock and said with a smile. These words made Hart quite angry. In the Radiant Church's territory, he didn't dare use too much power. He didn't want to accidentally destroy the Radiant Church's branch. It would be fine if he destroyed the church, but if he accidentally killed these believers, it would be a huge loss. Didn't they see that many of the Radiant Church's believers were already dead? Looking at their faces, they all had fear and unease. It was obvious that Lin Fei's words had hit the mark. Holy light barrier, there is nowhere to hide. In order to prevent Lin Fei from playing tricks again, Archangel Hart directly used the power of holy light to cast a huge barrier. This barrier was completely made of holy light. It was filled with holy light runes, forming a special world. Welcome, Hua Xia Kid, to my holy light barrier. You're the one who made me use this holy light barrier. You're the first person I've opened it in all these years. Hart's entire aura had changed quite a bit. Clearly, casting the holy light barrier wasn't as easy as he had imagined. It consumed a lot of energy. In my holy light barrier, you can't absorb spiritual energy from the world to replenish your energy. I don't believe you can still jump around, Hart said. So this is the holy light barrier. As expected of an archangel. The power of holy light within your body is incomparably dense. You can even create this kind of barrier. However, this barrier isn't very small. It's too stingy. Lin Fei smiled as he looked at the holy light barrier. There wasn't the slightest bit of unease on his face. He was still very calm. You dare say that the holy light barrier is too small? Hart almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It should be known that not everyone could condense a holy light barrier. At the very least, 8-winged angels and 10-winged angels couldn't do it. Only 12-winged angels could. Then I'll show you the power of the holy light barrier. Heart sneered. God said, I will imprison you. The holy light barrier instantly fluctuated and a power enveloped Lin Fei's body. No, it was more like an imprison on Lin Fei's body. The power came from the holy light barrier. It could even be said that the power spread throughout the holy light barrier. The one controlling it was Heart. Heart immediately cast the imprison spell to imprison Lin Fei within the holy light barrier. Are you surprised? Shocked? Within this holy light barrier, I am truly an invincible existence. Heart spread his wings and landed before Lin Fei. You are the most arrogant and courageous fellow I've ever met. I wonder what else you have to say for yourself. One holy light runes after another landed on Lin Fei's body, circling around him. Every time a holy light runes landed on his body, Lin Fei's aura would weaken by a lot. Also, this holy light seal seals your strength. Your body is stronger than I imagined. It just so happens that I'm lacking a tool in the Radiant Church. I can use you to save me a lot of trouble. After all, it's been a long time since I've entered a human's body. Although your body is Chinese, it doesn't affect me at all. Heart was very confident in his own strength within the holy light barrier. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei causing any trouble. He could suppress something with just a thought. How could there be so much trouble? Lin Fei grinned and said, the holy light boundary is pretty good. It has both imprisonment and sealing powers. However, I feel that your holy light boundary is still a little lacking. A hand stretched out without any warning, lifted it up and slapped down hard on Heart's face. A loud sound rang out. The earth shook. Heart directly smashed onto the ground. Countless cracks spread out, and the inside of the barrier turned into a huge pit with a bang. Heart fell into the pit as well. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4235. The ground crumbled. Something unexpected happened. The ground, which looked very sturdy, was now like a piece of tofu. With a loud rumble, Angel Heart fell all the way down. After a long time, a solid sound could be heard. Heart had fallen to the bottom of the valley. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then, he revealed a smile and jumped into the deep pit. At the same time, more than a dozen figures were chasing after someone. At this time, all of them stopped and looked at the place in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. Yi Zixuan also stopped and turned to look at the mountain, wondering if she had heard wrong. Did some expert attack the Radiant Church? Otherwise, how could something like this happen? Xue Xiaotian and Fan Tianxue were the same. They could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Radiant Church. If they encountered this terrifying aura, they wouldn't be able to resist and would be directly suppressed. Whether they could survive or not was unknown. Too scary, too scary. The Radiant Church actually has such an expert. Could it be a legendary archangel? Only an archangel has such strength. They more or less knew some inside information. For example, the existence of an archangel in the Western world. This was a rumor. They didn't believe in the existence of an archangel. But now, they completely believed it. If an archangel didn't appear in the Radiant Church, how could there be such a huge commotion? That incomparably holy power was like the bright moon in the night. It was hard not to notice it. The only thing they couldn't understand was how the Radiant Church had an expert that could make an archangel act. Moreover, it was such a huge commotion. As for Lin Fei, he was completely ignored by them. Lin Fei was a lot stronger than them. But right now, he was being chased by the Radiant Church and was even trapped. It was impossible for him to burst out with such a fighting strength. The three of them thought that this was an opportunity. Without saying anything, they quickly flew outside. As for the matter of Lin Fei, they would arrange for someone to inquire about it later. Right now, it was more important to survive. After Lin Fei jumped into the pit, he continued to fall. After a few minutes, he reached the depths of the ground. Hua 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 hua. When his feet stepped on a huge rock, a blazing heat wave swept over and hit his body. However, it was blocked by his protective power. The temperature was frighteningly high. In the distance, Archangel Heart was in a sorry state. After all, he did not have a body of flesh and blood, but was condensed from pure power. Now, His entire body seemed a little blurry. It was clear that Lin Fei's attack just now had caused Archangel Heart to suffer greatly. He, I didn't expect the Radiant Church to have this kind of place. If I'm not wrong, there should be a vicious beast suppressed deep underground. Lin Fei said as he looked around. Great Angel Heart was indeed injured, and his injuries were not light at all. That slap had caused an endless amount of power to explode in his body. Even though his holy light defense was extremely strong, it was still unable to withstand the power of the slap, and he was blasted quite heavily. Upon hearing the man's words, Angel Heart subconsciously turned to a certain direction. It was a land of lava that was suffused with magma. The magma was constantly bubbling. Just a single glance was enough to make one feel a blazing hot aura that could instantly evaporate a person. Lin Fei did not expect his luck to be so good. All he did was slap Great Angel Heart, and he actually went all the way to the depths of the ground. What was even more unexpected was that the depths of the ground was actually a land of magma. This magma was hotter than any other magma. If an ordinary martial artist fell down, not to mention touching the magma, the high temperature here could easily evaporate a martial artist, leaving not even a skeleton behind. After seeing the magma, Lin Fei knew that he was not far from the giant lizard. Now, with Great Angel Heart's reaction, Lin Fei was even more certain that the giant lizard was here. You, who are you? Do you intend to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Great Angel Heart stared at him. Treaty of the Gods? Do you really think of yourself as a god? Lin Fei laughed loudly. He took a step forward and used a god ability that allowed him to cross levels. He directly stepped in front of Great Angel Heart, raised his hand, and slapped Great Angel Heart's face. Great Angel Heart raised his hand to block, and a mountain-like force pressed down on him. His entire body was instantly smashed into the burning magma pool, and a large amount of green smoke came out. What do you think of my slap? I think your body should be able to withstand a few slaps from me. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Lin Fei smiled as if he had done something very normal. The power of this slap was even more terrifying than the previous one. After all, Great Angel Heart did not have a real body. It was condensed from the power of holy light. It was more like a projection that came down with his will. After being injured, Great Angel Heart's power was very weak. I alone am not a match for Lin Fei. I don't know where this guy came from. If this was my territory, I naturally wouldn't be afraid of this guy. But this is the Western world, not my base. If I want to defeat this guy, I'll have to release that guy. Great Angel Heart's eyes flashed. Although that guy isn't easy to deal with, it should have some effect on this guy. As long as I can delay this guy, I'll have a chance to injure him. When that time comes, I'll take over his body and look through his memories. I'll definitely gain a lot. Great Angel Heart formed a seal with both hands, and a huge mark was formed. It was actually in the shape of a hexagram, and it blasted towards a direction. Lin Fei, I must make you stay in the Church of Light today. I alone am not a match for you, but what if I add this guy? After the hexagram flew out, it shined with a dazzling light, and it floated above the magma pool. With a loud rumble, pillars of light, pillars of fire, shot up into the sky. These fire pillars were all formed by raging flames. A total of 99 of them appeared above the magma. With the appearance of these 99 pillars, a savage and violent aura rushed out from the raging flames. Ha 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 ha, I finally smell blood again. A huge head grew out of the land of raging flames. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4236. This head was extremely huge. It looked like a huge room. Its entire body was crimson. As soon as this huge head appeared, the surrounding magma started to churn. Its eyes, which were the size of a door, kept turning and emitting a chilling aura. When this pair of eyes looked at Heart and Lin Fei, they contained a terrifying murderous glint. Heart's expression was calm as he pointed at Lin Fei. Ben Bly, go and defeat this kid right now. If you listen to me and successfully suppress this kid, I'll let you enjoy a week of pleasure. Otherwise, I'll make sure you suffer the pain of being burned alive. Heart's hands formed a seal, and his huge head started to struggle, causing magma to spurt out. If you're smart, you probably don't want to experience the pain of being burned alive again. Your task now is very simple. Suppress this kid. Given your strength, you can definitely do it. As a great 12-winged angel, Heart naturally had an incomparable advantage over ordinary people. He also knew that Benbly's life and death were in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei was exceptionally strong, he wouldn't have let Benbly out. This was a sly dragon, so he had to be careful in everything he did. Fortunately, Benbly's body was still sealed, so Heart could control him and not worry about him causing any trouble. Is it this kid? As you wish. The gigantic head was called Benbly. His voice was very loud and clear. Every word he spoke was like a huge bell, rumbling continuously. Whoosh! The huge head opened and spat out a mouthful of fire. The fire was dark red. Within the red, there was a hint of purplish gold. Heart's face lit up when he saw the color of the fire. All these years, Benbly had been imprisoned in the depths of the underground magma. However, his strength hadn't been crippled. Instead, it had increased by quite a bit. Great imprisonment. The fire that was originally aimed at Lin Fei instantly changed direction and blasted towards Heart. At that moment, Angel Heart panicked because he found that he couldn't move. That power had seeped into his body and quickly formed a special seal, making him unable to resist at all. The next second, the raging flames landed on Angel Heart's body, causing him to tremble and smoke to rise from his body. Heart, you didn't expect this, did you? I've long wanted to burn you to death. How about I let you have a taste of my dragon flames now? Angel Heart's eyes widened. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. Benbly, you've actually broken through. You've even successfully cultivated the Dragon Clan's great imprisonment technique. Aren't you afraid that the Radiant Church will kill you again? Benbly laughed heartily. Heart, do you really think that I've been honest all these years? You're wrong. I've long since used my Dragon Clan's inherited cultivation method to completely disintegrate this seal. As for why you didn't discover it, that's because I've simulated this seal. How could you possibly know about my Dragon Clan's divine ability? Today, I'll use this dragon flame to thoroughly burn you to death. It was a sudden scene. Lin Fei was shocked. He didn't expect that the sealed lizard would actually break the seal. Lin Fei could see that this guy's strength should have reached the 7th or 8th level of Qi disciple. Compared to the 12-winged angel, Heart, he was a lot stronger. Especially since this flame was the real deal, it had a very strong effect against this kind of projection. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stop it. However, Heart had been summoned by Archbishop Felix with great difficulty. It was unknown when the next time would be. How could Lin Fei let this opportunity slip by so easily? That big lizard. I think you should wait a bit longer. This great angel Heart is mine. He is a rare great angel. To burn him to death just like that would be such a waste. Lin Fei laughed. What a waste. Lin Fei laughed. Puny human, I hate people like you the most. I'm not a big lizard, I'm a dragon. Benbly turned around and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. The raging flames ignited the magma, turning it into a sea of fire. Benbly didn't like this human kid. His puny body contained puny power. Back in the day, he had killed countless warriors who wanted to kill him. Even after so many years, humans were still puny existences in Benbly's eyes. I said this Archangel Heart belongs to me, so it's mine. No one can take it away from me. Besides, you're just a big lizard. Lin Fei's figure came next to Heart. Human, shut up. If you dare call me a big lizard, I'll burn you to death. The last thing Benbly liked was being called a lizard. Apparently, this came from the Eastern world. Benbly hated it. Grand imprisonment. Benbly roared and unleashed another grand imprisonment, spitting out a mouthful of dragon flame. Archangel Heart was burned by the dragon flame. He kept struggling, but he couldn't break free. He naturally knew that the grand imprisonment of the dragon race was very powerful. But at this time, he couldn't break free. He had underestimated its power. Lin Fei, if you help me escape, we'll join forces and kill him. I'm willing to give you all of his dragon blood without hesitation. Archangel Heart had no choice but to look for Lin Fei. Lin Fei found it funny. Heart, so you have moments of panic. Looks like losing your projection will be a huge blow to your vitality. If that's the case, why don't you give your body to me? I can use your energy to raise a Grand Duke. Isn't that a good thing? Archangel Heart glared at him. Lin Fei, don't you dare. There's nothing I, Lin Fei, wouldn't dare to do. Lin Fei laughed. Countless flying swords appeared behind him. These flying swords turned into a huge wheel of swords. With a boom, they pierced forward. Archangel Heart panicked and became a target. With a whoosh, the sword pierced through Archangel Heart. Boundless power exploded in his body. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His 5 fingers spread out and enveloped the area. The power that was about to dissipate was instantly controlled again. It became incomparably condensed and spun. Well, Archangel Heart, I'll accept you. Now, let's talk about me and you. Ben Bly's huge body also appeared. You really should die. Lin Fei put away the energy ball. Do you need freedom? Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 42-37. Do you need freedom? Lin Fei's words provoked Ben Bly. Don't think I don't know. Actually, you were just putting on a show to scare Heart. But in my eyes, your method is too crude. Ben Bly's enormous body appeared. His eyes were as large as copper tombs as he stared fixedly at Lin Fei. Behind him, his tail swept out like a steel whip. Rumble. Wherever the huge tail passed, nothing was spared. Don't think that just because you have a huge body, you are so great. In my eyes, you are just a big lizard. With a smile, Lin Fei raised his hand and made a grabbing motion, landing on the tail. A cruel smile appeared in Ben Bly's eyes. I hate it when people call me a big lizard. You deserve to die. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Hooah 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 hooah. The steel whip-like tail suddenly emitted a large amount of lightning. It flickered and filled the sky with lightning. Lin Fei's hand was still on Ben Bly's tail. He raised his hand and shook it. A loud rumbling sound echoed. Wave after wave of mountainous power exploded within Bablay's body. The sudden surge of power was hard for Ben Bly to accept. Death roll, let go of me. Ben Bly's huge body rolled towards Lin Fei like a mountain. That tremble just now had caused Ben Bly to suffer a huge loss. Ben Bly unleashed a ruthless attack. Lin Fei released the force in his hand and sent Ben Bly flying. Ben Bly was like a round ball that kept crashing into the lava and rocks. In the blink of an eye, he had rolled far away. His huge body was submerged in the lava, revealing only his furious eyes. Seems like you still don't know what kind of situation you are in. I have to tell you myself. Lin Fei stepped forward, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile. I, Ben Bly, am a proud dragon. No one can defeat me, not even you. Ben Bly roared in anger. It flew out of the magma and stood in the air. Then, it spat out flames at Lin Fei. This time, the flames were even more terrifying than the last. They had turned into a dark red color and emitted the terrifying aura of a ferocious spirit. Dragonification. Lin Fei snorted softly and scales appeared all over his body. In the blink of an eye, they covered Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who wasn't that tall to begin with, instantly grew several times larger after being wrapped in the scales. He looked like a small giant. A formidable dragon might burst out from his body. Ben Bly's expression changed greatly, and his body fell into the magma. Ben Bly lifted his tall head in disbelief. Dragon's might. This is the true might of a dragon. You're just a human. How can you unleash the might of a dragon? Lin Fei had already broken through the flames and was about to pounce on him. I already told you that you're a big lizard. You still don't believe me? With your strength, you're really weak in front of me. Everything else aside, just that tail of yours alone doesn't have any strength at all. Let's see what the true tail whip of a mystical dragon is. Lin Fei dragged a tail behind him. With a swoosh, the tail swept out like a spear. With a bang, Ben Bly was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. I wonder how this attack feels. Another tail whip of a mystical dragon came crashing down, smashing heavily into Ben Bly's body. Ben Bly screamed again. He felt that he was too weak in front of his opponent. The pride that belonged to a dragon was almost gone. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. "Who are you?" Ben Bly kept asking the same question. Based on his many years of experience, the person before him was completely human. He was definitely not a dragon. But now, Ben Bly was afraid and uneasy. Ben Bly had seen many dragons before, but he couldn't find any that looked like this fellow. However, the genuine might of a dragon on his body wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. After trying out the tail whip of a mystical dragon, let's see what dragon flames are. Lin Fei laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of purple heavenly fire. The purple heavenly fire was like an umbrella as it shone on Ben Bly's body. Arth! Ben Bly's huge eyes were filled with fear and unease. His huge body trembled as he tumbled about on the magma. The purple heavenly fire contained a terrifying power. Not only did it tear apart his defenses, but it also seeped into his flesh and reached his soul. Dragon flame, this is the true dragon flame. Why is your dragon flame and your draconic might stronger than mine? This is impossible. I am the strongest colossal dragon. I am the great Ben Bly. Ben Bly roared as he struggled, but he still couldn't break free from the purple heavenly fire's attack. Its struggle became weaker and weaker, and its huge body fell directly into the magma, gasping for breath. This is the true might of a dragon and dragon rock. I wonder how you feel about it. I have many tricks up my sleeves. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei stood in front of Ben Bly and stepped on his huge head. Just say the word, and I will fulfill your wish. Spare me, Lord Dragon God. I was blind and made a mistake. Ben Bly's pupils constricted. He finally knew what kind of dragon this Huaxia man had transformed into was. It was the legendary Eastern Dragon God. Only an Eastern Dragon God could have such terrifying might. Ben Bly had read in an ancient book that the Western dragons could be traced back to the ancient times. In fact, they originated from the mysterious East. This was because the mysterious Eastern Dragon God existed. The Dragon God roamed the skies, leaving behind his bloodline in the world. The giant lizards were the bloodline of the Dragon God. Their ancestors rewrote history, mistakenly believing that they were the one and only existence in the Western world. Year after year, no one bothered to look back at what happened before the Ancient Age anymore. They believed that they were the one and only Western dragon in the Western world. They were even recognized by the entire Earth. But now, Ben Bly finally knew how powerful the Dragon God was. Their powers were not even worth mentioning in front of a real Dragon God. They could not even exert half of their power. Ben Bly wanted to fight the Dragon God. Now, it seemed that he was the biggest fool. He actually dared to go against the Dragon God. How stupid was that? Only someone with guts could come up with such an idea. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about the existence of the Eastern Dragon God. Do you believe me now when I said that I would return your freedom? With a single kick, Lin Fei sent Bumbly's huge body flying. Ben Bly fell into the magma once again. Lord Dragon God, spare me. Ben Bly screamed in pain. Spare me. Please retract the dragon flame. I can't take it anymore. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 4238. The purple heavenly fire that Lin Fei unleashed was no ordinary fire, it was the true fire of immortal cultivation. In fact, its power was on par with the true dragon flame, perhaps even stronger. How could a large lizard like Ben Bly withstand the attack of the purple heavenly flower? Lin Fei didn't say anything. He just watched. Ben Bly struggled and begged for mercy until he was gasping for breath and on the verge of death. Lin Fei waved his hand and retracted the purple heavenly fire. Now you're convinced. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to ask any questions. Ben Bly was thoroughly convinced by Kiran. In front of this Lord Dragon God, he had lost all his advantages. Just one dragon flame and one dragon's force was enough to keep him pinned to the ground. If Ben Bly could not even see this, he would not have lived until now. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Lin Fei teased, I thought you weren't convinced. If you're not convinced, feel free to continue. I still have many tricks up my sleeves, I guarantee that you'll continue to experience despair. Ben Bly's pupils shrunk as he shook his huge head. Sir, I'm really convinced. I don't dare to have any more thoughts. I only hope that Lord Dragon God will spare my life. I really can't hold on any longer. Even if Ben Bly's physical defense was strong, under the purple heavenly flower and the pincer attack from both inside and outside, the only reason he could hold on until now was because of his strong vitality. If this were to happen again, Ben Bly would definitely not be able to hold on. It just so happens that I'm still lacking a mount in the Western world, so I'll reluctantly settle for one. Would you be willing to be my mount? Ben Bly had finally managed to deceive Hart, but he did not expect to fall into the hands of an even more ferocious person. Furthermore, he had to be made into a mount. This was a great humiliation. Ben Bly wanted to roar at the top of his lungs, but what he heard next instantly changed his mind. If you're willing to be my mount, I'll teach you the true Dragon Clan's cultivation method. In the future, if you cultivate it, there's hope that you'll become an existence like me in the future. Otherwise, a big lizard like you will never be able to break through the bottleneck, let alone become a true god. If you follow in my footsteps, you'll become a true dragon god. I believe that you have great potential. With that, the giant lizard, Ben Bly, was completely tempted. He knew that none of his ancestors had been able to reach such a high level. Once they reached the bottleneck, it didn't matter if it was 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, or even hundreds of years. It was impossible to break through this bottleneck. Now that he heard the other party's words, Ben Bly seemed to realize that the bloodline of their ancestors seemed to be suppressing them. I'm willing to be Sir Dragon God's mount and expand your territory. I'll be the first to burn anyone who's not convinced. Ben Bly opened his mouth and spat out a ball of flame, blasting away a large area of lava. He looked very obedient. Lin Fei formed a seal with both hands and cast a restriction that landed on Ben Bly's head. Ben Bly's body swayed and he fell head first. He could only feel something lingering in his mind that he couldn't get rid of. I've already planted a restriction in your mind. In this world, only I can undo this restriction. If you forcefully touch it, the consequences are very simple. You'll explode like a watermelon and become a mess of flesh and blood. I don't think a giant lizard like you can survive without a head. Lin Fei extended his hand and pointed. A Jingguang directly entered Ben Bly's mind. The eyes of Ben Bly, who was originally unwilling, suddenly lit up. That was because a cultivation technique had appeared in his mind. Dragon God Technique. One look at the name and Ben Bly knew that this was a high-level cultivation method. Although this cultivation technique was only at the first 3 levels, it was still much stronger than what he was cultivating. Ben Bly felt that he was too happy. Although becoming someone else's mount was not a bad thing. At least he still had a chance to break through in the future. This was not something to be ashamed of. Thank you for your reward, sir. I, Ben Bly, will be your most loyal mount in the Western world. Lin Fei didn't believe that Ben Bly would reject the temptation of the Dragon God Technique. Although the Dragon God Technique was not a high-level cultivation method and sounded very powerful, it was still considered an ordinary cultivation method. But for Ben Bly, it was indeed a very high-level cultivation method. Just look at the giant lizard's cultivation realm. It was simply unimaginable. It was not hard for Lin Fei to imagine that there must have been a divine dragon who had given birth to the next generation and casually left behind a cultivation method. After all, the Western world was a foreign race. Leaving behind a cultivation method was enough. That was why none of these giant lizards were able to break through to a high realm. Now that Lin Fei had given Ben Bly the Dragon God Technique, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, he would become the strongest existence in the history of the Western world. Now, I will help you remove the last seal in your body. From now on, you will be free. A sword light flew out from behind Lin Fei. With a wave of his finger, it rushed into Ben Bly's body. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. Ben Bly's body was covered with cracks and blood was flowing out. But Ben Bly wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was excited. Thank you, sir, for helping me remove the seal. Now I am free. That damned Radiant Church, I will exterminate them now. After regaining his freedom, Ben Bly emitted a ruthless aura, stirring up the surging magma. He wanted to seek revenge on the Radiant Church. Lin Fei raised his hand, and the sword array condensed into a large sword, which slammed Benblai into the lava in an instant. Who told you to take revenge? With your current appearance, do you want the whole world to know about it? I still have a use for the Radiant Church. Lin Fei said, your body is too big. Shrink down for me. After all, times have changed. Benblai didn't dare to get angry. Sir, I don't know the shape-shifting technique. Benblai said with a bitter smile. Trash. Truly trash. Lin Fei was helpless. He raised his hand and sent another ray of light into Benblai's mind. Immediately comprehend it. If you can't comprehend it in 3 days, I will kill you and take your blood. After all, the scales on your body and the dragon blood have some value. As for the rest, they are all cheap stuff. Nobody would want them even if you gave them away. A day later, under the drive of Lin Fei, Benblai finally succeeded in shapeshifting. The huge body instantly transformed into a bald, brawny man. This bald man had an ugly face and an ominous aura from head to toe. On top of that, he was 1 meters tall, which made him look like a small mountain. Every look and every movement he made would cause people to feel fear. Your appearance is not bad. You can be a hired thug. Chapter 4239. The Church of Light was in a mess. Ever since Lord Heart fell into the depths of the earth, everyone had been waiting for him. Everyone believed that Lord Heart would be back soon. No one was a match for Lord Heart. After all, he was a 12-winged angel. The saddest thing was that Felix, the branch leader of the Church of Light, had been killed by Lin Fei just like that. The branch of the Church of Light was without a leader for a while. Left with no choice, the Saintess in Training Irina took over. After all, Irina was a Saintess in Training from the Church of Light. She wasn't weak, and she could summon angels. Naturally, she had the right to temporarily lead the branch. After Irina obtained the approval of the other side, she quickly controlled the situation and stabilized the internal situation. The news of Archbishop Felix's death was tightly sealed, preventing the outside world from knowing. At the same time, the Church of Light was on guard internally. As for the few Chinese who had barged into the Church of Light, Irina temporarily gave up on killing them and called them back. Lord Heart will definitely be fine. With Lin Fei's strength, there's no way he's a match for the great 12-winged angels. They must be fighting underground, and the only thing I can do is guard these exits. Irina originally wanted to go underground to check out the situation, but the commotion underground was too terrifying. Irina didn't dare to go down. It wasn't that there weren't any experts from the Church of Light who went down. However, there wasn't any response, and contact was lost. It was obvious that the situation underground was very intense. Even now, Irina hadn't completely digested Lin Fei. His strength was unfathomable. Even Archbishop Felix had been killed by him. Since when did the Church of Light suffer such a loss? More importantly, Lin Fei and the 12-winged angel Heart were locked in battle. Saintess, there hasn't been any movement for half a day. Could the victor have been decided? Or has Lord Heart already killed that kid? Irina stared at the entrance of the hole. Irina stared at the hole. Irina stared at this place as she also sensed the changes in it. There had indeed been no movement for half a day. A smile appeared on Irina's face as she said, "Looks like Master Heart has won. Lin Fei is a mortal, after all, he's no match for Angel Heart." The experts of the Radiant Church who were present all agreed with this statement. An archangel was an archangel, after all. Furthermore, it was at the level of 1.2 billion. How could Lin Fei defeat it? To be able to last so long against the 1.2 billion Archangel Heart was already an impressive feat. Wait, something seems to be coming out. Suddenly, an expert of the Radiant Church said. Alina made a gesture, and everyone was on guard. If Lord Heart hadn't come out, attack immediately. Don't hold back. The arenas were prepared. In the next second, a huge figure rushed out from the ground. Under this ferocious aura, they all felt a trace of fear and unease. There was a loud bang. The figure landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this figure. Alina was decisive, everyone, attack him together. This was because Alina did not recognize this person. He was not Hart nor Lin Fei. But no matter what, since he appeared in the Radiant Church's territory, he was an enemy of the Radiant Church. Let's fight first. There was a loud rumbling sound. More than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church attacked. The attack of more than a dozen experts of the Radiant Church was not ordinary. You guys still have the nerve to use such methods? The strong man laughed out loud. He leaped and instantly pounced on the nearest expert of the Radiant Church. With one punch, he punched through the expert of the Radiant Church. You see, trash is trash. Can't even withstand a single blow. The strong man laughed out loud and pounced on another expert. This time, it was simpler and more violent. With a close combat charge, he smashed the expert of the Radiant Church into a pool of blood. You see, still trash. After killing 2 experts of the Radiant Church, and both of them were at the Xiantian realm, Irina, the Saintess-in-Waiting, was shocked. How could there be such an expert in the Radiant Church's branch? With one punch and one kick, he killed an Xiantian realm expert. Irina thought that this person's strength was ordinary. But now, she knew that this person was more terrifying than she had imagined. Everyone, retreat. This person is a close combat expert. Don't let him get close to you. Irina quickly retreated, but the reaction of those people was a little slow. In fact, the strong man's speed was too fast. With one punch and one kick, he killed the experts of the Radiant Church. In a short period of time, except for 3 experts of the Radiant Church who escaped, the remaining experts were all dead. The strong man stared at Irina coldly. Being stared at like this, Irina felt a chill down her spine. Her heart sank. She thought that without Lin Fei, she would be able to suppress anyone with the experts of the Radiant Church. But now, it seemed that she had thought too much. What made Irina most uneasy was who this person was. The Radiant Church's branch had suffered heavy losses. Who the hell are you? Don't you know that killing so many experts of the Radiant Church will cause big trouble? The strong man laughed mischievously. Beauty, you should be glad that you are still alive. If not for the Lord's command, you would have died without a doubt. My fist would have been enough to blow your body apart. The Lord. Irina was smart enough to realize something. At this time, a figure rushed out from the ground and landed on the ground. Saintess Irina, your methods aren't bad. You actually managed to lead a branch of the Radiant Church's Radiant experts. It's a pity that these Radiant experts weren't much and were all killed by my people. I wonder if you want to experience the feeling of being killed. Lin Fei smiled, revealing his white teeth. You are still alive. Irina retreated 3 steps and looked at Lin Fei with a face full of fear. Ben Bly, the strong man, immediately rushed forward and punched and kicked the remaining 3 experts of the Radiant Church, killing them. Irina only saw a blur in front of her. The remaining 3 experts were also killed, and the surroundings became empty. As for the strong man, she didn't know where he went. Of course I am still alive. Thanks to you, I am still alive. For example, this strong man, his strength is not bad. He was also given to me by the Radiant Church. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Either you get killed by his fist, or you become the new president of the Radiant Church. I don't know which one you will choose. Chapter 4240. Irina was an ambitious candidate for the Saintess position. With his bare fists, he killed the experts of the Church of Light one after another. His brute strength was incomparably vigorous and invulnerable. Irina knew that she was no match for this person. If they were to really fight, she would probably be killed within 2 or 3 moves. It would be very, very tragic. I know you are very strong, but the strength of the Church of Light is not something you can contend against. Do you know that the Pope of the Church of Light can summon the most powerful 18-winged archangel? Although Irina knew that she had to make a choice, she still wanted to see what Lin Fei had to say. If she was blindly brainless, then it would be a different story. How could Lin Fei not understand the meaning behind Irina's words? She clearly didn't think highly of him. Even if he helped her become the president of the Church of Light, it would only be for a short period of time. My lord, let me kill this guy with a single punch. Ben Bly coldly snorted. He clenched his huge fist. As long as Lin Fei gave the order, he would directly smash this Saintess in training. In Ben Bly's eyes, this Saintess in training's strength was too weak. One punch would be enough to deal with her. Lin Fei shook his head. No rush, no rush. Irina, you are a smart woman. To be able to become a Saintess in training naturally means that you are a seed of the Church of Light. However, do you think you have any hope of becoming a true Saintess? I don't think you have the opportunity or the potential. However, if you have my support, then becoming the Pope in the future wouldn't be a difficult matter. What do you think? The words Pope appeared in Irina's mind. There was a huge change in her expression and the look in her eyes. His mind, which had been wavering for a long time, also began to become firm. As for the Pope you mentioned, even if he can summon an 18-winged archangel, so what? Killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. The only thing you have to do is to choose or not to choose. It's that simple. I don't have time to waste on you. At worst, I will find another expert here. I believe that they would be more than happy to take charge of the Church of Light's branch. Also, you don't need to worry, your position will be very secure. No one will be able to take it away from you, because I will leave Ben Bly behind to oversee things. No matter how many experts come, it won't matter. This time, Irina was truly tempted. She could tell that this burly man's strength was unfathomable. Even if there were 10 Irinas fighting against him, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. If Ben Blake were to stay here and help her oversee things, even though he would be suspected of spying on her, he could guarantee that she would be able to control the branch of the Church of Light. I, Irina, am willing to serve my lord, Irina said decisively without any hesitation. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, you will be happy with the choice you made today. After all, it's a rare opportunity to make such a choice. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to control Etina. Someone as smart as Etina would know what to do. Moreover, she still had Ben Bly. It was a bad-tempered dragon lizard. If Alina really had any ideas, Ben Blake would kill her at the first opportunity. I will give you half a day's time. Kill all the people of the Church of Light who don't recognize you. I will let Ben Bly help you. I want you to completely control the branch of the Church of Light, not just in name. Irina's heart skipped a beat. She immediately realized that this should be the first test. Half a day is too much. With his help, I will be able to completely control it in an hour at most. Then, I will look at your results. Lin Fei then said to Ben Bly, as for Irina, kill whoever she wants to kill. But don't be too violent, be gentle. Irina's methods were indeed very powerful. She immediately gathered all the people of the Church of Light in the hall. Initially, many experts were dissatisfied with Irina's promotion, and they were secretly tempted to make a move. However, they couldn't resist the fact that this order was given by the higher-ups. However, everyone knew that Saintess Irina wouldn't stay here for a long time. Therefore, they chose to obey for the time being. But in their hearts, they more or less looked down on Irina. They still didn't hand over the authority in their hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they agreed on the surface but opposed on the surface. Because Irina had just ascended, she naturally didn't dare to bully these guys. She was worried that she would be secretly plotted against, so she didn't do anything to them. In front of everyone, Irina took out the evidence and angrily accused these people of secretly having connections with the Dark Church. This time, such a big movement was caused by these people secretly leaking information. Once the evidence was presented, these people refuted again and again. They believed that Irina had deliberately fabricated this matter. For Irina, she only needed a name. After all, this time, the Church of Light had suffered a disastrous loss. Even Archbishop Felix had fallen. Naturally, someone had to bear the responsibility. These people hadn't thought that Irina would be so decisive. They immediately decided to capture Irina. After all, she was just a saintess in training, that's all. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Church of Light's headquarters. When the time comes, no one would believe Irina's words. When they started to attack, Irina gave an order. The violent man, Ben Bly, also instantly attacked. With a wave of his hand, he instantly killed these people one by one. However, his actions were very violent. The people of the Church of Light's branch felt their scalp go numb. They couldn't bear to look straight at him. That fierce divine might was imprinted in their hearts. They couldn't forget it for a long time. Relying on this thunderous method, Irina cleaned up all the opposing forces. Then, she immediately took out a piece of evidence and sent it to the headquarters of the Church of Light. There were witnesses, and evidence. Without exception, they were the ones who did it. In addition, there were no witnesses, so these people died in vain. You are very good. Within an hour, you completely controlled the Church of Light's branch. Lin Fei was sitting in the small courtyard, quietly listening to Irina's report. It seems that I didn't make the wrong choice. You are worthy of my nurturing. Your next task is very simple. Don't let me down. Ben Bly will always stay by your side and listen to your commands. Irina also completely believed that this Lin Fei really wanted to support her. And she had personally experienced Ben Bly's lethality. Now, take me to the treasury of the Church of Light. There are a few things that I need to take with me. Also, help me check where the so-called divine water of life is. Irina had the key to the treasury. The treasury was underground and had an elevator leading to it. It was made of reinforced concrete. Chapter 42-41. In the depths of the ground, there was a treasury. This treasure vault was built with reinforced concrete. Inside and out, it was equipped with high-tech equipment, giving off a refreshing feeling. Irina opened up layer by layer. Finally, a fully modern treasury appeared in front of Lin Fei. The first thing that entered his vision was a huge pile of gold. This gold, no, it should be called pieces of gold bars, were neatly arranged together, sparkling and forming a brilliant color. A branch of the Church of Light is actually so rich. No wonder the Church of Light is the #1 power in the Western world. Wherever Lin Fei's gaze passed, he saw many good things. Irina and Ben Bly followed behind him. Ben Bly grabbed a gold bar and casually squeezed it. A drop of liquid gold dripped down. But in the next second, Lin Fei sent Ben Blake flying with a kick. If you do this again, I'll peel off your skin. This is gold, not dough. Ben Bly climbed up and laughed foolishly. Doesn't it look a bit shiny? Who knew that gold would be so fragile? I was planning to collect it. Irina was speechless. This guy was really all brawn and no brains. But it also caused Irina to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was completely fine after a kick. His skin was really thick and his flesh was really thick. Irina could clearly feel that if that kick landed on her body, she would definitely not be able to withstand it. Where the hell did this Bly come from? Since when did the Western world have such an expert? In front of Ben Bly, Irina always felt a sense of danger. The thought of being beaten to death by Ben Bly emerged in her mind at any moment. After sending Ben Bly flying with a kick, Lin Fei didn't look at the gold anymore and went straight to another place. On the left and right sides of the treasury, there were counters. Each counter had a number on it, and the items inside were stored. Lin Fei arrived in front of one of the counters labeled 88 foot. He reached out his hand and casually pulled out the cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a wooden box. After opening it, a key appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Sure enough, this key is in the Church of Light. It seems like Yi Zixuan's information is correct. Unfortunately, this key was obtained by me in the end. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the key. The key in the wooden box was the Divine Dragon Key. The two keys fell into Lin Fei's hands. Irina didn't dare to go up and take a look. Her vision blurred, and the things in the cabinet disappeared. She also realized that this should be some kind of spatial technique. What kind of background did he have? His subordinates were so powerful that even he himself was unfathomable. Irina felt like she was walking into the mouth of a tiger. Lin Fei walked around the treasury again, but he didn't find anything worth looking at. There were quite a number of demonic artifacts and sacred artifacts among them. However, they were only ordinary magic artifacts. They did not possess much power at all. Instead, Ben Bly took a fancy to some sparkling diamonds. Ben Bly did not inherit anything, but he had a great interest in collecting shiny objects. He stared at Lin Fei with eager eyes. All right. Don't look at me like that. You can take these diamonds. However, it won't be so easy next time. Ben Bly stretched out his hand and immediately grabbed the diamonds, treating them like treasures. How much gold can your Church of Light get? I have a use for this gold. It wasn't easy for him to come across so much gold. It weighed a few tons. Naturally, Lin Fei would not waste it. If we make a request, the headquarters should be able to send 1 or 2 tons over. Anything more than that would be impossible. After all, our Church of Light has a bank that supports us. The gold is actually stored in the Church of Light. All right. Send them a message. Tell them that we need gold for a short period of time. Ben Bly and Irina were chased out by Lin Fei. Lin Fei stayed in the treasury. He was preparing to refine the gold and extract the golden hepta. He did some rough calculations. Extracting this gold should be able to refine a set of sword arrays, or in other words, refine flying swords. In the Western world, Lin Fei could sense many powerful auras. Although he was very strong and had a boundless qi, he could still condense a qi and dantian. However, he was still lacking in external items. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to refine a sword formation. Since he had encountered so much gold, it would be a waste not to extract the golden hepta. Not long after, another batch of gold was sent in. Lin Fei immersed himself in refining. This process took half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei extracted the golden hepta day and night. He then asked Irina to find an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords. Using an alchemy furnace to refine flying swords was a crude method. At the very least, it could be used to refine flying swords. Shoo. Inside the treasury, a dozen sword shadows were constantly shuttling back and forth. The surface of the impenetrable wall was already covered with sword marks. Lin Fei retrieved the flying swords one by one. 18 to 19 flying swords were golden and shimmering. All of them were refined from golden hepta. Of course, pure golden hepta was impossible. Some ores were added to it, but the quality was very hard. With this sword formation, attacking and defending would be much easier. With my strength, I can control it freely within 10 kilometers. Although it's not as strong as before, it's still powerful. After retrieving the flying swords, they entered his body one by one. Because these flying swords had been blood sacrificed by Lin Fei, they could be stored in his body and constantly nourished with his blood qi, improving the quality of the flying swords. Of course, only Lin Fei could do such a thing. The prerequisite was that he had to have a strong body. Coming out of the treasury, Irina and Ben Bly were already there. Sir, I have found the whereabouts of the sacred water of life you asked me to investigate. Our people from the Radiant Church have found it. Irina said respectfully. She could feel an even more dangerous aura coming from Lin Fei. It could be seen that in these 10 days, his master's strength had greatly increased. It was no different from riding a rocket. Where is the sacred water of life? Lin Fei had already obtained the divine dragon key. The only thing he was interested in was the sacred water of life. It was something that could restore an immortal body. Naturally, Lin Fei wanted to go take a look. According to our investigation, the sacred water of life is on an island in the ocean. I also heard that several experts from the Dark Church have already gone there to seize the sacred water of life. Our Radiant Church has also sent people there. I heard that several old antiques are also preparing to seize the sacred water of life. Chapter 42-42. Lin Fei was in the Light Church's branch. He only stayed there for half a month. After knowing the whereabouts of the Spring of Life, he decided to take a look. Because the location of the Spring of Life was on the sea, he needed to go to the sea. Lin Fei left after getting the specific location from Irina. As for Ben Bly, he stayed behind to help Irina. The task given by Lin Fei was very simple. It was to integrate the forces in this area. Anyone who was dissatisfied would be handed over to Ben Bly to deal with. The only thing Irina needed to do was to think about how to improve her status. At present, it was not appropriate to completely break off all pretense of cordiality with the Light Church. It was better to rely on a big tree for shade. Lin Fei left the Light Church's branch and directly returned to England. After returning to England, Lin Fei couldn't sense the aura of Yi Zixuan and the others. He couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He wanted to see what kind of expression Yi Zixuan would have when he returned. Since he couldn't meet Yi Zixuan and the others, she was clearly afraid of being chased. Lin Fei went to a big castle. This big castle belonged to Marquis Mike. Ever since Mike became a marquis, his influence in the Dark Church had increased by a lot. For example, this castle's grade was also a lot higher. At first, Marquis Mike was worried that he would become a real puppet. But in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and that lord seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Marquis Mike almost forgot that he was being controlled. "Mike, you're living a good life. How's the matter I asked you to do?" Mike, who was drunk, had just returned to his study when he heard a faint voice. He immediately sobered up. He saw a young man sitting on his seat. If it wasn't Lin Fei, who else could it be? "Lord, when did you come back? Why didn't you inform me to pick you up?" Mike's voice was trembling. Lin Fei's deterrence made people not dare to look at him. "What are you afraid of? I don't plan on asking you to do anything. You just need to know that I'm helping you behind your back. Whatever mission I give you, you just have to complete it. It's that simple. If you can't even complete this, then there's no point in keeping you alive." Lin Fei's tone was neither light nor heavy, but it was like a knife stabbing into Marquis Mike's heart. Mike nodded repeatedly. I understand. I've already arranged for people to investigate the matter that you've entrusted me with. There's already some general information. I'll bring it to you now." After taking Marquis Mike as his lackey, Lin Fei naturally had to order him around. Thus, he gave them a few missions, one of which was related to the divine water of life. If it was in the past, Marquis Mike wouldn't have any channels to find out, but now that he was one of the higher-ups, some secrets were opened to him. Mike brought a document over. This information was all about some missions that Lin Fei had given him, and the majority of them were information gathering. Lin Fei read the information about the divine water of life, which was the same as what he had gotten from Irina. The information about the divine water of life was true. Moreover, it was on an island in the sea. The information was very detailed. What made Lin Fei somewhat surprised was the names of several people listed in the document. "My lord, these people are the higher-ups of our Dark Church. This time, they have gone to look for the divine water of life. Among them are 3 of them." Marquis Mike continued, "These 3 aren't young, and I heard that their lifespan is about to end. Therefore, they are more anxious than anyone else to obtain the divine water of life. It is said that after obtaining the divine water of life, they can obtain a certain amount of lifespan. Our Dark Church has also received the news that Light Church will also send people there. Therefore, this time, these 3 high-level members are here for the divine water of life as well as to deal with the experts of Light Church. When the time comes, if the situation is really bad, it will be hard to avoid dying together with them." Lin Fei smiled. "It seems this divine water of life is very attractive. Even your Dark Church sent 3 of their higher-ups." Marquis Mike said in a low voice, "My lord, I also got the news that several antiques will also go to the island in the sea to fight for the divine water of life. If my lord wants to go, you must be careful. These antiques have unfathomable strength and a lot of trump cards. They are the biggest enemy of the Dark Church and the Light Church this time." Lin Fei asked, "Do you know which antiques are going?" Marquis Mike shook his head. "I don't know for the time being. In any case, I only know that the strength of these antiques is unfathomable. It is said that they have already surpassed the god level. Generally, there are very few things that are worthy of their attention. This time, the divine water of life is an exception." With the information from the Dark Church, Lin Fei confirmed that the divine water of life had indeed appeared. However, the number of people fighting for the divine water of life was very high. The ratio was higher than what Lin Fei had expected. "Mike, you did a very good job this time. Seeing that you did a good job, I'll give you a little reward." Hearing the reward, Mike became excited. "Many thanks for your reward, my lord. I only did some trivial things. Lin Fei raised his hand and sent a stream of energy into Marquis Mike's body. Marquis Mike instantly became excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Feeling that incomparably vigorous energy once again, he was secretly shocked. My lord, where did I kill an archangel? This archangel's energy is much more vigorous than the last one. It seems I can break through to the duke level in one go. Lin Fei patted Marquis Mike's back. What nonsense are you thinking? Hurry up and focus on breaking through. If you waste my reward, I'll be the first to kill you. In any case, keeping you alive is useless. Marquis Mike was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer dared to let his imagination run wild and promptly began to refine the archangel's energy. An hour later, Marquis Mike broke through the Marquis level and reached the Duke level. His power was still rising. He had reached the limit of the Duke level in one go. He was only one step away from the Grand Duke level. Mike was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. He knelt in front of Lin Fei. My lord, thank you for letting me step into the Duke level. This has been my life's wish. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. Your potential really isn't good. With my help, you've reached the limit of the Duke level. You can't even break through to the Grand Duke level. What a waste. Yes, I'm too useless. Yes, I'm too useless. Chapter 42-43. A huge cruise ship was slowly sailing on the ocean. This was a large tanker built by Hanks Company. Its biggest use was for sightseeing. On this cruise ship called Ocean Star, there was a unique casino in the world. Because it was a huge cruise ship, anything that could be found on land could be seen on this cruise ship. For example, right now, Lin Fei was standing on the top deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. His eyes were slightly narrowed, showing a satisfied expression. People who didn't know would think that Lin Fei was traveling on a cruise ship. In fact, Lin Fei was just borrowing the cruise ship to travel. Because the place where the God Water of Life was located was exactly where the cruise ship was going to pass. Therefore, Lin Fei simply slacked off for once. But he had to admit that this Ocean Star built by Hanks Company was quite high class. Whether it was inside or outside, it was exuding a luxurious aura. Lin Fei had already stayed on this Ocean Star for 4 days. There were only 3 days left before the island where the God Water of Life was located. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. From Mike's words, he also knew that those experts going to the island were actually very low-key. For example, on this Ocean Star, Lin Fei felt a few tyrannical auras. For the time being, he couldn't distinguish whether they were from the Dark Church or the Light Church. If nothing unexpected happened, these guys should be going for the God Water of Life. Since they were so low-key, it could be imagined that the others were also like this. Interesting. I actually met Yi Zixuan here. I thought she had already returned to China. Lin Fei suddenly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he smiled. He already saw a familiar figure. It was that Yi Zixuan. At this moment, Yi Zixuan seemed to have encountered some trouble as she quickly moved on the deck. This Ocean Star was very big, so Lin Fei didn't find it strange that he met Yi Zixuan here. But now, Yi Zixuan looked a little frightened. Very quickly, Lin Fei saw clearly that behind Yi Zixuan, there were a few black-clothed burly men currently chasing after her. The auras of these black-robed men were not weak. Lin Fei could smell a dark aura from them. If there was no accident, these people should be the people of Dark Church. Yi Zixuan had indeed run into some trouble. She had escaped from the hands of the Radiant Church, and with great difficulty, she had obtained some information regarding the God's Water of Life. Since he didn't have the chance to obtain the Divine Dragon Key, he might as well go take a look at the Divine Water of Life. After receiving the news, Yi Zixuan arrived at Ocean Star, this cruise ship, but who would have thought that she would be targeted by a holy son of Dark Church? That saint had a notorious reputation. It could be said that he was extremely vicious and liked to use humans to cultivate. Yi Zixuan's reaction was also very fast. She immediately changed her room, but who would have thought that the saint would chase after her relentlessly? Since he couldn't do it in the open, he decided to do it in the dark. This is really bad. If I had known that the Holy Sun would be here, I wouldn't have come. Yi Zixuan really regretted not returning to the country immediately. How could she have imagined that there would be so many experts on the Ocean Star cruise? If she hadn't seen, she wouldn't have known. But now, she was shocked. Now, Yi Zixuan was also at her wit's end. In a moment of inattention, Yi Zixuan bumped into a person's body. "Sorry, I'm very sorry. I didn't do it on purpose," Yi Zixuan said. Immediately, a burst of laughter rang in Yi Zixuan's ears. "Beauty Yi, long time no see. It's really a coincidence that we meet here again." Yi Zixuan raised her head and saw Lin Fei. She had a surprised expression. You are actually fine." Yi Zixuan had always thought that Lin Fei had met with an accident at the Radiant Church's branch. But now, it seemed that she was thinking too much. The other party had a relaxed appearance, as if he was on vacation. How could he look like he was injured? "Lin Fei, quickly leave. There is a saint of Dark Church here. They have a lot of people and they also don't like our Eastern world's martial artists. If they find out, they will find trouble with you." If only Yi Zixuan was alone, she would have left without saying anything. But now that she had encountered Lin Fei, she more or less had a trace of security. She also didn't want to see Lin Fei being marked by the Dark Church's saint. "Beauty Yi, what saint? We are now on the Ocean Star cruise. Could it be that he really dares to capture us in front of our faces?" Lin Fei said with a smile. Yi Zixuan was really anxious. Could it be that Lin Fei still hates me because of last time's matter? Yi Zixuan thought about it and felt that it was quite reasonable. "Lin Fei, I really didn't lie to you. They are indeed the people of Dark Church's saint. Once we are surrounded by them, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Moreover, this is the boundless sea, we really can't leave." Yi Zixuan could already see the black-robed man behind them. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei was still very indifferent. "Actually, I am very interested in this Dark Church's saint. After all, not long ago, I had a good chat with the Light Church's branch leader. He was very enthusiastic towards me. As a matter of fact, I stayed there for a period of time before I came out." Yi Zixuan rolled her eyes. She basically didn't believe what Lin Fei had said. Who was that Archbishop Felix? It was clearly stated in the information that he would have a good chat with you. You are really thinking too much. Lin Fei, don't joke around. If we don't leave now, we really won't be able to leave. Yi Zixuan was anxious. Wait a minute, I just recalled a matter. I seem to have some understanding of Dark Church. One of their higher-ups is my friend. Wait until they come, I will help you deal with them. Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan had never seen a person as bold as Lin Fei. That was the Dark Church's Saint R. He was a vicious person. Once she fell into his hands, she would really be unable to escape even if she had wings. In the time it took to say a few words, those black-robed men caught up. "Miss Yi Zixuan, our saint really wants to see you. Please don't make things difficult for us," one of the black-robed men said. After the few burly men in black caught up, they immediately split up and blocked the path that Yi Zixuan was about to leave. It could be said that now, Yi Zixuan really couldn't escape. "I don't want to see your Dark Church's saint. If you dare to chase me again, I will call for help." That black-robed man calmly said, "Miss Yi Zixuan, please don't make things difficult for us. As for this Ocean Star, there is no harm in telling us that this Ocean Star has shares of our Dark Church. Even if you call for help, those people won't do anything for you." Yi Zixuan's heart sunk. She fell to the bottom of the valley. This was bad again. "Are you guys that arrogant?" Lin Fei smiled. "Take this, let's see if it can give you a deep memory." Lin Fei casually tossed out an item. Bookseller's house. Chapter 42-44. Once this thing was thrown out, these several black-robed men subconsciously caught it and looked at it. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat, as if this thing in their hands was a hot thing. "But this person is a saint, he personally asked for it." Lin Fei coldly shouted, "It has nothing to do with me. If he wants it, then let him come in person. You don't have the qualifications to take him away." Yi Zixuan was also curious. She didn't see what it was, but the expression of these several black-robed men changed. Could it be that Lin Fei has a connection with the people of Dark Church? But Yi Zixuan knew that the Western world had never liked the people of the Eastern world. Especially top forces like Dark Church and Light Church, they were quite averse to outsiders. After being shouted at by Lin Fei, how could those black-robed men dare to say anything? He respectfully returned the items to her. "Sorry to disturb you." After saying that, the few big men retreated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei waved his hand and put away this thing. "You see, I already said that I know the people of Dark Church. In front of me, they won't dare to take people. Even if a saint comes, it will be the same. You can rest assured," Lin Fei said. Yi Zixuan was even more puzzled about Lin Fei's origin. Because from the information obtained from the investigation, this Lin Fei's body was filled with a mysterious aura, which hadn't been completely solved until now. "Thank you, if not for you, I really wouldn't know how to solve this matter. It's all the fault of that saint of Dark Church. Of all people, he took a fancy to me. With one look, I know that guy definitely doesn't have any good intentions." Yi Zixuan despised. "Where are those people?" Lin Fei looked at the distant sea and asked with a smile. Yi Zixuan shook her head. "I got separated from them. I don't know where they went." "Could it be that you want to go to the place where the god water of life is? If you can go on the Ocean Stars cruise, then I can too." Lin Fei didn't directly explain. When Yi Zixuan heard this, she knew what Lin Fei meant. He was definitely after the divine water of life. "I don't have any hope for the divine water of life now. Since the Holy Son of the Dark Church is here, there might be some other old-timers here as well. It can be said that powerhouses are as common as clouds. A little guy like me doesn't have any meaning in going." Yi Zixuan laughed bitterly. "I was thinking too much." Lin Fei could see that Yi Zixuan should have suffered a bit in the Radiant Church's branch, so she had a good memory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said such words. "That's not a bad idea. The divine water of life isn't a place you should be going to. I think you should take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Don't get involved in this kind of thing anymore," Lin Fei suggested. "Then why are you going to the place with the divine water of life? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by them?" For a moment, Yi Zixuan couldn't see through Lin Fei. Since he knew it was dangerous, why did he still want to go there? Lin Fei smiled and said, "In fact, I'm going to the island to join in the fun, nothing more. I'm better at protecting my life than you. Moreover, I have a lot of friends. When the time comes, I'll just watch the fun, I won't worry about anything." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Yi Zixuan was also moved. "Young Master Lin, how about you take me with you to the island? I'll be the same as you, I'll just watch the fun, I absolutely won't dare to do anything." Originally, Yi Zixuan had already given up on the idea of going to the island, but after hearing Lin Fei's words, she had another idea. Since she couldn't get the divine water of life, could it be that she couldn't go and watch the fun? "I heard that there are a lot of experts there. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to see so many experts." Yi Zixuan impatiently watched. This scene was completely different from that time in Splendid Villa. In an instant, Lin Fei had a wrong feeling. Did he recognize the wrong person? Was this person really that Yi Zixuan? Right now, it was clearly two people. One was strong, one was weak. If Lin Fei didn't know that Yi Zixuan was Yi Zixuan, he would really think that she had a younger sister. Lin Fei also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "It's better for you to stay on the Ocean Star cruise. This place is safe." Yi Zixuan shook her head. "Who said it's safe? The Ocean Star cruise has shares of the Dark Church, and now a saint has appeared. If I stay on the Ocean Star cruise, I might become a meat on the chopping board. I think it's better for me to follow you." Could it be that young Master Lin can't even agree to such a small request? Lin Fei wished he could give himself a slap. Of all the things he could have said just now, he just had to say this. All right, now he had to bring along a burden. Yi Zixuan's strength seemed to be pretty good, but in Lin Fei's eyes, her strength was really not that great. To say that she was a burden was not an exaggeration at all. "What do you say? Bring me along and let me gain some knowledge. At worst, When you go to Kunlun's secret domain in the future, I will be your guide. How about it? If Lin Fei hadn't entered Kunlun's secret domain from Southeast Asia before, he might really be interested. But now, he wasn't that interested in Kunlun's secret domain. It's not impossible to bring you along, but you have to listen to me. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. If you don't listen to me, then don't think about coming down from the secret domain alive. Lin Fei lightly snorted. You have to remember this point clearly. I'm not joking, I'm telling you seriously. Yi Zishuan heavily nodded her head. I understand. If you bring me to the island, I will listen to everything you say. I will cook. I guarantee that we won't starve to death after going to the island. Actually, these days, Yi Zishuan had indeed been somewhat panicking. She didn't know why, but after seeing Lin Fei, her mood suddenly calmed down. Originally, she planned to have a life and death struggle with the Saint of Dark Church. So now, she hoped to be together with Lin Fei. At least, she wouldn't have to face danger. Although it could be said that she had some small calculations, in Yi Zishuan's opinion, this was also very normal. And at the same time, on the other side, the saint looked at the few black-clothed men standing in a row and coldly snorted, "You guys are quite capable. So many people yet you can't even catch a woman. What use do I have for you guys?" The golden-haired man slapped the armrest with his palm. With a catcher sound, cracks appeared on the armrest as if it would shatter in the next second. The golden-haired man was one of the saints of Dark Church. His name was Ku Chiu. "Saint, we also have no other way, but that person is holding the Duke's token, we don't dare." Bookseller's website. Chapter 42-45. Ku Chiu's first thought was, how is this possible? Ku Chiu knew how many dukes there were in the Dark Church. For example, behind him, there was a duke supporting him. "Do you know which duke it is?" Ku Chiu asked. That black-robed man said, "The recently promoted Duke Mike." What's even more strange is that the one who took out this Duke token is a Chinese. That Chinese Yi Zishuan seems to know this person and have a good relationship. Ku Chiu's frown deepened. Duke Mike, it's him. How could Ku Chiu not know Duke Mike? This guy's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He didn't know what kind of luck he had, but his strength rose steadily and actually rushed to the Duke level. He suddenly stepped into the core circle of the Dark Church and became one of the upper echelons. This caused a great impulse in the Dark Church. Regarding Duke Mike's explanation, everyone didn't believe it. If it was someone else, Ku Chiu might not care, but this person was Duke Mike's descendant, so Ku Chiu had no choice but to give him face. This guy was in the limelight. It is indeed Duke Mike's token, the token of our Dark Church. Outsiders can't imitate it. Even the Light Church can't. Ku Chiu turned around and slammed his palm on the armrest. Damn it, just a little bit more time, you bunch of trash. These black-robed men lowered their heads even more. Forget about this matter, but you guys arrange people to keep an eye on this guy. I want their every move, at least on this Ocean Star cruise, to be sure to be within their line of sight. Yi Zishuan already didn't dare to return to her room. She was afraid that the Holy Son of the Dark Church would come again. Lin Fei had no choice but to bring Yi Zishuan with him. Who let Yi Zishuan have a relationship with war god Yi Xian? No matter how deep their relationship was, as a senior, Lin Fei still had to take care of Yi Zishuan. For the next few days, everything was calm and peaceful, and nothing happened. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would go to the deck to enjoy the wind and watch the sunset. As for those people who were secretly following them, he didn't care at all and let them stare. Yi Zishuan also recovered in these few days. At least she wasn't that nervous. It could be imagined that Yi Zishuan's days weren't good. After one more day, we can leave. Lin Fei looked at the sea in front. The sunset shone on the surface of the sea. It was a spectacular sight. I heard that this god water of life is extremely amazing. Consuming it can increase one's lifespan. I wonder if that's true? Yi Zishuan asked. Lin Fei said, lifespan is a very mysterious thing. Although the divine water of life seems to be able to increase one's lifespan, who knows? In any case, it's just a legend. Without seeing it for themselves, no one can be certain. Yi Zixuan could hear a trace of disdain in Lin Fei's tone. She couldn't help but feel curious. This was divine water of life, so why was Lin Fei so calm? It was like he didn't care at all. Was he really going to join in on the fun? Young Master Lin, you don't seem to be very interested in the god water of life. That's something that can increase one's lifespan. Who doesn't want to live to 100 years old? Even the experts in the Kunlun secret realm are constantly trying to raise their strength so that they can live longer, Yi Zixuan asked curiously. Lin Fei said, I can't say. What a joke. Lin Fei had seen countless treasures that could increase one's lifespan. Even he himself had used quite a few. So naturally, he wouldn't be interested in this god water of life. Even if this god water of life was effective, it would at most increase one's lifespan by 1 or 2 years. 10 years was already the limit. Naturally, Lin Fei wouldn't go and talk about the profoundness of this. Yi Zixuan also didn't continue asking. She knew that Lin Fei definitely wouldn't say it. Asking would be useless. I don't agree with this friend's words. The god water of life is a priceless treasure. Everyone wants to obtain it. It's not as cheap as you said. At this moment, a figure walked over. When this voice appeared, Yi Zixuan's complexion changed slightly. She subconsciously moved closer to Lin Fei and said in a low voice, "He's the holy son of the Dark Church. I think he's called Ku Qiu. Why is he here?" In fact, Lin Fei already knew that Ku Qiu had come, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him. So it turns out that the holy son has come. I wonder what advice you have for me, Lin Fei said. These past few days, Ku Qiu had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei's every move. As a matter of fact, he also had the thought of catching Yi Zixuan. Unfortunately, Yi Zixuan was too smart. She simply didn't want to leave. She was always together with Lin Fei, so Ku Qiu had no other way. After all, the friend of a duke, especially Duke Mike who was in the limelight recently, Ku Qiu wouldn't be stupid enough to offend him. That Duke Mike was now one of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. He was constantly being roped in by several higher-ups of the Dark Church. No one dared to offend him. Don't think that there were no internal struggles in the Dark Church. The appearance of Duke Mike had changed the current structure of the higher-ups of the Dark Church. If Ku Qiu was stupid enough to offend this Chinese person, and if this person slanted his mouth at Duke Mike, then the situation would be different. At that time, the Duke behind him would definitely beat him to death. Ku Qiu had never doubted the murderous heart of a duke. As long as Ku Qiu hadn't become a duke, he would obediently listen to him. Young Master Lin, I just happened to pass by and heard you mentioning the god water of life, so I don't agree with you. How about we sit down and have a chat? Lin Fei smiled and said, Forget it, I have no interest in people like you. It's better for us to go our separate ways. Ku Qiu's eyes quickly flashed with a trace of displeasure. His original intention was to rope in the opposite party. Not everyone could get Duke Mike's keepsake. At the very least, they needed to be close to him. According to the feedback from the Dark Church, Duke Mike didn't send too many keepsakes. And the origin of this Chinese person in front of him was very mysterious. They basically couldn't find any clues. Other than appearing in England, they didn't know anything about the specific situation. I feel that it's better to have more friends than less friends outside. Moreover, the place where the god water of life is located isn't that easy to go. If we go together, we can avoid a lot of trouble. Ku Qiu continued. Hearing this, Yi Zixuan was somewhat surprised. When did this Ku Qiu, who always wanted to capture her, become so easy to talk to? His words clearly had a kind of roping in them. This made Yi Zixuan very curious. What kind of person did Lin Fei know that could make the attitude of the Dark Church's holy son Ku Qiu change 180 degrees? I just want to join in the fun, that's all. I really didn't think of snatching the god water of life. Lin Fei shook his head and said, Well, please don't disturb us from enjoying the sunset. The aura of your body is making people uncomfortable.